drag right field base hit. Shonowell is home. Grissom is being waved around. Nimmo's throw to the plate is cut off by Peterson. It's a 2-run single, and it's 5-0 Angels.
I did not make the end of this one. And I don't think the Rangers will make the end of the baseball season.
Good morning, Metro. This is not LeGrande, but I love the drop. Peyton Russell. Good morning, Metroplex. Friday edition of Sean and RJ right here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt, and I guess Aiden just making his own schedule around here. As I got the last second text last night that he's moving.
Yeah, he's full-time now, Sean, so he gets the PTO. So he takes off. He doesn't lose any money. He's like, you know what? I get a personal day here and there, right? Or a sick day you can use whenever. So, yeah, I got the text last night, and I was like, okay, I guess I'm running the fan cam today. So hopefully we're up and running. I think we are.
Which, when you run the fan cam, it's like you hit the space bar or something?
You got to click here and there and then change the camera angle. But we got Tommy on Zoom today, so that's going to be the big thing.
Allegedly.
Oh.
It's I don't know if it's a dangerous statement to make. It feels right to make it that the Rangers, but it is dangerous because of the American League and how close you are and the third wild card. But if they don't make the postseason, it feels like you can point back to Thursday night, August 13th, as the end, as Jacob deGrom leaves with an injury.
Yeah, and this is... triceps fatigue is how it's being thrown out there.
Started off as a hip going into the game.
Right. And, if it doesn't take a very long search on the AI machine, on the GPTs, to find out that, triceps fatigue sometimes starts with a mechanical overcompensation from hip injury.
Well, Sean sang the song last night on Twitter.
Yeah. The hip bone connected to the tricep.
We all remember that song.
Get Draymond Green's underdog buzzer game.
Yep, and then you overcompensate and you start screwing yourself up, and all of a sudden all the torque at trying to throw 98 miles an hour comes back to bite you.
DeGrom leaves after 2 innings, third start of his career, 2 or fewer innings, and now, Bobby, it looks like you're going into the stretch run with a healthy amount of time missed by, obviously, Nate Eovaldi and now Jake.
My hair seems safe. What little amount is left, it seems like it's safe. It won't be stained with the Rangers logo, because right now they're just... That was their whole rallying point. That was General. And now if they're going to be without him, this is... You hate hearing anything like normally fatigue. You would hear that in another sport and be like, okay, he's got some stress injury or something like that. When in baseball, when you start hearing a pitcher talking about anything fatigue related to the mechanics of throwing a baseball, it's always like, okay, that sounds like maybe he's okay in a week or two, and that also sounds like maybe he's gone for 15 months. Like, you never know. And so this is distressing. It was a pretty sad way to end the season, as you were one of 3 teams last night to lose by the score of 7-0.
Oh, no.
3 teams?
3 teams lost 7-0 last night. 5 teams were shut out.
Skip on DeGrom's injury after.
He didn't tell me anything in the first inning. It was the second inning that he felt it, and I wasn't going to risk it once I heard the tricep. And when Lucky, our trainer, came over and told me that was kind of it. So long inning, that particular inning especially, and hopefully it's nothing huge, but we'll know more tomorrow.
A disastrous series to lose 3 out of 4 against that team.
There's really no other way to call this series anything other than a disaster, brutal, whatever word you want to use. That's what it was. Like, you're losing, you lose a 4-game series to an Anaheim team that's going absolutely nowhere. You score 8 runs in the 4 games combined. You won one of those. You scored 4 in one of those games, and you score 4 in the other 3 games combined. Then you add this on top of it. This is just the cherry, the bad cherry, the one that they didn't take the pit out of. It's got the pit in it. It's a terrible series.
You got dominated in a series where, in the middle of this very series where you were getting dominated, the organization said, we got to start firing people. Like, that's how bad a team you lost to. One that was just like, this can't wait. We got to just clean house and start firing people, and yet they still went out there and dominated you like they have the whole year. You're now 3-6 against one of the worst teams in baseball.
Oh. And you lose the third wild card spot to Detroit.
Who, by the way, credit. I mean, they sold at the deadline. They sold, and they're still playing well. You know, it's just it's a bad spot they're in, and then obviously, you know, you want to make the wild card. You want to win the division. They're only 2 back in the division. You want to find a way to get in because there's no benefits at the NBA where you can luck into the lottery here. It's not like that.
Is there anybody at risk over the next 6 weeks? Like, do you think Chris Young could be at risk, or do you think this is just one of these things where they reached the deadline and they've been so resigned to all right, well, we tried to sell, didn't work, we're not going to make any moves, just run it back?
I mean, I said once DeGrom refused to waive the no trade, I was like, fine, I was okay with what they did. He didn't put together a good enough roster for the start, though.
This is not the smartest thing to say on the home of the Rangers. And, I look out for my back pocket with the show ratings, and that's what I care about the most. Right now, as it stands, I would be, this is just being brutally honest, I'd be upset at them making the wild card just in terms of not deserving it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sitting there and I'm like, oh, this third spot, that keeps you in it. But I'm angry at this baseball team right now. I'm angry at this organization. And it's hard to battle that and mix that with, you always want to make the playoffs. You always want to make the postseason. But obviously this is not a playoff team.
Yeah, making the postseason right now would feel like a kid you're staying on top of, hey, you need to study, you need to stop slacking off, and then they're like, I gotta see a pass at the end, and you're like, damn it, okay, this is not the message we're trying to send here.
Yes.
If you miss one more, you get a D, and all of a sudden your perspective changes.
Yeah. It does. Making the playoffs is an amazing deodorant. It just is, and especially in baseball where it's such a long season, you feel like the reward is almost even higher. Although this year in the American League, that's not the case. It's just historically in the sport when you make the playoffs.
And this is why, yes, I'm petty and I can be vengeful. I'm not as long form petty as Bobby, to where he has bookmarks probably going back a year ago of opinions from listeners and homers that he would want to go back and shove it in the face of. But I do wish last year I kept some bookmarks around when we talked about topics like trading Jacob deGrom, getting off of this contract and avoiding an injury and avoiding a disaster before you're absolutely stuck with it. Now, maybe he invokes a no trade last year. That's certainly a possibility. But now you're sitting here looking at a very mediocre to below average team with a 38-year-old who has whatever injury, but moving forward, he's not going to be electric Jake of old, and you're going to be stuck with this contract. Again, maybe he shuts it down last year. Maybe you send him to a situation he absolutely loves, but now it appears and feels like you're going to be stuck with DeGrom, and you're going to be stuck with the remainder of Seager, at least for a while, and you have an older Nate Eovaldi as well.
Right. And you look, Jake, his contract ends after next year. If there's no baseball, this may have been the last time you saw him yesterday, depending on what happens this year.
Does the contract count?
I don't know.
Every time you see him, maybe the last time you saw him, it feels like.
Yeah, this season's hanging on. It's clinging like his ligament is clinging to his elbow. But yeah, I don't know the answer to that. Like, do you just contract toll for the next year? Or does it just everything just goes on and expires? I don't know how that works.
Does the Eovaldi and DeGrom stuff at the deadline make you say, as a rule moving forward, if it's going to take a no trade clause, I don't want the deal done?
Probably not. It's one of those hindsight things where I don't think we should be hypocritical. In order to get him, you got to give it. In order to get Seager, you got to, at least here,
right.
You have to give it. You have to overpay, and you have to include these things and these clauses that maybe the Yankees and the Red Sox and the Philadelphia Phillies don't have to do. I just feel like you have to do it.
Right.
It's like the Mavericks getting free agents back in the day.
Absolutely.
If I told you it was $5 million extra per year on a deal like this, whether it be Chu or DeGrom or whoever else, like, all right, no trade clause, but you're going to have to throw $5 million more and eat into your budget even more. But whenever it's time to trade him, you can figure out a deal with somebody to get the money right and then move the guy.
Well, the other thing is, like, I'm fine with usually giving the no trade because I'm counting on you wanting out of here if the ship is running into a cliff.
Yeah, if it's going
Damn
bad.
you, Texas, and your great economy and everything else.
I don't have to question your competitive spirit because I'm imagining you want to get up out of here to win a championship before you're done.
Absolutely. You would think you would want to have that, that players like that because they could get extra money out of it. A team is willing to pay a guy $500,000 to waive the no trade. It looks like if it's a lockout, player contracts remain legally binding. So the players get paid in a lockout.
Oh. And the year counts.
And the year would count.
What a deal. What a deal for those MLB players.
Yeah, obviously, they could get and just, have an extension to them. If that's negotiated within the CBA, but typically during a lockout, no.
So you are 2 games back now of the armpit. The Mariners are 5 games back, and the Angels are not the worst team in baseball. They're one of the 3 worst. The worst team in the division and in the American League is the team you start off with tonight as you are at the Athletics, who have been 100 runs worse than the Angels from a differential standpoint, and they've lost 3 in a row. So you sit there and you lose this series, and you have a bad showing and outing, and people are really going to be losing their minds, those who have been left that are carrying 2-8 in their last 10 for the Athletics.
And it would not surprise me at all if they sit there and just take 2 or 3.
Well, you do have a losing record this season against the Athletics, and you're -7 on run differential against them. So.
But you have Kumar going.
You do.
That's good.
The good news is,
Not really.
That'll be a good 3 innings of 90 pitches.
the ball flies in that ballpark. Oh, it flies.
And who's that good news for?
Well, maybe not us. Maybe not us.
Some of those warning track fly balls for Seager may
That's
sneak
right.
out,
Those
give
warning
you 2
tracks are
runs.
gone. Yeah.
NFL preseason action, of course, tomorrow on the Fan. Cowboys at Seattle. But last night, Joe Burrow started and played. Cam Ward played. Fernando Mendoza, I thought, looked pretty good, stepping in for Kirk Cousins, who had an opening drive touchdown. Drew Aller getting it done for Mike McCarthy, and Jeremiah Love as well. NFL preseason action.
And Jeremiah Love getting hurt in the process and now freaking people out, which allegedly he's going to be fine. But I did last night when it's like Jeremiah Love gets hurt, I'm like, oh gosh, please, let's believe that Shoddy really doesn't read the media. And then he goes like, well, nah, that freaks me out. Let's not play anybody out there. But it's good to have football back, even if it is preseason football. It really is so clearly the number one.
Oh, for sure.
The amount of people last night on Twitter that were talking, like following along with the games that I saw, just like, oh man, like bouncing back and forth like it was an NFL Sunday to me was just, it's
really?
indicative. Yeah, I saw a lot of people. Everybody on my timeline was talking about whatever games were going on.
I need it back now. I'm in that headspace, and I'm in that irritation now. Yes, I think we've done a nice job and had stories to get us through the off season, but now it's like so close that I'm a little bit irritable that I need real games on.
The real games, this is tough because it's like, it doesn't mean anything. You never know series to series who's coming back out there. I am fascinated because last night nobody knows about this. The Field of Dreams game was on.
Yeah.
Now it's Netflix, so they got a built-in audience. I'm sure it did okay, honestly, because of the built-in audience. I tuned in for a second. I mean, because it's cool, but
I think they were trying to work the ABS challenge, and the ump's like, "There's no ABS here.
It's Iowa.
We don't have
it's Iowa.
We don't have that scoreboard to go out to.
Barely have Wi-Fi, guys.
Barely have Wi-Fi. Brian Schottenheimer yesterday just gave us 2 major reasons to watch and listen to the Cowboys tomorrow. We'll tell you what they are as we go inside the Star Friday edition. Just getting kicked off right here with Sean and RJ on the Fan.
But let's get you over to basepowercompany.com/thefan. Did you know 7 in 10 Texans are overpaying for their electricity? They don't even know what they're paying, but they are overpaying. Because if you're not on Base Energy and you're not with Base Power like Sean and I are, I'm saving 15%, he's saving 20% per month, then you're overpaying for energy.
go ahead and save because you know it is going to remain hot. What has that bill been looking like? Go ahead and cut it. And Base Power, to cut that relationship with the old provider, will even cover up to $150 in cancellation fees. BasePowerCompany.com/thefan for your Tolo hookup. BasePowerCompany.com/thefan.
Thank you for making Sean and RJ
Long to make the most of your benefits, Medicare coverage from HealthSpring empowers you on your health and wellness journey.
And it's back to Sean and RJ segment here, brought to you by the Personal Injury Lawyers. Frankel and Frankel, if you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Stars on 105.3 The Fan.
4 o'clock pregame tomorrow on this radio station. In case you did not know and you're just waking up with us and moving around the dial, we are your official home of the Cowboys and Texas Rangers. 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. 4 o'clock pre for the Cowboys in Seattle. And Brian Schottenheimer giving at least me two major reasons to watch and listen, as it looks like Caleb Downs and Malachi Lawrence are going to play. So that made me very excited yesterday, as I was worried that Caleb would be put in Group A, and Group A does not play.
First time we'll get to see Malachi Lawrence all training camp. Us anyway. I guess some others saw him, but we didn't see him. So it'll be, look, this is the right decision. This is for, if you want to put some guys on ice, you're worried about guys getting hurt, I totally understand it. I think it's reckless to count on somebody like Caleb Downs to be there for you all the time and then say, well, your first look at NFL game speed reps will be in a real meaningful game, especially for a team that Christian Parker, talking about him wanting to take cell phones out of practice because the advantage it gives you in one game. All right, well, it'll give you an advantage in one game if, like, Caleb Downs had seen this speed before. So I'm all for this. This is good news.
Speaking of Seattle, I cannot believe that this is being allowed, and I cannot believe that this is actually going to stand. They signed Terrion Arnold. Terrion Arnold is the former Lions player, good player, high pick, who is in trouble and being investigated for basically setting up an armed robbery and kidnapping with people that he thought robbed him. How is this happening? Something is happening behind the scenes with the league where they're getting some type of wink towards his availability for him to go work out with these teams and then eventually sign with the Seattle Seahawks. This makes zero sense. How is he not getting suspended? How is he playing this year to start off? How does Seattle feel good enough to ink him to a contract?
Yeah, devil's advocate, I would say, what would he be being suspended for?
Well, not play
8 felony charges where he may not be available.
Charges, not conviction.
I mean, he's admitted to some things in the process that's why he got charged. Like, he was like, well, yeah, I did this or I handled it this way. And so Adam Schefter said yesterday there's still a chance he gets suspended too, even if he clears prison.
I'm surprised not on the commissioner's list, that exempt list they have, right, where you just like you put somebody on that wall pending the outcome of the trial. I assume, well, we assumed early on that's probably what Romo was on, right? The CBS exempt list.
Yeah.
Pending the outcome of your DUI hearing, we'll let you know where your standing is.
Like, what's his legal status? He's out on a $1 million bond.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's out walking around. There's a $1 million bond, and only in the National Football League, I already see it with the text messages, can the Detroit Lions say, oh, right now this is way too illegal.
Yeah, have you been to Detroit? The Lions said, this is too illegal, guys. Can't have it around.
And 3 weeks later, 1 month later, he gets signed by somebody else with 8 pending felony charges. I can't believe this story.
He was a first-round pick 2-3 years ago, whatever it was. And so, high pedigree, whatever else. This was a bad player last year. This is I think... And I don't love PFF, but just as a baseline, PFF, I think, had him as the worst corner in football last year.
What?
He's not been able to click. He's been this guy who just looks like there's something broken with him.
Man, they've had a bad...
Ted Wynn at The Athletic yesterday had tweeted out when he got signed, he's like, there's a lot of technical to clean up there outside of the legal issues. That's a guy who just does not know how to play football right now.
Didn't they draft That super untouchable cornerback a couple years ago, too?
Yes.
Okuda?
Yes.
They've had a bad string of luck there drafted secondary.
Bad
Brian Branch is good.
Bad string of luck with corners, and then before that, wide receivers, going back to Matt Millen. He was a 52 grade on PFF, 97 out of 114 corners. But he gets signed somehow, some way. I don't understand. It makes zero sense to me.
Especially, like, you won a Super Bowl last year. It's not like you're in this desperate position, like, got to find anything we can.
They lost my guy. Reek Woolen.
That's true. Although this feels more like they're trying to replace Brandon Browner than Reek Woolen. So,
Dustin Hoffman was in attendance in Oxnard to check out Cowboys practice. With what standing out, Bob?
Yeah, I mean, other than certainly not Dustin Hoffman and his 5'3" southpaw. He is small.
Tiny.
Like, you taking pictures with Dak and stuff like that. You did get the he got asked about, like, how good do you think the Cowboys are going to be this year? He goes, I don't know anything about football, so I think they're great.
Yeah.
It's like, was that a diss? You saying I don't know football, so I think they're great?
No, it's not a diss.
That's a little. I know. I'm messing around.
Oh.
No, this is a pretty good day for the Cowboys defense. It looked like a lot of different stuff being shared on social yesterday, and a lot of reports coming out yesterday that this was a good day for Savone Revel, who continues to have good days and continues to stack positive practices.
He is going to be my prime discussion point if we get into the regular season and he's bad and terrible. It's gonna bring back my discussion point about training camp and what it actually means, because he is a winner of training camp so far. There's absolutely no doubt about it. And man, I just hope he carries over to the regular season, because if he's getting torched, and he has been getting torched deep by George Pickens, but again, everyone in the league does, I'll sit there and be like, oh my gosh, all these Oxnard observations for what?
Did you see his quote yesterday from Joe Hoyt? Savone Revel had a realization facing the Rams this week. Quote, damn, this is easy. Now that's a little step too far for me.
Puka, Devontae.
No. Yeah, oh no.
That's nothing.
This is cake, bro. Just taking that brace off. I'm superhuman. No, I like confidence. That's good, because you'd rather have him thinking, damn, this is easy, than Jalen Tolbert, who is like basically his competitive side of his brain gets broken for 2 years. So that's a big positive for Revel. Had a lot of pass breakups yesterday, a lot of positive moments. The Camden Brown hype at wide receiver continues, as he's now getting, not like consistently, but he's popping in for occasional reps with the ones. He got his first reception off of a Dak Prescott throw yesterday during practice.
Who is the last training camp wideout to pop and actually carry over to the regular season? Because we've fallen for this many a time.
It's like it feels like the position every year that's like John Vea Johnson, Trayshawn Holdit. Like, there's always these guys who people fall in love with.
Well, who was the guy that got hurt in the last game? Was it Andre Holmes? Got hurt, like, busted up his leg in the last game. He had a good season, good camp too.
Then meanwhile, they cut Danny Amendola before he ever plays an NFL game. No, the last one Dennis Houston, probably. He didn't continue to play at a high level, but he started game one over Jalen Tolbert as a rookie. So, Houston was probably the last one that we saw actually, like, the hype. He stuck on the roster and got reps.
So possibly the first rookie undrafted free agent to get reps with the ones this training camp. Marquise Bell picked off Dak on a deep ball to GP. And then Jerry Jones was asked who he's like so far at training camp as a standout. He said Tyler Guyton.
There's two things. There's two ways to take it when you ask Jerry for his standouts, or like, who's impressed you. And one of them can be really good, which is he's heard in meetings from coaches and stuff that's who they really like. So that can be a good indicator right there. Then there's the other one that I wonder if it's this one with Tyler Guyton. He knows who needs to have a good one.
Yep.
And who
do I need to push?
Yeah, who do I need to give some shine to a little bit? And I don't know, Guyton's been good out there, like solid. I wouldn't say he's been all world or anything, but he's been solid. Certainly, if Guyton is standing out to you for his performance, that feels like you had very low expectations for him.
So Jerry was talking to the media, and then all of a sudden, Tad in the back goes, "Quinnen's at the podium. Quinnen's at the podium." And I was like, well, you're wasting your breath, because no one's going to leave Jerry. But no, some reporters actually left Jerry, I think Todd Archer included, to go listen to Quinnen Williams talking after signing the big official extension. And here's Big Q on signing up for more years with the Cowboys.
Jerry and the team and organization did a phenomenal job in getting it done. It wasn't, I want to say important to me. The most important thing about is winning and getting better every single day and winning football games. But it's super dope to see an organization that want me here for the long run, that believe in me. And I'm super excited for an organization and a team like this to want me here and believe in me also. But the most important thing is winning football games and getting better on defense every single day. So I think that's the most important, and I'm kind of focused on that.
Why are you laughing?
Because he loves the word phenomenal.
Phenomenal.
That's definitely, and it's such a perfect word
Charles, man.
For his accent. It's a perfect word to hear him say. But the other thing, I like that he says it's super dope. It's super dope to get
dope,
this.
Yeah.
Why are you confident, though, that this organization can win big?
Just because you got guys with the same mindset from top down. You got a guy like Jerry Jones he's just strong believing in winning and winning championships. You got guys like Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb. You got the coaching staff. Everybody has the same mindset when it comes down to getting better and winning and doing everything we can possibly do to win. And honestly, the last time I kind of had that feeling was at Bama, where everybody coming in, iron sharpens iron, wanting to win football games, wanting to win championships, wanting to win playoff games, and wanting to get better every single day. And being a part of an organization and of a team like that with the same mindset that I have is unbelievable. So I'm super ecstatic to be here. So.
Just skipped right on over the Meadowlands.
Yeah, man, he was. Yeah. Look, from coming from the Jets, everything looks like a Super Bowl contender.
That's the best record he's ever had in his career. Was the one that Dallas finished with last year. 7-9-1 is the best he's ever had.
Is that? Are you being?
Yeah, I'm 100% serious. That's the best record he's ever had in his career.
Oh my God!
He's never made. I mean, he's 8 years into this. He's never made the playoffs. It's brutal.
Imagine spending your whole life in some place, and then you come to a new spot, and you're out there. You're 1,000 miles from home. You're in California, and your owner, while you're doing this, is reenacting a scene in a movie from 70 years ago where the guy's banging on glass.
Of Dustin Hoffman?
Imagine that. And you say that's the better situation. You say that's the better situation, where the owner's sitting here reenacting a movie scene from
What are you, insulting Jerry?
Pre-Vietnam.
What problem you got with it?
No, nothing. I have no problem with it. It's a great movie. It's an all-time great movie. I just wasn't expecting that.
Yeah.
And I wasn't expecting a player to say, "Oh, what a situation this is."
The Jets,
of course, it was compared to the Jets. I mean, everything looks great.
It's like we say it as a joke, but I mean, there are people in the NFL who will directly tell you the Jets destroy your soul. Like it is a genuinely destructive kind of atmosphere.
Last one, Quinn, and give us some meat on the bone here to believe. What is the biggest difference with the defense last year and this one?
I could say from overall, like you said, like we got a whole new coaching staff. So that last year is like you have to address it, especially the guys that were here. You have to address it, acknowledge it, take accountability from it, especially the guys who played and it was a part of that, and just move on. Don't ever learn from it for sure, and just move on because you got a whole new staff, you got a whole new players next to you, and you got new energy and new responsibility. So I think the guys who was here took accountability for that, and never want that to happen again. So I think that's the first steps going into the journey that we're going to, especially as a defense, and to get to where we want to be as a defense. And just remembering every day to attack it like it's your last. So we got phenomenal leaders like D-Mo. D Winters is a phenomenal leader that's coming along, and KC is one of the best leaders. I'm a leader. So you got a lot of guys who got leadership over there and take accountability immediately to take this defense to the next level.
First major difference. No Eberflus. He goes right to the coaching staff. Phenomenal. You're going to have to go ahead and throw that into the drop repertoire. Peyton, Phillip, Russell. 6 o'clock hour. We want you to win the Zach Bryan tickets in the 7. Also 311 tickets in the 8 to finish up your week here on Sean and RJ. A rude slap in the face welcoming for Dusty May with the Mavs schedule that just came out as well. We'll take you through the beginning of it next on Sean and RJ. But let me take you through the menu from Hurtado because it changes up all
8 o'clock right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
And it's back to Sean and RJ segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
We talked about NFL dominance earlier in the show in terms of attention and ratings. Choppy talked about not even knowing or a lack of promotion or build-up for the Field of Dreams game. What about the NBA schedule? Compare the release of the NBA and baseball schedules to the National Football League, and we're talking about two different universes, two different planets.
I mean, at least the NBA schedule, the NBA releases their schedule in the off season, whereas baseball releases it in the middle of the season before. Like baseball released next year's schedule back in like May or June.
They have 2 weeks off from baseball before it's back again.
Yeah, and I understand like the teams have to book 3 days in a row of hotels. They've got to get a bunch of rooms. I understand that, but it does there's no intrigue. Even college football. Even college football's like, hey, it's schedule release day, and they build it up, right? The networks will build it up, and now you know who they're playing, but you don't know when and with the time.
Yeah, you just can't. You can't effectively do this with 82 games.
Right.
Like it's
Absolutely.
Football's 17, or in college like 13. It's like, all right, yeah, that's. I can process everything that you put in front of me. The only one that was sort of good to me yesterday, because now NBA teams are trying to do their own schedule release stuff, like their own videos and be viral like the NFL. The only one that was good yesterday, and the audio was just, it didn't translate the way it needed to, but go watch the Hawks. Because they got that kid who did the bird noises that went viral for the bird noises, and so he's doing bird noises for like all the teams or whatever.
First Mavs message I saw about this was from Brad Townsend, and he said, "Ooh, Mavs could be starting at 0-6 or 1-7." And I said, let me go look at this schedule. How brutal is it to start off? After playing 10, they're going to finish off playing 10 of their last 15 on the road. So that's brutal as well. And 1-6 looks like a possibility for a rude awakening for Dusty May entering the league. You're going to start
Fortune
off
favors the bold.
at Houston on October 21st, at Indiana with Halliburton back. You host the Spurs. You are at Giannis and Bam in Miami. OKC at the AAC. You get Houston again. You get the Kings as your big break, and then you're at San Antonio to start off. So hopefully you can take advantage of Houston and definitely win that Sacramento game. And hopefully Tyrese and Giannis are rusty.
Man, the first thing that jumps out, obviously, it is difficult. The ticket prices, home versus road, where the Mavs are, it's much more affordable to see a home game than the road. Like all the road games are just super expensive. The home games, it's like $32 here or $70 for this one as opposed to $130. That's a tough schedule. That's a tough start. As Dick Motto would say, 41 at home, 41 on the road. It's amazing.
They have
amazing how that works.
A league high 16 back-to-backs. Great news is it looks like the game times are being moved up. Thank you.
Yeah.
A sports league finally, instead of 7:30, looks like we're getting 7 p.m. at the AAC. And Luka's birthday celebrated right here back in DFW on February 28th.
The good news is that even if you start poorly, there was one year where the Mavericks started 0-4.
Yeah, they won 67.
And then they won 67-11 the rest of the way. And then, of course, they lost in the first round to the Golden State Warriors. So that's not a great comparison.
The Stars really were the first ones on this 7 o'clock thing. Started these games at 7 o'clock, and then the Rangers picked up on it because 7:30 for a baseball start, which was that they haven't done that in it's got to be 25 years now. What a miserable existence.
Oh, that
pre-pitch clock.
Those preseason games in China are 7 a.m. and 5 a.m. that they play against the Rockets.
Live sports.
Right.
Well, 7 is Friday. 5 a.m. is Sunday.
Don't try to make a joke of this immediately, but NBA Coach of the Year odds out in Vegas, and this is an edition of who he coached for.
Oh, okay.
Actually, I'll first start off. We're not going to have enough time for anything else in this segment with as long as this is going to take. Who's the favorite to win Coach of the Year?
Whoever is coaching Philadelphia.
Okay. Now, this may have been... Well, Nick Nurse is tied for second. Whoever's coaching them.
Mitch Johnson.
This guy coaches the Raptors.
This would be Chuck Daly.
No.
Rest in peace.
Not him. I have no idea.
Do you know a name? Can you throw out a name for the Raptors head coach?
Doc Rivers.
Kind of close. Darko. Darko
That's right.
Rajakovic.
Oh, Rajakovic, yeah.
He's the favorite. Now, that was before the Kawhi mess. Then Nick Nurse, and then who does Will Hardy coach?
He's one of those.
Charlotte.
He's the investigators, like the brother investigators, the Hardy Boys. That's him.
Not Charlotte.
He coaches the Kings.
The Utah Jazz. This is just like the TNT game, now ESPN. Next up, Chris Finch.
He's Minnesota.
Right?
Good job. Sean Sweeney.
He's Orlando.
Good job. Micah Nori.
Oh, that's the old punter for the Cowboys, Mike and Nor.
Mike and Nor. Did he go to Phoenix?
No. Kind of close.
Kind of close. Of course, that would be
West starts with a P.
Portland.
Yeah, he's
right.
the guy who took
The 1 year.
the 1 year deal, and then Dusty May at 16-1. But I just went up and down these names, and I'm like, we got to play who he coached for. And then Brian Keefe is 20-1. Who he coached for?
He is the
Atlanta.
the Charlotte Hornets.
Nope, but in the East.
In the East.
The Bucks.
Nope,
No. See, not the Pacers, not the Pistons.
the Wizards.
Oh.
So there you go. Isn't it amazing? I wonder if we could do this in Major League Baseball.
Is that
as well.
a good hedge to make? Is to just take who's the worst team in basketball, and whoever the coach is should have decent odds, because if you're any better, you might win it.
Yeah. I mean, that's fair, especially for like.
The Wizards could be fun.
Sure.
They
Yeah.
were god awful last year.
They've been god awful for a long time.
Like, I'm trying to think who's going to win the. It's got to be the White Sox manager, right? That wins the manager of the year.
You'd
Right.
assume.
Yeah.
All right.
Whatever the hell that is.
Do we have official confirmation that Bobby Belt is a monster? Take us inside your living room.
Okay, so I don't think this is monstrous. I think this is caring. So I won't say what show it is. Kristen is watching a show right now. She's binge watching a show that
Season?
she's on season 3 or 4 or something like that. I don't know. She's into it. But she is. It's like, I think it goes 9 seasons, something like that. I just found out because Laura is like me, and Laura likes to know spoilers. So she took Kristen's phone the other day, and since she's watching the show with them, started Googling what happens in this show.
What the hell?
And she walked up and she just tells me, she goes, "Hey, did you know XYZ happens in the show?" And I went, Mom is not going to be able to handle that news. She's not. This is a woman who still starts tearing up.
The news of the spoiler?
Yes, yeah, because
She won't be able to handle the plot line?
So it's an ensemble cast, right? And this ensemble cast, there's a tragedy that occurs.
You could probably say the show. Now you're explaining what's happening.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So there's a tragedy that occurs. And apparently it just like that becomes a big focal point for the rest of it. And so I've seen Kristen, she watched My Girl with Macaulay Culkin, and she still like starts getting choked up when she sees where's his glasses? He needs his glasses in the coffin or whatever. And that was a 2-hour movie. She's investing like 100+ episodes leading up to what will be a devastation. And I think when she sees this, she's going to go, I wish I never watched this. This is devastating, and I'm feeling like it's too real, and I'm super emotional about it. I think for the peace of our home and for the peace of her soul, I owe it to her to tell her this is going to happen in the show and that she should stop watching it.
Absolutely not. You are not. You're no different than the people who say we can't have casinos here because we have to protect people from themselves. They can't be trusted to go gamble their life savings away, so we just have to ruin it for everybody. Let her make that decision. She's a big girl.
But he's saying
If she was
suffer.
on her own, sure.
He's saying
It's not your job. It's not
It
your-
is.
No.
It is my job to protect.
I just don't believe. I don't have any faith, and I don't believe your intentions. I think that you are.
You're jealous.
An 11-year-old, and you're like, ha, like I have this news that could mess up your day, and I have something I can hold over your head.
I've sat
and
on plenty. I've sat on plenty of these things before. This is one where I think she's going to be like emotionally devastated and depressed around the house for a week.
How much is she watching it per day, and how much longer, based upon that consumption, until you think she gets this news?
Some days they'll watch like 5 episodes on a weekend and they'll just sit on the couch and do it. Other times she'll go a few days without watching. I would guess this happens 2 months into football season when I'm emotionally unavailable.
Okay. 2 months into football season. I feel like this is enough of a binge that she's enjoying it. I
enjoying it,
I would
man.
let her enjoy it.
Let her part of enjoying a TV show.
And then get her the therapy for still getting upset over things like My Girl.
Like
That costs money.
when y'all watch a show, when y'all get invested, like, do you like when it comes towards the end?
Is Laura going to keep her mouth shut?
Yeah, she'll keep her mouth shut, but she wants to know. So it's twisted.
I don't think she will.
This is a death that occurs in the show, and the way she explained it to me, she went, "Hey, guess what?" And I said, "What?" And she goes, "So and so dies." I was like, "I don't know who that is." And then she explains it, and she goes, "Isn't that funny?" I went, "No."
Yeah. This is the daughter that's most reminiscent of Bobby.
Right.
Yeah.
It all makes sense.
You gotta let her enjoy it. Let her enjoy the show.
But
for better
she's
or
not
worse,
going
for
to
better or
enjoy
worse.
it.
That let her. She's an adult, man. She's got to be able to handle this. We all done this, right? Do you guys, when you guys watch a show and it comes to the end, do you all feel like you're friends with the characters at that point?
That's how Kristen feels.
I'm the
Kristen gets
same
too
way.
emotionally invested, and so she feels like a friend just died.
Yeah, I do feel like that. But guess what? Move on.
Friends.
Yeah, you go to work the next day. Get up. Put your boots on.
She doesn't work.
She doesn't work. She goes to the kitchen the next day.
Exactly. That's what it is.
Pepe, what's your vote on this?
Yeah, don't tell her, Bobby. I mean, because when you tell her, you have to be 100% sure, like it'll upset her. Because if it doesn't, then you just ruin the whole thing. I would just let her go through it. Don't tell her. Let her enjoy it.
I'm going to explain the context to you guys during the break of what happens, because I don't want to spoil it for anybody who's watching it right now. But it's like going to be jarring. I think I'm going to be right about this, and I'm going to have to secretly like Watergate her and leave recording devices around, so whenever she sees it, I can record her wailing like whenever that happens.
That would be funny.
We have a Zach Bryan ticket giveaway to close out your Friday in the Expressway when we go commercial free. That's going to be at 7:20. The junk drawer as well, but we have a head coach to blame, the evil one, for the Jaden Daniels problem, and is the Sooners quarterback too swole to succeed? It's a college football kegger next on 105.3 The Fan. But I get the same message every single Friday from the Tolo team of attorneys.
by our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Well, I win.
Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
I blame us. It was obvious from the start. We just didn't see it. We should have known that the entire Jaden Daniels fiasco was started at the feet of Brian Kelly. We should have known this. We should have seen this coming from a mile away.
Is there another sports figure, not even Mike Vrabel, generates the automatic blind assumption and reaction of just, more than Brian Kelly?
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing positive or redeeming or nice that I can think of when I look at him or when I hear about him.
Yeah, the only other one that I can think of that would be in contention would be like Sirianni or somebody who we just automatically are like, what a douche for everything he does. But
Sirianni even seems more fun than Brian Kelly.
Lane Kiffin's fun, but Lane Kiffin also seems like he's constantly trying to screw people over.
Yeah.
Well,
but
not in this situation.
Brian Kelly's awful. Everybody in the universe hates Brian Kelly.
Yeah, not in this situation, it seems. So this is the Jaden Daniels story is, he wore number 5 at LSU. He won a Heisman Trophy at LSU. They don't really retire numbers. They kind of, in terms of put them in the rafters and stuff and not allow them to be worn. It's just more of a kind of a custom. So Joe Burrow, nobody's worn Joe Burrow's number 9. It's not official. The only official one is Billy Cannon at number 20. So nobody's worn 9, and nobody had worn 5 previously since Jaden Daniels.
Which has been 2 years.
It's been a couple of years. So DJ Pickett.
And they won a title, of course, right?
With Jaden? No, they did not. They did not. They did not. In fact, they suffered their largest home defeat ever in the history of LSU.
And they weren't top 10 during a single week of the college football season that year.
They weren't?
They were preseason top 10. They lost the first game, and then they were never in the top 10 the rest of the year.
That's right. So there's been some going back and forth between Jaden Daniels and LSU and DJ Pickett, who is the player in question here. And he has zero intention of giving up what he has been put on the back of him, which is the number 5.
Good.
He's like, I'm wearing number 5. Lane Kiffin told me I could wear number 5. But why did this whole thing start? Well, it started because Brian Kelly, who didn't say anything about this on any of his social medias, said, I just wasn't prepared to do it until we got a full commitment from Jaden Daniels. So he had promised Pickett in recruiting. He said, we're going to get you number 5. You could wear number 5. You've worn number 5 since you were 4 years old. He said we didn't want to issue number 9, so you can't treat one differently from the other. So he promised it, and then he goes back to the players, the Heisman Trophy winner Jaden Daniels, and says, "Can we wear number 5?" And he's like, "No." And then he's like, "Well, I guess I promised you this, and you can't wear it."
I got to take back the promise. It's Brian Kelly mainly at fault, and his father Damian said, "Look. This right here makes us want to wear the number more." I love it. I love that energy. LSU has not said anything to us about the number. Lane Kiffin has been in full support. It's not really pertaining to my son, but he's been put in the middle of something that has nothing to do with him. My boy's been wearing number 5 his whole life. They blame Brian Kelly for the debacle. If we would have been told during the recruiting and they said 5 is not being issued, we can't promise it, but we can talk to Jaden, see what he has to say. If he gives his blessing, he does. If he doesn't, he doesn't.
Yep.
We would have moved forward. If we were to have had a situation like that, it probably would not have blown up like this. But Brian Kelly was scared that if you don't throw in every incentive, that you end up losing the player.
So this was Brian Kelly's fault. And now to the rescue is the great Lane Kiffin, right? And Lane Kiffin comes to the rescue, and he's obviously talking about this at his media days, but at the end of the day, it's one coach's word against another coach's word, and now you've got Lane Kiffin being asked about this after practice.
DJ is in 5, and that was a situation that was promised to him in recruiting here for him to sign here, and I've done a lot of research on that with the family and the representatives and the people, and so really, I didn't have a decision to make. It was promised to the kid. It wasn't done for whatever. I'm not going to get into that. I'm not going to judge something that I wasn't here of. But when a kid's promised something to come to school, he should wear it. And so at that point, I don't really think that's my decision. Should be honored what he was told. And so he's wearing it.
I just love Lane talking about promises.
If a man doesn't have his word, what does he have?
Yes, I know.
No, this is not Brian Kelly's fault, though, by the way. Brian Kelly created the atmosphere for it to happen, but Jaden Daniels' reaction to it is still the dumbest thing about this situation.
Yeah, he's the biggest loser, and I really hope there's no LSU fans that are mad at the kid for this or mad at Lane Kiffin. This is a humongous PR disaster for Jaden Daniels. Whoever decided, whether it was Jaden, whether his mom, his team, whoever decided that this was the right move, trying to take back the Heisman Trophy or you can't use my highlights, a tremendous miss and a huge misstep. This has totally changed the way I thought about this kid. And I love Sleeper College Football went and found the last 10 Heisman winners' jersey numbers and what happened to the number after they left. 2016, Lamar, it was worn the next year. 17, Baker, it was worn 4 years after. Kyler, worn the next year. Burrow, not worn since. Devontae Smith, worn the next year. Bryce Young, worn 2 years after. Caleb, retired at USC. Jaden, worn on defense. Travis Hunter, retired. Fernando Mendoza, worn this year. So it is not like you have 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10, 6 out of 10, 5 out of 10, where they were immediately retired, you didn't win a championship, and you've effed this up big time because people now look at you as an entitled brat.
Yeah, unless, maybe there's a chance where like he's just going along with his parents' wishes, mom's wishes, whatever. Doubtful. Sounds pretty bad.
Allegedly he called them himself called him himself and said he wanted the Heisman Trophy back. That was one of the reports we got yesterday.
This would worry me a little bit about. I'm not exaggerating. This would worry me a little bit if I was Washington.
Yes,
I'm judging his character a little bit off this. I'm judging his judgment off of this.
Yeah, well,
self-awareness.
One, is this a guy who just thinks that's going to be the height of my career? Doesn't believe he's going to touch any new heights at the NFL level, so he's all worried about preserving his legacy at college. And, the statement he put on Instagram yesterday was hilarious because it's like a celebrity who's getting divorced and then has to put up some notes app statement that basically just says respect our family's privacy, we're just focused on our kids right now, we're not even involved in the drama, where he's like, I've been locked in on training camp and that's been my number one focus.
Did he capitalize number?
No. I have a lot of gratitude for my time at LSU and I'm proud of what my teammates and I accomplished there. Obviously there are issues to be worked out between my team and LSU, and my hope is that it will get done privately. My sole personal focus is on Commanders football. I realize the business of football is unique and I trust this can all be resolved. Clearly, your focus is not just on the Commanders.
Yeah.
You can't say that.
Yeah, look, if you don't win the title, I think if you win both, you have a really, really good case. To me, if Tim Tebow's number 15 at Florida isn't retired, then you ain't complaining. He had a much better college career.
But the problem is he's looking at Burrow. He's like, y'all retired Burrow.
Yeah.
Who maybe had one of the single greatest
one of the greatest
seasons.
years ever, and he won the title.
Grace will win.
Maybe their standard is you want to win, you want to retire, win the title and a Heisman Trophy.
College football kegger right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You want Deion Sanders or Too Swole?
Swole.
All right, John Mateer. Boy, you know people are just desperate for football when you've got so many articles you got to write, and they come up with, should quarterbacks be jacked? An ESPN investigation.
It's a relevant question with Dak, being able to bench, 400 pounds now or whatever.
And one of the points of this is John Mateer at the Manning Passing Academy. So John Mateer would get his shirts, immediately cut the sleeves off. And the dude's got great arms, great delt bicep separation. Says he doesn't even do curls, though. No curls, doesn't bench press, nothing like that. Because the talk is, and the chatter is there such a thing of a quarterback being too muscular? And, we saw this with Paul Skeens the other day, kind of having a flexible body. Tom Brady was never, jacked, right? He was just lean. He was lean.
Yeah, a bodybuilder LaRon Landry looking quarterback is not a good thing.
No, you want it to be pliable and lean. And that's people are concerned about John Mateer, who there's a video of him, looks like he's about to get under a squat rack, taking smelling salts just to get up, just to get amped for this next lift. And people are pointing at Tebow. Like, Tebow was never the greatest thrower. He was pretty muscular. And you have like Colin Klein, who is now at Kansas State. He was like, I got too big at one point. I got too muscular in college. So they're concerned about John Mateer's physique impacting his Heisman candidacy and his Oklahoma Sooners this year.
Yeah, I mean, so whenever I think of a quarterback who's strong and like as somebody who I think like, wow, that guy could probably bench, they're usually like, it's their entire, there's like a brick, basically. Like Cam Newton is who I think of. Like, he's just a big guy. But if I think of somebody, if I shouldn't see your like biceps bulging out if you're a quarterback. I think that's generally bad and not effective for what you've got to do in terms of the entire range of motion of what you're trying to do.
Let's get to Christian Sanders.
That's right. There we go. Deion Sanders in some hot water with the Colorado media. They are mad at him for his very Christian Parker stance. Why? He is putting the kibosh on any kind of video or reporting from practice. And there are some rules here, gentlemen. First off, nothing observed at practice may be reported, published, posted, broadcast, or otherwise shared in any form on any platform at any time. If you are uncertain whether something is reportable, the answer is that it is not.
Amazing how Deion wants to always praise Jerry, but he doesn't want to copy him. Like, when he first starts at the program, all the hype and all the praise, Deion wants to go ahead and make sure his private filming and his documentary is the only thing that's getting access. I really do wish, I know they can't do it, Bobby, but I really do wish sometimes that the media would say, okay, fine, none of us are showing up.
Yeah.
And what would happen? What would the AD do? What would Deion do if you were the Colorado beat? I would love for one day everyone say, go on strike for a day. And I don't think that would be too damaging and probably force a policy change, because that's what Deion deserves, not to be covered since he wants to be like this.
Yeah, it could. It could either force a change or, man, in a lot of instances, it's like, this is Boulder. We'll find somebody else who wants to cover this team, and fine, you're out.
But you can't cover them.
No, I know, but I'm saying like we'll find so you can. It's
cover
Sean Payton. Sean Payton used to have up at New Orleans facility. I remember the first time like I went and covered the Saints, and he had this thing plastered on the wall that was like a media policy or whatever, and it said something to the effect of, nothing that occurs at practice or no injuries that you observe even during open media portions may be referenced or disclosed publicly until the head coach discloses it himself. It's like, no, that's not how it works.
I mean, he goes on cell phones, tablets, cameras, all that stuff are taken at the beginning.
Oh, that's ridiculous. That right there, you're not going to treat me like a child where it's like, all right, no phones, kids.
If you have a backpack, you got to put it in a special room. No note-taking of any kind. No written, typed, dictated, or otherwise note-taking. No photography, videography, no live coverage, no live posting or real-time updates. Injuries, player participation status, limited or modified participation, or the presence of any player in a non-contact jersey is allowed to be reported.
Douchebag. That's what that is. I understand people wanted to protect things. Look, Colorado, you need to be a whole hell of a lot better before you worry about losing advantages because of people reporting on practice.
College football kegger right here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station, home of the Expressway concert ticket giveaway. We got Zach Bryan tickets this hour, 311 tickets in the 8 o'clock hour. But Bobby gives his preview and who and what to watch for with the Cowboys, with Caleb Downs and Malachi playing at Seattle tomorrow. Cowboys Seahawks preview and what to watch for, commercial free, in the Expressway next.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here to tell you about my friends at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The season is finally back, and Classic Labor Day savings are the play of the day. You can win big with the drive of a lifetime. As the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, they have over 1,500 new Chevys, holiday price to move. Trade up to a new Chevy Silverado 1,500 with $15,500 off MSRP. Now that's a winning drive. $15,500 off. At Classic Chevrolet, making the perfect trade is always part of the game plan. Right now, trade values are up. You could trade into something better than you thought and lower those payments. Plus, they'll buy your current car even if you don't buy from them. Get a check on the spot. Jump on these once-a-year holiday savings before it's too late. Shop now at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic. Together, let's drive.
Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025. Stock number T1176093. Documentation. Delivery fee $225. Classic discount $9,500. Customer cash $4,250. GM bonus cash $1,750. Plus tax title license expires August 31st, 2026.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Most home sellers get one offer, and it's never enough. Orchard changes that. With Orchard offers, you don't get one offer, you get multiple cash offers from serious investors all competing for your home. Here's how it works. An Orchard agent submits your home to their exclusive network of local cash buyers. They compete to buy your home. You choose the winner. No repairs, no showings, no settling. Get started with a free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Get ready to rent. Comedy sensation Matt Rife is bringing his Stay Golden World Tour to the Choctaw Grand Theater for 2 unforgettable nights, September 25th and 26th. Doors open at 6:30 p.m. and the laughs start at 8 p.m. Don't miss your chance to see Matt Rife live at Choctaw Casino's Durant. Tickets are going fast. Grab yours now at Ticketmaster.com. Matt Rife. 2 nights, endless laughs. Be there.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement
We are doing what they said couldn't be done. DFW's #1 sports station is 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ. It is the Expressway right now, The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Cowboys, Seahawks, tomorrow, 4 o'clock pregame. Rangers will switch on over to our sister station, News Radio 1080 KRLD. Rangers Diamond Cavs coming up at 8 o'clock. Was last night the unofficial end of the season. Choppy will have that for you after a Zach Bryan ticket giveaway and the junk drawer. Brian Schottenheimer, much to my delight, saying that Caleb Downs and Malachi Lawrence will play tomorrow. Who's going to be the starting quarterback?
That's going to be right now the guy who's ahead. So we've all felt like this is Milton, right?
I think it's probably still going to be Hal, but Milton looked the best to me in Oxnard.
I thought he looked the best. I thought he looked significantly better, partially because Sam Howell just checks under like the entire practice is what I saw. It's not.
I hope they feel good enough to make it Joe.
It's not like one of those things where it's like he looks like he's Sam Howell's just awful. It's not like he's throwing picks every other. It's just it looks like he's not running a full playbook almost when he's out there. And Joe Milton is going YOLO ball. I think, given the way they've structured things, I think it's going to be Milton starting, and then they should have second half. It should be split pretty evenly. That's typically how they've done things. But that's one of the big things that I think is worth watching here, because I was talking to somebody a couple days ago who still thinks Howell is going to be the number 2, which I don't. If it's a meritocracy, if it's the way they played, I don't know why Milton wouldn't be 2.
Couple of media bros at camp said the same thing, to us, that Sam's getting all the reps, and then the other was it's going to be Sam Howell as the number 2, which I don't know. I think it's Luda, but whatever. Again, and I said this: if I had one game, I might use Sam Howell. But also, if I had a game against a really good team, I would probably use Joe Milton. Like if you're playing a team that you need to score 35 against, I think you have a better chance of scoring 35 with Joe.
Milton is. I think the Cowboys' perspective on Milton is that he is so incredibly gifted, and he doesn't know how to play the position. So I think that, I think generally what they think of him is we can't have him start. He doesn't know how to play. It's nice that he's an athlete and he can freelance in practice where, you can't even hit the quarterback, or in some instances, you know exactly what you're running. And so it's not like there's a whole lot of reading that goes into it, or, protections or other things that you're going to have to check to. So, I mean, it was enough of a thing with Joe Milton last year that, he was talking about he was really trying during the summer to get all the protection calls right, and he was doing it with playing cards and his girlfriend and her having to quiz him on if he got it right or not. And so it makes sense from the standpoint of protection and everything else why you would want Howell out there instead.
Did y'all find flashcards to be useful? I know you didn't, Bob.
I didn't study enough.
Didn't need them.
I should have studied more. What happened to your 5 things? You mailing it in for the preseason?
Well, I'll be out of town, so I wasn't going to watch it anyway.
Oh, okay. All right.
But you're previewing it for people who are going to watch it.
No one's going to watch this game.
I think it's going to get bigger numbers than...
It will. It'll get a 20 share, I'm sure.
We're going to listen to it.
Yeah, that's right. They're going to listen to it.
Bob, give us a preview.
I got 5 things. No injuries to the offense. No injuries to the defense. Joe Milton as the number 1 quarterback, number 2 overall. No fumbles from the running back perspective. And I want to see Caleb Downs show me that it's brain and size.
Okay.
Even though the size is small.
Not bad on the fly.
All right. So, I think the biggest thing that you're looking for tomorrow, obviously, is what we just talked about, which is the quarterbacks. Just seeing how they play, what kind of rotation they use, because the reality to me, anyway, I don't know about anybody else. I guess there are others who could say, don't jinx that or whatever else. The reality is one of those guys is probably going to have to start a game for you this year at some point, because it's just, in general, your quarterback gets banged up. He usually will miss a couple games. Last year he didn't, and that was great, but he is somebody he's an aging quarterback. This is around the time players start having issues staying healthy for a full year, and he's already had issues with that. So figuring out which one of these guys looks the most competent to just hold things down until Dak gets back, I think is going to be a big part of the evaluation. I'll tell you what, there's a little bit of a growing buzz. Are you intrigued at all by the discussion around Jaden Blue?
Yes.
Yeah,
because
it's starting to sound like he might be on the outs and definitely doesn't have the number 2 spot. I thought he was making the big plays out there.
He is, and apparently
people took this Nick Harris. I guess Nick did a Q&A or something, and they were like, are you talking about getting a running back? People were like trying to read between the lines of that, and I was like, what? Like, by no means do I feel like you have a settled number 2, but I thought we were trying to have him win this job, and Schottenheimer before training camp had been glowing about his turnaround.
Yeah, no, this isn't a Priest Holmes, Larry Johnson's here situation, right?
Yeah.
It's like,
but still, like,
he's continued to have fumbling issues. He's fumbled in Phil Moffitt did too, but he had the issue in the scrimmage. He fumbled the other day. He had fumbled in a practice. That's one of his big issues. But they've talked him up as if he's figured some things out and that he's in a better position now and he understands these sort of things. Malik Davis is somebody who's still is the most all-around competent probably behind Javonte Williams. But it was even yesterday, Shotty saying Jaden Blue and Phil Moffitt will both get a ton of work and said they're in a tight battle for who's going to be the backup running back. And so, again, from what we've seen out there, it looks like Jaden Blue's been much better than Phil Moffitt. Sorry, Fred. But it doesn't look like that's moving the needle as much for Schottenheimer and them as you think. Because we asked Nick yesterday where I'd said, who's the guy that if he's in the game later, are you going to be like, that's bad for him? And he said Blue. And it's like, okay, there's a concern around him at the team level that has not fully gone away. That's still clearly something that they don't. There's stuff lingering from last year they haven't gotten past. Some of the other stuff, as most of the offensive starters are going to be out, defensive starters too. Obviously, the Downs and Lawrence ability, how quickly they look like they're adjusting, how quickly they look like they're falling in. I would assume this is going to be very vanilla on defense and offense. They're not going to show you a ton, especially as, Christian Parker doesn't even want
better be
stretching filmed. But I think that one of the guys
they're doing high knees. They're doing high knees before the game. What are we going to do?
It's critical. It's absolutely going to story. I do want to see, even though I expect it to be vanilla, I want to see where he sends pressure from outside of the front. Like, who does he send outside of just the front 3, or how does he line guys up? Because some of that we'll still be able to see. Again, I would imagine a lot of it's going to look very static. A lot of it's going to be very vanilla. But the ability to... You're going to have to work some things around to where we're going to see naturally where his brain is in terms of how he likes to bring pressure. Something else here that I think is important to watch, Justin Barron, who we talked about how we mentioned him ahead of training camp as somebody who could be a dark horse to make the roster and then get some rotation reps. Coming off of 3 interceptions against the Rams in that scrimmage, like Nick said yesterday, it's one of those things that it'll make you kind of sit up and go, okay, well, if you're going to pop off in a practice like that, now I got to notice you, now I got to see what you're doing. So I think it's big for him. If he carries some of that stuff over into the game, now you're looking at he's got a real chance to be in a competitive space with them. And similarly, another guy who's gotten a lot of high praise, Julius Wood at safety. They've had a ton of issues with keeping guys healthy, with PJ Locke not being able to be out there consistently, Jalen Thompson not being able to get out there, Malik Hooker's missed time at practice because of a personal issue. So Julius Wood has gotten a lot of different opportunities and a lot of reps, and if there's any concern about guys being healthy or guys getting banged up during the year, he might be the one over Marquise Bell at this point that they're like, yeah, we would like to throw him back there at safety.
What else is on your checklist for tomorrow? Cowboys at Seahawks, 4 o'clock pregame. Let us know on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Brian Schottenheimer sat down with Kay Adams yesterday, and he was talking about the compliments that Sean McVay was paying the Cowboys roster.
I think, what I was pleased coming out of scrimmage was we were very physical in the run game. That was great to see. They're a very, stingy front. They got Kobe Turner, they got Fisk, Young. They're very, very physical. So I really like that. We were really good in the red zone. On defense, I thought you felt our play style, our demeanor. Mm-hmm. That was really, really cool. And I thought, we created a bunch of turnovers. And it was funny talking to Sean before, he said, man, Shotty, you guys have adjusted your roster a little bit. And some different names that he didn't get a chance to go against last year, talking about, Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, mm-hmm. Caleb Downs, Rashawn Gary, D. Winters. And so I think we're a lot better on paper, too.
So Sean McVay is personally behind the scenes exactly the same bit he does at the podium. man, Shotty, you got a lot of players. You got Quinnen Williams at defensive tackle. You got D. Winters at left, where he does the vague scouting report of listing every player on your roster. It's like, yeah, I would hope you notice that we don't have the same players that we did last year.
Well, he was making it sound complimentary.
I know. It's just funny to be like, that's Sean McVay. I think just being social Sean McVay.
Also, credit to coaches who use names, not numbers. Well, 85's good. 73, it's a good play. Tough, physical.
I think one of the players with last year's Rams scrimmage, I'm trying to remember who it was, but they said, yeah, the last thing McCarthy told us before the Rams scrimmage, don't start nothing with 99. Or that was for a couple years ago. Don't start nothing with 99. Not Aaron Donald, but just don't start nothing with him. And then I think Donald went out and destroyed someone or everyone. A quote that, it jumped off my computer screen while reading it. Bobby really picked up on it when he heard it. This is Brian Schottenheimer talking about the George Pickens difference.
What do I need to know about George in this camp? I saw him. He was very energetic. He's so passionate.
Yeah, infectious personality. He loves football. We're just beyond thrilled that GP's on this football team. You feel him at practice. He has the best time. He loves football. And what I'll say about George is he is night and day in the meetings right now in terms of dialed in. He wants to be moved around. We're going to move him around, and that's bad news for the rest of the league.
It is really bad news about the other weapons that you have, of course. Are the pylons that he's destroying in some of these clips I'm seeing coming out of his extension check? Or?
Well, maybe, yeah. I think Jerry can afford the pylons. Now, if it happens on game day and it's a fine, then, of course, George is going to have to pay for those. But as long as he doesn't hurt his toes, I'm good.
Wait, what are you dancing for? It wasn't a concern anyway. It was an overblown fake concern, so what does it matter if it's fixed?
Get your dancing in now. You got one season left.
I know.
Go ahead and enjoy it while you can.
I know. By the way, those pylons with the cameras on them, they can't be that soft, right? Like, they've got to hurt when you fall.
I don't know. All the times I've been down on a field, I've never touched a pylon. I've never been like, I got to feel this thing. But that's, to me, that's super encouraging that Shoddy would say that, because he's had no problem. He doesn't pull punches when he talks about George's work. Like, he said directly he's not doing this or that here or there, and it's a big problem. I don't think he'd just be fluffing that up for talk with Kay Adams.
What are you going to talk about 1,800 yards for? What's to talk about?
All right. The weirdest thing of all these sit-downs that Kay did was Dak Prescott's alarm clock. We may need an AI bit of this, Bobby.
Yes.
But she was talking about it with Jerry. How has Dak set this thing up?
I got to sit with Dak Prescott today, and he's got a bit of a new leaf. He's told me he's setting alarm clocks that say Super Bowl. He's manifesting it. He's visualizing and sort of facing it head on. How are you reading that with your quarterback?
Well, I think it's healthy for the team. I know that it's a personal motivation. I do a lot of noodling. And I noodle thousands of noodles. And I do those noodles not to necessarily read it back, but just to write it down rather than think it, my dreams or where I'm trying to accomplish. That's reinforcing what you think is a positive direction for you. He's the epitome of that and practices that. And it doesn't just work in football. It works in a lot of things. And I walked into Bill Parcells' office when he was coaching the Cowboys, and he was just staring at the depth chart. And when I walked in, he didn't even look. He just kept staring. And I said, Bill, what are you doing? Trying to move those positions with your eyes or your mind, or are you trying to move them around? He said, you might say I am.
Noodlin. And Dak's alarm. So is this an audio alarm clock?
Yeah, so you could change. I know, I don't know if Dak has, what kind of phone he has, but you could change your ringtone. I did. Remember when the Island Boys song? I woke up to the Island Boys. I'm an Island
But is
Boy.
it that, or is it like
a lot of noodling.
Just the notification says Super Bowl?
It might. Yeah, it might say Super Bowl.
I've got. I don't know if you guys know this. I've had trouble waking up before.
No way.
Yeah, it's been an issue in my life for a little while. So I set it's like 6 alarms in the morning, and they're just alarms. Then the last one is named right there on the last one. I can't say it on the air. The 515 one is named.
Get the blank up.
Yeah, get the F up.
So will it say that?
No, but it'll like flash up on the screen.
Oh.
And so it's like, because a lot of times, alarm went off, I got another one, and you'll just hit snooze or something like that. So that one is me to look and go like, this is the last one, dude.
You
better
don't think
get up.
he's got the Super Bowl Shuffle Bears song playing?
No, I don't think it's that. I don't know if a lot of people realize.
Indiana Bears.
I don't know.
Indiana Bears, right.
I don't know if a lot of people realize this about Dak, because he's talking about it now. I don't know if people knew it consistently, but he used to talk about this during his rookie year when he talked to the media in the locker. He's very big into visualize it, talk about it, speak it into existence, manifest it. Like, that's a big thing to him, and it always has been. And so this, I would normally, and I still kind of do, go like, it's a little corny. But I would also say, like, it seems a little more performative now, because I don't know if people realize he's done that for a long time. So it's not something new for him. It's just now this is getting talked about.
Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on, the morning show.
To you, I'm just a man. To me, you're all I am.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to Zach Bryan at AT&T Stadium on Saturday, August 22nd. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Diamond Cavs was at the unofficial end of the season last night with the Jacob deGrom injury. We'll do it at 8 on DFW Sports Station. We got a lot to get to in the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer?
Junkin! 877-881-1053, the way to win the tickets and to text us on the Frankel and Franco text line here on DFW Sports Station. And it looks like your youngest son has found his calling as maybe an attorney, a lawyer, or an agent.
Or a white-collar criminal.
Yeah.
That's he's got a long road ahead. So yesterday I had mentioned briefly
sounds about white
that he was trying to get his schedule changed. That he wrote a very nice, very professional email to the counselor, saying, I would like to speak with you regarding some concerns I have about my schedule, and basically saying, detailing, at her convenience when they could meet up. So they met up yesterday. And he calls me up and he goes, I got my whole schedule changed. I go, what do you mean? He goes, literally not a single class is the same. I was able to pick exactly what I want. I said, well, how the hell did you do that? And he said that he told the counselor that he needed a couple of classes, primarily biology and algebra, earlier in the day so his brain was more sharp. And he said, I'm trying to better myself. I would prefer to test my brain in the morning.
Wow.
And I'm like, my gosh.
I thought he needed to get it warmed up.
Well, he wanted a couple of classes. He wanted a study hall early to warm his brain up for biology, to warm his brain up for algebra. So he wanted to go in a pyramid and then have a lesser, strenuous schedule at the end of the day. It's probably that the sugar rush at 2 o'clock that he has, where he's just going to have a crash. But
or the lie that he came up with.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you get the letter?
He will not. He will not send it to me because he knows I will talk about it.
You're in charge of it, right? He's like, give me that letter. I'm going to check it.
I know. But look, I mean, this is. I was like, you know what? Congratulations, bud. You got a long career of white-collar crime ahead of you. You're gonna be just fine. You're just fine.
So he got it switched.
He got the whole thing switched.
Wow.
The whole thing. And this is almost like, you mentioned earlier, like, do you want somebody to when you mentioned the C grade, like, we're gonna learn a lesson over this, then you're gonna get a C. You don't really learn the lesson. And it's like, do I really want him to get this changed?
Now, does his new structure...
Oh, it's got all of his friends.
Okay, there it is.
He found out what classes they were in, and then he specifically picked the classes that had the most friends in it.
What would happen, I respect you for bringing this to air, what would happen, like, if this, gets back to the counselor school, as I would imagine?
Well, I mean, I think he really did also, like, he does care about school, unlike me.
Okay.
He does get good grades. Like,
is he a good student?
Great grades. Like, if he didn't get good grades, because he wants to be like an engineer or a NASA or pilot or some crap. So, like, he's smart. I don't know where he gets it from.
I've had many enemies over my 15 years here. Former coworkers, water companies, home builders. Not enemies, but people that I have a lot of anger towards.
Yeah.
And yesterday, another one was added to the list.
What'd I do?
And I need you to tell me how unreasonable I'm being, as my wife says I am. after I went and got the car registration renewed.
Okay.
My second attempt, now.
When did it expire?
It expired in 2025.
Okay.
Now, Bobby.
Sarah was there.
What's that?
Sarah was just there. Hers expired in November, and she didn't get it inspected to June.
Okay.
Of this year.
Bobby, the old trick that we've tried to figure out with this is what?
So at least, I don't know if it still is, but it used to be that as long as you could get away with not getting it done for 2 years and getting ticketed once, then it ultimately you saved money over paying for the registration every year. And I think I saved like $30 one time.
I did get ticketed once over the past couple years, but it had 2025. And then just the paranoia that it causes while driving every day, especially just up and down my road, it weighed on me.
You don't want every time you see a cop behind you to go, crap.
Yeah.
Every time.
Mm-hmm. And I had tried once. It's only like 5 or 6 minutes from here to go to the Dallas County Tax Office and get it renewed. Well, I went on a Monday. Holy crap. I mean, it was going to be like a 2-hour wait. So I left. Yesterday I said, screw it, I'll try it again. I had tried online, but obviously I was outside the date to get it renewed. And you have to go, the different emissions tests for the different counties and requirements around here. So I go, there's no line. I mean, made my morning. Went in there, there's no line, and the woman's like looking at me with all this disappointment, like, and what is your explanation for not getting it renewed?
The explanation is Monday was a 2-hour wait. What was the explanation?
Yeah, but then she would say, what about for the other year and a half plus? I was like, what do you want me to tell you?
You should have talked to Julian.
I was out of town. Got lost with it. I don't know. She's like, what, 2 years out of town? I'm like, just give me the damn sticker. All right, just renew the car. So I get it done, pay $78, $2 fee for credit card, another ripoff, Dallas County Tax Office.
Why do they say we're charging you a convenience charge for the credit card? Convenient for who?
So
it's all convenient.
And every other place kind of wants you to pay. Some places just want you to pay all cash.
Right.
And then other places, grocery store checkout, no cash accepted. Only credit card.
Right.
But they find out a way to rip you off. You try to pay your property tax with a credit card, you can't ever do that.
No,
so they pay. It's because, like, at least for the processing, I don't remember if it's with the card company itself or if it's with the processing or whatever. They charge you a percentage that gets, so they don't want to eat the charge. So they're saying, if you're going to use credit, we're passing the charge on to you.
So I get the registration, whatever, the guilt trip. I get in the car, I put my sticker on. I'm all happy. I'm good to go. I can drive free. And I started staring at the sticker, and I was like, that says 0227. And I was like, now I haven't done this for a couple years, so this has probably escaped my memory, but I was like, I could have sworn that the last time I did this, I was good for longer than just 6 months. And I'm like, they made a mistake. They charged me $80 and gave me a 6-month renewal. And I'm starting to get heated over this. I'm like, damn it, now I'm going to have to go back a third time and get my year-long registration. So I call, which of course is really fun, to call the Dallas County Tax Office.
Listen to some good smooth jazz for about 30 minutes.
Yeah. And I'm like, you guys made a mistake, I think. This only says it's good till February. We're in August. They're like, no, it's not a mistake.
Yeah.
And I was like, why? And they're like, because you expired. And I was like, but I paid you. I paid the full amount. I need to be good for a year. I was even hoping for more than a year. And they're like, nope, not the way it works. And I'm walking in the house furious and ticked off. And my wife was like, that's your punishment. And I was like, what do you mean? And she's like, that's the way they get you. You think you're outsmarting them by dodging the yearly fees and just saving on it. And they're like, nah, we're going to make you come back in twice in a year in order to get this done. So screw you, Dallas County, again, along with the property taxes. You guys are crooks. This was such a racket. And now I have to go back in, probably get another stupid emissions test in 6 months for you to rip me off and take another $50 or $80 that you continue to steal from everyone once or twice a year.
So, I'm familiar with the same thing. I had the same question years ago because the same thing happened to me. It's not a year from the date where you renew it. It's a year from the date from when it expired. So, like, if you waited until January of 27, you would have to pay for the year. The year already started back in February, regardless of you paying. So you would only get 1 month out of it, and then you have to get it again in February.
No.
Yeah. It's not from the moment you buy it. It's from the moment it previously
should be
expired.
from the moment I bought it. You didn't catch me.
Right, but they're saying that you didn't pay the previous year.
Yeah, okay. Well, I got away with it. You didn't catch me. I got my car checked out, good to go, told the mechanics, awesome. And now I should be good to go for a year.
Yeah, they say the register. So it's just going to be from when you purchase the car, and then it's set as that's the expiration date. So that's why you need to like go back there whenever you do it or whatever. If you're going to try and time this out, you got to do it in like March. You got to do it because then you'll get basically the full year.
I'm bitter about it.
You should be. It's annoying.
It's a racket.
Yeah,
it's a racket. So what?
Registration's a racket, but.
So is it 80 a pop every year or 50? I didn't know they tacked on late fees or how much pay? What?
$78 usually.
Yeah, I thought it was just 70.
So $70 plus dollars
every year.
A year.
Yeah, which honestly,
for me to put what?
My nephew used to live in Connecticut. He would have to pay taxes on the car every year. It was like $1,000 a year.
What?
He would have to pay taxes on the value of the vehicle every year.
Tolo Chris. 0.5 to 3% fee to vendors for accepting credit cards. Yeah, I thought the last time I did this and waited like a couple years, I got way longer. I know I didn't have to go back in 6 months, so something changed.
Yeah, you normally
something changed in the past couple years.
Yeah, normally it's a year.
It should be from the day I pay. You know, I gave you my inspection, good to go, and now you want to go ahead and punish me. You know, I'm not happy about it.
469 Kid Muse says, it's not always like that, though. It's up to the person behind the desk's discretion. Sometimes they give you the full year if you're over by months.
Oh, well, she was such a sweetheart. I'm shocked that she didn't sit there in her misery.
Sir, have you filled out this form?
Good gosh. What's your explanation? What explanation could I possibly give?
What are you asking then?
What are you asking for? Exactly.
Wow. For the 805, same in California, pay almost $1,000 a year. Washington State pay $450 a year for registration.
You're crooks.
That's ridiculous, man.
Junk drawer.
And this is actually technically football. Peyton Russell was bullied. We found out. Peyton is more Adam Silver than he is Roger Goodell. I agree ultimately with the decision.
You're at fault for this too.
There's no fault to be had. It's an active player. Look, what happens is I'm like the superstars in the NBA who I come in here and go, no, commissioner, listen up. This is what we're gonna happen. So Peyton has some openings in the fantasy football league, and he was trying to find
taking over
people.
as commissioner for the first time.
So I was on the phone with sales guy Cody the other day, and
your bestie.
He is, yes. In fact, he just roped me into having to cheer for Northwestern all year, which I'll have to talk about at some point later.
Can't wait.
Which is Jake Friedman's school.
Wins.
Exactly. But he was talking about how he loves fantasy football. He loves getting into leagues and stuff, and he's wanted to get into the league that we've had like the last 3 years, and there's not been openings for it. So he had said something about wanting to play, and I was like, well, Peyton was asking the other day because he said there's openings. He's got to fill them up because a bunch of people are gone. And he's like, oh, ask him if I can do it. I've wanted to get in. Ask him if I can do it. I was like, okay, I'll call him. And so I called him, and Peyton, what did you say when I called and said, hey, Cody's wanting one of those open slots?
I said, I will ask the crew, the people that are already in the league.
He went, oh, I might have to put that up to a vote. I don't know.
In the league, you're part of the station. And I know Cody is, he does sales. He does a great job, Firehouse, all that stuff.
This is nothing against Cody.
I was going to ask everyone to vote on it. And if everyone said, yeah, I don't care, let's put him in, then okay. I didn't say no. I wasn't against that. I was just like, I'll let you guys decide and let everyone decide on what to do.
So I went, hold on. I said, are you open to me just because I knew it was going to be great. I was like, are you open to me patching you into a phone call with Cody so I can hear y'all talk about this? And he goes, yeah, sure, go ahead. And I went, okay. So I called him in, and Cody, you talk to him, he's over like, what's up, dudes? Like, he's very like calm and like almost surfer dude at times. And Peyton goes, yeah, I'm going to have to put it up to a vote. And Cody goes, "Are you freaking kidding me? I need this. Do not do this to me. Do not. Don't you? I swear,
He was on his knees
I will do something. I will do something really bad, and it'll be your fault, and you'll have to live with it." And like he's
He's a Dallas Wings fan.
Wow. And then Peyton goes, "Okay. You can be in."
I didn't want to deal with it. I was like, this is why Carter probably quit the job here at the Fan. He didn't want to deal with, the league. He always bitched and complained about being the commissioner of the league.
That's Aiden's team name, by the way, the ghost of Carter Freeman.
Extremely disappointed in you. Extremely disappointing decision. Bobby is also screwing over Jacob Ray. Cody wants to play fine, but you didn't offer it up to everyone that we talked about beforehand, the on-air guys, the producers that we count on as well, anyone else kind of behind the scenes, and you showed some Adams. So now I have a Kawhi accusation here at you, Peyton, and I think this would lead to an investigation amongst the rest of us.
He's going to lose his commit. He's going to get stripped of commissioner role.
The new advertisement that you do is what company?
Amazon Autos.
You're sounding very good.
Thank you.
Whose account is that?
It's not Cody's.
Okay,
it's not.
That was going to be the launch.
I was going to tell Cody that. I was like, okay,
that was a conflict of interest.
You sold all these guys, but you know what? I got no dollars in my bank account,
exactly.
dude. Exactly. So.
What's he going to do for you?
Yeah, Firehouse. I'm not out there. Well, unless I'm in Rockwall. But,
yeah. So
that was one of his points too. He goes, "We established a Firehouse. We got you in Rockwall. You got a whole city proclamation, and now you won't even let me in your fantasy football league."
Hey, Tim and Gavin set that up apparently. So, the proclamation,
the day, the day of Peyton Russell.
Okay.
So I'm just disappointed for Jake, for Khaki Kev, for everyone else because Bobby had to work things behind the scenes to make Peyton fold.
I orchestrated the sit down. I was Diana Rossini. Like, hey, let me just get you a sit down with Vrabes.
You sure it was a sit down?
Yeah, I mean sometimes, at least some of the time.
All right, it's the junk drawer right here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Finish us up, Choppy.
My favorite generation, Gen Z. They're at it again, but I do believe, Sean, they have jumped the shark finally with this one. So in the past, we've seen them rename things that are everyday tasks that they call it an everything shower, which is just a normal shower where you clean every part of your body. They call it an everything shower. They also invented, I'm not sure if you heard of this one before, social smoking. Which is where you don't really smoke, but you smoke only in social situations. They say they've invented social smoking.
The everything shower, to be clear, that's very much a making whoopee connotation when they use it.
Oh.
It's like took an everything shower just in case.
That's not possible. Nobody actually does that. How about zebra striping? That's where you go out and drink and you switch up between an alcoholic beverage and a non-alcoholic beverage. Alcohol, non-alcohol, alcohol, not. All right, we used to do that. We used to just drink a water in between, and it's an anti-hangover pill.
Mixed in a water.
Or they have they raw dog boredom. 15 minutes of sitting there completely still with zero distractions. Some people just call that meditation. But the final one, how about this one? Micro retirements. We also call those vacations. But they renamed them micro retirements. I love this group of people. But now they're jumping on the viral money maxing. Now, you've heard of chin maxing, where you want to get your chin redone.
Well, it's everything maxing.
Yeah, everything maxing, looks maxing, but money maxing. This is a process of where you take money and you put it away for a later date, also known as a savings account. And I think they've jumped the shark. I love this group of people and the balls they have to just say, "Oh, we invented this."
Yeah, right.
It's one of those things where they just... Is it the balls to say we invented it, or are they just that ignorant to life
yes,
that they're like, "Hey, look at this thing we created"?
Holy cow! Social smoking. You can smoke and then actually not smoke the next day.
311 ticket giveaway in the 8 o'clock hour after RJ puts the final nail in the Texas Rangers coffin in Diamond Cavs next.
After we get you over to basepowercompany.com/thefan. Do you know what you're paying for your electric?
country and the next. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas through it all.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First pitch to Siri. He pops it up. Shallow right. Nimmo coming on, and it drops for the base hit. Ballesteros is in to score. Throw to second. Guzman just slides in ahead of the throw. It's a pop-up RBI single for Siri and a 7-0 Angels lead.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about being happy it happened?
4.
Dang.
Whoa.
Harsh.
Man, I
there was a hang up, and it was, there's nothing happy right now.
I thought about that driving in this morning.
Did
I spent
you?
the entire ride.
There
I
was a pause. I thought you just vamped that.
No, I had that thing. I was at the garage.
You've
and
been
I was
on a good run. I didn't think that one was
man,
strong.
I'm going to hit him with it. I'm going to get a 10. So what that means is, I'll tell you what that means.
Maybe I'm too stupid. It's like trying to review a David Lynch film. Like, I'm just an idiot, so I think it was bad.
I'll tell you what it is. They say, don't be sorry it ended, be happy it happened.
Yeah.
That's the Jake DeGrom career as a Texas Ranger, which I believe may have ended last night. Happy it happened.
5.5.
Happy it happened. But, sad at the same time. But the Rangers lose 7-0. A brutal series. I don't think there's another way to describe this other than saying it is a brutal series. They were outscored 15-4 in the final 3 games of this series to go and lose this 3-1. Although they don't call it like that. They don't say, you lost the 4-game series 3-1. You lost 3-4. You lost 3-4 to a bad Angels team. An Angels team that is going to be picking as almost as high as it gets in the draft next year. They stink.
Schumacher afterwards said this series cannot happen.
It cannot happen. And in a related story, it'll probably happen again this weekend against the A's, who are equally as bad as the Angels. But a couple of things in this. One.
You now, by the way, are 2 games back at Houston, and you are in the 4th spot now. You lost the 3rd wild card right now to Detroit.
First off, let's go to the second inning. Bottom 2. Guzman's up. Hits a fly ball to right field. It drops just in front of Nimmo. Not the pop-up that we're talking about that we played coming back. That was from Siri. This was one, it was nobody out. It was the leadoff guy. You've got to make that play. You have to make that play. That dropped right in front of him. That the entire inning does not happen without that. Without that ball dropping in front. And it dropped from me to you in front of Nimmo. I don't know if you didn't see it. That time of the night, because Langford lost the ball the night before, about the same time of night, right? A little bit of dusk, and maybe you don't get a good jump on the ball.
Hey, Wyatt had a nice throw yesterday.
He did, yes. He used his full arm strength. But that play really kind of set the whole tone because Lowe doubles on the next at bat. You get Siri strikeout, then you get a Frazier single, so you get the Guzman. He scores, but then you get to throw it at home. Right? And there's the throw you're talking about. Well, then you get another single, and then he comes up. And he is Mike Trout, who in this series, and I said on social media a couple nights ago, why pitch to him? Why are you pitching to him? He's the only one that can hurt you on this team. Like, nobody strikes fear in you at all other than Mike Trout. And he doesn't really strike fear anymore. But he is a professional. And some of those pitches he hit, the one he hit in this inning, was outside. It was a curveball. It was a slider, and it was just like, that's a really good piece of hitting. But in this series, he was 7 of 15 with 4 RBIs, 3 runs scored, 2 doubles, 3 walks. So of the 18 plate appearances, he got on base 10 times.
Turning back the clock.
If you count the 3 walks, which would be 3 plate appearances. And he only had 2 strikeouts. In his previous 8 games, he struck out 15 times.
Shoo.
And he struck out twice this entire series. He was on. I'm not going to say he was vintage because vintage Trout probably hits 2 or 3 homers in the series. Just the way if he's going to go on a hot streak like that, and he's more of a line drive singlesy hitter now.
His career ranks against Texas. Home runs all time first, 49 of them. Runs batted in fourth, OPS third. All time numbers.
Listen, he is an all time great. I love watching him play. He's not the same player anymore. He'll still steal every now and then.
He's still the same player. He'll get hurt.
I mean, he got hit by the pitch. I thought for sure when he got hit by the pitch, he was done.
I was like, here it is. This is it. In the last week, the Rangers have played 7 games. How many extra base hits do they have in the last 7 games?
3.
7. They are the only team in Major League Baseball that's averaging 1 extra base hit per game right now. By comparison, the White Sox have played 6 games in the last week. They have 24 extra base hits.
Oh,
you played 1 more game and have 17 fewer.
DeGrom has the hip issue, then he leaves with the tricep.
Right. Tricep fatigue. And
when do you think is the next time we see him?
In another uniform in 2028.
You think he doesn't
I don't
return
know.
this year?
Tricep fatigue can mean a lot of things, and a lot of them are bad. Probably not. And I'll tell you why I don't think it is I don't think it's the end for one reason. If it was that thing that we think it might be, he would have not finished the inning. Right, he would have just taken himself out.
Okay.
But he felt like he could pitch through it.
Well, and it sounded like Skip was saying, it wasn't like DeGrom was saying I need to come out. He explained it to Skip, and Skip said, you're not going back out there. And so Skip wouldn't have known in the second inning like what was going on while he was out there, but if that's the end, and that really is.
And falling 2 strikeouts shy of reaching 2,000.
That's because, we like A-Rod, right? He finished like 4 homers shy of 700. It sucks. You're so close. You're so close. Fred McGriff was like 5 homers shy of 500.
There's no way, because they won a World Series, but DeGrom was not there for it. There's no way there's any way to say like, oh yeah, it was worth it to sign DeGrom. If this is the end, he pitched 334 innings in his career here.
Yeah, the contract, he did not live up to the contract. I think getting him and like bringing him in and like it's a risk reward. It was a calculated risk, and it calculated wrong because he didn't pitch enough. But when he did pitch, he was pretty decent.
3.26 ERA for his career here in Texas. His WHIP is about what it was in New York for his career. His fielding independent pitching is 3.27. So his ERA matches about what it should be.
But at least they can hang their hat on the fact that they've got some really good players in the minor leagues that they traded away to Washington. Did you see this video?
Everyone keeps tweeting this at me, and I had no idea what it meant.
So I think let's call him Abby Ortiz. Abby Malik. So he plays for Washington now. First 11 career games. 10 of 29, which is a .345 average. 4 homers, 8 RBIs. A slugging percentage around 800. An OPS of 1160. And a weighted runs created plus of 212. That means he is 112% above league average.
This is why.
And that was one of the guys they gave up from Mackenzie Gore. Now, granted, he was batting .235 in the minors. They bring him up, and he's tearing things up. So this could be just an 11-game streak. It probably is. But still, they could have used this the last 11 games.
It's still why you trade whoever you can, even if DeGrom and Eovaldi tell you no. And it's why you don't just flippantly go, well, give Mackenzie Gore. What's the matter? We don't even like those guys because they are way too eager to purge their young system, and that's a problem.
And you have no idea what a player is going to become when you trade a guy who's in A-ball or AA even. You don't know. Like the jump to Major League Baseball is so hard. So high, so far, so hard. But this is a guy who has come in here and just like gangbusters in 11 games, playing as well as anybody in the sport over the last 2 weeks.
I just want to be put out of my misery.
Well, I think you were. This
I don't know, they're half game back. You get the Athletics. I think Detroit has the White Sox. So you have the advantage this weekend in terms of getting back the 3rd spot. By the way, Jordan Montgomery has been pretty awful. He went 2 innings yesterday, gave up 4 earned. So his ERA is sitting at a 10.50.
Jim Bowden tweeted this morning, 21 of the 30 MLB teams are within 3.5 games of a playoff berth right now, and we're middle of August.
And that's just what they want.
That's what they want, right?
Yeah, they want a mediocre league that ultimately the Dodgers slap all of them in October.
Yeah.
Dodgers.
Because that's the that's part of the issue, right? Like, the baseball's had a lot of turnover in the playoffs, but how many small market teams actually win? Like, win the whole thing. And that's the tug of war. Like, is it good enough just to get turnover in the postseason?
We have turnover in the NL MVP race. Diamondbacks on your home of the Rangers. Pete Crow has overtaken Shohei.
The Babe Ruth. He doesn't believe in Babe Ruth. He doesn't believe in Shohei Ohtani.
Minus 140 for Pete Crow, and Shohei is dipped to plus 100.
Sooner or later, they were going to get tired of him winning.
He's got a 7.5 WAR to Shohei's 6.2. That's 7.5.
That's pretty remarkable that Shohei's WAR is only 6.2 as both a hitter and pitcher. Now, I know he gets docked for not playing the field, but you would think that his WAR, because he's had a pretty decent run on the mound. Not great, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he had a prop that he was going to have an under 8 WAR this season or something. No, but Pete Crow Armstrong, he's a great player.
He really is. And the Mets, he was with the Mets. They traded him for Baez.
And talk about being put in your place.
Boy, was it ever. Depression is a real thing, and this was depressing. We've seen these top 50 MLB player lists current. They did one back in like May, before the year. Then they did one, back at like around the Memorial Day. And they just did another one. And I was like, all right, I'll bite. I don't think we're going to be on here, but let me just go see. And of course they weren't. But what really put me in my place was the teams we're grouped with. So there are 5 teams in Major League Baseball that do not have a player on the top 50, in the top 50. One of them is the Texas Rangers. Another one is the last place Baltimore Orioles. Another one is, the last place Anaheim Angels, or, half game up. Another one is a San Francisco Giants team that is about to fire their manager after 1 year and has completely sold everyone. And then you've got a Minnesota team that is, they're under 500, but they're in the playoff. They're about the Rangers. It's a very put-in-your-place list when you see there are 5 teams in the sport that don't have a player in the top 50.
That's... it's bad for the Rangers. That's unacceptable for the Orioles, given where they were 3 years ago. And everybody's like, oh, they've got like...
They're the next.
Yeah, they've got like the deepest farm system. And that's also why a lot of teams like Texas look at it and go, I'd rather have Mackenzie Gore than think that these guys are going to become something.
How does Kip Fagg survive all the time?
I was talking about this, and it's like, they got... If you look
He's
at
the director of...
player development or how... Josh Young, let's forget what they've. I think the difference is that baseball teams view a hit as making it to the major leagues. Duran, they traded Josh Smith, so he made it. Carter, Young, Leiter, Rocker. I mean, that's 7 guys who have been contributors that are coming up through the system. That the major league teams view that as success.
Well, then their game. That's another thing they need to fix about the broken game. If they think it was Jurickson Profar a success,
no,
not here. But he turned into an all-star.
Jurickson Profar is like, as the number 1 prospect in baseball, that he was supposed to be like the next, making one all-star team as a 700 OPS guy doesn't seem like a success to me.
Why did this reporter just quit covering the Dallas Wings? Wait till you hear story. Stop it, Bobby. Along with a 311 ticket giveaway after this. And this is Trajan Wealth. Life does not stand still. New jobs, great.
Nebraska, Penn State, and Florida. Get tickets now at spikesunderthelights.com. That's spikesunderthelights.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being a total that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We'll go below the belt on almost the 1-year anniversary. How does Jerry and how do you feel about it today? That's coming up at 8:40. Tommy Yarsh from Oxnard to preview the Seahawks tomorrow and recap practice at 9:20 after Worst of the Week. Bobby, what is going on with this Dallas Wings media story?
So this is, I actually had not seen this. I went back and I was talking to KNC. I had to declare my presence down the hall so that Kevin Hagelin could roll his eyes before I turned the corner, unlike that one time. So I get back there and Hagee was like, hey, what's going on with this Grant Afseth thing? I was like, I have no idea what you're talking about. He's like, you haven't seen that thing with the Wings? I was like, no, I don't see most things with the Wings. And so I went and looked and this was Hey,
Paige went off the other day in the second half.
I love Paige. She's actually awesome. She's fantastic. She's not going to make my top 10, but she's great. No, this was something that Michael Redd even weighed in on Twitter, talking about how, I've talked to Grant Afseth. It's awful what's going on here. And it was really oddly difficult to find out what happened, like to Google around. Because when Hagee asked me, even I was like, how does he not know? I don't know. Google whatever the story is. And it was difficult to find. But basically what happened is that Grant Afseth, who we've had on this show and has written about NBA, Dallas Mavericks, busts his tail. He is flying all around, I believe a lot of times paying his own way and for this stuff to cover basketball. It's his big passion. He's a good writer. He had posted the other day totally normal stuff going on, and it was a screenshot of a DM from somebody on Instagram, it looks like, Gabriella, who has an AZ Fudd profile picture. And AZ Fudd, I guess Grant Afseth has been critical of recently, or has said some things that got some Wings fans mad. This person wrote, you fat, stupid, giant whale. You're a worthless bee. I'm going to find you and your family, and I'm going to cut off your heads. Which is aggressive, super aggressive.
I'm not a fan.
It looks like that's the only thing I've actually seen shared that occurred. But this was enough that Grant, who had covered the WNBA and had covered the Wings specifically for Ball is Life, has decided to leave the Wings coverage beat because of the intensity from this. And the Wings head coach, actually, Jose Fernandez, Cut 21, he actually addressed this before a game the other day.
It's like even before I got here to Texas, was a certain gentleman that really took a lot of pride in covering this team, and a very talented reporter, passionate, talented, prepared, and it's really sad that he's not in this room like he should be, because what he went through, nobody that covers any sports team should go through. And it's really disappointing.
And he went on for a good 2.5 minutes, Jose Fernandez did, talking about Grant Afseth. But that was kind of the crux of what was happening. But now Grant Afseth done with Wings Media because he's just walked away from it. He's not going to cover the team anymore because of this instance.
Because of the threat?
It's what it appears to be.
I would more to it. Is like there more to the threat.
I mean,
It's a super aggressive threat.
Very aggressive threat.
And obviously, if that's a legitimate threat, that's something where it'd be like, I don't think covering the Wings game is worth that legitimate threat. Yeah. If I was in his position, I can only speak for me. If I was in his position,
because you never get hate mail.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, honestly, somebody has said that on the fan text 3 times this morning, probably about me. I would look at that, and even if I was bugged by it or annoyed by it and was like, you piece of crap or whatever, I don't think I would ever just think it is now dangerous for me to cover. I would not take that as a viable threat, and I'd be like, okay, I'm going to keep doing this. It wouldn't even cross my mind to just say I'm not doing this anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've gotten one. Oh, I mean, you had some 49ers fans.
We did, yeah.
Get up in our messages
our kids
for a little bit, and
Amanda was meaner to them than they were to y'all.
Yeah, man, good gosh. Makes me conscious when I smoke a cigar now. And everyone has their own security level and comfort level when it comes to getting these things.
In terms of what they're willing to deal with and what they're not.
Willing to deal. So
Yep.
do what you got to do. I would just imagine that Mavs fans probably have said some aggressive things. I mean, Mavs fans can get real nasty as well. I don't know how critical Grant was, but during the Luka times and all that stuff, or the Nico stuff, I would imagine he also got some other nasty messages. I don't know whether he took himself off of this or the editor took him off of this, but wow.
It appears that he had removed himself, and when he posted it, he got a little bit of pushback from some people who were like, "You're still using AZ. You're a troll using AZ." Nothing to the level of what the initial message was, and it still was not the vast majority. But there were still some people replying, going, "You know what? This is what you get for being a troll about AZ Fudd, though."
I gotta say, this is. Nobody ever wants to get, or nobody ever should get these kind of messages. This is a blessing in disguise to not have to cover that league right now.
Oh, why? They're kind of on fire in the headlines.
Because if
Grace
you want
will win.
Because if you want to report about basketball, you're not covering the WNBA.
Go to Unrivaled if you're going to do that.
Right, go to Unrivaled. WNBA is like the content, the topics they're about to get into. Someone's going to get in trouble over commentary on this.
This was a lengthy post on Twitter yesterday from Michael Redd. Been catching up on what Grant Afseth and his family are dealing with. It stinks. Grant, to my knowledge, covers the W and covers it pretty well. For somebody to threaten his family over a story, to run him off the Wings team beat, that's got nothing to do with being a fan. Situation has me thinking a lot about love. This game needs more love in it. The players need it. The people covering it need it. The fans pouring their hearts into it need it. We can disagree on a take or a call or a roster move and still lead with heart and humility. It's not that hard. Today, I'm thinking about Grant and his family and moving forward, hoping we all do a little better by each other.
All right, so that's that story. Crazy one. Yeah. You also have a fan, this never happens.
Never.
Who was ejected and then let back into the arena and game?
Yep, this is another, Dejanay Carrington in one of her games.
She is in the top 10, just for reference.
Yeah.
Instigators.
Right. So in one of her games in Golden State, it was a Golden State Valkyries fan. She went up to the official and started talking and was like, "Hey, this person's saying something to me." They get the fan. He's sitting courtside. $36 is what he paid for those courtside. I'm kidding.
Hey, you are kidding, because I'm trying to get my father-in-law Wings fever tickets, and they're like Ella Langley prices.
That expensive?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Wow. All right, so she goes to the official and says, this person's saying something. So there's about 8.5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. She alerts officials. He's escorted from his seat. The fan was cooperative after a complaint that was found to be unfounded. I have never seen a fan get escorted from their seats and then let back in to the seats after a player had said something. So Dejanay says something to the official. They get him out of the seat. His girl's still there. And then he comes back a few moments later and is able to sit back down after he explained his side or whatever happened.
They just realized, they're like, we really cannot turn away paying customers, guys. Like, let him back. Let him sit back down. These are nice seats. These are some of the more high margin ones. We got to have him.
Yeah, these are courtside. I mean, he sticks his feet out. They're on the floor.
It's amazing to me. I don't know if they've always just been this inept, or it's now they get more focus and they're just routinely. We now see how many times they fumble things. I don't know if the WNBA has just always struggled with logistics and PR execution like this, or we're just seeing it now because there's a little more attention over there.
I mean, it's like air travel. Like, we always hear about these close calls and all that stuff. And my buddy's like, if you knew how many of these we have a day, you'd never fly again.
Here's the fever at Wings for August 20th. They're not cheap.
Is this an SEC football game that I'm looking at? What are these things? What is that? What is that? What is that comma? What is that comma there?
What price section jumps out the most to you? Where do you look first to be like, whoa, that's a lot?
I always look for the second level. I feel like the second level is like, those are my favorite seats anyway. I'm not too far away. I can see the whole arena. And second level, I mean, they're in the 4s in some of these spots. Holy cow.
Yeah.
And this is at the American Airlines Center. This isn't at the College Park Center in Arlington.
Right. Bron
Dickies.
teaching us all how to save some money.
Okay, LeBron is cheap as hell, is what we're learning. So there was a movie that came out about a decade ago. And it was called Trainwreck. It was Amy Schumer, Bill Hader. And there was a very famous scene in it. LeBron playing himself. Cut 20 here. This is LeBron playing himself. And he's like super cheap in the movie at lunch with Bill Hader.
Okay, so you had the salmon. It's about $14.
What are you doing, man?
Yeah, 2 Cokes.
Dude, are you trying to split the bill?
Look, I told you those refills weren't free.
No. We're not splitting the bill. Pick up the check.
Why do I have to pick up the check?
Because you're LeBron James.
Listen, don't look at me no differently now just because I got a little money. Like, I don't know how long this could last. Anything can happen.
Right.
I'm not about to end up like MC Hammer. Listen, you owe $32.43.
You know what? I'll pay it, but you gotta check every once in a while.
No. Don't pay the whole thing. Just pay your part. It's better for our friendship. Equals forever.
And apparently this is really who he is. It's not a joke. He was playing himself in the movie, and he's apparently this cheap. As Kevin Love told Maria Taylor, LeBron James refuses to use his phone when it's roaming.
And for him, it's like, behind the scenes, he if we're in Toronto, right? Like that drive from the airport and going through customs to then getting to our hotel. Yeah, there's no data used at all. Like he's waiting for the Wi-Fi all the time. And then that drive from the hotel to then the arena, Air Canada also waits to get to the arena and Wi-Fi. Like,
that's so funny.
Like what's a finance great saying? A small leak can sink a great ship. But that's not even a
minuscule
exactly.
leak.
That's not even it's nothing.
Yeah.
But
he's no.
I can appreciate it.
Yeah.
I gotta say, it's not like I'm mad at it, but I'm like, come on, bro. Like seriously.
Yeah. Just get on
Wi-Fi. You want it maybe it's good for you to get away from your phone for a minute, but like, I don't know. It's just roaming.
Wow. This is not frugal. This is extreme couponers. This is the person going like, I reuse my bath water. I do all roaming charge. I know my phone roams every now and then. I think it's pennies on my phone bill difference from the previous month whenever it happens.
When we went to Italy, we got international plan because, I mean, obviously we didn't know where we were going. You wanted to have it at all times. And it was like an extra $15 a month. Like that for the month that we went. It wasn't that much. We hear of athletes being some athletes being notoriously cheap. We hear of others. Gaffigan. Jim Gaffigan has a story of like going for drinks with Seinfeld, and Seinfeld's like, get whatever you want. So he gets like the most expensive bourbon that he could find, and the check comes. He's like, Jerry's like, what, did you enjoy that?
It's amazing.
$500 drink or whatever.
It's amazing. LeBron has been called cheap by his friends. Michael has been called cheap, and Tiger.
Yeah.
LeBron, Michael, and Tiger. Interesting.
Yeah, and those are the greats of the greats.
It's like they've been hanging out with Broadus being called cheap. There it is. Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station. Almost 1 year later, how do you and Jerry feel about the big Cowboys trade? Next, and below,
the belt
right here on the Fan.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell, it is, of course, Stephen.
And it's back to Sean and RJ segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby knows ball. Hey, let's talk ball. We're the ball knowers and we just talk ball. Jerry Jones also knows ball, if you ask him, in the wake of his Micah Parsons trade. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by Window Nation and D&M Leasing. Jerry Jones got a chance to talk. Did you think it was... I know you can sometimes look at things and go a little like... Why, like yesterday, I was looking at Dustin Hoffman out there. I'm like, why? Why does Dustin Hoffman always... that type of person shows up the week after we leave.
Yeah.
Nobody's ever there when we are. Did you at all get a little bit like, why is Jerry talking now?
Yes.
Why is he up there with Kay Adams? Why is he hobnobbing now?
Yeah, I love Tad Carper, especially compared to Rich Dalrymple, who had that job previously. But my big problem with Tad is no Jerry radio in the last couple of years since we've gone out to Oxnard, and he facilitated our relationship with Schottenheimer, and we still have never done a sit-down with Jerry after 15 years. And I just canceling Jerry interviews in Oxnard, so I'm not happy. That's my one Tad problem right now. Yeah.
Would you feel confident that if you did the sit-down, that by the end of the season he would even remember y'all had gone and had lunch? Because you met him on the field before and you said he's like, who's this guy again?
Right. I met him on the field 3 times in 1 year.
Yeah, I don't know how you juggle knowing as many people as he does.
That's a fair, and especially he's not 20. You know, I have to put people in my phone by how I know them.
This is a little different. We've been here for 15 years. And maybe he does know. Maybe,
I think he knows our names. I don't think
he knows mine.
The face,
for sure. What was it? As Bobby and
Coffee
everybody?
Boy.
Bobby and everybody?
Yeah. The faces, he probably doesn't have any idea.
So Jerry stopped on down, and I got my calendars mixed up because when we were leaving LAX, Bobby goes, this time last year, we were sitting there looking at the Micah trade and his statement coming out. But I guess I have to sit there and think about the actual trade. August 28th, 2025. Last time I got my car registered. But that was the actual trade date. When we were leaving LAX, that's when his message got put out.
When he put it on Twitter and was like, I want out of here.
So, of course, the media yesterday hit him up and said, Jerry, how do you feel about the deal 1 year later?
Micah's a great player. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to make that kind of trade. That's what it works. But the fact that we've revamped our defense, that was an instigator toward that attitude. Let's come in here and change this up. Let's get rush from the interior. Let's be stronger on the run in the interior with an emphasis on those guys in the middle. So it's not an accident that's what you see out there from the inside. And the way we're going to incorporate that in our secondary and defending the pass by putting pressure on the quarterback, outstanding. The trade really facilitated that, make us have the cap room, and I'm talking about cap room of the future, because you got to figure that when you do a deal like we just did with Quentin.
So just to reset, because I often get confused with the pieces and this draft pick and that draft pick. You trade Micah for Kenny Clark, first-round picks in 26 and 27. They used a 27 first-rounder plus their own second for Quinnen. The 2026 first-rounder is for Malachi. Okay? So they're going to spin it as we got Kenny, we got Quinnen, we got Malachi Lawrence.
Yep.
And the money.
Right.
So look at it however you want.
Which to be fair, that is how they historically have also manipulated what the Herschel Walker return was. Is they'll say, this turned into this, and this turned into this, and this turned into this.
Yeah, and that's one.
I think it's easier to do it, though, with individual draft picks who you take as a player versus we're going to use that pick and combine it in this in order to get that.
Okay, so that's interesting. Let me ask you this.
Everything I say is.
All right. if you're a team, if you're the Dodgers, for example, they used a couple of picks to get Skubal, right? Mm-hmm. They developed those players to get Tarek Skubal.
Yeah.
Like, do they get credit for developing? Like, is that considered like a successful development of a player? That if you develop a player, he never plays for your major league team.
Yes.
But you trade him to get somebody to play for your major league team. That's a successful development.
I believe so.
Oh, the only pause I had there is
how are you applying that here? Or are you taking this back to your baseball point?
Well, no. It's
Diamond Cavs.
It's kind of a stretch here. That's why I'm thinking out loud here. So
okay.
This is kind of a stretch. Like, could you say that, it is difficult to do with draft picks, but yeah, they took the picks they got from Micah, and they could say that, we traded Micah for Quinnen, for Kenny, and for Malachi. They
100% use
that.
Yeah, I mean, they use the capital from Micah to get Quinnen. So, but I think it has to stop there. Like, I think you can probably say...
You don't think you could use Malachi?
I think reasonably what you can say is just it's probably...
Summarize it.
Malachi, Quinnen, and...
Kenny.
And Kenny. That's probably what it ends up being. And then you would say...
So you're going to count Quinnen like that?
Because, you can't get Quinnen without that capital you got. So, the trade never happens without it. So I think it's now when they start trying to stretch it to, we think there was this that they did and they got Rashawn Gary, and it's like, no, you can't start throwing Rashawn Gary in as part of the return.
No, I agree. That's beyond that.
Well, it's interesting you bring up Herschel Walker. Now, I initially rolled my eyes when he started going into Herschel. I'm like, okay, whatever. And then I'm like, all right, screw it. I'll listen to the whole thing. This is actually the more interesting answer because of the mindset that this has now put Jerry into. Dak kind of alluded to this the other day. Listen to Jerry's mindset after Herschel and mindset after Micah.
Certainly, you could say those picks got us key players. But the main thing that the Herschel Walker trade did, it caused me to be more aggressive and caused us to, if you will, take more risk because we had more picks. I gave a 2 because we had the picks. I didn't know it was going to turn out that way for Alonzo Highsmith, and he never played it down because of a bad knee. But it caused you to, it's like going to Las Vegas with some extra money in your pocket or going out there with the baby's new pair of shoes and formula money in your pocket. You can't be as good a crap shooter as you are when you've got the baby's new pair of shoes going out there with it. So in a way, this actually created a mental part to us and to my role in it with me to step out and make the moves and take the, if you will, risks that are involved in it, which there are, to be where we are today with a complete makeover of the defense.
That's exciting to hear right now, but because I'm not, always just a glass half full person. And if I'm Dak Prescott and even doing this job and been starving for real, true championship success, man, that makes me bitter and kind of pissed off over the last 5 to 7 years. Because you traded Micah Parsons, now that has flipped some mentality, some mindset that you have to really go for it like the Rams seem to do every year, the Eagles seem to do every year. We had to wait for this while Dak Prescott is 30-plus years old to really kick you into gear. So that's part of my bitterness of why now? Why this long?
He is such and we knew this before. If you watch The Gambler, you can really see it. He is such a naturally optimistic person, Jerry. He and it's part of what when he lays it out, you can see how, I would believe just like him that's part of why I'm successful is because look at all these times that I approached it this way and I had the success in the face of doubt. But there is a little bit when you hear him talking about that or other things, there's a little bit of girl math to it. And if you're not familiar with the social media trend of boy math and girl math, boy math, as they call it, is, for instance, I'm 5'10", well, I'm 6 feet tall. Okay? Anything that's 5'10" is actually 6 feet.
Round it up.
Okay? You round it up. Girl math is an example.
Nobody has ever been actually 5'11", because if you are 5'11", you're just 6 feet tall.
I saw one that was on TikTok going viral this weekend, and this girl said, I paid $600 for concert tickets 5 months ago. She goes, I'm going to that concert tomorrow. That is a free concert. I'm going to the concert for free. Because that $600 left my bank account 5 months ago. That was like a whole other life, I'm going to this concert. I'm going to get to experience this without having to pay tomorrow. She's like, it's not going to impact my bank. That's a free concert I'm going to. And
I think
that's a little bit of Jerry. That's almost like the Jerry thinking, the way he did. Like, Jerry is the one who would say, like, hey, well, you think about it, this is really free, what I'm getting here.
Yeah.
And it's the same way that he talks about Mike and Herschel. And again, it's what's made him successful in some instances. It's what has hurt him and harmed him over 30 years as well at times.
Jerry was also asked, audio from DallasCowboys.com, about this little Mark Cuban rumor with the Lakers being sold. Would you entertain selling a stake, and would you let Mark Cuban in on that?
I don't have that on my plate as a possibility at this time. And but the question really was, should I ever look at it? Well, he's the kind of individual that I would want to have as a part of a group. In his particular case, because the experience he's got, and just plain because I know Mark and I really like his human qualities. He's very smart, he's very strong, and he's very compassionate with people. He's a people person. So candidly, when they brought his name up, I said, well, that's the kind of individual if you were going to go outside our family, but I don't have any plans for that.
Don't let Trump hear that. Don't let him hear you praising Mark. It's like
Mark and him did. I think they did a pharmaceutical press conference a couple months ago. They put down the swords, but that was a very, very nice way of Jerry saying, no, not interested in anyone in selling off any of this. Steven sounded more open to it.
I think that's
with KNC.
I think that's when it would happen. I think after Jerry is not with us anymore.
After the hologram finally crashes.
Yeah, because I don't think George Steinbrenner and Jerry's like that he would have sold some of his stake. He would have taken it, but the Suns did.
It is time for Worst Take. Woo! Nominees and the biggest loser at 877-881-1053. Who had the worst opinion or worst act of the week? We need your nominees and the biggest loser after we hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on right now.
The color of your energy.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see 311 at Toyota Music Factory on Tuesday, August 25th. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Cannot wait to get home to my Wild Fork. Did you see my unboxing? Who needs the Cooper Flag unboxing when you have a Wild Fork unboxing? He was sitting there waiting as soon as I got off the show yesterday to my awesome collection that I just ordered from the best of the best. A beef brisket point, not that flat, unless it's the Wild Fork A5 flat that is life-changing. I got a beef brisket point for $33 to make the burnt ends. I'm going to go home and I got my grandmother nostalgia, wanting to make some spaghetti and meatballs. They have the veal, pork, and ground beef mixture all in one. I want some pastrami pork pastrami. I got
FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ever met someone who is so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are?
There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week.
You are made of stupid.
This is Worst Take Final Hour Fist Bump Time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Biggest losers of the week: Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. Hopefully not nominated. We got Pay and no Aiden, even though we got Peyton running the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, as well as the Odyssey app. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. That stands for Tolo. Tommy Yarsh recaps Cowboys practice and previews the Seahawks tomorrow on this radio station, 4 o'clock pregame. Tommy will join us in 20 minutes from Oxnard. Who are the nominees, Bob?
We have several of them. I'm interested, though, because you just said you think you have the winner. Yep. And I'm certain I have the winner. So I'd like to know who you would like to nominate right out of the gate.
Jaden Daniels.
That's a tough one.
A good one.
Jaden Daniels definitely deserves a worst take here. Now, how much are we buying into his claim, or basically what's trying to be claimed now? Like, he's not even really, this is like his team. This is like when lawyers get involved.
I don't care. Man up. Sit there and be responsible. Patrick Mahomes seems to finally have done it with his brother. Tad Prescott seems to be silenced a little bit by someone. Like, come on now. You were at LSU. You've been in a big boy program. You're year 3 heading into the league, and all these little mommy things and these GIFs and this weird activity between the two of you. It's awesome you love your mother, but it seems to have gotten weird, and this really hurt your likability and really hit your Q rating. This is a guy with $1 million smile and the personality, and he just seemed like he was going to be one of the next stars, and he still very well may be if he can stay healthy. This was awful. This was terrible, and it's time for you to wake up, Jaden Daniels, and draw a line. Either you need to wake up from your own act or stop with mommy or anyone else of who contributed to this.
It's a strong nominee. It definitely deserves consideration. Ooh, I think some of these others we're gonna go through, you yourself are gonna have a hard time. Let's start off with one that I know you're gonna have a hard time with, because you were ready to blow a gasket yesterday when it got brought up, and that was McKinney High School is being nominated for worst take after they tried to put in a jump test for high school girl band members to make sure that, hey, got to have you stand over here with coach and jump up and down for a sec to make sure that you have on the right sports bra. And they ultimately had to send out a note. The band director did for McKinney High School and said, hey, this jump test, this was copied and pasted from other directives that we had found. But ultimately, we don't actually expect you to jump in front of a coach. That was misconstrued a little bit, but still sent it out and got him in trouble.
So I got a little further education, I think, from Tolo Miguel. Hit me up in the Instagram messages and said McKinney clearly ripped their memo straight from DCI. DCI is a summer marching band league from June to August comprised of 16 to 21-year-olds. You travel the country performing in stadiums until the championships at Lucas Oil Field. Since you practice and perform outdoors 99% of the time, they don't wear regular band uniforms, at least not anymore. You wear incredibly thin dancer-like leotards. Also, it is much more physical than high school band. You're quite literally jumping on and off props and podiums, jazz running, and dancing all over the field for 15 minutes. So yes, in DCI, much like when my wife was in dancing, they are incredibly cognizant of the undergarments you wear because they want to avoid something popping out or throwing off your balance. So that was the additional education from Miguel. Still sounded creepy.
Another DCI hire. It's something that's really hurting us. Go ahead, Chop.
He's right. You would see the band at Tennessee practice all the time outside, and they're all, the guys are shirtless. The girls are wearing just sports bras. That's what they were wearing.
Really?
It's 100 degrees outside. They're on a...
The idea that you need to have something that fits you and everything else is fine. Not having any sort of explanation as to, okay, who is my child jumping for, and going to evaluate if her, it's the term, if her breasts are moving too much, that's... I'm not going to let anybody at the school do that.
High school.
I'm not going to let anybody at the school do it. Period.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. But what is, let's say they don't do this, and then something pops out.
I would think even from a liability standpoint, the school would say, we still can't be the one to judge if high school girls have the right attire on like that. So McKinney High School gets a nominee. This is the one that I
play a Janet Jackson song while
there you
dancing.
go.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, so this is my nominee for worst take. I mean, there's a lot of here, but this is the one that I think is going to win. I'm nominating Kyle Whittingham, the new head coach at the University of Michigan. Yep. He is a moron because Kyle Whittingham said at Big Ten Media Days, I don't hate Ohio State. What does hating Ohio State have to do with anything? And he got a chance to clarify, and he still wouldn't.
Yeah, Kyle, you commented a little bit on Ohio State and the rivalry in Chicago, and so those comments took on a life of their own afterwards.
Will we have a better chance to win if I hated them? Or, I don't understand. Whatever gives us the best chance to win, I'm all for. Want to beat them worse than anybody, around, and so I don't know how that got to be such a hot topic. Anyway, I cut you off. What was your question?
Wow.
Amazing topic.
Wow.
It's an amazing topic because he's being real. Well, you didn't know about this?
I did not know about this.
Some are accusing him of not being real, which I'll follow up on in a sec.
I heard Kyle say some stuff this week. I did not hear this one. Boy, what a far way we've come from firing old Bill Frieder for not being a Michigan man. You got to have a Michigan man as the head coach of the basketball team, right back when Steve Fisher took him to the title. What a far way they've come from Bo Schembechler firing him because he was going to go to Arizona State. And then this, where the coach says, well, I don't hate Ohio State.
Oh, wow. So you are I'm surprised.
Yeah,
I'm surprised that you are attacking him for this, mocking him. Obviously, it's a PR mistake for LCF, the lowest common denominator fan, which I'm surprised you're putting yourself in that group.
Well, I'm an idiot.
Oh, I'm in this group.
You normally give someone credit for going up there being real and not just giving the mouth breathers what they want to say, burn it! I hope Ohio State detonates and blows up.
Yep.
He's being real about it, but that is not what blue and yellow belly homer want to hear. So do you play the homer game or do you be real and be like, it's not going to matter like in terms of us beating them? Will it matter in terms of giving you a longer leash if you don't beat them or have great Michigan success?
I absolutely am fine with him saying that and being real. The problem is I don't know that you can hire this.
What?
That's the problem. In college especially,
college
it's
crazy.
so...
Getting Kyle Whittingham was considered to be a boon for them.
Until he said this.
So Kyle Whittingham is sitting there in front of you after all your other hiring problems, and they go, how you feel deep down about Ohio State? And he's like, I don't hate them. You're not going to hire him?
No, I'm going to say, that's fine. You're not going to say it into a microphone to our fans and our boosters. The people who give us money to run our NIL, they hate Ohio State, so you better say you hate Ohio State.
Giving in to the man.
But see, this is the thing. People are saying he's being a total fraud. There's a lot of people who say, he's the most petty individual in the history of coaching the way he used to treat BYU with the Utah-BYU Holy War.
So why wouldn't he do it now?
He should. And that's why people are like, okay, so did that mean something to you because you played at Utah, Kyle Whittingham, and you're not willing to extend it to what your new school is? Are you even one of us? And so people are talking about it now that it's just like, you're crossing the line. But this is bad. If Brian Schottenheimer went out there tomorrow and was like, I don't hate the Eagles more than anybody else, what's the matter? That like gets people upset.
No, it would get them upset, but those people are sheep. You know, so it's a matter of giving in to the sheep.
This has ended people before. This Charlie Strong, it wasn't about an opponent, but Charlie Strong stood up there at a coach's banquet and was like, Texas high school football's that much ridiculous. Y'all can get off your high horses a little bit. And Texas coaches were like, he will never get one of our players to his school ever again.
That's to me that's worse.
Yeah, like do you want a coach that's like petty, or do you want a coach that's?
I want a good coach. Let's start there.
Petty with
Let's start there. Kyle Whittingham's supposed to be a damn good coach.
Oh, he is.
College football's about rivalry more than
not this teddy bear, Teddy Ruxpin. Y'all just want to put the lines into. I know what the smarter PR thing to do, but I like to give people credit for not just being fake and kissing the ass of the masses. So we'll see. It's still not going to be Jaden Daniels, but we have other worst take nominees. I'm surprised you didn't want to throw Monte Ellis in the mix, Bobby.
I didn't see too much Monte. What did he say?
Was that you?
Yeah, I got Monte here. So Monte Ellis, said, this is Delusional Athlete of the Year award here.
It's hard to make me hate Monte Ellis, but we'll try.
He said nothing would have changed if the Warriors swapped him with Steph Curry.
Oh, Bobby's cringing having to hear that.
Hold on, I'm going to better call chop this. He's talking about Steph Curry at 18 years old when he would have been swapped for he's talking about like if you put teenage Steph Curry in my position, we're not any better.
He said, he told Myron Metcalf, real people that know basketball and all that, they know that. They know the team that I was dealt with. If you switched me and Steph out with the team that won the championships, it'd be the same thing. Hey! Jeff Teague.
My word.
Jeff Teague told NBA Courtside, the Club 520, if you replace Steph with Dame Lillard, you get the same result. And listen, I think we need to. I'm preparing myself at least. I think we are going to see a Steph Curry disrespect over the next 20 years. For whatever, I was
going to say, aren't you part of that? You made him chew it on his mouthpiece.
Well, that doesn't mean I don't think he's great.
Yeah,
he's all-time
awesome.
great. That annoyed me about the mouthpiece. But people marveled at him, and his peers are now going to start to tear him down because he's like 6'1".
I don't know.
He shoots from his chest.
I hear a lot of people put him as the all-time point guard now, even over Magic. But we'll see. Your social study. What happens? I hear a lot of people say that, and I don't think it's crazy. But again, you have to rewire your brain for point guard and what they're supposed to do.
I don't think of him as a point guard.
Right.
I think history tends to reflect nicer on players in the NBA. Like instantly, as soon as Russ went down, there were a lot of people who were like, you know what? Russ wasn't so bad. Like it's just the way that people kind of operate.
I have another nominee.
Hit me.
That will beat your Kyle Whittingham one. Hit it.
The stuff that's trying to hijack our league will not win.
Yeah.
It won't win.
Love it.
We are united. We are connected. We will not be divided. Every day these women put their on the line. Every day. When they go low, we go high. Love will win. Grace will win. Humility will win. And kindness will win. I stand by them. I will always stand by them. Everybody else can go to hell.
The Fever head coach for not strongly enough speaking out against Dejanay Carrington for the hard foul on Sophie Cunningham and then lecturing everyone else. The Fever players did defend her and speak out yesterday saying we have her back. Boom!
Is this enough, you think? 5?
I think so, unless you have some heavyweight.
No, I mean, we still have like Bill Simmons in there for the seatbelt and some others, but we can do these 5. So,
all right, fine. Throw Bill Simmons in for not wearing a seatbelt.
Here are the nominees. Bill Simmons says, F a seatbelt. Jaden Daniels says, give me back that Heisman. McKinney High School says, jump up and down, first ladies. Indiana says, love wins or grace wins, but go to hell, please. Monte Ellis says, who the hell is Steph Curry? And Kyle Whittingham doesn't believe in hatred. The winner is Kyle Whittingham. That's who I'm voting for. It's a moronic take.
It won't even come close. Pepe?
Chop, come on.
I want to vote Bill Simmons. That was my nominee, but I'm going to have to go with you, Sean. Jaden Daniels.
Okay, come on, Maricopa this thing.
I'm going with the Fever head coach.
Damn it, Chop.
I mean,
that's a funny clip. It's not. Vote Kyle.
Her league just had a meeting about what they are going to allow in terms of like participation. And
you mean transgender?
Well, yeah. Were they going to allow transgender or not? And they couldn't come to an agreement. How do you have a meeting about whether or not you're going to allow biological men into the league and then not be able to come to an answer? Like, well, that's the time.
Are you nominating the WNBA?
Yeah, she's part of it because she was criticizing that whole discussion.
The Monte Ellis thing is insane.
These would all win, I think, including Kyle Whittingham on most weeks.
I have so much disgust towards Jaden Daniels, though. I got to go Jaden Daniels. What about the Tolos, most importantly?
I think Jaden Daniels is the winner on the fan text. You have 214-817 saying Chris Young, biggest loser. this week. So Chris Young getting some votes here.
Somebody nominated me for Kyle Whittingham. They said it's Bobby now for that last Kyle
That's not
Whittingham
that
take.
bad.
Jane Daniels stuff. Yeah, there's a lot in here.
All right, let's recap Cowboys practice yesterday and figure out who's going to play quarterback tomorrow in Seattle with Tommy Yarsh live from Oxnard after this. This is the weekend menu changing at Hurtado, the official barbecue of the morning show and the Texas Rangers. Don't forget about Brandon's newest creation, Loma. If you want some Tex-Mex right there in Arlington across from the stadium, they got the Hurtado food truck for your next weekend event. Go and book it at hurtadobbq.com and check out the weekend menu. It's a beef rib Friday. They're only served Friday through Sunday, so take advantage of that. The most impressive looking and arguably the best
camp before he gets to Cowboys.
No one
Please,
cares.
he's
Stop
a
trying-
Texas. He's a Texas guy. He would understand.
Don't have to lose sleep just because you lose an argument. It doesn't have to keep you up to.
You stuffed the ballot box here, Dominion.
Ask him.
No, you don't even need to ask. I was listening to the last segment.
Who are you with?
I think of it this way: if Texas hired a new coach and he didn't come out and say like, "Yeah, we want to beat Oklahoma," like we don't like Oklahoma, or at Texas A&M, I think I would raise my eyebrow a little bit.
Yeah.
I want to hear that.
Yeah,
as a fan.
because of what color shirt are you wearing?
Burnt orange.
No, right now on the fan cam. Which color is that?
Oh, just like I don't know, beige.
Yeah, white. You're a sheep. It's the same thing.
man.
You just gotta, man, yeah, follow. Look, I'm not saying the coach shouldn't suggest that, but it wasn't going to win worst take. And I like to give someone credit for being authentic.
He's
and
real.
you know what? If Kyle Whittingham goes out, Harbaugh did this.
And he won a national title.
He lost his first 5 to them. Don't spin it. I've done my homework.
And
to
Ryan
challenge you
Day
on
was
it.
almost fired for losing to them.
And he lost his first 5 to him. So it didn't matter that he went up there and huffed and puffed the smoke against the Buckeyes.
It did, but
now maybe it kept him around a tiny bit longer.
I think he get a longer leash in college. Like I do believe.
Oh yeah, Kyle Whittingham's first screw up. He's fired. This is out. You're done.
I do believe colleges, like there are a lot of colleges who are like, look, if you do not play here, you don't coach here. Like there are some now it's changed with NIL because everything is like mercenary. But we were like that at Tennessee for years. You don't play here, you don't coach.
I know all y'all want to hear it. I'm just saying I'm giving him credit for being honest about it. That's it. And it wasn't going to win worst take. The most important thing was who got the crown. Would you have given him worst take last segment?
No, I think the winner was correctly chosen, but I still think it's a bad take.
You should have just stopped.
See, he correctly picked. He picked the Commanders as the worst take because he's Dallas Cowboys. He understands, Sean.
Tommy Yarsh brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. What jumped out from practice yesterday before Seattle?
I think the defense played really well. It was not the offense's best day. It was not Dak Prescott's best day. So I think that the momentum that you saw from Tuesday's joint practice, I think carried over a little bit. D. Winters really, I think, over the last week, I think has put together some of his best practices. He got up and batted down 2 passes yesterday. Thought the running backs were able to jump a little bit more. That's what I did see from the offense. It felt like they were seeing things a little bit better. Javonte Williams looks like he has a little more pop to him this year. I don't know if that's because he hasn't been getting as many reps in training camp just to kind of manage the fact that he had the biggest workload of his entire career last year and he's coming off a career year. But I think he's looked good. But really the defense yesterday, they had the interception. It was Marquise Bell who picked off Dak. He was looking for George Pickens, and I don't know if he saw the double coverage or what, but Bell picked it and then unfortunately punted it into the back of Caleb Downs or like Brevin Spanford. It was not a great celebration, but it was a great pick. And then Savone Revel really just keeps putting together good days. He had a nice pass breakup yesterday when covering George Pickens. So, I would say another good day for this defense.
Tommy, it's interesting. We've seen so many like highlight moments or big plays during camp from Jaden Blue. Like, he'll break a big run or he'll have a screen pass that he goes all the way for. But like we've also heard like maybe little seeds of doubt. Nick yesterday had told us, he's like, man, if he's out there that late into this game against Seattle, that might be concerning for him. And you've got Shoddy yesterday saying he and Moffa are still in a close battle. Has Blue been just a highlight reel guy to you out there at camp, or do you think he's had a good camp?
I think he's had I would say good camp is appropriate. I wouldn't say he's had a great camp. I think he's stood out to me more this year than he did last year. But I do think, and I wouldn't say he's only a highlight guy. I think he can do the intermediate stuff, but I'd like to see more of it. And I think that this preseason game is going to be telling of, if he can do that. And it's difficult to judge from these practices because you can't see him try and break tackles. You can't see if guys try to punch the ball out and if he can still hold on to the football, because ball security has been one of the biggest knocks on him. So I think these next 3 games are going to be more telling about who Jaden Blue is than anything that we've seen here in practice.
If he said, I hate the Aggies, would you just hand him the 2 job?
Oh, 100%. I'd start him.
I was thrilled to hear it yesterday. Were you surprised when Schottenheimer said that Caleb Downs and Malachi were going to play tomorrow?
I was I don't know if I was surprised. I thought Caleb was in a situation where he could be an A player, where it's like, hey, we don't need to see anything. I get it. I do. I get why, because they're rookies. And Tyler Booker did it a little bit last year, too. I think he played like a drive or two in one of those preseason games. But yeah, I wouldn't expect Caleb Downs to play much. Maybe Malachi Lawrence gets a little bit more work, but I wouldn't expect it to be too far ahead. So I don't know. Surprise is not the right word, but I personally think Downs would have been fine if he didn't play.
Do you think there's a set number of series plays, whatever, for Downs, or it's like the moment he shows something that we're looking for, he's out of there?
Yeah, unless he has one of those moments, I would say two series tops, and I would be surprised if he plays more than that.
Tommy, I'm curious. You mentioning Malachi Lawrence there is maybe he gets a little more run. He's the one that I don't see any justification to put him on the shelf for. When you look at Malachi Lawrence, if they were rolling into week 1 tomorrow with everything that we know, how much is he playing as part of the rotation off the edge as a first-round pick?
I would say he's playing significant snaps. I mean, he's not starting, but you get him in like a I don't want to say James Houston role, because I think he'll play more than James Houston did last year. But when Gary and Ezeraku need a breather, I would expect he be one of the players to come in onto the field as that third or fourth guy. So I think he'll play a significant amount. It won't be starter level, like I said, but I think you'll see a good bit of him, and I think that'll be good for him.
Who is starting at quarterback tomorrow, and how much does it matter?
Brian Schottenheimer didn't say yesterday who's starting. I don't really think it matters, because I think you'll see a good bit of both of them. I don't know if they're going to split it up by, hey, we'll give you a quarter apiece, and then in the first half, same thing in the second, or if it's Joe Milton gets the first half, Sam Howell gets the second half. I think we're going to see enough of both of them, and they're going to both have the opportunity to separate themselves, and they're going to need to, because I think it's been neck and neck. Schottenheimer said yesterday it's been highly competitive. Joe's got the talent, athleticism, the deep throwing ability. Sam's, more of the kind of I'm trying to think of the right way to word this.
Bus driver.
More experience. No. He's more experienced. He's been there, and it's just a matter of really learning the offense, because he's kind of in where Joe Milton was last year in terms of learning it. We talked to him yesterday. Milton said around this time, I knew like 75, 80, 85% of the offense, but now he's got a firm grasp of it. So it's just those two clashing styles, really, and what's ultimately going to prevail. But I think you see enough of both of them.
How would you handicap it if there was a game tomorrow that they had to play, like a regular season game? Who would get it?
Dak Prescott would.
No. You're not getting on like that. He's unavailable. Like, that's the only reason those guys would play anyway.
Okay. So who's starting if Dak's out? I would say Joe Milton. That would be my pick, because I think that the traits that he has and the arm strength that he has with the receivers that they have, assuming are the receivers starting, or are we talking like preseason?
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, it's a regular season game, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Then yeah, I would lean Joe Milton just because of the tools, and I think that getting that experience in a game setting can help him move it along a little bit quicker.
Tommy Arsh, DallasCowboys.com, joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Tommy, when you yesterday, Jerry was talking, and he was asked about who's most stood out to him, been the most impressive, and he said Tyler Guyton. And typically when Jerry's given an answer like that, he's either relaying something that he's gotten input from the coaches on, or he's trying to gas somebody up. When you've seen Tyler Guyton at camp this year, is that more Jerry trying to get him gassed up a little bit, or do you think, no, this is the coaching staff has been really impressed with the camp he's had?
I think the staff's been impressed with Guyton. I think that he's had one of those camps where sometimes I think of it with tackles where it's like when they're having a really bad day, you notice it, like, oh, Guyton's getting beat. I don't know if I've heard myself saying that much this camp, if at all. Am I saying he's been perfect and he's never lost a rep? No, absolutely not. He had a couple reps in the Rams joint practice where Josiah Stewart got past him, and then he's had his moments here dealing with guys like Gary, Ezeraku, Lawrence. But I think that really all he needed was to get through a whole training camp healthy and to get these consecutive snaps back to back to back. And I thought he would be fine. Am I going to say he's going to be an all-pro left tackle this year? No. But I think he's going to be, good enough to where maybe the concerns start to die down a little bit, and he shows that he can hold his own out there. So I think it has been a good camp for Tyler Guyton, and I think that's where that comes from.
Who else is on your own personal watch list for tomorrow?
Jaden Blue is certainly on it. LT Overton is one for me. He's been working with the ones a little bit here and there. And granted, they've been throwing a bunch of guys in on defense and a bunch of guys in on the offensive side too. So I would maybe take all of that with a grain of salt. But he's just so strong. And if he's going to be a depth piece for this defensive tackle room, which he can be, he's going to need to show that strength in a preseason setting. Blue obviously got to hold on to the football and make some more plays, be able to do everything. If Savone Revel plays, which I would hope he does, I think that that would be a good one where he's in a quarterback battle, and what can you do in a game setting to maybe separate yourself a little bit if Kobe Durant doesn't play or doesn't play as much. So those would be three guys for me that I'm looking forward to seeing.
Are you too young for Dustin Hoffman, or can you give a top 3 movie list?
I am too young for Dustin Hoffman, but according to my mom, my top 3 movies from him are Tootsie, Rain Man, and Peter Pan.
Wow! Was your mom freaking out?
She was. Is it not how you pronounce it?
Tootsie.
Tootsie. Sorry, I don't know why I said it that way.
What about Meet the Fockers?
Or Rain Man?
I said Rain Man.
Oh, did you? I missed that one. I was caught on Tootsie.
Yeah.
Yeah, she saw that he was there. She's like, "Did you get a picture of him?" So I sent him the pictures I got. She's like, "Oh, I'm so grateful you actually know who he was. Unless someone told you who he was." I was like, "Yeah, somebody definitely told me."
Tommy Yards, DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Thank you, Thomas. Please teach Nick how to work the setup, and we'll talk to you next week. Have a safe trip.
You know what? He was just here. I got to find him and show him how to do it.
He ran off. I saw him run away.
Yeah, he ran away. But yeah, I will definitely teach him how to do it.
Thanks, Tom. Good stuff. Appreciate you.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Tommy Yarsh here on Sean and RJ every single week moving forward. Let's finish up in crosstalk and say goodbye to RJ Choppy after this.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a Football Friday. We're going to have Mike Schmitz, Mavs GM, on, though, at 3 o'clock. Eric Nadel at 4:40. A lot of Cowboys preseason talk as well. Nation 2 to 7 of the Fan.
Classic Labor Day savings are finally live at Buick GMC in Arlington. Now through Labor Day. Upgrade to a winning drive for less. Over 350 new Buick and GMC models, holiday priced below market value. You could trade up to a lower payment. You owe it to your family. Jump on these one-time holiday savings before it's too late. This is Texas. This is Classic. Visit ClassicArlington.com. We are professional grade.
Dallas, did you know that when you switch to Geico, you get great service and an average of $900 in savings? That's about as hard-working a deal as a Dallas commuter.
You don't know what I've been through, the things I've seen. I've traversed Frisco to downtown on the DNT, smack dab in the middle of rush hour. I've pushed through the post-game rush, dared to go from Las Colinas to Uptown on the 114 to 35E, and don't even get me started on Arlington.
Sounds like a full-time job. So, Dallas, switch to Geico today.
Las Vegas was built for stars. And on August 22nd, 2 of boxing's biggest take center stage. Rolly Romero never follows the script.
This is my game.
Teofimo Lopez has never needed one.
This guy's got a big mouth.
For years, they've had plenty to say.
All you do is talk.
But with World Championship gold on the line, can they back it?
Teo, I'm here. I'm going all in.
It's time to put up or shut up. Rolly Romero versus Teofimo Lopez. August 22nd.
I'll shut you up.
Watch on DAZN and DAZN on Prime Video.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution.
105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Oh yeah, sorry, Sean. I wasn't meaning to bring the show back. I had something to say. Whenever you're ready.
Well, Kevin interrupts plenty, so you should.
All right. So we did.
Whoa! I'll interrupt now to address that.
I'll interrupt now.
I just look at you.
I'm kidding.
Choppy just brought up the lottery thing again, and this is a part I never thought about. We have never done the lottery thing. Kevin and I don't do that.
When's the last time each of you
casting lots? Hey, you won't do that.
But the other day, whenever we were discussing it, I was like, Kevin, do you want to start doing this? And he was like, I do. What if we won the lottery before you guys?
I would hate you. I would really hope that you quit.
I would just ask for.
Oh, what if I bought the
you're
station
playing
instead?
Just ask for a little bit of money.
I love it.
I would just assume you're playing the lottery with McLaren at that point.
Choppy said he'd ask for a little money. Do we have a percentage? Do we have an allotment for the guys?
No. I wouldn't ask to be cut in on it. I would just say, hey, man, could I get,
I mean, that's asking.
No. Just it's like instead of being like, hey, it's a preset, we're cut in. I would just say, hey, can I borrow some money and borrow without the intent to repay?
Yeah, which is expected. If you're going to give people money, never expect it back.
Right.
Like when Andy Staples paid you.
An interest-free, non-loan.
When's the last time you bought individual lottery tickets?
We were at the old station, and it was years before.
You haven't bought a lottery ticket?
Okay.
I don't buy them that often.
Haven't needed to hit the lottery in a while, you know?
I don't buy.
Hit the lottery with his family.
He loves scratch-offs.
I love scratch-offs. I don't really do the Powerball and stuff like that, but I like scratch-off tickets.
Okay.
Every time we go to Oxnard or Arizona, he goes to the store and immediately.
Why? Why buy it in California and get California taxes on your winnings?
It's a different state and it's fun.
But then you'll get taxed on your winnings.
What's fun about it?
Only if it goes so bad.
What's fun about it?
They have different games, and in California they have the Pac-Man one.
Okay, all right. What's coming up?
They do.
Pac-Man, huh? Guys, Dallas Cowboys news and questions of the day. We get into why Downs is must-watch TV, and also Rangers suck. So this might be the worst Rangers baseball team we've ever seen.
Oh,
is there anything you want us to pass on to Skip at 8:20?
You mean in 15 years covering?
No, I'm lying about that, but it's just that feels like
it's one of the more frustrating.
Watching this team is so brutal. It's just so brutal on any given night.
Yeah, and now DeGrom hurt. What do you think how serious do you think the DeGrom thing is, Kevin?
I think it's kind of serious, and
will we see him again?
Perhaps some people could power through, and perhaps some people will not.
Oh,
wow!
Is that really that controversial of a take?
Not in this situation. It might be.
Why?
It was about an hour ago.
Hour ago.
Oh. No,
I don't get it either.
Sometimes I do wonder, and this is what I would say about Yu Darvish all the time. I thought Yu Darvish was the finest vehicle that when everything was perfect, you would let it loose and it would be awesome. But if there was any tiny issue, you're like, I probably shouldn't. I'm not saying Jacob deGrom is like that, but I do wonder that
you are.
No, I do wonder if he's more cautious because of the bigger term injuries, and
maybe
because of that, he's like, ooh, I better ease it up just to be safe.
Yeah, I mean, there was I'm sure you all saw the video. There was the LA broadcast, zoned in on one pitch that he threw and his reaction.
Right. And I don't doubt that hurt. Absolutely. I just wonder if it was somebody who was younger or hadn't gone through all those injuries that they're like, no, I can go.
Yeah, I assume. Yes, I think you're right. A younger guy may just power through, but a guy after 2 TJs, he'd be like,
I get it.
Is there any part of you, and this is a dangerous answer here, is there any part of you that wants them to miss the playoffs? In the thinking of, y'all don't deserve this. to be rewarded for this type of mediocrity and deadline failure?
My answer is no, strictly because, I guess 2 reasons. Obviously, I want them to win, but also because they didn't get rid of everybody. So it doesn't really serve any purpose. The Rangers and their ownership group don't seem to learn lessons at this point. So the fact that they didn't get rid of everybody and they're like, stay the course, then I'm like, well, you might as well freaking win then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I just am like, sometimes you're so mad at a team. It's like,
I get it.
You don't deserve this. I can't root for you.
I'm not arguing they deserve it.
But, and I agree with that a lot. The one thing is the baseball playoffs usually are pretty fun.
Yes.
Baseball is such a stressful postseason, and I love the stress.
Every pitch, it's
so. Are you gonna love it when they lose 7-0 though in a game?
Probably.
That's not gonna be stress.
No.
That's gonna be like, oh, this was a
pitching
beatdown.
ain't
early.
last year.
I'll be excited.
I'm not saying the baseball playoffs aren't fun. I'm just saying, and I know you're saying
they
that's
don't
your
make
answer
it to the
for
playoffs
this.
often either.
But there's also been
I'd rather be there.
teams of your college that you've loved and teams that you've hated, where you're like, I hate this team.
You're not supposed to hate
100%.
any team. You're supposed to be Kyle Whittingham.
100%.
Let it go.
I
might let you do your WNBA list over this Michigan tape.
Number 10, Kiki Rice.
I totally get what you're saying, and I agree 100%. There are Tennessee teams I'm like, God, I hate this team.
Yeah.
But I still root for them. And this is one of them. This is one of those teams. I just don't love this team right now, but you get to the playoffs and it's so entertaining, and the difference in the enjoyment that you get for the baseball playoffs with your team in it versus without, I think it's unparalleled across sports.
Oh yeah, absolutely, for sure.
I would wonder for me maybe about the hockey playoffs, but I hear you.
Hockey's fun.
The NCAA tournament.
Yeah.
As soon as Tennessee's out, I'm like, my take on the tournament is completely different, and I love it.
I'm also a naive Disney movie watcher. So, I'm always thinking something magical can happen, and, you can catch fire, and something great will happen.
What's your top 3 Disney movies?
And what if they give you a warning before the movie that's offensive? Do you turn it off?
I don't know what that means.
Are you one of the anti-Disney people?
Dude,
I have a friend who is like,
No,
that's absurd what he's talking about.
Yeah.
I know what's absurd?
Disney Plus, if you go back to watch various movies of theirs from the years, they will put up we went and watched Stand By Me. Stand By Me had a thing in front of it that said there were some offensive depictions that are wrong in this current era, and we want to basically apologize for making this movie. Now enjoy.
Because I know your Walt Disney take, I believe.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So have you made that anti-Disney for the long term?
There are definitely some things that I do that perplex me, and when they put up a warning on a movie that came out 60 years ago that it might not be exactly the same as today's values, I was like, you probably should have been able to figure that out on
Top
your
3,
own.
Corey.
Rookie of the Year, number 3.
Is that a Disney movie?
Yeah.
Is it? Are you sure?
I don't know. I just looked up Disney movies. They produced it, is what it says.
Okay.
So
sounds about right. And White.
I was waiting for that part.
Cool Runnings. Actually, Cool Runnings 3, Rookie of the Year 2, and then Mighty Ducks 1.
Okay, so no cartoon movie.
I'm going with the sports.
Okay,
the sports
I like it.
theory there.
We're sports station.
Sports station.
I think I gotta have National Treasure in there.
National Treasure.
That's a great one. Beauty and the Beast. I love the live action one. Emma Watson.
Well, I don't think I ever saw the live action one.
Fantastic.
By the way,
the score in that, the musical scores, one of the best soundtracks over here.
all right.
Isn't it the same soundtrack?
And as long as
Shut
we're
up,
talking about changing opinions, isn't that story about somebody getting kidnapped and eventually falling in love with their kidnapper? Does
Stockholm
that come?
syndrome.
Yeah,
Stockholm,
does that come with a warning before the movie?
I don't know.
And why did they remake it? I'm just saying, be consistent, Disney.
Okay. Speaking
And
of
recognize that your founder was not great.
Okay.
Speaking of Michigan,
It's true.
RJ Choppy is off today. Anyone freak out on the fan text thinking RJ was really leaving the station? Or?
No, not that I saw.
All right, no,
There were a couple people saying, "Yay, what a 2-1-4."
I'm
kidding. Relax.
Are you leaving today?
Yeah. I'm leaving on a jet plane.
You're not driving?
We're not driving to Michigan. That's a
The
lot.
car's not here yet.
The car is not here yet, as it were.
Hey, he got a minor mail victory though.
I did.
Can't it just drive itself to your house?
No, it cannot.
It's not a Tesla.
Oh.
It just has to be plugged in. But he did get this was a mistake admission from the wife.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, she said, this is a
you didn't
mistake.
know that?
But she said, I also
Awesome.
because she wanted to.
Doesn't that bring you such a high? It's so rare.
She wanted the specific color of the vehicle, and we found this color in Houston, but it was earmarked. And we found this color in Lubbock, but it had a different color interior. All right, so she wanted the specific color she wanted. The only one she found the whole country was in Oxnard. Go figure. So we get it, and it's supposed
And you believe that, right?
Yeah, because she found one in Melbourne, Florida, and I was like, I'll just do the Oxnard one. It's easier. And it's she said, this was a mistake. Looking back on it, because the delay, the rental cars that we had to buy because she sold her car.
You messing up our dinners.
Yeah, messing up dinner. But she did say, I also wouldn't have bought it if I didn't get the one I wanted.
Oh.
Which would have brought me back to the original problem, which is that we're not spending this, we're spending a lot of money on this vehicle, and she wouldn't have wanted to get something that she didn't love.
I get that.
So,
yeah.
So you're going out for golf.
Golf, baby. Let's go.
And last time there was a lot of sweet love being made in the
There's
course,
always
right?
sweet love being made.
You proposed there, right?
I did propose there. We have a tea time August 17th every year at this one course where we got engaged. That was our engagement anniversary.
Are they not advertising anymore?
Yeah, they are. GaylordGolfBecca.com.
Feel free to talk
baby.
about
Let's
it.
go.
Let's go.
Every year.
While you're up there, how many holes can you do per day?
I try to get 19 in.
He was ready for it.
Yeah, I try to get 19 in. Maybe 37. 30,
Okay.
You never know, right?
Oh,
Maybe 20 if it's an anniversary.
Yeah, maybe 20. So we're going there, and we do
In
it
all
every year.
seriousness, do you ever do multiple rounds of golf
In a day?
the same day?
Yeah, we do. I've played 54 up there in one day.
In one day?
3 rounds.
Wow.
Yeah, I was in pain. I was in some
High
severe
of
pain.
75 and 77 throughout the week.
Yeah, there we go.
We got 11 more days, 100 degrees.
It's 105 on Sunday that they keep throwing up here.
Oh my goodness.
That'd be a 30-degree difference.
Yeah, we know.
30-degree
We'll feel like all the Tolos back here while you're in Oxnard.
That's right.
Same torture. But hopefully it rains Sunday, Wednesday. There's a chance.
There is a chance, and that's a bummer because Sunday, 14, 15. I don't know what we have Sunday, but on Wednesday I'm supposed to be playing the Belvedere, which is one of the courses up there in a town called Charlevoix, and this is a throwback. This is like Nicholas and Snead, and they've all played it. It's got great old timey vibes. I don't cheat when I'm at this course.
Okay, when you're at that course.
Do you cheat at other courses?
I've seen him cheat multiple times.
If I don't like, I am a
Force me out of
second.
playing.
I'm a second shot scratch golfer.
Yes.
So if I don't like my shot, I have no problem dropping another golf ball down.
Okay.
Now, if I'm playing for money, no. But if I'm
Just another common denominator.
if I'm just playing with myself, then I don't mind dropping another.
Just another similarity.
Well, just playing with myself, I don't mind dropping another golf ball down.
Sure.
I mean, yeah.
Goodness gracious.
For money, I'm not going to do that, but. I don't mind taking a putt. I don't mind it at all. That one looks good to me. It's from 18 feet. I'll take it.
You should post that you won the Gaylord Tour Championship.
I just won a club championship.
Thank everybody who competed.
And do it in front of 3 members who don't know you and brag about it and see if they interrupt you or how they're staring at you.
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Stand in front of them with some trophies.
Dude,
Third,
just
64.
Go get a trophy made while you're there. Hide it in your bag. And
They'll
pull it out
give
and
you
be
a
like,
hat. You know the owners well. Just be like, give me a trophy. I want to stand in the pro shop and do a big announcement how you won the championship.
There we go. I'm a two-time club champion.
What belt is that?
Oh man,
G-bag belt.
I have real belts at home. I should have.
We know. Hey, you'd be proud of me. I'm going home to finish.
What would that be? The Gaylord something amateur golf championship?
Gaylord amateur golf.
What would the B be?
Metro American Gaylord amateur.
There we go.
MAGA.
All right. The KNC masterpiece. More
Michigan
letters.
amateur, Gaylord amateur.
Next on the Fan.
How Sean keeps this together, we have no idea. Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors and the famous Jacob Ray today taking over for Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube.
Jacob, I'm going to ask you to say a few things here in a moment. Okay. All right? I need you to think about this. And Tolos, I need you to think this out. How many trash cans do you have in your home? All right? And you can go with the place you live now. You have 5, Peyton. All right. How many are in the home that you grew up in? How many are the current home you're in right now? And here's why. I've been responsible mainly for taking out the trash in the house for most of my marriage, because that's a man's thing to do, I guess. I don't know. And then the kids got old enough that it was like, all right, it's chore time, take the trash out. Well, the other day, my wife, the kids all went to school, and she was doing work at the house, and then she also decided time for the trash to go out, because Avery, who's been taking the trash out for the last year, is at college. And the trash needed to go out, and I refused to do it, because somebody around the house could do it as a chore. Carter. Well, then my wife threw this at me. I took all the trash out because whenever I was growing up, the person responsible for taking the trash out also took the bathroom trash out and all the other trash cans in the house. At which point, I started counting trash cans in our house. Now, bless you, Kevin. We all know Corey has many tables in his house. I didn't realize for every table you almost need a trash can. And
is it a 1-to-1 ratio?
Almost, dude.
Okay.
I have 8 trash cans in our house. That's just inside the house.
Oh, that's a lot.
There's one in each one of the kids' rooms, one in each one of the bathrooms, one in the kitchen. Then I started thinking, we got that little pool house shed thing. There's a trash can out there. Have a trash can in the backyard by the pool. Have a trash can, obviously the dumpster trash can that the city comes up and dumps everything in. So does that count? And then what about the recycling bin? Does that count?
Yeah, I did not count the recycling bin.
So we're at 10, essentially, at this point.
So many.
And that's also the point whenever I started thinking, Kevin, and I started looking at my wife, who had just told me, well, whenever I was growing up, we didn't grow up the same. We had one, in my poor house, we had one trash can. If you were in the bedroom, and you had trash, you took it to the kitchen and you threw it away in the kitchen trash can. We had one. I grew up poor, Kevin, I guess.
I know.
Because we had one trash bin.
That's why you didn't want to watch Roseanne.
Exactly. It felt the same. And so, how many trash cans is too many trash cans in your house?
Surely we can agree 10 is too many, right?
How many trash cans
do you have? A normal
That's too many,
person
right?
house.
We have in our bathroom area, we have 2 trash cans. One in the bedroom, like under her desk, and then one in the bathroom next to the toilet.
You just reminded me of one.
Okay, so now you've counted more.
We have 6 then.
From the 469, man, I was not ready for this serious trash can talk today. Life comes at you fast. I know.
It really does.
It's sobering.
I think we have one in the master bathroom.
Ooh, is that what you call it?
Oh, sorry. The primary bathroom, where people go to primary bait. There's that. There's... Get it together, people! There is one in Noah's bathroom, in Jess's little office, in the kitchen, in Brandon's room. Man, maybe it only is 5. Oh, and in the stupid little half bathroom, we have that stupid tiny trash can that I don't understand why anybody puts trash in there, and it pisses me off.
Does it have a bag in it? Do y'all have bags in all your trash cans?
Because Jess buys the little tiny bags, and I was like, that feels like a waste of money. So I think we have 6, which
does that feel like a lot?
It does.
When you were growing up, did you have 6 trash cans in your house?
You know what? I'm gonna have to think on that have more. I didn't think that
Sorry,
part through.
I know I just threw
We
this at
definitely should not have more than 5. And now that you said that, I'm going to go home and ask if we can get rid of that stupid tiny trash can that we have. And it even has the little foot pedal on it. The trash can is like maybe 2 foot and a half tall. What are we doing?
From the 817, damn it, Corey, I have 9 now that I think about it. See? All right, so this, here I was thinking with the table situation, Plano Elite thing that everybody kind of tries to throw at me. And I'm like, look, man, I'm not in charge of buying all the tables in my house. My wife did it. And some of them, we just found tables, and I thought they looked cool. My dad made a table, So we had to find a place to put the tables. But here we are with 10 trash cans. Somebody's like, I got 9. A lot of people, 11 people in their house, 5 trash cans. You guys are crazy with your trash cans.
From the 817, never really thought about it like that. I'm trash can poor, only have 6.
I think that's enough.
It definitely
That's
is.
a lot of trash cans.
From the 615, your wife is trash can shaming
She
you.
is.
And then also, not all these trash cans are the same size. Do you differentiate like that? I want you to ponder that. Jacob, have you had the opportunity to think about how many trash cans you have?
Well, I want to start back by pushing back on your previous point of the short trash can.
Oh.
See, I would argue that wouldn't you need the foot pedal for the shorter trash can more because you're bending over further to take the lid off?
I hear you.
Is that size over there, Kevin? That one right to the right?
Yes.
That's a little tiny trash can.
But here's my question.
Okay.
Push pedal.
What trash are you taking into the bathroom that you need to throw away? Did you blow your nose? Throw it in the
toilet.
Throw in the toilet.
Unless it's tissue, you're not supposed to put
Yeah, you're not
tissue in
supposed to
there.
flush those.
Toilet paper's fine, not tissue. I don't know
I used to blow
why.
my nose with paper towels.
Yeah, blow your nose in the
Don't
toilet
blow those
paper
on the
then.
toilet either, yeah.
Let's be smart about this. And if the toilet paper rolls out, just walk out with it. I'm not going to be like, oh my gosh, how much were you pooping? Did you use that entire roll? It's going to be fine. I don't understand why that trash can is there. And the fact that we buy these expensive, stupid little trash bags, that it's like, what? This is the Wizard of Oz?
Why the
You know why.
What did they do?
You know why.
So I have 3 trash cans technically. So I have 2. I live in a 1-bedroom apartment. So I have one. I have one in my
It's
bathroom.
not like
and
a
I have,
studio. It's just a.
no,
okay.
it's got like actual rooms. I've got one. I've got one in my bathroom, and I've got one in my kitchen. But we have what's called valet trash, which is where you set a trash can outside your door, but it needs to be a specific trash can. So I can't just pick my trash can up, put it out there. So I have a trash can specifically empty to pick up my trash bag, put it in there, and put it outside.
All right, couple things. While you may have fewer trash cans, it sounds like your trash can per square footage is higher than perhaps the rest.
Mm-hmm.
And also, my wife thinks I am the valet trash man because she acts like she's a sophomore in college and puts the trash bag outside our garage, like the door to the garage, not outside the garage.
I hate when they do that.
And I was like, what is this?
It's 12 more steps.
Out.
12 more steps.
Yes.
To get out of the out to where the dumpster thing is.
Yes.
12 more steps. Why did you stop there? You know why Avery would stop there? Because he was scared of wolves in our neighborhood.
I mean, look,
I had to fight off that one wolf that one time whenever it attacked that rabbit in my backyard.
I will tell you, then I could see that. And I will admit, if I saw a wasp in the garage, I'd be like, I can do this later. I will readily admit. From the 361, man, I have 12 trash cans. From the 972, I've got 5 trash cans. Well, really 2, and then 3 of the small ones. From the 469, I got 3 kids and 7 trash cans, yet somehow the trash never makes it into a trash can. And this goes along with our conversation the other day. The laziest we all are as a collective human race, at least in America, is not taking out the trash because you think you can Tetris it up and make room for that extra bit of trash you have. The trash can be coming out of the can, and you're like, I'm going to figure out a way that this can go in there, and I can kind of sort of shut it, maybe not all the way if it has a lid, so I don't have to take out the trash.
You ever have like a part of a chili dog, and you're like, I'm not just going to toss it on that pile. So you go get a paper towel and then wrap the top of it so you can now press down the trash just a little bit longer.
Right.
So you get about, you get an extra 3-4 inches out of that thing.
which sounds very important.
That's a lot.
From the, I didn't have Hagee going scorched earth on little trash cans on my bingo card. Me either.
Nobody did.
I really didn't.
This was one of those things that it wasn't really, I never thought about it. We've been in this house for 3 or 4 or 5 years. I don't even know it at this point.
And here are conflicting
4 years.
Sexist texts right here. Kevin, buddy, you live with a woman.
It's true.
And be a man. Take out the trash. I do.
Take it out all the time.
It annoys me that my wife takes it out half of the distance and then leaves it there.
Ooh.
And then's like, that's good enough.
682, 8 trash cans for a 3,400 square foot house. That's a good. Is it trash cans per square foot? Like how many trash? Because I understand though, but you don't have to walk that far. Is it really that far to walk to the one trash can place? I don't know.
And for people saying,
or are those trash cans for when visitors come over, so that they don't have to go searching around the house?
From the 214, bathroom trash cans. I wanna clarify something here. I understand why you need trash cans in the bathroom, but not the little half bathroom. So for people who are like, hey, you live with a lady, she might have different needs. I hear you. That does not happen in the little half bath. The little half bath is closest to the living room, and you're like, ooh, we got to pause whatever we're binging or whatever to just go pop in there. People aren't taking their pills in there. They're not taking other products in there. It's just that half bath tiny trash can that I don't like. The other ones, I get. I understand why Noah needs a trash can in his bathroom because he's a kid and he's a mess. I understand why we have one in the main bathroom. I get all of that. It's just that one tiny trash can.
The trick also is flip the paper plate upside down and then just push it down that way. The boys in their bathroom, Kevin, that little mini trash can is in the corner next to the toilet.
Right.
Do you think that they don't pile that thing up in the corner with toilet paper from their snot rags and stuff when they just throw it over on the pile and it just keeps piling into the corner until it's 6 feet tall?
I mean,
that's all I got, guys.
Okay.
Too many trash cans, but I guess the trash can business is booming, so we probably need to start investing there.
Yeah, I guess so. So do you want me to read this text in the way in which I think it was sent? Are we going to talk sports today or just talk trash?
Dude, everybody that throws something into a trash can says Kobe. So that is sports right there.
Except theirs go in. So get over it. It's been 10 minutes. We've talked about this 8 million times. Sports radio has changed. That's why we ran ESPN out of business out here, okay? So, anyways, outside of that 10-minute diversion in our 4-hour show, let's talk about some sports. Although you did eat into a lot of time here to talk about the Cowboys.
That's a good point.
So you've really kind of screwed us over.
That means we just don't have to talk about the Rangers.
All right, that's a good point. Man, we should do that. All right, so let me throw something out. Corey, what do you always say when I ask you, where are the Cowboys ranked in this or that or whatever?
Probably middle of the pack.
That doesn't have to do with money. Well, guess what?
Yeah, they're number one in that.
Yeah, good for us. Even the fan base is middle of the pack in terms of enthusiasm. So, casino.ca, I guess they're in Canada, they put together their fan optimism index. Didn't get a chance to mention this yesterday. Who do you think is the least optimistic fan base going into this season? In the NFL.
Cardinals.
Cardinals are shockingly higher on this list than you would think. They're ahead of the Raiders, Colts, Dolphins, Titans, Browns, and Jets.
Oh, the Jets.
Well, I mean, I just told you it was the Jets.
Yeah, the Jets are the lowest.
Yes, the Jets.
And the Browns are probably right above them. I assume you went in order backwards.
Actually, I did. So the Cardinals are actually ahead of 6 teams.
Well, they can be quite honest. Carson Beck. And if you watched Jacoby Brissett last night dominating a preseason game, then yeah. But also...
That was his Super Bowl.
I will say I did watch... Jeremiah Love was really good last night.
Yeah.
Jeremiah Love looks like an absolute blast. So that's something to be optimistic about, for sure.
Now, at the top of the list, most optimistic fan bases. What do you think?
I mean, the Seahawks got to be up there right now. They just won the damn Super Bowl.
They are tied for second.
What? Rams got Myles Garrett.
They are tied for second with the Seahawks.
Okay. Are the Patriots pretty optimistic?
The
they just got to the Super Bowl.
Are, well, here's another thing. I was going to tell you the Patriots are tied for 7th, but not really, because casino.ca doesn't know how numbers work. Here's what they put. The Chiefs are number 1. Tied for 2nd are the Rams and the Seahawks. Then 3rd is the Eagles. No. 4th is the Eagles. If you have a tie for 2nd, you don't advance to 3rd. Then you go to 4th. But that's not what they did. And you would think somebody at casino.ca got the message when the last team on the list was the Jets at 29. But no, they didn't renumber their thing. They were like, let's just stay the course, good buddy. So the top 5 go like this: Chiefs, Rams, and Seahawks. Eagles, Broncos. And then you go to number 16, which is really number 18. The Dallas Cowboys are almost in the middle of the pack, like they are in most of the power rankings, except for that one we discussed the other day, and everything else we go through. So even the enthusiasm level for this team is middle of the way.
I mean, because we're so uncertain. We don't know what this team is at all. We have an idea, but we don't know for sure. There's a lot of talk about great leadership right now. A lot of changes happen on the defensive side of the ball. Can the offense not regress too much? Like there's a lot of uncertainty. Kevin, this is a good time of year for Cowboys fans to be optimistic because things feel good, but I think we've been burned so many times that we're like, we'll wait and see how y'all are in week 3.
Or from the 781, I'd rather talk about trash cans than the Rangers. Or is that the same topic?
Oh, man.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, your Dallas Cowboys news and questions of the day. Next, right here on The Fan.
This show requires an extra smart speaker. Your number 1 midday sports show is the KNC Masterpiece. Duh. On 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn app.
Hello, DFW. Marcus Kajawa here, bringing you a bank-owned Hill Country land liquidation. On Saturday, August 22nd, one of the Hill Country's finest high-fence historic ranches will be liquidated in tracts ranging from 5 to 20 acres. Come out and buy 5 acres with beautiful views for only $59,000. How about a ready-to-use cabin with a workshop on 11 acres for only $199,000? Properties include high elevation, million-dollar views, massive hardwoods, miles of creek, abundant wildlife, electric, and fiber optic internet, all with owner-to-owner financing. All properties will be liquidated. Call us now. 800-684-4611. That's 800-684-4611. If the line's busy, keep calling. 800-684-4611. That's 800-684-4611.
Paid for by Liberty Bankers Life Insurance Company.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. When was the last time you laughed and didn't think about your teeth? A lot of people walk around covering their mouth, skipping pictures, and avoiding certain foods because they don't feel confident. That's no way to live. That's why I've been telling people about my friend Dr. Jeff Buski at Granbury Dental Center for over 20 years. Look, doing nothing isn't an option, and dentures aren't a real solution either. Dr. Jeff Buski has placed more than 10,000 dental implants in his 29 years of experience, so he knows how to give you a smile that feels like your own. With dental implants, we're talking about real teeth, secure and natural, no slipping, and no embarrassment. You can eat what you want, laugh when you want, and stop thinking about it. And yes, it's worth the drive to Granbury. So if you're ready to stop hiding and start living again, go to granburydentalcenter.com and schedule your free consultation and tell them Dave sent you. That's granburydentalcenter.com.
Summer is coming. Are you ready to look and feel your best? If you're dealing with low energy, weight gain, muscle loss, or low sex drive, your hormones may
Williams. You got to love hearing this. And I know it's much easier to say after you've gotten the deal and signed it. He said, I knew from the moment the Cowboys traded for me, I wanted to be here for the rest of my career. And I love hearing that. My question to go along with that news is, do you believe for the majority of Quinnen's contract extension, he will be a very good player for this team?
Oh, yeah, I do. And it's because I feel he takes care of his body pretty well. That, for some reason, that position, age doesn't seem to age you out.
That is true. At the defensive tackle, you're right about that. Because what's one of the things...
Old man strength's important.
Exactly. And you need strength at that position, and that does not degenerate as much as like your speed or your quick twitch or anything like that.
Yeah, quickness is a big factor, but in short spans. But you're right. Like it's the power that he can play with is important, and he can use technique for a long time as well. So I think that's important. That's like Carter right now, my son. He's playing defensive tackle. He got a sack yesterday in practice.
Hey!
Unfortunately, took the quarterback to the ground. So let's work on.
Did all the coaches yell up, up, up?
All the offensive coaches were like, "You're not supposed to do that." All the defensive coaches were patting him on the helmet and telling him, "Great job, nice work."
It is a delicate balance. It really is.
But like, he doesn't have a clue what he's doing right now.
Yeah,
he's just instinctually like they're saying, "All right, line up here, go after the quarterback, go after the guy with the ball." So he's just getting to the backfield and doing that. But whenever he learns technique, like that just adds on to how much better you could be. And whenever you're at that age, I think Quinnen Williams will be very good for a long time for the Cowboys.
Now I got a chance to. We talked about it yesterday. Look a little even further into a little further into the Quinnen Williams contract, which again, Todd Archer did a really good job of kicking that off. A cap hit of about $8.67 million this year, $14.5 million next year, which would have been the pre-existing years left on his contract. But for the rest of it, pretty reasonable. $19.9 million cap hit in 28. Then it goes up to a $25 million cap hit. And then in 2030, it's a $30.8 million cap hit. And I know you might be wondering, well, how is that possible given that he signed for $35.05 million per year? Well, one of the things is you folded it in to the existing 2 years of the contract, which is something that we beg them to do 2 different times with Dak Prescott. So that helps you flatten out the money just not a little bit, more than a little bit. And then they do have the voids on there. So once you get to 2031, you would be looking at a hefty chunk of change, especially if he's ready to go at the age of 34 and retire. But
what you're saying, though, is they learn something, they listen to it.
Yes, and I appreciate that very much. And that's why, and you know what? In all seriousness, and this isn't about just Quinnen Williams, and it's certainly not just about the Cowboys, but you can afford to make these mistakes even more when you go ahead and do an extension prior to the contract being up. Like if you think that the Eagles look stupid for the Jalen Hurts deal, I totally hear that and understand that, but you were able to fold some money into those 2 existing years that are still on the deal to make it more palatable going forward. So whenever you saw that he signed for $55 million per year, you're not looking at straight hits of 55, 55, 55 on your cap. And for the Cowboys, if you're scared of that dead cap number in the void year, remember that's 5 years away. And you've seen how, not exponentially, but how much the salary cap has gone up. I'm not saying the Cowboys would want to eat all of that or anything like that, but they're in a good position. And, I should have, let me just reset one thing. The dead cap would actually be lower if you got all the way to 2031. I said the number too high.
Okay.
But the rest of it is correct.
This sounds like a logical, good
really
contract for a good player who was a first-round pick and has played at that level throughout his career. He's played at that pedigree. And it feels like this is a smart decision, and it allows them to stay flexible for other players down the road if they want to.
Yeah.
Or another Dak contract.
Yeah, man.
Is that not?
That would be surprising to me, but quite frankly,
I don't think anybody would get upset if they signed him to another deal.
I think you're being sarcastic.
When's the Super Bowl?
It's on Valentine's Day.
The Super Bowl's on Valentine's Day?
That's right.
What a gift that would be.
That's
from
right.
Dak to Jerry.
Can I tell you honestly, man, I hope this doesn't get clipped and only this part of the context gets used. If you were going to re-sign Dak, I think you should do it in this next offseason when you still have 2 years.
Right
I'm not saying that would be the way.
Go ahead and clip this
No,
for the future.
you do not. I'm not saying that is the way that I would go. What I'm saying is if you were going to do that, it would be after this season. And I just saw somebody concerned, and I think we understand this concern, but this is what we were trying to address from the 940. Geez, he'll be turning 30 during the next season. Now, that is true, but when we did our study, I don't know, like 3 or 4 weeks ago, we saw that outside of like center and one other offensive line position, defensive tackles have their most valuable years far later, age-wise, than most any other position. Quarterback can be in that group as well. So that's why I'm less worried about that for him.
Yeah, no, I'm absolutely right there with you, man.
All right, let's go from that to Dustin Hoffman.
Okay.
Was at practice yesterday. And
dude, all right.
Did you hear Jerry going in on the movies and stuff?
No.
He was trying to describe The Graduate. I mean, he described it very well. I don't know if he actually said The Graduate.
I Heart Huckabee.
I only heard him talk about The Graduate and the Marathon Man.
Into Hook.
There is no way Jerry Jones has seen Hook, right?
Rain Man.
He didn't say Rain Man.
Jeez, dude. So many Tootsie.
Again, the only 2 I heard his description
I don't know if you've ever seen Tootsie, Kevin.
I have.
It's a very controversial topic today.
He's like, taxi!
Taxi!
I didn't see this, Kevin. I didn't see the whole thing. I didn't see that. You know what I ended up seeing? All the people taking shots about the last time Dustin Hoffman was relevant.
Oh, and comparing it to
Was
the Cowboys?
last time the Cowboys won a Super Bowl. And that's just rude, Internet. What are we doing? Why does the Internet got to be like this, man? Why can't the Internet be a safe space like it was whenever we were kids?
Oh, man. What year was the pivot for that?
When MySpace went under.
Okay.
And Twitter. It was Twitter, really. When people found out that they could put their opinions on Twitter.
Whatever, dude. He's in the Kung Fu Panda movies.
See?
How's that not relevant?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I get that maybe people don't know who he is.
It started to turn with Facebook. And here's what it was people on Facebook would post, "I'm sad today." And then people were like, "Oh, I'm so sorry for you being sad."
Yeah.
And then you'd have that one crass friend that was like, "Shut up." And you'd be like, "Hold on, why did you say shut up? This is a nice..." They're sad. And they're like, "Look at their last 7 posts. They're sad every day." And you're like, "Oh." And then they're like, "You're just trying to get attention." And then the internet completely changed. That's what happened.
Does it bother you when somebody just posts that and they never explain why it is?
What's going on?
Like I saw somebody, I don't know if you, if we're mutual friends with this person, somebody last week just posted white privilege. And then she didn't say.
Oh, I thought you were going to do one of your dumb dad jokes.
What it was about or anything. So.
What about Meet the Fockers?
I can't say I ever saw that one.
You didn't see Meet the Fockers?
What number was that? Was that the second one?
Second one, I think.
Oh, okay. Then I did.
Meet the Parents.
Which I really liked.
And Meet the Fockers.
Which I did not like, and then I was done. And isn't there
that was the one with Barbara Streisand, and she was massaging somebody.
Oh, and then
Robert De Niro.
Did they make a baby one? Too?
I didn't see that. That's where I stopped, probably.
Okay. All right. Who on this team?
But Jacob has seen Grown Ups too, because he loves both the Grown Ups movies
We
so
will need to
much.
adjudicate that at some point in the show. I talked to him about it beforehand. He promises that
Text in if you remember it being Jacob.
Yes, please. All right. Who do you think, not just only tomorrow, which you can catch everything Cowboys related right here on 105.3 The Fan. Pregame starts at 4 o'clock, going into kickoff at 7:05. Who do you think, not just tomorrow, but throughout the preseason, needs to have some big performances that could kind of tip the scale one way or another? Either it's staying on the team or maybe getting an expanded role on the team.
Okay, so I have a couple that I really want to make a splash. One of them is Anthony Smith.
He could be on the top of the list.
I've been an Anthony Smith fan, going, hey, just y'all please keep an eye on this guy. And that's one of the guys that I would love to see him make a splash and just be on the scene, because I think there's other receivers. Sure. Valdez-Scantling could definitely use a great turnout, but I think people kind of know what he is. They're expecting him to play. Are you going to play some special teams? That's important. But I think Anthony Smith.
Do you wonder if it's too late for him and all, or
no.
Okay.
No, but the Cowboys do tend to like their own that they've drafted.
Right.
And I just don't know if he has a good one, you force their hand.
Okay.
You force, if he has a good 3 games, you force their hand and say, we got to keep the young player because too many people probably already seen him. So do that.
Okay.
The second one, and this is just a personal thing, I know you think he's a very slow runner, but it's Phil Maffa. Every time he touched the football,
very slow.
Kevin would go, is this dude running in quicksand right now?
No.
Does he run with concrete boots?
It was just like you would see a Bonnie Conda, and you're like, holy moly, that dude is fast. And then the handoff would go to Phil Moffa, and I was like,
Yeah.
But I get it.
I get it too.
He's a complete runner. Could be.
I really like. Here's the thing. I thought Maffa because of his size. He's big, right? You remember seeing him and you're like, oh, he's giant. Whenever I saw him in college, I thought big, powerful back. And then I'd see him get stuffed on the goal line, and I was like, maybe he's not as strong as I think. But then I watched him run last year in the preseason, and I really liked what I saw from him. And now I'm like, okay, did he add that power element to it? And can he, barrel over guys at the goal line? Because if he can, that's a really good option for this team. So those are the two that I'm really keen on. There's plenty more though.
All right, so the list I had kind of compiled, and obviously you'll see the crossover there. Of course, Anthony Smith, Nate Thomas, Phil Maffa, Julius Wood, Tyrus Wheat, LT Overton, James Houston, Camden Brown, Justin Barron. Now, those are not all the same. Like, I'm not saying that Overton is going to get cut from the team. Some of them are in terms of who's going to make the team, who's not. Some of them are in terms of could you potentially get an expanded role. Like we've talked about it, I do think that James Houston is still fighting for his spot on the roster. Obviously, Camden Brown has some work to do if he wants to make the roster. But there are others like Overton, and I wonder about Barron that you think may already be set on the roster, but just how much will they be used? But Barron probably does need to do some more work as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Probably Scooney, at this point, just to prove it to us.
Do you think?
Nah, Trig's definitely the one that needs it.
But
Scooney's.
Have you come to the realization that, sorry, Cowboys fans,
you're going to have
looking like he's going to be on the roster again?
Yeah. Now, Mingo.
I don't think Jonathan Mingo's not going to.
I think we had the conversation of one of the two, right?
Yes.
That was one of our overreaction to realities, I believe. And I said, I think it's more likely Mingo than Schoonmaker. I wasn't willing to get rid of both of them.
Right.
But I did feel like Schoonmaker at the time was on teetering.
Yeah.
After the injury to Fant, that kind of changed my mind a little bit because you don't have the numbers you once had there.
Yeah.
So Schoonmaker probably back. But I do wonder if Trig could earn it. If they could go, well, we got Brevin Spanford, and Trig is now the receiving weapon we wanted him to be.
And it is a shout-out Friday. I wanted to throw this out there. Odyssey's very own Jimmy Gonzalez was elected to the Texas Radio Hall of Fame. So congratulations to him for that. That is an absolutely outstanding honor. Now we'll go all the way to the other side of things. Because coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, where the Rangers' depressing series against the Angels finally comes to an end. Yes, we do. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a Football Friday. We're going to have Mike Schmitz, Mavs GM, on, though, at 3.
Absolutely smoked by the Angels, 7-0. Maybe you already thought it was over after the second inning, even though it was only 2-0.
There you
because
go.
Jacob DeGrom, I almost said you exited the game.
Jacob Ray.
Jacob DeGrom exited the game after what was first thought to be kind of like the hip butt area that was bothering him because he had a really long inning. But then you're like, oh, well, that's not great, but what can you do? And then afterwards, it comes out that it was right tricep fatigue. And obviously, Skip was like, yeah, we don't really want to mess around with that. And if you didn't think that it was over after the first 2 innings, the fact that the Rangers were being no-hit through 3 innings, I don't know.
By Arena!
Yeah. Maybe that did it for you.
Who used to pitch for the Rangers?
Well, he has the same number of wins as Jacob DeGrom this year. Now, you might not care because it's not.
What if I told you, Kevin? I thought it was over with after the first inning.
Oh.
And then in the second inning, that's definitely, but it was the top of the second inning, not the bottom of the second inning.
Okay.
Here's why.
Did nothing with errors.
Corey Seager pops up to left field, and Siri drops the ball.
Yeah.
And you'd already had 2 terrible first. I guess Jock had 7 pitches in the first at bat, so I'll take that. Leadoff hitter getting 7 pitches, I'm okay with. I would love the home run. Come on, Jock, what are we doing here? But then Wyatt Langford didn't look great, striking out, swinging, didn't even look comfortable at the plate. Seager gets on base off an error, and they can't find a way to get him around. Okay, so that's one. Nimmo walked, by the way. Nimmo gets on base. You had 2 runners on. Then it was Wins getting to first base on the grounder that was an error. I was like, sweet. The Angels tonight aren't focused. They aren't playing good defensive baseball. Now you attack them. You got 5 damn hits the rest of the night, dude. That's miserable.
Yeah.
That is miserable baseball. I hate it. So, yeah, that's at that point, Kevin, that's when I was like, this team doesn't have it tonight. That's it. I thought DeGrom would give you better, but then, like you just pointed out, then the rest of that happened. So
you lost 3 out of 4 to arguably the worst team in baseball. I think they've already got more losses than you said would be acceptable for a lengthier stretch, and you still have the A's, the Nationals, before swinging back around to the Angels again.
Now, the A's have given up a whole lot of runs. Maybe you can take advantage of that.
You do get to play in a minor league ballpark where the ball seems to carry, so
maybe that can do something for your confidence.
Hey, I hope so, but just let's not let ourselves get fooled into thinking that the offense is back. We will keep an eye out on Jacob DeGrom, but this just feels like it's got injured lists written all over it. Now, how long that will be, I don't know, but then that would be him and Evaldi on the injured list, which could change plans, of course, for Jack Leiter. Last night, Jack Leiter, AAA Round Rock. He threw 2 2/3 scoreless innings in his rehab start. Struck out 3, allowed 1 hit, also walked somebody. 32 of his 48 pitches went for strikes. But this is probably the more important part. His fastball was kind of sitting in the 96, 97 range, and he topped out at 98 in the first inning. So we discussed yesterday, 2 days ago, that, I mean, yes, but we talked about yesterday or 2 days ago that, well, you might have a situation where you need to slide him in the bullpen.
Sorry.
Well, now you might have a situation where you have literally no choice but to put him back in the starting rotation.
Yeah, you have no other options. That you'd love to have those options.
Sure.
But guess what? You have old pitchers that said, I'm staying here to win, and then got hurt.
Yes.
And then, after a few games, your guys didn't even provide the runs for them that they needed.
And that was the thing that I feel like we argued against at the time, but what a load of BS that him saying that was really going to spark this team. I mean, if anything, have they gotten worse since then?
They haven't performed up to it. It was, 3 games, it felt like? They went, hey, let's go. That first game, they stunk. Then they won, 3 straight after that? And then fell apart.
4
straight?
Yeah.
So that felt fun.
And then they lost 4 of their last.
But it had no lasting power.
So.
And then having Evaldi out, I know they flew him out and everything, but man, Can you imagine, though, being Skip and me like, I don't know what to do. Boach felt this way last year, didn't he? With this almost the same bunch.
And I get
exasperated.
I get the complaints about Skip Schumacher. I really do. But there are some things as well that I'm like, what do you think he should do? But
Go
that
in there
goes
and kick
back
a trash can over.
I mean, especially if it's one of those stupid little ones. But I get it. You can't, if you know what the ownership is going to be and you know what the GM is going to be, you have to work within the constraints that you have. Plus, by the way, Buzzer has released its app on the Roku store. Now, would one argue that you should have been prepared for that when you made this big swing? Sure, but better late than never. Now, let's talk about the Field of Dream game. I don't actually want to talk about the game whatsoever. I want to talk about one bizarre aspect of the game.
Did you say buzzer aspect?
No.
All right.
Bizarre. And I think I said Field of Dream. I meant Field of Dreams
How
game.
bizarre.
Do you think it's odd that there were two different gambling or quote-unquote prediction markets on the walls at the Field of Dreams game when one of the central figures of the movie Field of Dreams was Shoeless Joe Jackson, who, of course, was kicked out of baseball forever for allegations of gambling or prediction marketing in baseball?
No, I don't, Kevin.
You don't see the irony in that?
I can see irony in it, but I don't think it's weird.
No.
Because that was a different time. And this is a different time.
I mean, that's true. But they are also trying to recreate the past time.
While branding and making money off the current time.
Right.
Kevin, there's no morality in this. Like, if you're looking for morality, Kevin.
I just wish they would be like
money.
Oh, that's kind of effed up.
When has there ever been morality in money?
That never. Going back to the invention of things being worth something.
The whole Shoeless Joe Jackson thing. I love what you're saying there. It's really funny and really, really interesting. But that was a time when I don't know. I feel like gambling. Like what? Why exactly? What did they take such a stand on that? What was going on outside of baseball that they said we have to take a stand on this for the credibility of the game?
See, now, like,
was there mob
stuff? So when Shoeless Joe Jackson did it, I get it, because you were actually worried because there wasn't enough
that the
money
mob was going to take over the game.
And it literally might have tilted the outcome of a World Series. Now, I can't see Juan Soto taking a payoff from some crony.
He makes too much. Yeah.
He's like, oh, I'll give you $50,000. And he's like, I make more than that per game.
But there are some guys on the team you still can.
Probably.
You know, they're just like, hey, I'm not Juan Soto.
Are they good enough to make an impact?
I don't know.
You're like, I will not root his heart off the bench.
Yeah.
I still like
I'll remove one of the spikes from Juan Soto's shoe.
Yeah, I like the pseudo-magicalness of it all, but it does seem weird that a movie that was at least kind of based around Shoeless Joe Jackson.
So you think they should have like old Coke bottles and old Cracker Jack signs out in the outfield?
I mean,
instead?
either that or hell, I would even take Cracker Barrel being on the back, because I'm like, well, that's not why he got kicked out.
Barbasol, stuff like that.
Yes, if you want to get some Old Spice ads out there and stuff, I think that'd be great. Maybe a Blockbuster Video.
What's
if you
the
really
oldest scent that we had in America? Not like frankincense and myrrh.
I'm not totally sure I'm following, and that did not take place in America.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said America.
Okay.
But like you said, Old Spice.
Yeah.
How far back does Old Spice go? Because my great grandfather used to wear it.
Yeah.
When it was in that little weird like bottle, the white bottle with the stuff. And I just don't know what the oldest is Brule Cream.
Oh.
That's not
Old Spice came out in 1937 as a woman's fragrance. The men's version was introduced a year later.
Interesting.
So Old Spice would fit.
All right, we'll go. That would be perfect.
Yeah.
Let's do that next time instead
right.
of what were the prediction markets? Do you remember?
They weren't the good ones.
Kalshi's the way to go, by the way.
I will tell you, even then, I would think that was bizarre. I mean, they can be better, but I would still think that was a little odd.
Aquavelva.
I want you to text in your list of old-timey ads.
Do you remember those little green bottles of Brute you used to get back in the
Yes.
day? God, that stuff smelled.
Yes, I do.
Like a man. And you were like, I'm 12, and I smell like a man.
I mean, it doesn't only have to be old-timey cologne. I don't know why people are texting in Brute.
I said, what's the oldest scent, Kevin?
okay.
So that's what they're saying, Musk and Brute.
All right.
Stetson.
By the way,
I feel like you wore a cowboy hat when you put that on.
The Dodgers are sticking with Edwin Diaz. He's blown 3 of his last 4 saves and has an ERA of 11.57 in 14 appearances.
What else can they do? It's not like they have a plethora of pitchers.
Yeah, what do they care? They got all the money. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, NFL Overreaction or Reality.
When it comes to Rangers news, you're in the right place. Your North Texas baseball show of record is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
There's a ton of optimism around the Chicago Bears heading into the season, and it's because of head coach Ben Johnson, offensive mastermind, and quarterback Caleb Williams. But the Bears defense looks to be a significant problem right now. They just lost safety Kobe Bryant, came over from the Seahawks, 4 to 6 months, knee surgery for him. This Bears defense looks very suspect. The Bears are going to have to outscore teams this season. I'm Nick Custos.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for some NFL overreaction or reality and maybe some scent updates.
Somebody texted in and said, I'm around y'all's age. And I feel like I distinctly remember a giant Marlboro ad at the old Arlington Stadium.
100%.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Right between the Dr. Pepper and the Coca-Cola ad.
That's a big fact.
And I feel like there was an Orient Express or something like that. I know there was an American Airlines.
Okay.
Yeah, dude. Or Southwest. Yeah. No,
Okay.
yeah. Those billboards are very distinct in my brain still.
Couple of quick baseball updates for you. The San Francisco Giants, no doubt because of how deftly they have handled all things this year, are going to be hosting the 2028 All-Star Game at Oracle Park. And then Jacob deGrom said, I'm not too concerned. Hopefully I will make my next start after he was pulled after 2 innings for just the third time in his career, and he's getting imaging today. So, should be great. He said, hopefully I'll make my next start. If you had to put a percentage on that right now, his next scheduled start.
No.
Would it be higher than
his strikeouts last night?
8%.
Sorry about that, Jacob.
Is there an 8% chance Jacob deGrom makes his next scheduled
8%.
start? Okay.
That's about as much as I'd give.
Perfect.
I also feel like he was kind of getting shelled a little bit last night and maybe just didn't want to do it anymore.
Oh, all right. NFL overreaction.
I found the picture, by the way. The Marlboro ad right between the Budweiser and the
That is
Mitsubishi.
a gigantic ad. Yeah.
Mitsubishi TV video ad, not the car.
And I'm glad that you just showed the old ballpark that was almost all blue. And in my mind, it was nothing but metal seats.
That's all it
I'm
was.
sure
Every seat
they had
was metal.
regular seats, but it's just bleachers everywhere.
The finest metal you could find.
This one will start just for you, Corey. Overreaction or reality? Jacob Ray would shed at least a single tear if they changed the name of the team to the Indiana Bears.
He's a Chicago Bears fan, correct?
I believe that is correct, yes.
He
or
would-
else this whole exercise is stupid.
Yeah, I think he would be sad about it. And this is why, here's what's going on. I went to look up the state animal of Indiana. Because we did look up a while back, there are no bears in Indiana. I don't even know if there's bears in Illinois, but
I do not recall ever seeing a bear in Chicago.
But they're not, again, Kevin, those aren't city bears. You know, there's not a lot of city bears around. However, I did find the northern cardinal is a bird there. However, you already have the Arizona Cardinals.
True.
The state fossil is the mastodon, which they adopted in 2022.
That'd be dope.
But don't we already have the mammoth, the moon mammoths somewhere in that area? So,
Yeah.
Kevin, I've found it. The state insect is the firefly. The Indiana fireflies are what the Chicago Bears will have to become.
All right,
if they want to do
so
this thing correctly.
Let's
Yeah.
Let's go to Jacob for this. Overreaction or reality? You would rather them be called the Indiana Bears than the Chicago Fireflies.
I'd rather do Indiana Bears probably.
Okay. Oh, there you go.
It'd be kind of ironic if the Indiana Fireflies had a state of the art stadium though.
Yeah, and it was shaped like a giant. Yeah. See, now I'm thinking of dragonfly. So, all right.
But their butt lights up.
Yeah.
And then you try and catch them, and then they go dark, and you're like, where'd it go?
These are all points.
And then
Those
you
are
eat
fun
one,
as a
and your
kid.
mouth is all
Yeah.
glowy.
Where'd they all go?
Texas?
They go in the ground,
Okay.
I believe,
Oh.
and hibernate,
Oh, interesting.
just like bears.
All right. Overreaction or reality. I was thinking about telling one of my favorite newspaper headlines that I ever wrote. Overreaction or reality. It was about Bears. The Cowboys will win more than 3 divisional games this season. The betting odds have the Cowboys as exactly 3 divisional wins this year. So I say overreaction or reality to you, Corey, to start. The Cowboys will have more than 3 divisional wins this season.
One thing that Jason Garrett was always very good at was building a team that was capable of winning in the division. I mean, I think his division record was phenomenal. McCarthy had a very good record there too. And that, for me, dates back to Bill Parcells, when I think the philosophy was instilled in Steven and Jerry at that time of, you have to play them 6 times. You better be able to be prepared to beat them more often than lose to them. So, yeah, I will say 3 is a really fun number to play over. I mean, absolutely. I think that's an easy thing for them to do. They got to play Washington twice.
Get to. Oh, I did hear, though, that if they play Washington after they win, everyone is just going to high 4 each other because they do not want to infringe on Jaden Daniels with a high 5.
It's funny.
I think that is very considerate of them. All right, Jacob.
He'll probably ask Brian Anger not to wear his number that night.
That's true. Yes, that is very true. All right, Jacob, overreaction or reality? The Cowboys will win more than 3 divisional games this season.
Yeah, I think this is a slam dunk reality.
I do too.
I mean, I think you sweep the Giants. The Giants don't scare me. It's kind of weird because John Harbaugh is a good coach, but like you look at his roster and it doesn't look like a John Harbaugh built football team. So I don't really know how to feel about them, but I do think you sweep them, and I think the worst you do is split with the Commanders and the Eagles, and you're at 4 wins right there. So I think it's a slam dunk reality.
Overreaction or reality, Mr. Majors? The Seahawks are criminally underrated going into the season.
What do you mean criminally?
Nobody thinks they're even the favorite in their own division.
Because the Rams are the favorite.
That's right. Don't you feel like nobody's really talking about them either, though?
I think it's kind of the same as last year, where they're like, okay, they did have some injuries and some losses this offseason. Kenneth Walker being one of them.
Right.
Kubiak being one of them as well. I think that's going to be a bigger impact on that offense than a lot of people consider. I know Jackson Smith and Jigba is really good, but when you have a play caller like a Kubiak who knows how to run the ball effectively, which sets up so well for play action for Darnold and Jigba, like that's one of those things. You take that away, you have to replace that some way, and it's not going to be the same. Same with the Lions. Ben Johnson leaves and they're not the same offensively, even though they tried to be, but they weren't the exact same way. So I understand the losses there, but they still have a stout defense. Injuries, off-season surgeries, we'll see how that goes. And losing Kobe Bryant obviously was a problem too. But I don't think criminally underrated.
It just feels like they're getting more traction or mentions for signing Terrion Arnold than being the defending Super Bowl champions.
Well,
which is weird to me.
Kevin, let's not forget.
They're not a new team.
That I think the Seahawks announced their Super Bowl championship dates, that they were going to do do some stuff for rings and stuff like that. They got 4 million views on Twitter.
Okay.
Jalen Hurts threw an interception in practice and got 16 million views. So,
and then what's his nuts said, hey, threw 200 straight practice passes without an interception. That's a record. That
I think he was being sarcastic, but
I don't know, man.
I can see how people would take offense to him anyway.
All right, Jacob, we go to you. Overreaction or reality, the Seahawks are criminally underrated heading into the season.
Well, I mean, I think just like every other fan, I'm shocked that their Super Bowl odds didn't move after signing Terrion Arnold. You know, what's funny is...
That's the only thing people have talked about for them in 3 weeks.
It's funny. When I saw the Schefter report, the funniest thing was his last paragraph was he's also... on trial for 8 felonies.
8 felonies.
This is the craziest way to wrap up anything.
But the number one thing you need to know is where he's going.
Yeah,
but then
exactly.
also all these other felonies.
I don't think they're criminally underrated. I think it's pretty obvious that the Rams are the better football team in that division. But we said that last year too, and they ended up splitting the series. I think it's going to be very neck and neck. But I just don't think I saw enough from Seattle in the offseason for them to pass up the Rams. So I'm gonna say. What was it? Reality if they're being underrated?
It's an overreaction.
Criminally underrated.
Criminally overreaction then.
I'm really disappointed.
Kevin,
I got it mixed up, sorry.
Also, don't forget 2 things. One, Myles Garrett. That changed everything. And potentially Aaron Donald based on Myles Garrett saying, we talk every 3 to 4 days. And 2, from the 469, when did Seattle get a team?
Okay.
And from the 817, Seattle has a football team.
All right.
From the 214, we're just getting used to Seattle having a football team. It was a fun bit last year.
Yes.
Kevin kept reminding us they didn't have a team.
No, they definitely have a team. Y'all are going to make me root for them at some point this year.
So what happened last year, here's how that bit started.
Yes.
Every week, Kevin would do the power rankings and be like, why do y'all keep forgetting about Seattle? And we'd be like, oh my gosh, I think they just got a team.
And then one week you literally left them out of your power rankings and then had to go back like casino.ca and was like, hold on.
Yeah.
I have missed someone.
It was a weird moment in time. But then, who was it? Was it Keckner? He comes in and he sits down with us and we're talking about it. He's like, can you guys even believe that the Seahawks have a team? I just found this out. And that was hilarious.
Did you also know that Terrion Arnold is facing 8 times as many felony charges as he has career interceptions?
Oh my gosh.
Overreaction or That's
so he's
that is
playing
a
this year?
true stat. I don't know about that. Overreaction or reality? With A.J. Brown gone, Jalen Hurts is ready to be a leader that people will follow.
Okay, all right. Overreaction. That last part really tipped me here.
Okay.
Here's the thing I didn't know. I thought A.J. Brown was the problem. But the more I hear now, it sounds like everybody on that team hates Jalen Hurts, and he has financial power that's keeping him in power. And that's never really a way to get people to follow you. Well, I'm the highest paid guy, so follow me. You have to be a leader that they gravitate to. That's just the natural thing. So I think that's an overreaction, Kevin, because I'm hearing too much.
All right, Jacob, we go to you. Overreaction or reality? With A.J. Brown gone, the Jalen Hurts is ready to be a leader that people follow.
Well, for starters, he has to start talking to his teammates, not in poems. So if he can start doing that, that's a good start. But I don't know. I think as a leader, you need to back it up with your play on the field, and I don't think his product on the field has been elite as of the last, say, year and a half.
Right.
So I'm going to say overreaction.
Okay.
Kevin, from the 943, Seattle has a football team. I bet they're criminally overrated. From the 442 or 443, Seattle having a team is blowing my mind right now. And then from the 682, I don't know what you guys cover less, the Angel Reese trade or Seattle having a professional football team. Oh
my God.
I just love our textures so much. Y'all make it fun. Oh, from the 817, that was a fun bit. Almost as much fun as the Angel Reese trade. Oh, Aiden's got to be smiling somewhere.
You guys are going to drive me insane today. Overreaction or reality? You would rather the Cowboys keep Malik Davis or Phil Maffa on the roster than a 6th wide receiver?
Oh, man, it's going to come down to that, huh?
I mean, that would be my guess right now. I realize
so you're saying I have to have 3 quarterbacks in this situation.
Probably.
Let's get rid of one of them.
I agree, but putting aside, let's say you cannot change that for the moment. Overreaction or reality, you would rather keep Malik Davis or Phil Maffa on the roster than a 6th wide receiver? With the assumption that the other running back...
Yeah, I absolutely would. So you're saying I already have 2 running backs?
Yeah, you have Javonte, Blue, and let's just say...
one of those 2 guys.
Exactly.
Okay.
But do you want the other one as well more than a 6th wide receiver?
I want one of those other running backs. I feel like I have the comfort that comes along with it, but I would rather have the running back in that situation. You know, if it's... I don't know enough. I think Anthony Smith's going to be very good. If he's that 5th, that extra guy, that 6th wide receiver, that's a question mark I might have and be like, hold on, has he shown me enough? But do you ever think that quarterbacks in the backup role that are competing for that spot ever go, hey, let's just both stink so they have to keep both of us around and we both can get money off this?
Does it feel like you would both want to try to excel first?
Yeah, but if we're good enough but not that good to beat each other out, then
do you think they're honest about the evaluation of what they can do and they're like, well, I can't do that.
So then don't, and I'll do these things. Yeah. Maybe so. It's a business, man.
Had not considered that. Overreaction or reality to you, then, Jacob? You would rather the Dallas Cowboys keep Malik Davis or Phil Maffa on the roster rather than a 6th wide receiver?
Well, when I laid out my wide receiver room at 6, I had Marquez Valdez-Scantling. So if you, in that scenario, you're asking me if I'd rather keep Phil Maffa, who'd be my running back 4, over Valdez-Scantling, which I would say yes.
That is an interesting breakdown, too, because I'm thinking of whether you think it's Anthony Smith and Camden Brown. If it was somebody like Camden Brown, this might push me to the other side.
If it was a young player.
Because I really like him. But like with him and Holden and Smith, I could be swayed on that. But if it's Valdez-Scantling, give me the running back for sure. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next. Cocaine Dealers Incorporating Erling Holland, Sauce Gardner's contractor, and still Jaden Daniels. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Probably the Rangers, too. Do you? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Guaranteed good mood vibes to get you through your workday. Thanks for laughing and getting your
Or kid or grandkid behind, and I was like, that kid was helping you out, and
How
you
old was
just
the
ditched
grandkid?
him.
Like 7?
No. He was older, but still, he was like helping carry stuff and open doors, and I was like, he kind of seemed like a jerk.
Yeah, man, that's kind of rude. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
So he needs forgiveness, or did you help that kid after?
He needs to ask for forgiveness. No, the kid just walked out, but he looked sad.
About what?
That he had been left behind.
Man,
not in the Kirk Cameron way.
Yeah, and George Duff, this Jr. All right, he did
no kid left behind.
That whole act.
That's right.
A whole act.
That's right,
Kevin,
and obviously my wife too.
I would like. Jacob, did you hear about the panties situation?
I did. Yeah, I was driving home from work yesterday.
Somebody sent me an email that it just said panty story. And I was like, huh. And it goes, I want to let you know, I got off a sales call early just so I could hear this segment. It did not disappoint. I was like, yeah.
I told Adrian, because I will tell you, Kevin, I had been keeping her abreast to the situation. I like to use that.
I bet.
And she had lots of questions, obviously, because she's a detective. You know, she is.
Yeah.
She detects things. And so she was like, I need to know. And so finally I told her, and she goes, oh, same girl. Like they're both about the same age, and they both could be experiencing some of the same kinds of things where they might be losing their minds. So I get it, Kevin.
Yeah.
I would like my kids to ask me for forgiveness.
Okay.
Jacob.
Do you think Jacob also needs to ask for forgiveness for forgetting the words overreaction and reality in that last segment?
Maybe.
I knew the words, I just didn't know which one applied to which.
Okay.
Dude, I get that. Like when Reggie would do this or that, Reginald Adatula, who's now down in Houston, used to be our producer. He would say this or that, and I'd be like, I don't know which one is like I'm supposed to apply this to. So you figure it out.
Okay.
For me. But my kids, my wife and my daughter are heading to Tyler this week. They're leaving me this weekend. My wife's gonna leave me, and they're going to like a birthday party.
Oh.
Carter was supposed to hang out with his girlfriend.
Oh.
My oldest son is away at college. I was considering boarding the dog and having no responsibilities at all tonight for one night alone. And I never get this. Never get to go jump in the pool naked. You know what I mean? If I want to.
That's your goal?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Out of nowhere, Carter decided he doesn't want to spend time with his girlfriend tonight because he has a scrimmage tomorrow at 6:30 in the morning.
Oh.
And Avery has decided that he wants to hang out at the house too. So I had alone time playing.
Yeah.
And now
kids are infringing
now I have to
on
be
that.
a dad again, for one night again at least. So should they ask for forgiveness?
Are they? I mean, I think you're going to have to tell them because they're probably not aware how much you were looking forward to this naked pool excursion or whatever you
Would that
chose
hurt
to
their
do.
feelings if I told them, though?
Probably.
All right. So instead, I'm just going to get a couple extra steaks and make that for them tonight.
That's probably the way to go.
That's going to be the way to do it.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah. What kind of side should I put on that steak?
I think
Potatoes?
the steak's enough.
Oh.
You should make sides for yourself. Tell them to figure it out.
Just be like,
yeah, that's a compromise.
If you actually just get, I always like to do this. Just get the mashed potatoes from the grocery store, the ones you can just heat up for 3 minutes. Boom.
Now, does Jaden Daniels still need forgiveness? He put out a statement that I really thought was going to be like, man, I can't believe this got blown out of proportion. I love my mom. I appreciate blah, blah, blah. But instead it was just like, oh, things are complicated. I'm focused on Washington football. Hopefully this will get worked out. And I was like, that's it? That's your statement? Well, DJ Pickett with LSU's like, nah, I'm not going to help out. Because he's wearing number 5, which, of course, is the biggest disgrace in the history of sports, apparently.
I love that number. It's my favorite number.
Yeah. And he said, I've worn that number my entire life since I was 4. It's the number I was promised by LSU. I wish Jaden the best, good player, and he did real good at LSU, so that's all. So, there you go.
I hope that dude goes out and wins the national championship, and then they retire his number.
That would be awesome.
Like, wouldn't that be the ultimate backfire?
Yes. Now, let's go to Erling Haaland cocaine.
Now, Erling Haaland is not actually responsible for this, but Ecuadorian police seized more than 1,000 pounds of cocaine with an image of Erling Haaland on top of the packaging, which at first I thought was really, really weird. Now, I still think it's kind of weird, but it is said that the manufacturers have started to include the image of famous people, including soccer players, to differentiate from other suppliers. So what I would really like to know is if they go to like some sort of taste test or whatever, and it's like, you can have the generic cocaine or you can have Cristiano Ronaldo cocaine, and like what the sell-through rate is when you started putting those people on the package. I guess clearly they thought it made a difference. The bust was worth approximately $19.6 million of Erling Haaland cocaine.
Are you kidding me?
Now, the thought is, of course, that Erling Haaland has nothing to do with this, and I do not want to implicate him, except they put his face on there.
Kevin, do you remember the show The Wire?
I do.
It was on back in the day, 2002, 2008 run, I believe.
I just watched it about 3 years ago.
They had 45 different names for the drugs that were shouted out during that show.
Oh, man.
Here are some of them. Pandemic. Got that pandemic.
Oh, foreshadowing.
Wow, interesting. WMD, Rockefeller, Bin Laden, Election Day. They would have red tops, blue tops, yellow tops. Remember that?
Yes.
They would have Brokeback. I don't know what that means. And then they would have Big Bird or Big Yellow Bird. Like that. Those. So this is a thing.
Okay.
They've been doing for a long time, so that you know what you're getting, the kind of product you're getting.
Okay, interesting. Do they need to at least apologize? If they're not going to apologize for breaking the law, apologize to Erling Haaland for putting him on cocaine?
No. This is how he keeps his name out there, Okay.
It wasn't the World Cup.
It's all the fans.
Okay.
All
right.
Not all the people who were doing the cocaine could see him, on their TVs.
Is that because they probably couldn't afford their TVs for buying cocaine? All right.
And then again, cocaine is one of those drugs that costs a lot of money. So you might have a lot of money. Oh yeah, it's expensive.
What's the most expensive drug? I don't know.
What's the most expensive drug, Jacob?
Love.
Ew.
Probably heroin.
Okay. What an excellent transition that was. Thank you for that.
I gotta go find out.
Does Joey Chestnut need to ask for forgiveness? Or do the Lake Country Dockhounds need to ask for forgiveness for taking this way too seriously? They put him up against two people in a tater tot eating contest. He lost by 1/10 of an ounce.
What? How? Hold on.
It's a good question.
That doesn't make any sense.
I don't know if they had was
it pre-weighted plates?
I guess so.
And they were like, well, you only get this much. Like, could he have eaten more tot?
Probably.
Dude,
I think he knows that much that he was like, I'll make it as close as possible.
That is crazy.
It was two people, but still.
I would love a tater tot eating contest. I love tater tots.
How many pounds of tater tots do you think you could eat?
Probably not many.
Okay.
But I would love to try.
Okay.
And it kind of depends on the tots, too. Sonic tots are fantastic.
Let's say I could put together the best tots you've ever had. You had to eat 3 pounds of tater tots in a show.
I think I could eat. Ooh, man, we tried this cheese ball challenge once, and I got the wrong cheese balls. Those were terrible, dude. I think I could eat 12 in a 2-hour sitting. I think I could eat 12 large helpings of tater tots from Sonic.
Okay,
I think I could do that.
Interesting.
The grease would not sit well with me later, but I think I could do it.
Sure. Glory is not easy.
Yeah, this is a good point. You're gonna try and figure out a way to get 12 things of tater tots up
Obviously,
here, aren't you?
that one time when Reggie said about the peanut butter cups, and I went to the Dollar General and bought all the king size ones, and I just brought the box up to the front, and then I asked the lady, "Do you have any more of these?" And she looked like she wanted to do an intervention for me right then, and I was gonna be like, "They're not for me."
From the 214 Piece-a-thon Tater Tot Challenge, book it. I think it could be done. It's just that there's not really. We need to make sure they have space.
Hey, this space is going to be twice as big as the last one.
Yeah, but
I don't know if I'm supposed to make that announcement
what about
yet.
toilet space? That's the one that I'm.
That is a good question. I don't know the answer to that. Do Sauce Gardner's contractors need to ask for forgiveness? He is accusing them of luring him into a $935,000 property deal based on false promises, then refusing to return a massive $500,000 deposit for renovations. It's not cool, man.
That is. How did he get lured? So false. They were like, "Hey, you were going to do this for you."
Yeah,
that's the luring part.
And we're going to provide renovations either for you to live or maybe to flip it. And here's our projected profit and all of that.
How can he prove that? Like, if he has the paperwork to prove it, then that's where the case really lies,
I hope he kept
right?
the business plan.
Yeah, for sure, man. 'Cause
Absolutely.
That's awful, dude. Taking advantage of people like that's miserable.
Yeah, and I bet there's people out there who are like, they're rich. So it doesn't matter.
Or they might never know.
And I'm not excusing that. Does previous USA Swimming Chief Financial Officer Corey Hilliard need to ask for forgiveness? Hilliard, who also worked as an assistant AD at the University of Colorado, Boulder, was under investigation by the school and local police for financial misconduct over the span of 5 years.
Dang.
He stole approximately $9,500.
Over 5 years?
So,
I didn't feel like much.
Stealing is wrong.
Yes.
And I'm not here to advocate that as someone who used to steal before I got arrested.
And I never want you to relapse, by the way.
Yes, I appreciate that.
Especially with the muffins downstairs. They're not free, Kevin.
That's what I'd say every day. I was like, hey, it's the free muffin place. Mm-hmm. Might as well be. So
they have a camera looking right over the muffins.
I paid for my muffin this morning. Didn't finish it. All right, so...
Do you think those muffins have a link that you can go to so you can see the muffins through the camera?
What?
I wonder.
I don't know. I don't know the Muffin Man, so I'm not sure. All right, so I'm not saying it's okay to steal. Don't steal. But do you appreciate just a tiny bit the discipline that Corey had to, not steal a shockingly obvious amount of money, but systematically break it down over years and years and years?
It feels like he had a payment he needed to make, and he was like, I will make that payment via this.
You think he got in too deep on one of those freemium games? He was like, ooh, I owe some money.
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah.
$2 at a time ads.
Candy Crush.
Yeah,
maybe
whatever.
One of those. Yeah. Maybe so. Maybe that's what it was. Or maybe it was maybe he had a gas bill, that was just like about $29 a month.
Oh,
and
not bad.
And actually, that's what mine is. I don't even know what I use gas on in my house.
Right.
And
do you think that's kind of a racket? And they're just like, hey, it's low, so you won't ask about it.
Yes. And what I need to do is have Atmos come out and be like, hey, you're actually using the gas for this. Because I have no clue what I'm using gas for. But I think maybe that's what it was he was like, I'm just paying this off with this money. And it's not that much. It's like Superman 3. They'll never know. And it turned into more.
Indeed.
And grew interest.
Have you actually ever seen that movie, or are you basing that all on Office Space?
Every bit of it on Office Space.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Preseason football has really arrived. How invested are you? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a Football Friday. We're going to have Mike Schmitz, Mavs GM, on, though, at 3 o'clock. Eric Nadell at 4:40. A lot of Cowboys preseason talk as well. Nation 2 to 7 of The Fan.
Hey, Tolo, Sean and RJ here with the greatest of base power. Summer in Texas means the AC is running, and your energy bill goes up. And while we can't control the weather, we can choose our energy plans. Base Power found that 7 in 10 Texans are overpaying for electricity.
That's why they built Base Energy, one low fixed rate built to save you money. Switch to Base and they'll cover up to $150 in cancellation fees. See how much you can save at basepowercompany.com/thefan. That's basepowercompany.com/thefan.
If you're using chat to research home improvement projects like window replacement, look no further than Window Nation. They're the real deal. New energy efficient windows can help lower those summer energy bills, and experts say quality windows retain about 80% of their value. Right now, you get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down, no payments, or interest for 2 years. Their experienced crews can finish the job in just 1 day, and every window is backed by a lifetime warranty. Schedule your free consultation today at windownation.com. Hurry, sale in soon.
Summer is coming. Are you ready to look and feel your best? If you're dealing with low energy, weight gain, muscle loss, or low sex drive, your hormones may be holding you back. BioT certified providers help treat men and women for low testosterone, low energy, muscle loss, and low sex drive. Visit myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program, or call 817-518-4580. That's myhormonelevels.com, or call 817-518-4580.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Are you a can kicker / procrastinator? Here's the deal with can kickers. One day that can could be a bucket, and that's not something you want to kick. When it comes to life insurance, you can't procrastinate another day, because today is the day to call Big Lou. If you're 50 to 60, maybe a little porky, on meds or type 2 diabetes, you may qualify. Big Lou specializes in people with real-life health glitches because everyone's got one or two. Then Big Lou knows how to tip the scales in your favor. A $1 million term life policy may only cost about $200 a month, depending on age, health, and the policy you choose. Remember, Big Lou's like you. But when it comes to a can, he spends more time sitting on one. For affordable term life insurance today, call Big Lou at 800-200-1966, 800-200-1966, or biglou.com. When it comes to life insurance, don't kick the can. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966 or biglou.com.
America Can Cars for Kids is now Every Car Can. And as a dad of 3, I believe every kid deserves a real chance. And that's why I support Every Car Can. For over 30 years, they've helped 27,000 local kids graduate and succeed. Your old car can change your life, and they'll pick it up.
President of Baseball Operations Chris Young teams up with G-Bag Nation Mondays at 4:20. Nobody covers this team like your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment's brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Try and tie up this game. Mendoza, quick throw. Whoa! It's caught! Delory with his first Raider touchdown, and goes to Jack Bess.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 The Fan, where we need an additional Forgiveness Friday if you want to forgive Dan Orlovsky.
Oh, yeah, him too.
We'll get into British politics at some point, hopefully.
Excited. We can do it in C Block if you want.
Okay.
Actually, I don't know. We won't be able to do it in C Block. We got too much going on.
All right. This is a tremendous story. But yeah, this morning, Dan Orlovsky's like, oh, here's a throw we didn't really see much of from Fernando Mendoza in college. I was like, yes, you did. Yes, you did.
That little back shoulder fade.
That's why everybody was like, he's going to be the #1 pick. Mm-hmm. Just admit that maybe you didn't do the best job of scouting him, and let's all move on.
He obliterated Ohio State with that play over and over and over to win that game. And I don't know how you could say we don't see that a lot.
We're not really seeing him do that. Yes, you did. All of the time. All right, now let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
And let's start with those Raiders and preseason football. How much are you guys, is our general audience in on preseason football? The Raiders lost to the Cardinals 27-14, but a couple of things. Fernando Mendoza was talking about going to the Strip, and he said, I've been there once or twice, but I haven't really experienced the Strip. It's like a boogeyman. A lot of people talk about the Strip like you don't want to go there. It's like when you're a kid, you're trick-or-treating and there's that haunted house and you're trying not to go over there. Now, unrelated, unless it isn't, Clint Kubiak said that QB1 is Kirk Cousins' job to lose. So it's probably not related to that Strip talk, but thought I'd let you know both of those things.
So if Kirk Cousins goes to the Strip,
then he
loses the job? Yeah. Gotcha.
They are probably not.
You've been to Vegas.
I have.
Multiple times.
True. Twice.
At least twice.
Those are the only times.
And like you understand the pitfalls that come along with Vegas. You saw it.
Oh yeah, the first time we went there, the first casino we left, this guy was like, "Hey, do you want to go in a limo to the strip club?"
Yeah.
I was like, "What?"
And you were thinking about your cocaine days.
No.
Like it was. I know.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I was like, Kevin, let's just keep walking.
Gotta stay strong.
Stay strong. Don't relapse. I've never been to the Strip. I've not been to the Strip, like the Old Town Strip area.
Yeah.
I've been there plenty of times. Still never gone over there. I always do other things. But I do think that because there are so many vices available to you, that's what he's like.
I think it is a smart
thing.
If you missed it earlier, Terry and Arnold did in fact sign with the Lions, but I want to circle back around to preseason. Can you go ahead and give me cut number 4, because we will talk about this quarterback.
Only the 4th incompletion of the night. This time, Aller's going to keep it himself, and he rolls into the end zone. Drew Aller with his first Steelers touchdown, and the Steelers have retaken the lead 13-9, pending the extra point. Nice play call there by Mike McCarthy.
And that's something you don't hear a lot. Drew Aller and the Steelers would go on to win 28-9. Drew Aller for the evening was 10 of 13 for 153 yards, and he had 2 touchdown passes, but also added a rushing touchdown. So he had 3 total touchdowns and 0 interceptions.
All right, Kevin. So last night I found out on my TV I do have a 4-panel window, which means I can watch up to 4 things at one time. However, I only have 2 connections on it, so I can only watch up to 2 things at one time. And I went Cardinals-Raiders because I wanted to see Mendoza, but my eyes kept gravitating towards.
I like the way you used to.
Gravitating to Jeremiah Love. Like every time he was on the field, I just was captivated by watching him run the football. I did flip over to watch the Steelers and Packers run, and I really am impressed. Kevin, we talked about Drew Aller being impressive a few weeks ago, and it's continued to stay that way. And seeing, I don't know that McCarthy has a decision to make.
Sure.
But he's got to feel pretty confident that I can make a run this last year with Aaron Rodgers and I have a future here.
Is that what really drives your preseason watching then? Is it individual players?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
maybe teams more than it is just football.
Recognizable names, obviously. Rookies, like Fernando Mendoza was interesting to watch last year or last night. I was really interested in watching. I wanted to see if Justin Herbert was out on the field. I had not read up to see, and here's why. I want to know who his Tyreek Hill is going to be.
Right.
Because when Mike McDaniel was in Miami, Tyreek Hill's a cheat code, right? But he used him in so many different ways. I want to know who his fast receiver is that he's going to create space for using motion. And so I was trying to see who that was, but none of their starters were playing. That being said, I did watch Trey Lance throw one of the stupidest interceptions I've ever seen directly into two Houston Texans players, and I was like, well, that's why right there with Trey Lance. So I was all over the place last night, and I'll tell you this. I love football so much. It was so nice last night, Kevin.
And sorry if I misspoke. As we said earlier, Terrion Arnold did sign with the Seahawks previously of the Lions. Let's go from that to the Olympic qualifier for flag football. The first ever one takes place this weekend in Germany. How much do you care about Olympic flag football in the lead up, or will you care about it once it's like actually here and happening in the Olympics?
I told you the other day, I think flag football is going to be bigger than we give it credit for right now. Over time, here's my reasoning. I'm at the gym, and it's like a Saturday afternoon, and people literally stopped lifting weights to watch this game. And the score was 27-7. It wasn't like it was an important moment.
Right.
But everybody was just kind of standing there keeping an eye. Like during their breaks, everybody's watching the game. And it's because it's still football. Like it's still a form of football that we love, watching somebody throw that ball through the air. It's got a little tension to it every 15, 20, 35 seconds. You're getting a little juice. And so I can't say that's whenever you know you've made it.
Right.
Whenever you have built up the point where people want to pregame it and watch it and talk about it beforehand, not just, oh, it's on. So I don't think that I'm going to be pre-gaming it for the Olympics.
Right.
But I will be definitely watching and probably have something to root for at that point. We'll act like we know. Everybody's going to act like they know the whole team during the Olympics anyway.
Now, let me catch us up on the NFL Top 100. Devon Achane is number 26, and we didn't get to mention this the other day. Jeff Hafley, the head coach for the Dolphins, promised a heavy workload for Achane, saying that the running back could have games where he touches the ball more than 40 times.
Dang.
So fantasy football players adjust accordingly. Let's go from that to Derek Stingley Jr. at 25, Max Crosby at 24, Danielle Hunter at 23, Amon-Ra St. Brown at 22, and Sam Darnold at number 21, which means the players believe he's better than Amon-Ra St. Brown, Max Crosby, Achane, Dak Prescott, Christian Gonzalez, Jalen Carter, Aiden Hutchinson, and on and on and on.
Good for them.
Are you less inclined to believe that?
He won a Super Bowl, so I can't say anything.
He did.
He put that in my face, huh?
Now, speaking of winning things,
on the back of that defense.
We want to congratulate, I guess, Nigel Farage.
Dude, this is amazing.
For
my favorite story of the day.
Winning a seat in Parliament.
And I know we aren't in Britain.
That's true. I can talk like... No, I'm just kidding.
Governor.
So, Nigel Farage defeated Count Binface to win the seat in Parliament.
Did you just say Count Binface?
It was a comedian wearing a trash can on his head
was the second vote getter. The reason being is that people saw this as a farcical election, and he was leader of the anti-immigration reform UK party. Some people thought he could be the next prime minister. There was accusations that he failed to report crypto earnings appropriately and all this and that. And so all of the other major parties dropped out of this particular race for a seat in Parliament. So in steps Count Binface, who became the default challenger out of a group of 34 people. He got 27% of the vote, with Farage getting 63% of the vote. I get it. That is a decisive victory, but is it as decisive as you would like over somebody named Count Binface who had a trash can over his head?
He got 522,000 views on this post, Kevin. People of Clacton, show your support for me by putting a bin outside of your house one day this week of a color of the trending council's choice. This will be unequivocal proof of my success of my campaign. Hey, put your trash bins out, and that'll prove. But here's the one, Kevin. 19 hours ago, he tweeted out, "Start the count," and that's really funny to me.
So, and apparently this is something he does like all of the time. And this is an amazing sentence written in AP format. Binface a serial candidate who has challenged prime ministers past and present, became the default challenger in a field of 34 candidates after the major parties boycotted the campaign as a political stunt by Farage. So congratulations, I guess, to Farage for defeating Binface in one of the more heated runs of the British Parliament election. Count Binface.
I want nothing more than Count Binface in Parliament now.
I wonder if we could book him on the show.
Do you think that we could get into their elections and rig the system?
I mean, kinda. I can fire up some rhetoric to make it go one way.
No, I mean, like, we just need to cheat the system.
Oh, okay. So you don't care about...
It's pretty easy to do that, I've heard.
Okay. Well, I kind of want to debate Count Binface, too. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan right now. Let's take you out to Oxnard to talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, brought to you by Ford and Specs. Howdy, sir.
Howdy.
Nice
How
work.
are you doing?
That's what I'm sticking with. That is what I'm sticking with. What is your travel schedule going to end up looking like today?
I believe we get on a bus and head to Santa Barbara around 1:30 and take off for Seattle. Expected to get in around 6 or so.
Okay.
And they're since we're going out of Santa Barbara and they can't land the big American planes there, they're taking two planes to Seattle, one for the players and one for staff. So maybe we'll have a little more room, not be on top of each other, right?
In terms of the game itself, and I realize this is just another part, this is not necessarily the defining aspect or anything, but it definitely matters. Which players are you most interested in seeing kind of how they perform?
First and foremost, the backup quarterbacks.
Yes.
I don't think that's been decided. And when the Cowboys sent out their game release and had their first, and let me specify, unofficial depth chart for the backup quarterbacks, it says or Joe Milton or Sam Howell. So I think that's going to go on through the 3 preseason games, and I think the games will go a long way to decide just who the backup quarterback is. And to me, it's really an essential and sometimes overlooked deal here with the Cowboys, because if you think about this, in Dak's 10 years, last year was the first time they had a losing season when he finished the season. The other times when he did not finish the season, got hurt early, got hurt midway, they finished with losing records. So the backup quarterback position is important. Joe Milton still hasn't started an NFL game, and Sam Howell's got 18 starts, all 17 the 1 year with Washington. He's got a little more experienced, and I think each guy so far watching them has really good days and then some I don't know days. And so I think the games will end up separating those guys. And here's the way I look at it. They're not only competing against themselves, they're competing against any unsigned veteran quarterback out there or one to be released at the cut-down date, because I think it's a really important position that they got to pay attention to.
Okay, and this might sound like a weird question then, but in a way, do you ever view them as competing against Malik Davis or Trayshawn Holden? You know what I'm saying? In terms of, are the Cowboys man, I really don't want to get rid of this extra guy at this position, so we need to go to a quarterback?
So I think that's another deal where just whoever loses out doesn't automatically get released, but you're exactly right. And if you look at it, I'm not sure they can't get one of them through waivers and back onto the practice squad. And then that would be a way to keep all 3.
Yeah.
You would have to take that chance, right?
Sure.
But Sam Howell, the Eagles traded for him last year from Minnesota, and he wasn't active one game. And then we've seen Milton, right?
Right.
Is somebody going to claim him off waivers for a guy? And the other thing is, you could put all 3 on the initial roster, right? And then after 1 week, you could say, okay, you're going to the practice squad, and then if somebody grabs him, they got to put him on the 53 for 3 weeks. So there's some, machinations there that could take place at the cut down date.
Speaking of that running back spot, how has Phil Maffa, does he look much different than last year?
Yeah, he looks like he's had an off season. He looks like he had a training camp and fully healthy finally after finishing the year at Clemson. Dealing with the injuries and then recovering from them in the off season. He looks like the guy that you initially saw at Clemson before he suffered the injury. And, it's good competition there. The way I look at it is somehow, some way, Blue's going to be on this roster, right? Now, who's the third guy? Because Maffa has looked good. Malik Davis, as I told you, I think the other day, he's got his hand up in the air saying, hey, don't forget about me. I did a pretty good job last year.
You know the guy, too. You know exactly what he does.
And then seemingly every other day or every couple days, Schottenheimer's talking about Izzy. And I'm going, Izzy?
Abonaconda!
Yes, Israel, right? And so he's got his hand, and saying, okay, well, I'm giving it my best. So I'm thinking, well, for sure they keep 3 running backs and then Lepke as the fullback, and one of them's going to at least be on the practice squad. The other, that's not on the 53 is going to get on the practice squad for sure, unless somebody picks him up. And that's the other thing. When you're playing these preseason games, you're exposing those guys that are kind of borderline, and somebody else might say, I got room for that guy. I'm picking him up. I'm claiming him off waivers. So it'd be interesting to see how they use the guys there. But on that official depth chart, I don't see an or at the running back position.
Right.
There you go.
Does Camden Brown kind of strike you as the wide receiver version of Izzy in terms of you wouldn't have maybe thought that he would have been in the mix for an actual roster spot, but by God, if he's not pushing for one, if not at least that practice squad like you mentioned.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think the fifth wide receiver spot is wide open. And then you got to decide, do I have room to keep a developmental wide receiver as the sixth guy? Might not be active on game day, but might not want to lose the guy in free agency if you try to waive him and then try to clear him on waivers to get on the practice squad. But you know what? I say that, and then I also realize everybody else has a Camden Brown on their roster.
Yeah, I get that.
Right? So it'll be interesting. So here's what happens. He's been really good out here. Now what happens in the preseason games? And then you got to judge the opportunities, because if they are thinking, well, we don't want to expose him, we know what he is, and they don't give him much of an opportunity, thinking, well, we can have him clear waivers and we'll get him on the practice squad, right? So there's always some kind of, manipulating the roster in these preseason games. But I'd like to see him out there. Now, again, okay, he's out there. Now, can whoever's throwing the ball throw it to him?
Right.
The linebacker depth is always going to be like a big question mark until we see, what we go through, obviously. But I'm kind of curious, for anybody that thinks Malachi Lawrence got a designation of this, what is the real expectation of him at this moment?
Lawrence.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, Malachi Lawrence.
Well, he's not a linebacker, right?
Right. Yeah. I'm sorry. I kind of jumped for questions.
You jumped
there.
on me there.
I definitely jumped questions on
he's
that.
He's not talking about Birmingham, is he? I think I think we're going to see him. And I think that, he's one of these guys that's somewhat positionless, and you're going to hear that word from here to the 53-man cut, because the assistant coaches are really big on guys that can be versatile, moving them around. So he can be a outside defensive end or linebacker in the 3-4. He can be a inside defensive tackle if they need depth, if they go to their nickel and it's a 4-2 front. So there's different things he can do. And I'll be interested to see how they use him in the preseason games, because we see him here, and it's kind of like he's all over the place. And same thing. Now, Barham's not ready to play, but I bet he gets back into practice next week unless something really happens here when they practice in about 20 half hour or so. But he's another guy, right? He can middle linebacker. Before he got hurt, he was going second team, and he was the guy with the green dot in his helmet. But then there are times in nickel, if they line him up at linebacker, they'll move him to the outside the defensive end. And now you got a 5-man front without having to substitute. So that kind of is the key ingredient here with this defense. They can have guys that are so versatile, they can switch and do different things without substituting. It's like, okay, you were playing there, well, now you're going to play there, and we have a different scheme now with that player. Downs is the same way. Deep safety, nickel, corner, he can do a lot of things. So be interesting to see the majority, if all the starters aren't going to play Saturday night, but some of these guys might get out there. Like Sam Williams, he's competing, I think, for his NFL career right now, right? And as a backup, they got an oar there. It's like he's on the side where Ezeraku plays, and it says Sam Williams or Malachi Lawrence. Well, you know how they feel about first-round draft choices, right?
Right.
So Sam can't be that guy, and he's another one. He can play outside in the 3-4, or he can line up as a defensive end, kind of designated rusher in the nickel. But, he's the guy that I think has teased us for, 3? I lose track to how many years he's been here. 3, this is maybe his 4th year. Because it's all like, okay, Sam Williams this year, this is his time. He's going to show us, and then he disappears, and then he tears his ACL, right? Then he comes back, and I'm not sure he was full. Your first year back from an ACL, that was last year. So they're kind of using him as a designated pass rusher. Well, how many of those guys can you keep, right?
Yeah.
So I think these preseason games are going to be very, very important for him, because I'm not going to call him a seasoned veteran, but he's been around, right? And he's on a 1-year deal, so he's going to be playing against other teams' backups now. Can he produce and do something to catch your eye? So I think he's another guy that these games are going to be very important for too.
As always, appreciate your insight. Looking forward to hearing more about the game, which you can catch right here on 105.3 The Fan when we catch up with you again on Monday.
And you didn't ask me about Dustin Hoffman. Come on.
Okay, what did you...
Were you excited to see Dustin Hoffman?
Were you surprised that Jerry mentioned a description of The Graduate before then saying The Marathon Man, but not saying Rain Man?
Never brought up
in
Tootsie
his
either.
favorite Dustin Hoffman movies.
Or All the President's Men.
Oh, that is a good one.
And Tootsie.
Mm-hmm.
What's your favorite Dustin Hoffman movie?
I think between Rain Man, The Graduate, and All the President's Men. I thought it was Look, we've had so many people here. You kind of get used to seeing the stars or former athletes. But this one, when I saw him, and I'm writing my column, and I use this word for another occasion that this happened to me, but I was walking side by side with him, right? And SNL, I was verklempt, right? I just couldn't say it. I couldn't say, can I have a picture with you? Because he was posing with everybody. He was the nicest guy ever, and said this was the first time he's ever been around football. He wasn't a football fan, never been to a game. And he comes out here to practice and basically stop things down except for the young kids, right?
Do you think he would have walked in a different direction from you if you would have been like, Are you trying to seduce me, Mr. Hoffman?
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. It's the greatest line ever, right? Mrs. Robinson, are you trying to seduce me?
That is a good
And then the
movie.
fact that, he shows up at the wedding and starts shaking on the doors like, oh, I'm not letting you out. No, you can't do this. You can't marry my girlfriend.
Mark that. All right, excellent stuff, Mickey. Thank you very much. We'll catch you again on Monday.
All right, sorry for adding a little
You're
more.
awesome,
No,
Nick.
you're good. You're good,
awesome.
man.
See you guys.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. I have a feeling that girlfriend drop will be played again in the future. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. We've got our Gary Clark Jr. ticket giveaway, but also the Combo Platter Financial Awareness Edition. Give us a sports opinion, and then what are you most financially irresponsible with or about? Next on The Fan.
The fun and top sports takes continue as the G-Bag Nation is up next at 2. Thanks for listening to the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan or on our Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
I would like to echo that sentiment. Thank you for listening. Hey there, folks. Want to tell you about our friends Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel & Frankel. Look, if you or perhaps somebody you know, unfortunately, have been injured in a car, truck wreck, maybe an aerospace
in just a little bit. What is the biggest sports day or the best sports day of the year for you? And is it going to become Christmas Day? But we start with the Combo Platter Financial Awareness Edition. Give us a sports opinion. And then, what are your most financially irresponsible with or about? Also, going to try to help you be less financially irresponsible with our Gary Clark Jr. ticket giveaway in this segment. The reason why this...
Let's give something away!
Oh, my gosh! 877-881-1053. Caller number 10.
Now
we'll win a pair of tickets to go see the aforementioned Gary Clark Jr. at the Majestic Theater on Thursday, August 27th. You can buy those tickets from Live Nation, or you can win them for free right now. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Now, Corey, today is...
You're welcome.
Thank you, the people would say. Today is National Financial Awareness Day.
Okay.
So I thought it would be a good time to go through this and give us a sports opinion. And then what are you most financially irresponsible with or about?
Was it yesterday or the day before I learned from G-Bag that it was National Middle Child Day? Ooh. And I texted in and pointed out some good stuff on Carter's front. And then I went home and made sure that I spent a lot of time with my middle child, hanging out, talking about how great he is in front of my oldest.
Right.
And just, really doing that. So it's fun on those days, Kevin, where you have the national day to really reflect on its meaning and its purpose and how it affects your life, especially your finances. You should do that at least once every year during tax time.
Or perhaps before, so you're not surprised by the way things turn out. From the 469, I don't agree with the last part of this. The Rangers will miss the playoffs by one game, and the most wasteful spending is on car insurance against Kevin's advice. No, you definitely need to have car insurance. I don't know how that has gotten twisted up over the years. From the 214, totally agree with the first part of this. The Wings need to work on closing out the game in the fourth quarter. They are horrendous in the fourth quarter over the last month or so. So agree. And video games and accessories. And the video game companies have made that worse as well, because your video game addiction, even with inflation, used to be cheaper, $20-$30. Now you're not going to get like a new game for less than $60, and probably even more than that with like Grand Theft Auto 6. And then they got the
it's never coming out.
No, it is. Did you know even on Netflix they said next month they're going to have like a special preview of the game? I believe it's on Netflix. And so even then they're like, you can get the deluxe edition unless you're a loser for like $90 or $100. So yeah, they don't help out with that. So I agree.
Kevin, we got one of the nicest texts ever.
Okay.
Can I read it out loud even though it has nothing to do with this?
Sure.
I'm the one that texted in yesterday about Arch Manning's 37 touchdowns.
Oh, yeah, you got mad about that.
I did. I got unnecessarily heated about it yesterday. I told you. And I also said I woke up too early this week, and I'm not going to do that next week because I've been grumpy all week. They said it didn't sit right with them how things came off, and they felt like they were kind of rude, and they wanted to apologize, and they're Tolo.
That's nice.
And I appreciate that, but also I shouldn't have got that heated about it. So
you also want to apologize?
I think we're now best friends, is what I'm hoping, is that we can become best friends one day.
Hell yeah!
Based on our mutual agreement.
It feels like that day is today.
Yeah, this could be the day. It's awesome. I'm looking forward to the future now.
I like it.
Kevin, can I name off the things for this segment?
Please. Unless you want me to read more text.
Read more text then.
All right.
I'm ready whenever you are. You just let me know.
The 682, and I want us to all be mature about this. Jacksonville will be the AFC representative in the Super Bowl this year, and my financial irresponsibility is absolutely video games or eating out. From the 817, the Cowboys make the playoffs and lose in the first round, and I buy too much beer and weed.
How much is too much?
They have determined that it is too much.
Like five trash cans is too many?
Oh man, if you buy 5 trash cans of weed and it's not...
No, just having 5 trash cans in your house.
Okay, you could see...
If you buy 5 trash cans of weed, unless they're those little tiny ones, those little ones that you have.
If they're real trash cans, that should be it.
You're moving weight at that point.
Yeah, well, first of all, don't do that. And, I hope you're young and that's for the rest of your life. And you're very cautious and
It's
have
not gonna
lots
last
of friends.
that long.
Okay, well, I just want you to be responsible with it, all right? That's all I'm saying. From the 903, the Rangers are officially a dumpster fire. That's hard to argue against.
Speaking of trash cans.
Yeah, exactly. And I spend way too much on glass seats at hockey games. And that's the thing. Like, I think that's a wise investment, but I could see how when you re-examine your finances, you're like, what's this money for? You're like, I'd like to sit right up on the glass for hockey.
Mm-hmm.
All right, to you.
Kevin, my sports opinion. I like covering the sports more than I like covering the negative page 6 stuff.
Sure.
And there was an episode of Sports Night.
Yes.
Where I think it was Casey was furious that he had to cover some guy killing his wife or something instead of the guy that had just run a marathon at the oldest age or whatever it was. He was like, this is history. This is crap. And there are so many things that are built in to the sports world that I'm like, did we ever really get into this to talk about those things?
No, yeah.
Sometimes it's fun to bring up a page 6 type story to just crack a joke on it and have some. But then when we get into a serious discussion about some of this WNBA stuff, or there's other bad things that happen outside of sports. Rashee Rice is definitely one of them that I hate, and I don't love that part as much as when we get to talk about the games and the things that we see. That's the fun stuff that I look forward to, the water cooler stuff. But I understand that it exists in that world, and people definitely dive in on those things.
That's the thing is I think I've used this analogy before, but we were in the newspapers before this, and that's where the phrase "if it bleeds, it leads" comes from. I know. I know
you do too.
Yeah, I don't like it either. But we saw this again and again. You would write a cool profile about the most fun and positive things, and people are like, "Oh yeah, that was nice." And 10 times more people on the website would go to be like, well, there's a felony at the high school or, whatever it was.
The crime report got more reads than anything else.
Yeah.
And that being said, one of the things I've really enjoyed that you have brought to this, because there was a time, Kevin, when we were a weekend show and we were growing and we were like, we need to talk about this.
Right.
And then we both decided, can we just talk about stuff we want to talk about?
Sure.
And the listeners were like, yeah, we're here for that too.
Yeah.
But you've brought to this thing in these moments of, do we need to talk about that? You say, is it a winning conversation?
Sure.
And does it really, is it just to talk about it to create conflict, or is there meat there to really dive in on?
Yeah, look, if you come out to a remote or you see me at, I don't know, Target or whatever, I will talk about pretty much whatever you want, because all of the major things happening in the world that could be deemed controversial or whatever, there's a good chance I have a opinion and maybe a strong opinion about it. But that's not what you signed up for. If this was the Kevin Hagelin political report, I'd be like, effing deal with it.
Yeah.
But it's not.
That podcast comes on after the Jesus podcast.
Man, that would be fun. I'd just go into the next room and I'm like, let me tell you something about this party or that.
You don't even go to another room. You just stay in there and they bring a new producer in.
Oh, man.
It has to be a new producer. That's how it's gotta be.
That's what I want. I want the car wash just of producers for me. So, I don't go from place to place. The producers just keep flipping. And by the way, if you're not familiar with that terminology, it's not like car wash that you're thinking. Car wash is when, Radio Row or wherever is probably with Nancy Lieberman the other day. You just kind of go.
She mentioned that. Yeah.
From media appearance to media appearance. They just call it the car wash. Is just go,
and at ESPN, it's almost a literal, they go from one show to another all over that one place. Now,
imagine being so big that they move the studio to you.
Ooh. All right.
Stephen A. Smith probably wants that to happen.
Probably so. The thing I'm financially irresponsible with is my wife will buy groceries for the week, and I will still go to the store every single day and get something and be like, oh, I need this, or oh, I need that, or
and you're just kind of fooling yourself.
I'm making this for dinner tonight instead. You know, I'm always like, I don't even know why we have the grocery list, and then I realized the other day I think she did it just so she would have stuff for the kids.
Okay.
And then she was like, Corey will figure it out. I think it's because I like to go to the store. Not because I'm Tom Thumb famous, but because I do enjoy, like, I just like walking into the store.
Yeah.
And maybe having a conversation with somebody who's loading some bananas up, you know?
About hot political opinions, perhaps.
I can do without that.
Yeah. From the 3-2-1.
If you want to talk about eggs and, lettuce and stuff, we might have a conversation.
Watch out for those eggs. 6 states now might have tainted eggs. Get it together, chickens. Sports opinion. Is that not what I'm sorry.
The chickens.
I've misunderstood the controversy. Sports opinion. Seattle has a new football team that is criminally underrated and... Big facts. And financially, I spend too much money on dates that never went anywhere. Now, I have lots of follow-up questions about that.
I do too. I have one.
Do you mean like they never went anywhere because like they ghosted you after a couple dates, or they never went anywhere because you're like, meh, I've misjudged. I don't really care for this person. Or I don't know. I have lots of questions about that.
I saw a TikTok this morning. And it said...
You can find Jacob on TikTok.
On TikTok.
Yeah, you can.
Is that all we can say about that? Or?
You can say whatever you want.
So I saw TikTok this morning. I think it was after one of y'all's TikToks. And it was a girl. She was like, hey, instead of like a first date at a restaurant, why don't we just book a trip somewhere? And even if we don't like each other, at least we have a cool story and a good trip out of it.
Oh.
And I was like... It's actually not a bad idea.
Interesting.
Go on a little, like a one-night vacation somewhere to a beach and be like...
Okay. See, that makes more sense. I don't know why. I was thinking about, like, your trip to Italy.
No,
God.
you just go on you go to a beach and then hang out, and you're like, I didn't really like you, but hey, man, I got to spend a day at a beach. Can't hate that too much.
All right. That kind of makes more sense to me. Yeah. From the 972, the Cowboys defense will be a huge disappointment this year. We're overly excited for it. And they said women. I'm financially irresponsible with women and food. Again, I feel like that lends itself to follow-up questions that I might just text that person outside of continuing into this segment. Okay. We got too many people who like too many of our bits. From the 254. The Rangers will get into the playoffs in the wild card. They are half game out of the wild card as of today. I was financially irresponsible. This person said they were and knocked up their cousin per my advice. No. I have been adamant against cousin romance this entire time. I don't know why I got twisted the other way. You need to have car insurance, and you should not hook up with your cousin. These are very low bars I'm setting for everybody. You should be able to clear them.
Why are you trying to tell people how to life so hard?
On most things I won't, but I will step out and say, yes, it is my opinion you should not get together with your cousin.
Fun police.
Even though we did have a president who did that.
Really?
But, I mean...
Which one?
Were they really... FDR, right?
Just one?
He married his cousin.
You think it's just been one?
I'm sure there's way more than that. And also, maybe she wasn't interested in him either way. Even if they weren't related. You know? What I'm saying?
You could make it a little more clear.
Okay, she was the Abraham Lincoln of First Ladies.
Oh, loved lumber.
Not quite.
Chopping wood or a big hat.
Actually, that I think is more accurate. I do believe that is accurate.
From the 972 regarding the first date idea, what Corey just described sounds like how those Netflix murder documentaries start. You know what? Now that I think of it, that TikTok was trying to lure some victims in now. Yeah.
Oh, man. So one time, and then we're going to get to you, Jacob, so be ready.
Consider this your buffer if you didn't have one yet. My son and I were driving through, it was either Wyoming or Montana. It was one of the big squarish rectangle states where people don't live. And we drove by this like really long road that led to a farmhouse. And there was this little wooden sign that said free internet, and it had an arrow. And I was like, there is no way that there is either a free internet or it doesn't come without you losing a foot.
Or being baked into a pie.
Probably.
Yeah.
Jacob, let's go to you. Give us a sports opinion. And then what are you financially irresponsible with?
All right, my sports opinion, I think in 3 years, the Rangers will look back and realize that not trading Jacob deGrom was a significant turning point in this organization.
In a bad way?
In a bad way,
but
yeah.
They couldn't.
I know, but I think
that's his fault.
I
it
think
still
that's part of
sucks.
well, you signed him and agreed to a no trade clause. So, and I think there's people in that clubhouse that knew like we probably got to move off this guy because it's not looking good for us. And I think that's why they're not playing great right now. I think standing pat at the trade deadline is the worst thing you can do for your clubhouse. And I think it's be a significant thing they look back on. And then my financial irresponsibility is probably the toll roads.
That's our second toll road based discussion today.
You love the toll roads?
I do. I do,
too, man.
I mean, there's just so many. I mean, you can turn a 40-minute drive into like 28.
You can go as fast as you want.
It's only $3.
Yeah.
And then you look at your card and you've been charged $40 for the week. It's like, oh man.
So toll roads are the freemium games of driving.
Yes.
In terms of
that
little
makes
bit,
sense.
yeah, who cares? Little bit, who cares? Then you get that bill, or you look at whatever, and you're like, crap.
It is the easiest way for me to get to Arlington, though. Is George Bush.
I get it.
George Bush is like the only. Otherwise, dude, that's a 2-hour flight right there, man. It's going to take forever. So I have to go George Bush. I have to pay that toll.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Can
I write those off on the taxes?
If they're for work, yes, you can.
You can try, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. And that is for work.
The government will pay me to work?
Yes. Yes, they will. And we don't normally do this in this segment, but I will address somebody who texts this in.
Hold on. Somebody said it's worth it. You don't win that World Series without signing DeGrom. That's an interesting conversation.
See, we always think about that with the Chapman trade.
I mean, that's the interesting conversation right there.
Yeah.
And the Corey Seager contract.
Yeah.
Is like, it was worth it.
Corey Seager, I'm 100% in on.
But DeGrom didn't really contribute to that World Series other than you believed that they were really all in at that point. Back to you, Kevin.
From the 558, this is in all caps, so I will respond, but probably not by shouting at them. I'm sorry, but how are y'all calling the Rangers a dumpster fire? I get that they're not playing the best ball right now. They're 2 freaking games back from leading the freaking division. Being that close to contending in mid-August is not a dumpster fire. That's a ridiculous thing to say.
It's a
absolutely
bad
ridiculous to say. Not only, but I will respond. Not only is it a bad division, it is a historically bad division in a historically bad American League. The Rangers are sub 500. You're right. They're 2 games back. They're only half game back of being in the wild card. However, look at the ancillary numbers that go along with that. The Texas Rangers are still below 500. They have a negative 41 run differential this season. They just lost 3 of 4 to the worst team in baseball, or certainly one of the worst teams in baseball. Right now, they are playing horribly. They have lost 4 of their last 5, with the lone win preventing a 4-game sweep from, once again, the worst team in baseball. I hear what you're saying about contention, but you also have to acknowledge they're contending in a historically weak American League. And right now, they are playing awful. The person you still have under contract for 5 years and another like $170 million is hitting below 200 even after he's come back. The guy who is supposed to be the franchise is still struggling offensively mightily since he came back from being taken out of the game. You have an owner that doesn't want to spend any money. It goes on and on and on. This organization has huge problems at the moment.
Yeah, and if you watch a game, you'll see it.
Yeah.
Like just
I don't
watching the game right now is.
I don't think that is a controversial opinion at all to say right now the Rangers are a dumpster fire. And honestly, if you ask most of the Rangers not on the record, I think most of them would agree with you.
Probably so. I agree with you.
From the 254, the Rangers. Oh, man. Jeez Louise. Okay, real life alert. From the 254, the Rangers are reminding me of my first wife who said she almost still loves me, but that's not enough. Yeah. And spend too much on dining. I get that too, because like fast food.
I DoorDash so much.
And it can be so delicious and so quick, and then you don't have to cook, but it's obviously usually not as good for you and far more expensive.
You know what is even worse is whenever you put it on, like you're like, you know what? I need to switch it over to this other credit card, like just because you switched it over to another credit card,
right?
And then forget to check that credit card for 2 months.
Yeah,
because that's not a credit card you ever think about. Like it's the one that you're always like, it's the one that I don't spend anything on. And then you look at your DoorDash bill and it's like $600. And you're like, what happened? And the kids are like, oh, we wanted Cane's for lunch every day this week. And you're like, so you just ordered stuff? And now they owe you $600 worth of chores.
They don't have that much money or the amount of ability to get all those chores done.
They're going to be indebted to you for life.
From the 901, this person has texted in many times about their dislike of the Cowboys. Where is this fan hate that the Rangers get for the Cowboys? We'll circle back to that. Who haven't won jack squat in 30 years. The Rangers just won a ring a few years ago. Financial, having daughters costs a lot. Like, a lot. I only have boys.
I have a daughter.
So you agree.
Both of them are expensive.
Oh, yeah.
I do think there are other things, though, because Lucy got things, like she got a phone earlier than the boys did for whatever reason.
Okay.
She's in cheerleading. Cheerleading's expensive. There are a lot of expensive things that come. I mean, makeup, dude. You know how much makeup it costs? And you're just like, why can't you get cheap makeup? And they're like, because it just destroys your skin. And you're just like, I don't want to destroy my daughter's skin. And then all of a sudden, she's into clothes, and she loves fashion, and she wants beads, and she wants this and that. It used to just be a Barbie, but just satisfied everything, right?
Oh, I heard you had to cut back on Barbies in the last year. I don't know if you heard about that.
I have no clue what you're saying right now.
You had to cut back on your dolls. I'll tell you about it later. All right. Now to the first part. I don't know what you're talking about. The Cowboys get hated on. I know what you're talking about. The Cowboys get hated on all the time. You could make a really strong argument the Cowboys are the biggest punchline sports-wise nationally, maybe internationally, but they're a huge punchline here. And I feel like we talk bad about the Cowboys all the time. I have literally said one of the reasons that I would be selling pieces out and I would not have been building this year is because, and we've talked about this a lot, you need to get out of that Dak contract because the Cowboys can't succeed with a full market value quarterback because the front office isn't good enough without an advantage. Man, I feel like the Cowboys get S-talked way more on this station, in real life, and on social media than the Rangers by like 30 to 50 to 1.
I think you're making the wrong argument here, Kevin.
Okay.
There are 162 Rangers games, and we react to each one on a daily basis.
That is true.
There are 17 Cowboys games, if you include preseason, now 20. And we're going to overreact on Monday to Saturday's game.
Sure.
I think people are just waiting. Just absolutely waiting for Malachi Lawrence to not be good so they can say wasted first pick.
I think you're probably right.
And I think that there's and this after the first preseason game. And I think just the amount of outrage is dispersed differently. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And that with Rangers, it's like every other day can be an up or down roller coaster. And this team, it's we get a lot more downs than we do ups. And with the Cowboys, Like they win, we spend a whole week excited. They lose, we spend a whole week going, what the hell are we going to do? And then on Friday, we're like, all right, we can beat this team this weekend. That's the roller coaster with the Cowboys. And then the majority of the offseason is spent trying to figure out how to draft to make them better. And then all right, we've moved past being ticked off at them. And now we're on to this. And the draft with the Rangers is in the middle of their season and doesn't help. Like, if they put their draft in a different spot, that might even be more fun for this thing. So I think it's just our hate is dispersed differently.
And I don't want to sound like a broken record on the both things, or multiple things can be true. I can think that it's badass that the Rangers won the World Series. We've talked about this many times. Broadcasting live from the parade was the greatest day I've ever had on this job. And I cannot imagine that getting eclipsed. Them winning and us coming up here after celebrating with our families and broadcasting all night, one of the most magical 24 hours of my life. But I can also be frustrated with what the team is doing now. I've talked about my frustration for the Cowboys again and again and again. And just remember, this year I said 9-8. So I'm not even like they're about to go 12-5 and win the division and go. I don't think that. Because of all of the years, decades and decades and decades from the 682. So now we have a Jesus podcast for Kevin, a political podcast, and a Why Don't You Live Hard Enough with Kevin. I do not believe. I think that I hopefully do a good job with the Jesus one. I believe I could do the politics one. I think I would be one of the worst people to do Why Don't You Live Hard Enough with Kevin. Mm-hmm. I feel like I would be a really bad person to do that podcast.
Because you don't do enough cocaine anymore? Or
I have not lived a particularly hard life when it comes to those
Except
things.
for that time you almost went to prison.
That was as a juvenile, and I got put in like a holding cell.
How'd that feel, though?
Actually,
you feel like you're ever getting out.
I remember when my co-thiever got picked up by his parents, and I was like, that's fine. I'll stay here. I don't want to get picked up. And when I got picked up by my mom, I tried to say, Mom, and she goes, shut up. Shut your mouth. I do not want to hear a word from you.
It's probably exactly what I would say to my kid, too.
And guess what? This is the quietest you ever heard me in my life. Obviously, if you listen to the show, I like to chat. But it was the quietest I have ever been in my entire life. I promise you that.
Dude, do you feel better?
Yeah.
You feel like you kind of, somebody said listening to Kevin go off on everybody is actually kind of therapeutic. It's amazing when that happens.
Because I don't. Like, this business just comes with critiques. It really does. But if you lobby what I deem to be a very unfair critique, then, and especially if you do it in kind of a D way, I'm probably going to respond.
Somebody said broadcasting live from the Cowboys Super Bowl parade will probably eclipse that. And I have some questions because that was a glorious, dude. You're right. That was the coolest thing we've been part of.
Like, I could have crowd surfed.
Yeah.
There was a group of Tolos who was like, come here.
Picked
and
us
I
up.
Jumped into them, but I didn't jump all the way over.
Dude, we could have crowd surfed all the way to the highway.
Yeah.
That's how long the parade, like the group of people went, was to the highway.
There was a moment where somebody asked if I needed anything, and I was like, do you guys have any water? And then they yelled
Water showed up
to each other like I was on fire. They were like, get him water! Kevin needs water! And I was like, it's not like an emergency.
And it just appeared.
I'm just thirsty. And then they gave me 2 bottles of water, which was so nice. But like the way they were yelling, I was like, if there's some other important thing going on, do that.
I remember Broadus was just kind of walking along, and somebody goes, Broadus! And he looked, and a beer can flew into his hand, just stuck to his hand. And then the next thing, they go, hold on! And then all of a sudden, a mini vodka bottle, he caught it, snapped it out of the sky. And I was like, this is going to be the greatest day of radio ever. And it was. It was too cool.
Man, he was drunk off his ass.
I don't know about that.
You think it was a bit?
No, I'm just joking. He was, he was very drunk.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here. Shout out Crown Global Media on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Major.
The greatest running back to do it of all time that you've gotten to see. Next to The Fan.
Deep dives into this Cowboys offseason with Love of the Star, DFW's Top Cowboys podcast, featuring Brian Broaddus, Zach Walchuk, and
team is 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and right now, time for the C Block, starring Corey Majors.
Got a lot going on here, Kevin, that I want to discuss. And number one is we have an arrangement with the Texas Rangers.
Home of the Texas Rangers.
We are the home of the Texas Rangers.
Hey, by the way, you can hear tonight's Rangers game right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, tomorrow it will be on 1080 KRLD because of the Cowboys game. So plan your life accordingly.
Now, I do believe this game would be August 31st.
Okay.
G-Bag will be out there for a live broadcast, I do believe.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Took me a second.
One of the hosts next Tuesday. So next Tuesday, listen to G-Bag for a station announcement.
No.
Okay.
Not next Tuesday. This Tuesday.
Well, but this weekend, the next Tuesday that's coming up.
If you say next Tuesday, I'm going to think
it's the next Tuesday that's coming up.
This Tuesday.
The next Tuesday.
No, I'm not going to be there.
The next Tuesday that will be on its way.
All right.
This coming Tuesday.
I'll see you a week from Tuesday.
Okay. Monday we will do a show. We will overreact to Malachi Lawrence.
Oh, man.
And then that Tuesday, during G-Bag,
the 18th?
somewhere around 2:20.
Yes.
All right? We will be drawing one name out of a hat.
No.
7 names out of a hat.
Yes.
We're going to draw 7 names out
so they're
and
gonna,
then fight to the death?
They're going to do it in a reverse order. It's not the name that gets drawn that gets the first pitch. The names that get drawn are eliminated. I'm glad we went over this because my heart would break for you if the first name was Corey and you're like, I did it! And that just meant you were out.
All right, so we'll draw all the names out of the hat. If I'm the first one drawn, I will cuss on air and leave. I just want y'all to know this.
Oh, no.
Because the winner of this, I guess the last name to be drawn, will get to throw out the pitch at a Texas Rangers game. Now, I always wanted for Mike Bassick to be able to throw out a pitch. I mean, honestly, I wanted all 3 of us to be able to do it at the same time. But kind of like Ford versus Ferrari, all Fords are crossing the line at the same time. But I always wanted it for Mike because, I mean, he's gotten to throw in a real pitch. He was, he's loved the Rangers his whole life. But Kevin, you and I grew up here. Both went to those aluminum seats out in all over the stadium,
I'm
the old stadium.
You, in my mind, there was nothing but bleacher seating in that old ballpark.
As a child, I don't know if I played for another baseball team that didn't have Rangers in it somehow.
Right. We
played for the Red Hot Rangers at one year, undefeated, by the way.
Hey!
Wore Steve Buechel's number, of course. I have loved the Rangers my whole life, and I want so badly to throw out the first pitch for a Texas Rangers game at some point in my life. It would be the greatest honor to be able to stand there as a representative of 105.3 The Fan and deliver a strike right down the middle. We'll see. We'll see how that goes.
I believe in you.
I can throw, though, so I'll be all right. I have confidence in that. Now, would I do it from the rubber or would I do it from the front? We'll see.
Okay.
I got to go see if I can find a bump to throw from to get the whole arm warmed up.
Does Mike still have a mound?
I could ask Mike if I could come over to his house and throw to a tire or something.
Right.
Yeah, man. But yeah, I want nothing more than this to happen. Now, here's the thing. It sounds like even the boss wants Choppy to get it. All right, so I think they've already rigged this game in Choppy's favor. Choppy, it sounds also like he's willing to offer money for this thing. Under the table, possibly. We'll see how that goes. I told Choppy, though, he doesn't have enough money. He would never have enough money unless he won that lottery to pay me for this opportunity. So, Kevin, I just need you to know I want this so bad. Let's put it out in the world that Corey gets to throw out the first pitch for the 105 baseball show record.
So, Jacob, I had a thought about this, and I want to pick your brain. I will cede my first pitch
in a competition of manliness between RJ and Corey. Here's how I see it.
What? A competition of manliness?
That's right. It will be determined the only way Sylvester Stallone could get his son back, and that is by arm wrestling. So, if I am victorious, I would like to donate my first pitch to the winner of a right then and there arm wrestling match between Corey Majors and RJ Choppy. What do you think about that to start?
I think it's a great idea. I think you could make it a 3-part tournament, ending in like a testosterone exam, and see who's got the higher T.
Okay,
that could be considered part of the 3-game series.
I want to let
find
you know
one more.
My T count is very high, thanks to Men's T. I just want to let everybody out there know.
We got a favorite here.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident right now.
Okay, and you think he could beat RJ in arm wrestling, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so he's already got 2 of them covered.
All right.
Yeah.
So third one can be whatever RJ wants.
Yeah.
Golf, maybe? Long drive?
Oh, yeah, he can win golf.
Yeah,
That's
long
fine.
drive.
Yeah. Enjoy that part of the competition, bro. Actually, I'll ask for more tea this weekend. I'll be like, hey, can I have some more tea?
Now that I think
Just
about
make
it,
sure my count's high.
he might need to put somebody in his place, because isn't RJ going to be golfing in Michigan?
RJ is going to be golfing in Michigan.
You know what I say to that? Does he even really care about throwing out the first pitch?
Yeah, fly back, bro. I dare you. I dare you.
Flying back for an arm wrestle would be crazy.
It's an arm wrestling competition to throw the first pitch.
Yeah, over the top or not, bro.
Yeah.
One of my biggest fears, though, but I'm going to be fine because thanks to Men's T, my bone density is very high as well. But that's an absolute fact that comes along with this.
It's just not something I would have thought you were about to say.
I never thought I would say it either until they were like, by the way, your bone density is fantastic. And I was like, oh, thanks. This is great to know. So, but like I always have been scared of that arm wrestling moment where your forearm just snaps in half.
Oh, like in The Fly?
Yeah.
That's the only time I've ever seen that happen, and he got a genetic boost, so I don't know if that is accurate.
So that is one of the things that, so next Tuesday, or what date is that, Kevin?
The 18th.
Okay.
So I think we should just go to and say, we'll see you next Tuesday.
Yeah, see you next Tuesday.
Yeah.
And you can put that on Twitter however you like.
Exactly.
If you want to shorten it and just hashtag it.
Sure.
See you next Tuesday is a way we could do that. Definitely, yeah. We'll see you. You will see us next Tuesday. Your thoughts?
I hope you win.
Thank you.
I know this has been a lifelong dream of yours.
Dude, I
hope you win.
I will. I'm putting it in the world. I'm putting it out into the world. Tolos, I could use your help. Thank you very much for all of you who are throwing it our way. I wanted to do the greatest running back discussion because there's been some really good running back talk this week already.
Okay.
But I don't think I have enough time because, Kevin, it's time for Are You Better, baby?
Oh!
You're Daryl Strawberry.
Yes.
You play right field.
Yes.
I play right field, too.
So?
Well, are you better than me?
Well, I never met you, but yes.
Hi, this is Daryl Strawberry. And yes, Kevin, I'm better than you.
What a special moment that Daryl Strawberry knew your name.
And do you know that little, just in case you're newer to the station of the show, that little like blank space right there? He actually says my last name, but for some reason way back in the day we decided to bleep that. And I'm like, I say my name quite frequently on the show.
Yeah,
so.
They should know who Kevin is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
It's kind of what I was thinking.
Okay.
From the 682, if Corey doesn't win, we riot.
I can make a sign like that.
I like that idea. Oh yeah, we can make signs and bring them up here for the drawing.
What kind of riot would you want to have? Like a quiet riot or like
pitchforks?
Yeah, or a different kind of riot. Hope somebody gets where I'm going with that.
I don't know, man.
Go ahead.
Kevin, this is the segment where we find out if you think you're better than everybody born today. If you think Kevin's better than you can text in. If you think Kevin's not better than you can also text in 877-881-1053. But give your credentials, especially if it's your birthday.
Fact.
Usually, military.
You're probably
come on. We love you guys.
Unless you put something like crazy to go along with it, you're probably going to win.
Yeah. So let us know, 877-881-1053. Here's the list of people that were born today, Kevin. Tim Tebow turns 39 today.
Oh, multiple national championships. Andy loves Jesus. There are some areas I think I've got him beaten. But for this one, I will say Oh, you know what? How about this? I am better than him, but he is better than me. You know what I'm saying?
So it's funny that you asked about the riot, but we also had mentioned the see you next Tuesday thing, so that's kind of weird.
Hey, we're here for the persons.
Was Tim Tebow a failure in the NFL?
Yes. Because of where he got drafted.
He won a playoff game.
No, that's true. But because of where he was drafted, yes. Now, if you think he got vastly overdrafted, then you probably think he overachieved. But yes, I will say he won.
From the 817, Kevin, I'm better than you because I have a 3.5 KD in Warzone.
Is that good?
It's pretty good.
That's a kill-death ratio. I know that, but I don't know what a good one is.
Mine's like 1.8.
Oh, man, that person like twice
I'm not
as
bad.
good as
I'm not great, though.
Okay, but you just said you're not bad, and that person's twice as good?
Oh, yeah, he's really
Congratulations, you are better than me. What do you think Kyler Murray's KD is?
Probably 9.
Wow.
You know, with the way
No wonder he plays so
Or maybe he's like me, where he's not good, and that's why he keeps playing so much.
Yeah.
He's like, one day it's going to happen. I had 5 dubs in a row the other night.
Okay.
It was pretty good.
Yeah.
But then my son got home, so we stopped playing.
Man, your son's won a lot of your attention this
Could have had
week.
6, you know? Could have
Yeah.
had 7, not 8, not 9, you know? Turning 43 today, Julius Jones, former Cowboys running back.
Cowboys running back?
Yeah, former Cowboys running back.
Sorry, better.
Wow, from the 682, I did not know this. Tebow has dedicated his life to stop human trafficking.
Well, hell yeah. Then see, he's better than me.
Watch what y'all say. The Lord is listening.
I said he's better than me.
Kevin does a whole podcast about Jesus.
That's true. It's called What the Bible Says About, if you want to check it out.
Oh, it's not the Jesus? I really thought it was the Jesus podcast.
No, I know. I just realized I don't think I've ever actually said the name of the podcast. I just called it the Jesus Podcast.
All right, Tolos.
If people text in, I will usually send them a direct link.
Give that the KNC bump.
A direct link, but I don't believe I've ever actually said the name of the podcast.
So you said no to Julius Jones?
Yeah, better.
Roy Williams, the receiver, turns 45 today. We hung out with him one day.
I like Roy Williams, the receiver, a lot. He was a good dude.
We had a really good time with him that day.
I'm very conflicted because it's not his fault we traded all that for him. So if I'm going to say it's not Tebow's fault, but Roy Williams can be better than me. He was a really nice guy. And I'm comparing him to the other Roy Williams who was less nice by a lot. Never mind.
Wayne Krabet turns 53 today. Do you remember him?
Yes, I do.
Keyshawn Johnson once famously said, he's a flashlight to my star.
Yeah, and it feels like he set the prototype for the slot receiver,
Yes, he
right?
did.
Maybe you can argue it thinks it's somebody else. Wayne Krabet's good for him. Better.
Mark Fitterich is no longer with us. He's dead, but he had some famous stuff.
Well, I just know he's the Bird. He was on the cover of Sports Illustrated, maybe with Big Bird. I don't know. What was he good at baseball?
Did he throw the ones like he was kind of wacky, right? Did he throw it while he was on?
No, because I did also see that Final Jeopardy question where it was like it's 2 minutes in hockey, 15 yards in football, and that dude threw the no-hitter, and I assume it's what is tripping.
That's right. No, yeah, he was just one of those dudes that had wild antics on the mound and had like an awesome ERA one year, and then all of a sudden it just derailed.
I'll tell you what, he can be deader.
He is definitely.
And I am better.
Mike Vrabel turns 51 today.
Oh man, this is what I think is the most underreported story in sports.
What?
Hear me out. It's not the Vrabel-Rossini affair. It's that people keep calling it an affair. That is a full-blown relationship, my friends. They were together for years and years. He is out running around with her when she is super preggo. That is a relationship filled with love and stuff. And I bet he fired off that challenge flag last night because this has been shut down for the last 6 months or so. That is what I think is the most underreported story. Were these two people in love? Is one of her kids his kid? I have many other questions besides the affair.
When do you think the last time was they contacted each other?
A couple weeks ago.
Think so?
Yeah, I do.
I bet they did.
You can't just cut down. You just can't cut off a love affair like that. Those two were in love.
Yeah, probably so. Turning 40.
Better.
Oh, turning 43 today. Dude, he went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and cheated on his wife.
Allegedly.
No, not better.
Turning 43 today, Mila Kunis.
Oh, do you think she is best known for Family Guy?
I think it's that 70s show.
Okay.
And then the Bad Moms movies.
Do you think it's weird that her and her husband wrote a letter of support to like a serial rapist?
I don't know. I remember
that's weird.
Her husband for a while was trying to stop human trafficking also.
Yeah.
Like, he was very
unless it
invested
was
in
like
that.
his buddy.
I don't know. Yeah, that's
then
weird.
He's like this, you know.
I don't
cut
know.
him some slack.
Sometimes you're hopeful that they
he's a good
can help
dude.
them change. I don't know. I don't know. If you
And
know somebody that closely,
I will say, I agree. I hope that dude changes, but I do not believe that should cut
your arm's
off
distance.
your jail sentence.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to be like, sorry, dude. I'm not going to write you a letter.
Yeah. Sorry, man.
But
you're gonna
she
have to
could still be
do this on your own.
She could still be better than me.
Turning 60 today. The topic of many hypotheticals post-show for the KNC Masterpiece. Halle Berry.
Oh, man, we need to tell Jacob.
We will.
Off air.
Yeah, we can
that is going to break his brain. I still don't know if I really understand Colby's hypothetical. Man.
She's just dead.
She's better than me. I remember Swordfish. And then Monstrous Ball.
She posts a picture on her birthday every year about how fine she still is, basically. And she
How
did
old
this
is
year.
she?
60.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
She's better than me.
Steve Martin turns 81 today.
Steve Martin is definitely better than me.
Okay.
However, my wife's favorite movie is The Jerk. I don't really think it's that good.
And Colin's going to punch you in the face.
I know. Well, he already hates me about Tom Petty takes and that stupid movie Passengers. So I don't really think that The Jerk is that good, but she thinks it's amazing. I think he is very funny. It's just been a minute.
She's Meg in Family Guy.
Correct.
Turning 43 today, Lamorne Morris. Oh, no.
From New Girl?
Winston from New Girl.
Okay.
I love this dude, man.
For about 4 years, I thought Winston was the worst part of New Girl because it seems like they never wrote anything about him.
Because they had Coach already. They had planned Coach to be the piece.
I know. And then he did a better show in Happy Endings, and then that show failed, and he came back. Like I said, I like things that are not popular. But for Winston, they were like, what if there's like a piece of a cranberry gets in his ear and he can't hear? Ha ha! They had nothing for him. And then they turned him into a cop, and that turned things around. He is very funny. But what the hell else has he been up to? Better!
Spider-Man Noir.
I haven't seen that.
He's in it. He's in a couple other good things. Also has a great story about Glenn Powell. Magic Johnson turns 67 today.
Oh, I do not need any help with this one. He is better than me.
And then finally, turning 45 today, Kofi Kingston.
Oh, man. I do like Kofi Kingston.
He's been on the show, right?
Yes. With
a phone call.
Yes, it was him and Xavier and Big E all at the same time. Should have main evented WrestleMania 35, beat Daniel Bryan. That was an amazing moment. And also one of the most hilarious moments ever on WWE TV is he came out and he was supposed to be Jamaican and he spoke with this ridiculous accent, and then one day he just quit doing it, and he's like, anybody got a problem with that? And Triple H goes, yeah, I got a problem. Aren't you supposed to be Jamaican? And I like that they just called out that they completely dropped that. He is a great, especially in modern wrestling. He is better than me. And congratulations to the 214-682 and at least one more 817 for knowing the other kind of riot that I was referencing. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we didn't do it a minute ago. We will do it now. What is the best sports day of the year for you? And could it be coming Christmas Day? That Masterpiece of the Week next on The Fan.
They said this show would never work. They were wrong.
And shout out to the person from the 253 who said, My Blue Heaven is the best Steve Martin movie ever. I love that movie. I'm not saying it's going to win any awards or anything like that, but I do think it is a very enjoyable movie. All right. So the Rangers continue to struggle, but you can hear them tonight right here on 105.3 The Fan. And then tomorrow for the game, remember, they'll pop over to 1080 KRLD because Cowboys coverage starts 4 o'clock right here on your home of the Cowboys and the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. I've been wanting to talk about this most of the week. We've just had too much fun content. So what is the best day of the sports year for you? And I wanted to ask if you think it could be coming Christmas Day, because if you look at the schedule for this Christmas Day, at 11 a.m., Spurs against Knicks tips off. Then at noon, Packers-Bears. 1:30, Heat-Celtics. 3:30, Bills-Broncos. 4 o'clock, 76ers-Lakers. 7, Thunder-Timberwolves. 7:15, Rams-Seahawks. 9:30, Nuggets-Warriors. So it is just basketball interspersed with football. But man, those are some powerhouse, theoretically, football matchups. They look like they're going to be hugely important. So what is y'all's favorite sports day of the year, and could it become Christmas Day?
I feel like for a long time you've always, like, you just would take off work around March Madness. So I feel like I'm going to...
And that is still my answer.
It is?
Yeah, the Thursday and Friday to start the real NCAA tournament, not the play-in games, those are my favorite 2 sports days of the year.
When they add 48 more teams, will Thursday and Friday be still that day?
I wonder if they'll move it to like Tuesday, Wednesday. But here's the thing. Just get it up to 128. Mm-hmm. So everybody has to play. And now instead, Duke is playing UTD.
I threw 48
just really
as an arbitrary number, but I see what you're saying there. I see what you're saying. I do love the sports equinox day.
Yes, usually comes in October.
Yeah, it's the special day each year when all 4 major leagues in the U.S. have action going on at the same time. NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball, NHL. And it's not like they all overlap.
And it's not a holiday night either.
Right, yeah.
So I don't know how important you think that is. But yeah, a non-holiday night feels big.
Here's the thing about Christmas. I think Thanksgiving still dominates because Peace-a-thon leads into it, obviously. But I think it dominates because Christmas, for me, I'm not focused on whatever's on the TV as much. It's background.
Yeah.
I'm focused more on the beautiful Christmas tree that's ready to be pulled down and thrown out because the needles are falling out
Jimbo
of it.
Fisher style.
Yeah. I'm focused on what did my kids get for Christmas from Santa.
Right.
Like, I really don't know what they got because I didn't do any of the shopping. That was Santa.
Yeah, it was Santa. It was elves.
But so a lot of times I'm like very interested in that. And, maybe I got something cool this year or there's a new app that I got that I'm excited about. So I'm not very locked in on sports at that time. And there's just so much. I could do other things. I don't know. They're trying, though. They're really trying to say you have to watch sports on this day when you could probably spend it with your family.
I hear you on that. I will say this. I think my opinion has changed over the years because so many people don't have, that cavalcade of family, friends, or whatever. And I know holidays can be super duper lonely for people. So I do appreciate that they usually come out with movies that day or a couple days before that are kind of big time. And now they've got sports loaded up and everything like that. So I appreciate that for the people who definitely might need it in their life. Jacob, what is your favorite singular sports day of the year?
Yeah, it's probably Christmas, but I grew up watching, like, my main sport was basketball growing up, so I love watching basketball, and I remember, like, opening presents and then going down to the basement and just watching, like, every game that I could. And so
that is a Midwesterner.
Oh yeah. There's nothing like going down in a basement and watching some sports, and the people from up north know that. But that was my big day, and then, they've integrated football and whether it's been done correctly, I don't know, but now you have kind of these big games, right? You're finally getting these Bears, Packers, these big time rivalry games. I think that's going to boost it. But just the options on Christmas, I think it kind of fits everybody's niche. So I'd say Christmas for sure.
Would you still watch if in a few more years it was Packers at Hoosiers?
No.
Okay.
I wouldn't watch that. I wouldn't be a fan anymore of that team if it changed.
And so, by the way, the other one I was thinking of was the Saturday and or Sunday of NFL divisional playoff weekend. I think those days are
great
awesome.
days.
That is my favorite NFL weekend.
Yeah.
So I dig that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
All right, it is time for Masterpiece of the Week, the segment that we take to go over all the wild, wacky, and oftentimes concerning audio that happens at this very station.
I know what that means.
And we have a tradition here. And, you know, I always find myself in this position where Alec leaves me all these cuts, but I haven't listened to any of them. So this is my first time hearing a lot of these. And we do have a tradition where we pick on people who aren't here to defend themselves. So we're going to start off with one Alec Medford.
I can get it 92% of the way, all the way up my teeth, but it gets stuck and it hurts immensely.
There you go. That right there is one of the most glorious moments of not realizing where he is.
I just wrote down Alec is bendy for my shortcut right there.
Teeth shot.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Wow. All right, let's go to, this is from RJ Choppy. I think this was part of your conversation yesterday.
The babysitter's just taking her panties off.
I've seen that movie.
Unfortunately, when I had to tell my wife how that conversation went, I did have to mention that part.
Bobby was so proud of the movie reference that he threw out there.
Yes, he was.
And I was proud of
reference.
Not mainstream movie.
Well, it wasn't the first time that he dropped that joke. So it was.
If you were into vegetables, you would call it cornography.
Mm-hmm,
okay. Yeah.
That is an uncomfortable moment for sure. But Alec is still dominating right now.
He is.
All right, one more person, or a couple other people that aren't here to defend themselves. Here is Sean.
I still contend no one ever tries to get off early with me. I always get like, okay, well, and I do it a lot.
Oh, man.
He was talking about the phone, and that was during crosstalk as well. He was talking about nobody.
Yeah, that's not exactly a sterling praise for his acumen, is it?
He always hits the eject button first.
Sorry, you're just so pretty.
The line always works.
Yeah.
Does it?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, I wouldn't know, but yeah.
Good save.
Let's go over to Mickey here.
I would wear it, take a picture, and you can do anything you want with it.
Oh my gosh. I didn't think there was going to be anything that could top Alec teeth. But here we are with Mickey basically saying.
So this one I'm writing, Mickey, no safe word. That is my abbreviation on this one, man.
It's such a good line. I wrote it as well.
I don't think we're gonna win.
From the 254, just hung up on my wife to hear Masterpiece of the Week. I love the idea that he's talking. He's like, "Oh crap, it's Masterpiece of the Week time," and just hangs up and throws his phone out the window.
All right, this was from Choppy. This was today.
Well, just play on myself.
Short and sweet.
I heard that.
Yeah. He did.
He was talking about golf, but
Bobby was very proud of that moment.
Bobby is a huge supporter of Masterpiece.
Yeah, he is. He enjoys it.
All right, let's get to you guys. Here's one of Corey.
Just kind of putting it up here, putting it down there. Wherever it needs to go. Yeah.
What do you mean?
You try to test things out. You know?
Mm-hmm.
See what your options are in life.
I hear you. All right.
I think.
All right, here. This one's from Kevin. This one I actually have listened to. This one was my favorite.
The teacher would hit me.
Dude.
Okay.
From the 806 so far, this lineup is my favorite sports day of the year.
Yeah, shout out to Mrs. Bobby. I mean, there's no way she's still alive. Who would hit me with a ruler on
Bobby's wife?
The wrist. No, that was her last name.
Would you ever call Kristen that? Hi, Mrs. Bobby.
No. I think she would hit me.
She would hit you.
Yeah. So she would hit me on the left hand and wrist anytime I wrote with my left hand. That's why I write with my right hand, and that's why I hold my pen weird.
Wow, dude.
I write with my left hand. Glad
on
nobody
purpose?
did that to me. Yeah, on purpose.
I mean,
he's supposed to be right-handed, though.
Does that mean your left brain?
Can you write right-handed?
You mean can I still write left-handed?
No, can you, hold on, you write with your right hand now?
Correct.
Can you write left-handed? Yes.
Not very well, but yeah. But I kick with my left foot.
That's
well, I know a lot of people that do stuff like that. But my dad's left-handed in most things, but he hits golf clubs right-handed.
Really?
Yeah, he hits baseballs left-handed.
Oh.
But because they only had right-handed clubs around him, that's how he learned how to hit golf clubs.
Yes, no, not anybody related to Bobby. Her name was Mrs.
Bobby's
Bobby.
mom.
No, not anybody related to Bobby.
What if next week, though, Bobby comes in and he's like, actually, people did refer to her as Mrs. Bobby?
Then that would trip me out. I'd be like, man, your mom was old as hell. Yeah, well, then she died when she was 90.
All right, let's get back to Hagee. This is an interaction between you and RJ.
Sexually something position.
Oh no! I'm glad I reacted correctly.
I know Kevin was known for better for a long time, and now I'm known for oh man. But a lot of people have always loved the oh no.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Yeah, that's fair. I'm just glad it wasn't me supporting what he said. I was like, yeah.
You can use what he just said, though, and incorporate it together.
And no, the teacher abuse is not further explained on the Jesus podcast for somebody who just texted that in.
All right, this one's from Corey. This one confused me a little bit.
So if I can smell it, it's problematic for me.
Okay. I'm supportive. I always support Corey.
That's in reference to something specific.
Whoever dealt it?
No, it's the bottles of soda.
That is such
plastic
a
bottles of soda.
Oh, yeah.
Smell weird lately to me.
What do they smell like?
Cumin or BO.
I smelled that too.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And somebody said
BO, yeah.
Somebody said it's like the cardboard boxes that they are in are doing that. Somebody said that the other day and they agreed. So, but like I don't have a good nose. I can't smell things very often. So because I can smell that, I know it's not good.
Yeah.
But I got somebody else on my side here. Let's go. We're winning now.
All right, let's
wasn't in reference to anything else.
Yeah.
Okay.
I missed over one that wasn't here. This is Dawson.
I think you can do whatever the hell you want as long as you got clothes on.
That feels kind of responsible.
That is nice of him.
Yeah.
To give people that option.
Yeah.
All right, let's do a couple more of Kevin and Corey here. Here's Kevin.
Wow. Shout out to Sean Sharif for hitting it right. Damn it.
You know what? All week long, I thought that was going to win. And then Alex said what he said. So, like, right now, Kevin letting Sean hit it right is in the top three.
That was in reference to our show started at exactly 10:00:00. It was perfect. Not...
He hit it right, is what you said, though.
Doing it thing.
Let's do one more of Corey here. This is, I don't know what this one is referencing.
Show me your television and then give my child your candy.
Oh, my God.
That was me during the World Series. I think it was the Rangers' first World Series.
Mm-hmm.
My wife was like, we have to go Halloween hunting or whatever it's called.
What?
And,
is that what you call trick-or-treating?
There it is, trick-or-treating. And so we're walking through her parents' neighborhood, and I know they all were watching the game. They didn't want to get up and give candy to the kids. Mm-hmm. And all I was thinking was, here I am. Let me just peek my head into your door and see what's going on this game right now. I think we lost that game anyway, so whatever.
I'm not going to vote for myself.
You're not going to vote for you saying Sean hit it right?
Nope. I am going to vote for the man who is not here and should be featured more in this segment. Give me Alec Medford as Bendy as my vote.
I can get it 92% of the way, all the way up my teeth, but it gets stuck and it hurts immensely.
Gosh. You believe this?
Man, I'm just saying, ladies.
Up his teeth is 92% is what is weird to me. Kevin letting Sean hit it right is at the top of my list, guys.
Wow. Shout out to Sean Sharif for hitting it right.
Wow, that is impressive, Kevin. You were so happy and boisterous about that moment in time.
You know what? Like, just real quick, indulge me. Play that one again, and then can you line it up with Sean supposedly talking about getting off the phone? Because it feels like those two kind of go together, right? Wow. Shout out to Sean Sharif for hitting it right.
I still contend. No one ever tries to get off early with me. I always get like, okay, well, and I do it a lot.
You know, somebody texted in or tweeted in their suggestion for Masterpiece of the Week. Kevin, Corey, what's the most expensive drug? Producer, love. Kevin, ew. Producer, probably heroin.
That was
great exchange.
Great exchange.
Pretty great exchange right there. So right now it's tied up.
All right,
Jacob, who you voting for?
I'm going to give it to Alec. I think Alec being
Mark yourself for next week. By the way,
I can get it 92% of the way, all the way up my teeth, but it gets stuck and it hurts immensely.
Sorry about the pain, buddy.
Yeah, and mark what you just said as well, Jacob. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, Star Ups.
Skip Schumacher with the KNC Masterpiece, Wednesdays at 12:20. Coverage you deserve on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
First pitch to Siri. He pops it up. Shallow right. Nimmo coming on, and it drops for the base hit. Ballesteros is in to score. Throw to second. Guzman just slides in ahead of the throw.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you? Happy Friday.
Thank you. Indeed. Yeah. I'm doing very well, and I'm glad to hear that you are doing well. Now, I want to talk about baseball, but not really about the Rangers because they continue to not give us a lot of good stuff to talk about. I want to talk about throwing out the first pitch and how people are already jockeying for position outside of just the random luck of the draw. Are you somebody who would very much love to throw out the first pitch?
1,010%, Hagee.
Ooh, okay, I like it. Yeah. I like it.
I'm getting my shoulder workouts in.
Yeah.
I'm throwing a little bit at night. I'm trying to ease into it. You know, we have 2 weeks and a couple of days from today.
Need to get a ramp up.
So, yeah, I got to get ramped up. I would want to put on at my level is the George W. Bush first throw, the 9/11 throw.
Oh, that's a good throw.
I want to do at least as good as that. I don't think I can, but that's my goal.
So you're going to wear a flak jacket?
I was going to say, can you wear the flak jacket and a starter jacket over the top of that?
That'd be sweet.
Like still get the requisite extension.
A silk Ranger starter jacket would be cool.
Yes.
Then you could tell the family you have to buy a flak jacket. It's for work.
Mm-hmm. We could get a Tolo to let me
that's
borrow
probably,
one. You know, be
that's
easier.
We got a lot of the police officers allowed to let you borrow jackets and stuff, bulletproof stuff?
I bet they would. Yeah. I bet they'd be willing to break the rules for us, even if there is a rule in place there.
And it is August 31st if you want to go buy your Rangers tickets now to support the Fan, and whoever wins this, that will happen.
So Majors wants to.
Yep.
Like
Chop wants to.
I think we all want to, but
Not me.
Okay,
Brian
except for Broadus.
No.
But you, Corey, and RJ, I know, are like next level height of existence.
Yes, this is the exhilaration, and I think I should do it because I would get the most booze. You know, between what I said about Derek Holland's engagement 15 years ago.
Oh man, I remember that night.
Jack Leiter
we're
and
out there
Rowdy
broadcasting that day, right?
Yes.
I think I'd stand on the field and boo you. How about that?
And Brian would be leading the booze apparently.
Could I stand behind? Could I try and get the crowd riled up? You know, standing behind you. Yeah.
And what's the point of having an FM radio DJ throw out the first pitch if you're not going to get some booze?
Right.
Got to get the people going.
Yeah.
I think it could be a turning point for the Rangers.
You could always say they're just booing the team, Dawson. That's kind of.
If Broadus walks out on the field, though, they'll start throwing mini bottles of vodka for him and be like, "Get back to Mardi Gras Broadus."
Parade Broadus.
I would celebrate you though, Dawson, if you did it correctly though. I would.
Thank you.
Yeah, Chief and I, we could sit back in the front row, and Chief could have about 17 vodka drinks.
Sandler yesterday said the thing you don't want to do is short hop it. You know,
did you go off the mound or in front or off the rubber or in front?
You want to go off the mound. Yeah.
He said aim high. I heard him say aim a little high.
He said aim high. So worst case scenario, Janko's got to stand up and catch it. You know.
Yeah.
I do remember a while back when my kid was getting back into baseball, and I was like, all right, went up to the mound and was like, I haven't done this in a while, and just sailed it. And was like, oh, crap, I forgot how to throw off a mound. It does take some work. Roger Staubach, the story for him is he got to throw the first pitch out. I think it was after the first World Series or something. And Nolan, they're walking out to the mound, and he walks up to the rubber, and Nolan goes, no, come down here to the front. This is where everybody throws it from. And Roger said, no, I got this. He had purchased a mound and put it in his backyard and practiced for 2 weeks so that he could throw from where the pro players throw from, because that's Roger freaking Staubach.
What a stud.
I got it measured out in my backyard. I'm throwing against a wall.
There you go.
I don't trust anybody to catch.
Okay. I like it,
Didn't
man.
want to light anybody's teeth off. I get it.
Tuesday, get going about in the 2:20 segment, and we will see how it plays out. I'm excited to see how this plays out.
Hey, you're going to hang on to it, and if you get it, like you're definitely going to say.
So I'm very conflicted because I would
would also like to do it, but when I hear that level of excitement, I wonder if a Corey versus RJ.
It sounds like Dawson
versus Dawson arm wrestling round robin tournament might be the way to really decide who's best set up for this.
What about a triangle of arm wrestling?
Everybody ends up getting hurt. And,
yeah,
and
you guys can all be lined up around each other for arm wrestling. That would be amazing.
More of a Rochambeau guy myself.
Could you ask if somebody could work for you that day for it? Like you give it the way if you want.
RJ would do that.
Yeah,
RJ
have to
would
come in and
broadcast.
do your shift for you, or maybe a couple of shifts. How about that?
Thank you for giving us higher stakes to help try to bribe people for that. What do you fine fellas got coming up on the program today?
I'm gonna have Chief be my substitute arm wrestler. By the way, so you guys aren't getting off easy if we decide to do that. Mike Schmitz, Mavs GM, is coming up at 3:00.
All right, I like it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. We'll make our way back with you on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
They've taken over middays, and they're not turning back. Thanks for spending your workday with the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey, iHeart, or TuneIn app. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Drunk driving changes your world. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA. The Cardinals beat the Raiders 27-14 in preseason action last night. Fernando Mendoza touched grass for the first time in the NFL. Mendoza went 10 for 16, 97 yards and 1 touchdown. He struggled with the pressure but didn't look overwhelmed last night. The Raiders' next preseason game is in Houston on Thursday. I'm Chris Black.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh yeah, used a trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax. It only went a little viral.
K&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome in. Happy Football Friday here to you. It is hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. General at your service at ease. Broadus is back in his rec specs, coming off of eye surgery. Great to have you back, sir. You have Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and 635, fixing to go another 5 flawless. Eric Chiafalo's in the house. Wolchuk has the afternoon off. He's moving in. Bought his first home. Look at that. The Woolly Bully.
It's closing day.
Yeah, it's closing day. They're moving in this weekend, and Wolchuk's going to be, out today and on Monday. So send that man some love on social. Let him know that he is missed. Austin Nix is coordinating your video. You can watch us online. Reminder to download that Odyssey app. The Tolo's best friend out there. So we're off and running. Mavs GM Mike Schmitz coming up here in 1 hour. Cowboys pregame show coming up in 26 hours from now. 4 o'clock tomorrow. Broadus and Chiafalo will have it as Cowboys are heading up to Seattle after a brief walkthrough practice this morning. Cowboys Seahawks tomorrow, kickoff at 7 o'clock. Things I'm hoping to see, things you're hoping to see. Go ahead, text them in now at 877-881-1053. I think it's easy to say I want the young players to show something and nobody to get hurt. That's all I'm looking for. I believe Broadus is in Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40. Going to tell you who's in, who's out.
I'm going to try and do that. How about that?
Okay, he's going to attempt to do that. But if you want to jump in with your text right now, we'd love to read some of those here in just a couple of minutes. I think right now, Cowboys social media, Von Miller might be generating some buzz. About an hour or so ago, he posted on Instagram.
He's been thirst trapping himself out for the Cowboys.
Yes,
over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, and Von Miller super fans. I know they've been vocal as well. But he's sitting on a couch. He's got a Cowboys hat on, and the caption says "Cowboy baby."
Yeah.
He must. Doesn't it feel like he knows something?
It does feel like that. Yes.
He knows they got the wink, wink. Hey, give us through the first preseason game or whatever the date is, and then we'll get you in here. And
then Stephen Jones is lying to us. Then,
which wouldn't be the first time.
No, it wouldn't be the first time, and that's what I'm saying. No, Stephen Jones, after he talked with and Kevin Hagelin and Corey, we were all standing there, and after his time with the guys, I was standing there with him, just listening to him talk, and Kevin Hagelin asked him the question about Von Miller, and he says, "No, we're not going to do anything with Von Miller." But that was a few weeks ago. I like to say if they sign Von Miller, great. If they don't, well then. But yeah, Stephen Jones once again. I mean, a year ago this time, he told you and me and Woolly Bully that he wasn't going to trade
Micah.
Wasn't going to trade Micah.
It would make sense, and I would like it if Stephen answers questions from the media in a way of this is what I want the market to believe about our position.
Yeah, right.
So maybe Von Miller's asking for 10, and he's like, nope, we're not going to do it.
Yeah, this was after. I mean, this wasn't even on air. This was Hagelin goes, "Hey, can I ask you about Von Miller?" And he said,
but Stephen's first lie to y'all was at the media party when it comes to Micah.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, Wolchuk asked him directly, and we were all standing there, and he goes, "Do you have any intention of trading Micah Parsons?" He said, "No, I'm not going to trade Micah Parsons. No, I'm not going to do it." So, yeah, he could be absolutely lying to us, as we sit here today. But like I said, it's one of those things, too, where if you do that, does the contract become fully guaranteed? That's after the first game of the year. Do you wait till week 2? Do they have a wink kind of a deal, but after the first week of the season? We'll see if how that would play out. But I think that, to me, I want to take Stephen Jones as his word. And he said no. He also told us that he's thinking bigger when it came to want to add Bobby Wagner.
Yeah, this is bigger than Bobby Wagner. It's local, and he's a veteran who might want to take 2-3 weeks off of training camp to take it easy. Sure. It satisfies a lot of the criteria of the breadcrumbs Stephen Jones was dropping, but he gave a direct no to the players.
When you asked about Von Miller, he said no. Is what he said.
I hope it's Von Miller. I think he could help.
Yeah, why not?
Agreed, man. I think it's
I think it's really a no-brainer to bring him in as a guy who is hungry to reach some sack totals for his overall legacy and the total amount of sacks that he has for his career. I think he's totally down to just be a designated pass rusher. Let me play 10, 15 snaps a game, obvious passing situations, help out guys like Malachi Lawrence the same way DeMarcus Ware helped me when he left Dallas and went to Denver. Like, it just makes way too much sense. Clowney's a guy that maybe wants to play on more downs than just obvious passing situations. Von Miller, I think, is at a stage where he's like, yeah, I'm just here for the sacks, dude. I don't even want to deal with having to play the run on 1st and 10.
He's a champion. He's a local hero. He knows his way to the Super Bowl. And, coming in fourth quarter and third and long kind of situations, I absolutely think he's an 8 to 10 sack candidate. Takeaways from preseason NFL action last night. Just a smattering of the things that I've been taking note of. Joe Burrow under center a lot more in the Bengals win over the Lions. Virtually, I'd say half the league is working on getting under center more, and I might be underselling that. Mm-hmm. He was 2 of 2 under center. He did take a sack, had another hit. It's terrifying. We're putting Joe Burrow out here in preseason games. He's getting hit. He's getting sacked, but he survived. For Detroit, Isaac Tesla having a bad camp. It continued. Tesla, who was a thorn in the Cowboys' side last year in Week 12 or whatever that was, he had 2 bad drops. One of them went through his hands for a pick, had 0 catches on 3 targets on 11 routes. So pump the brakes on the Tesla breakout campaign. Steelers beat the Packers. Jeremy Bernard, the rookie from Bama, had a big game, and so did Caden Weegan, the wide receiver return man from Iowa. They were both pretty good, with Drew Aller, the man in the pass game.
Been in it, man. Brought us with the S-eating grin on his face right now.
I'm happy. I'm happy this guy is. I like you said, I felt like that at Penn State, it's unfortunate what happened to him. The offense wasn't any good. There was high expectations. I think he got blamed for some things very similar to what happened with May at North Carolina. Team was supposed to be really, really good, and all of a sudden he took all the blame, all the heat for for some of the shortcomings there. So
never had any good wide receivers.
That was kind of a. I just feel like, though, to me, that when you watched him play, you could see a guy that he's kind of old school. Maybe that's why I liked him. He's kind of old school with the way he'd stand in the pocket and not move great, but move well enough. But he could throw it. And that's what I think you got to like about him.
The narrative is that Mike McCarthy's quarterback school that he infamously rolled out for him is already paying off with the footwork and the release and throwing on the move and all that. Caleb Johnson, second-year running back from Iowa, you can put him on a milk carton. 2 coaching staffs in a row fading him. He had 2 carries last night for 3 yards with Travis Homer and Lou Nichols getting more snaps.
There's a guy that I really, really liked coming out of Iowa there, and unfortunately it just hasn't worked out for him there. I mean, he's a big back. He's got power. He catches the ball well. You could see him get the corner. A lot of his runs that he had in college were him physically getting to the edge and then making sure that he got around the corner. And that's something that really I thought that would play well in the NFL, but it just hasn't at all.
Colts and Patriots, Indianapolis trying to revive Anthony Richardson's trade value. Mixed reviews. Did have 145 yards passing, 53 yards rushing in just one half of football. Also had a fumble. Had a pick that went through his receiver's hands. Wasn't his fault. But they're hoping somebody took note of that, and they're interested in trading for Anthony Richardson. Chargers and Texans last night. The reports are the rookie safety Kamari Ramsey was very good for Houston. Might give them another ascending young defensive back, of which they already have like 5. Had 1 pick, should have had 2. Okay, he was hunting Trey Lance all night. Cardinals and Raiders. Rookie Chase Basantis from A&M appears to have sustained a pretty significant injury. with Mike LaFleur afterwards saying this is probably going to be one that's a longer-term injury. Jeremiah Love ran it 11 times for 58 yards, tweaked his ankle, but he's good. For the Raiders, Mendoza looked fairly ready. 10 of 16 for 97 yards and a tud. You watched any of that game, Chief?
Yeah, he looked pretty good. I mean, Kirk Cousins went out there and led the touchdown drive to get things started, but Mendoza absolutely looked comfortable, and he does. I do love the way that he carries out the fake when it's not even the play action. He's handing the ball off, but then he continues to drop back like he's dropping back to pass. He's acting like it's a play action when he's really giving the ball away. And you could see the camera crew was all screwed up.
Nice.
And even a couple of the edge rushers were still thinking, oh, this is a pass.
Yeah.
But yeah, he made some nice plays, man.
Yeah, maybe looked the part, looked ready.
Mm-hmm.
Titans and Niners, Cam Ward was bad. Last year's first overall pick, he was inaccurate. He was erratic. Not good for his first look with the new coaching staff and the new weapons. And he was playing against Niner backups. That wasn't even the Niners' number one defense. For San Francisco,
aren't they all
hurt? Right. For San Francisco, the storyline is rookie wide receiver Dazon Stribling became the second NFL receiver in the past decade to catch 7 passes in the first 20 minutes of a preseason game.
Wow.
He was inspiring confidence that maybe he could be their breakout receiver and sort of insulate them from the injury bug.
Yeah, he's it's just looking at the metrics on him. He had 8 targets with 7 catches, as you mentioned, for 63 yards. His average of separation was about 2.3 yards. So he was able to buy himself a little distance. Sometimes with rookie wide receivers, it's a little difficult for them to get away from guys, but for him to do that, I think is a pretty good sign for the 49ers.
405 says, Dawson, I'm excited to see those running backs compete for the number 2 spot, as am I. Appreciate the text. The Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line is open at 877-881-1053. You know, Nick Eatman's going viral for his appearance with Sean and RJ. So I was listening to that today, and how he described the camp and joint practice for Jaden Blue, is where I wanted to get to here with the texter talking about the number 2 spot. Eatman said Blue has put the ball on the ground often in camp, including multiple times in the joint practice. I didn't know it was multiples.
Me neither.
Okay. Quote, he's made some plays, but then again, Bill Parcells said all the time, no running back's worth fumbles. Not any running back is worth a fumble. And so, if he's going to lay it on the ground, that was an issue he had in college. Yeah, Parcells was famous for saying no celebrity quarterbacks, no running backs that fumble, and he didn't want scouts who called him out for trying to bring in injury-prone veterans. Isn't that right, Brian?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
that's
there's 3 pet peeves there of Parcells.
Yeah, it's hugely disappointing about Blue. I mean, for as good as he might be able to be from an explosive standpoint, if you're going to put the ball on the turf, and now it's so difficult to overcome that narrative about you as well. The scouting report's there.
Yeah.
All 11 defenders, every time you touch the ball, are going to be hacking away at that thing in a way that they probably wouldn't against just your run-of-the-mill back.
And I said, I think Wednesday, just move on from him, and that was knee-jerk. The real take on Jaden Blue is it took his rookie year for him to become a professional. Now you're a professional. You've matured. Everybody's singing your praises for that. And now that you're a professional, you can begin to address the shortcomings of your game. So I'll give him another year, but I can't have him in taking meaningful regular season snaps for the majority of this season. I would imagine it's going to take a lot of carries with good ball security before he would get my trust. Tuesday at 2:20, we're going to pull the winner. Which fan host will throw out the first pitch at the Rangers game on the 31st? This is going to be fun because all of our names are going in a hat, and we'll begin to draw, and the first name that comes out is the first name eliminated. So it'll be the last name remaining in the hat that gets to throw out the first pitch for the Texas Rangers game on the 31st. Get your tickets now. After the game last night, Skip Schumacher saying, quote, I don't think there's any way to describe this other than to say it's a brutal series.
Yeah.
This series cannot happen. And now they're in a spot against the A's that you're really feeling like they need to go up there and get a sweep. I guess taking 2 of 3 and sort of playing the long game as long as Houston doesn't run away from it. You can have good week, bad week, good week, bad week. And it's definitely annoying when they are in bad week mode. So I'll keep my fingers crossed they get this thing turned around starting tonight here on the Fan. That was brutal last night. 7-zip.
Yeah.
I mean, we were just talking with Fred last night. He's like, man, it's miserable watching these games because they just feel impotent. They feel incompetent. Yep. And then for them to wrap up the series with that kind of effort, Jacob deGrom leaving after just a couple of innings with the tricep situation going on, but he was getting hit hard. People are speculating that maybe he just wanted out of the game. I don't know. I have too much respect for deGrom as a competitor to believe that without evidence. But
doesn't he traditionally pitch terrible in California?
Terrible in Anaheim.
Yeah.
He's never beaten him with the Rangers.
Yeah.
6 tries.
Yeah. Choppy basically came out this morning on the radio. Him and Bobby said, maybe more Bobby than Choppy, that this was an absolute terrible signing for the Rangers.
DeGrom. Yeah.
Because he wasn't a part of your World Series team.
Right.
He wasn't. He didn't do anything for your World Series team. But for what you've paid him, for the innings he's pitched, the starts he's made, and all that, it's a disaster of a signing.
I think Chop was on that day one of the DeGrom signing.
I think this is Bobby, by the way, too. I think Bobby was the one. I'm sorry, Bobby. You're probably listening. I thought it was you this morning when I was driving in that you were saying that, hey, if you look at this is an absolute terrible signing for the Texas Rangers if you look at the totality of it all.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't know if you get Eovaldi if you don't sign DeGrom, because once you got DeGrom, it was like, okay, clearly the Rangers are serious about winning here, and then Eovaldi's like, okay, I'll jump on board. And so if it meant getting Eovaldi to have to deal with this DeGrom situation, then clearly it was worth it. But when you just look at what DeGrom has provided you, in no way, shape, or form has it been worth it.
It definitely worked out, but I would agree that the cost and the benefits for DeGrom are heavily weighted towards the negative, just in a vacuum. But I think Chief's got a great point. I don't know if you get Boch either. Boch was a huge part of that. I think you change one thing, you change everything here in this world of sports. We got the top 10 coming up on the other side. G-Bag of the Day champion replay first course Wolchuk is out. What do you got for us today, Chief?
National Creamsicle Day. We have the top 10 best foods served on a stick next to the nation.
Back Nation segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Top 10 here in just a sec. Let's go to the Pimp Cup. Lucius has the champ.
Yeah. Going for two today at 5:30 is Texas Rangers insider Jared Sandler and our very own Brian Broaddus. Jared Sandler was trying to keep his balance. He's just trying to keep his balance right here.
Just the work that is done in the batter's box. No one's been better on this team than Jock this year.
Jared, at 60-60, what is the one thing you feel absolutely good about this baseball team?
Oh, boy. Well, I feel good.
Oh, no.
I'll tell you this. I feel good that they're just, you don't really know what you're going to get. Or, you know what, Broaddus? I guess I feel good about Jock Peterson.
Yeah. Do you?
Yeah, tell you what.
That's it.
Feel good about
That's
the fact
the one.
The first time in history he's been left speechless. I mean, just could not come up with anything. And then you could sense the excitement when the light bulb finally went off of there is something now that I've scraped the bottom of the barrel of my Rangers brain.
People think I rigged the vote on that, by the way. There's no way I could do that. You know, it's a Twitter poll, X poll, at GBagNation. Follow it right now. Follow us all when you get there. Our handles are in the bio. But people came out of the woodwork to vote on that thing last night, and we salute you guys for it. Thanks for participating in the show. Tune in tonight, 5:30. See if Sands can make it 2 in his pursuit of 5. It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. National Creamsicle Day. Creamsicle's so damn good. I mean, it deserves
underrated.
It deserves its own day.
Yeah.
And so I'm glad we get together as a nation and celebrate it.
I do feel like that's one of those items that maybe had its heyday when I was a kid, but I don't see them very often anymore.
Yeah. It is. It was probably
like creamsicles, root beer floats, and push-ups. You know?
Push-up pops?
Push pops, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was it always the Flintstones? Or
the ones I had, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
They
cornered the market on that.
Did you guys have the Schwan Man? Now the Schwan Man, he
used to pull up.
Yeah,
he used to pull through the neighborhood.
Like the ice cream man?
No, well, this is like a giant freezer on the back of a 3/4 ton truck, basically.
Oh, like a yellow home delivery truck.
So he'd roll in like once or twice a month, and he had his own push up things too.
Okay,
but every other one was Flintstones.
Nice. Dang, what happened to the Schwan? I guess the ice cream man took over for the Schwan.
I'll tell you what, man. You talking about Swan's Ice Cream Company?
Yeah.
They were a sponsor of NASCAR, and they used to have like their outside of their hauler, their 18-wheeler hauler, they had a Swan's ice cream box. Like you used to be able to like you'd be walking around the garage. And they encouraged you to like go over there and grab ice cream from them and stuff.
Nice.
So they always Swan's ice cream is actually excellent.
November 8, 2024, they shut down permanently.
Oh,
Swans did?
Yeah.
Okay, so they had a heck of a run.
72-year run.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
And so they weren't necessarily doing the individual bars. They were doing more of like get a whole box of something.
Yeah.
All right. I like
giant tubs of ice cream, frozen chicken strips.
Oh.
Had all kinds of different items that you could buy for your not just desserts.
Started in 1952.
Yeah.
Dang, that's impressive. Lucius, do you have a lot of respect for the creamsicle?
I was getting ready to Google it to see which one it was because I'm thinking of this thing that was orange. Then when you bite inside of it, it was like
white.
It's
like a cream. Yeah.
No, I don't like that.
You didn't like that?
I did not like that.
Damn.
I think that was Good Humor that did that one.
What about
creamsicle? Is the white and orange thing, right?
Absolutely.
It's trash.
Okay. Dang, dude.
Lucius is right.
I feel completely different, but
that thing is trash.
Well,
and by the way, that the pink thing is a trash item too for ice cream. That push-up pink thing.
That was like the screwdriver deal or the screwball?
No, though that was in a kind of
the cone
thing.
Yeah.
No, this was the white like tube like toilet paper roll, like ice cream put in a toilet paper roll.
Wow,
sounds delicious. You had to stick, so you push from the bottom.
Yeah,
you push from the bottom, and that was trash too.
Okay.
There's a lot of trash things that they had.
Well, we are going to celebrate National Creamsicle Day here by
calling it trash,
showing love to the top.
It shouldn't be in the top 10. If it's in the top 10, it's a ridiculous thing here.
It's not necessarily in the top 10. It's just a more generic.
You
when it
never
comes to
had
the
something
ice
called
cream
an
bars.
Orange Julius, have you?
Orange Julius?
Yeah.
No, the drink.
That was overrated, wasn't
the drink?
It's the Creamsicle and Orange Julius might be from the same family. Both.
It sounds like I'd probably like it.
It's something that your grandparents always thought was a cool idea, like when they served you Jell-O, like they thought that was,
It was like
cool
an orange juice slushy, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it tastes like
sounds incredible.
And it was before my time when you could put vodka in it or something like that that would make it even better.
That would have been nice.
But as a kid, you're like going, that was like the biggest give up drink when your grandparents say, "Oh, let's go get an Orange Julius," and you'd fake injury.
Can we go to
would.
Dairy
You're
Queen,
like,
please?
yeah, you'd
My
like,
tummy hurts, Grammy.
You'd fake like you slammed your hand in the car door or something like that, to so you wouldn't have to go.
Yeah.
Oh, what happened? Oh, my hand. And that way we wouldn't have to go get the orange. They had shops all around Dallas. Orange Julius. Awful.
Yeah, I was not sad. I think I only had one of them, and I was disappointed.
They burst onto the scene in the late 1920s.
What, Orange Julius?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they should have stayed in the 1920s.
It was like a Great Depression kind of.
I think it was a poverty drink.
Yeah. Well, what about food on a stick? I feel like, Lucius, you go to the state fair. You are our state fair correspondent. Isn't virtually everything on a stick?
I 100% love, everything is definitely on a stick almost out there, but I love the sausage on a stick.
Yes.
But nowadays, you can't eat that thing without looking over your shoulder, make sure nobody's recording you. Son's eating the glizzy, son. Look at the glizzy gobbler. That type of thing. You go viral. You got little kids pointing and laughing at you. You know what I'm saying? So you got to watch what you do with that sausage on a stick.
Yeah.
You got to eat it subvertly.
Yeah, you got to break pieces off.
Yeah.
I see people eating bananas that way where they're breaking pieces off.
You know what I'm saying? You got to feed it to the old lady first? Nah, because it still won't work. If you feed it to the old lady, then you do it. It looks crazy out there.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh. It is delicious, though. Sausage on a stick is
Corn
fantastic.
dogs, sausage on the sticks.
All that stuff, right? Okay, 877-881-1053. We have the banana fudge bar is the best. Banana fudge. I don't know how much
it's disgusting.
experience I have with
That's
the banana
the kind of the
fudge.
yellow on a stick.
Yeah.
The
Fudge
yellow
is good.
Yeah.
I don't know about banana fudge, but fudge just itself, that flavoring of fudge, not the texture of it, but the flavor. We're going to make fudge popsicles. Those are fantastic.
100%.
Chocolate fudge. Oh, my God.
The fudgesicle.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's on the list
I kind
here.
of feel like, though, that fudgesicle, you got to be alert because that thing could get freezer burn. Because you forget about it a little bit.
Yeah.
And then it becomes kind of I'm not sure if I'm really digging water, cake this chocolate thing I'm eating right
Sticking to your mouth and everything.
Yeah, it gets freezer burn. It's a no-go.
I got a couple for you here, Chief. I got cake pops. You see those cake pops at the grocery store? They hit. The icing wrapping they put over it, that's amazing. And I would say this isn't a man-made stick. This is nature's stick, the turkey leg.
Oh, okay. So you're going
little curveball.
Let the bone qualify as the stick.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what, man.
You get points for that.
I hate to be this guy again. God, I must be.
You're throwing heat.
I got
Brian,
20/20 vision in my right eye, so I'm seeing things really clearly now.
Look like you've been fighting Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for rebounds.
Kurt Rambis, maybe? Kurt
Rambis.
I could wear the sunglasses. It'd probably be better with the sunglasses. Then we'd have two. I was trying to explain to him that they're like, hey, these sunglasses, you can wear them indoors. I say I work with a guy that wears them all the time at work. But the turkey leg, by the way, too much work. Way too much work.
Yeah, you want to get them from other people.
Oh, you mean
you're talking about to eat them?
To eat them.
Oh.
Way too much with the cartilage thing going on, and it's not. Listen,
it's better if you can sit down with it with a fork and a knife.
The best thing.
A couple forks.
Are you kidding me?
Ribs.
Walking around eating that thing like a savage.
I tell you what,
sharing
man.
some with somebody next to you. Hey, man, let me get a bite.
It's medieval, bro. It's
incredible. Way too much going on there. I mean, if you're going to do something like ribs are the best, pork chops are the best in bone.
Ribs.
You're tripping right now,
but you're kind of anti-bone-in meats.
Wow, no. I'm saying the tomahawk chop. If you're going with something with a bone, the turkey leg thing just doesn't do it. It's just too much.
It's still what he's whining about a turkey leg.
It's too much.
It's too much.
It's too much.
You're
Lucius,
unbelievable,
don't tell me that cartilage problem in the turkey.
It's fantastic.
Oh,
Spit it out on the ground and keep moving.
Exactly.
The birds
Lucius,
love
tell
it.
you the truth. Right now, he's fibbing to you.
No, he's
Love that
not,
damn
dude.
thing, bro.
He's gonna. How many turkey legs are you gonna eat in the month of September?
I
Lucius?
love turkey legs, man. You walk around, eat that thing.
Need a
let your girl
beach
take a
towel.
bite. Rawr, you pull it in the back. Let me get it.
Pulling it back, yeah.
You put one in the backpack and take it home and eat it later. Come
Yeah, bro. Yeah, it's top tier. 469 says the elotes on a stick is S tier, which is like the best of the best, supreme. I think the S is supreme. I'm seeing a lot of S tier. I think it's supreme, but maybe I'm wrong. What does the S actually stand for? But I think it's the supreme.
Could it mean the other thing?
Super top. No, not like
Not S like
not BS.
Yeah,
No, it's not that. It's respect. If it's S tier, it's at the top of the food chain. Okay, we have at
Super or superb.
Okay, superb. There we go. At 10, you have the cheese on a stick, like a fried cheese, almost like a big mozzarella stick on a stick. I guess.
Never had one of those.
I never have either, but apparently Americans love it.
I can't process it.
At 9,
Yeah, I'm there with you. I've retired.
Process it
Okay.
process out of your body.
Yeah,
or
I can't
process-
get it out of the body. If I
Yeah.
eat it on Saturday,
Yeah.
it'll be Wednesday before it finally leaves
Yeah.
me.
That's a plug.
Not even lying, bro.
Violent explosion.
Yeah, that happened the other day.
Not
with
like
that,
a brick.
that-
Just a slow brick that finally made it through there.
Kind of hurts a little
It
bit.
leaves together, too.
Yeah.
It's not even separated.
It is, yeah.
You gotta go bite for bite with the Metamucil fiber thins if you're eating one of those.
That's
things,
right.
You
That's
know?
right.
Or either that or get that Taylor Farms people. I hate to do that to them, but man, they
You got rocked, didn't you?
I
heard.
did. I was kind of like waving my finger and like, not me, and then sure it got me.
Yeah.
It got me.
Did it get you yesterday too, or was it a one-day experience?
It was 2 days.
2 days.
2 days.
Wow. Number 9, you do have the fudgesicle.
Yeah. Freezer burn. Watch.
Whoa. Top 10 best foods on a stick. Number 8's going to be the lollipops, but I like your idea for the cake pop. Cake pop's pretty special.
Way better than lollipop.
Yeah.
Number
Lollipop's hard to eat. It's weird.
Too sticky.
If I say monkey tail, do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Not at all.
No idea.
Chocolate-covered bananas.
Coming out of a
Apparently.
monkey's rear.
Apparently, I mean, it's like a cold banana dipped in chocolate. Sometimes it's rolled in nuts, and it's called the monkey tail.
That would be a hot food sundae.
Number 6, the toasted marshmallows.
Oh, that's fun. That's more fun than
Like
delicious,
s'mores?
I think.
Yeah, I mean, I guess some people will just roast the marshmallow and then just bite that
Is
thing
it
off the
safe to
stick.
use a clothes hanger to do that, or was
Yeah.
something to do with the paint and the metal?
Oh, yeah.
You know
I
what I'm
definitely
talking
did
about?
that, but I get what you're saying now.
I
yeah.
think I needed a tetanus shot after doing that one
You
time.
probably
A
did.
little lead poisoning.
I'm telling you, man.
No, we did not think that through. I'm thinking about it now. Every campsite I was ever a part of,
I thought it
we
through.
brought clothes hangers.
I thought it through because I was thinking about the Romans and eating, drinking out of those goblets and stuff with the lead and stuff and the paint.
Yeah.
And I was sitting there thinking, something bad's about to happen to me. But we're acting like, oh, no, let's just undo these clothes hangers. It's all good.
We're all about to fight
And all
each
the-
other. Don't even know why.
We've all got locked.
Why am I so angry?
2 weeks later, we got lockjaw. You know what I'm saying?
Number 5, the top 10 foods best served on a stick, the caramel or candy apples.
I don't know about that.
Me either.
I don't know about that.
Overrated. It can get tough.
That's pulling teeth out of your face when you
Yeah,
bite
very
into that
messy.
bad boy.
It
Yeah.
is.
You got caramel on your cheek.
You know you're going to sacrifice one or two teeth in the
It's
process.
like it's not one of those things. It's eaten all the way. You take 2 bites and then you get tired and you're like, you huck it. You say, out of here, huck it.
Let's see if we can find anything that Broadus does like on a stick.
No, you're right, man. You'll turn your tooth
It
off
is. Somebody
with that.
hands you a caramel apple.
Yeah.
You're just thinking like, I'm about to lose 3 teeth in the process.
Yeah, then it's all over your face too at the same
Oh,
time. You're
yeah.
sticky. You look
Yeah.
crazy.
Everything you said about the turkey leg, I think, applies to the candy apple. At 4, we have the corn on the cob, the elote, right?
Let's
Grilled
go.
or boiled
Let's
corn
go.
on the cob.
Yes. And that's another one you can
dress
look-
that thing
You
up.
can look ridiculous eating that too, so you got to be careful.
At least you go sideways with it,
Yeah,
right? At
some
least you're
people-
going
some-
horizontal.
Was it like a bet payoff was going to go?
Yeah, you got to do the vertical.
That was I was like, I'm not doing that, one. I will
sucked.
drink Thanksgiving meal all day before I do that one.
Yeah, everybody be clipping Broadus on the fan cam, vertically eating corn on the
Austin
cob.
would have me like, 100,000 views.
Number 3, you get the kebabs, right? little skewered meat.
I'll tell you what,
Chicken,
man.
shrimp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wide
Kebabs are
variety.
damn good.
They're awesome.
But I'm always kind of taking it off the skewer before.
Oh, you don't actually go stick to mouth and pull it off?
No. I clear it and then put it on a
There
plate.
you go.
Gotcha.
Doing it right.
Yeah.
Number 2 is the popsicle. Number 1 is the corn dog.
Yay for the corn
100%.
dog. Yay for the corn dog.
And I look forward to that chocolate corn dog thing that they got cooked up at the state fair this year.
281 says, is this Krusty's Corner or the top 10? Damn, Brian. Yeah, Brian's breathing fire.
Yeah, he's on a heater right
I think
now.
putting these rec specs on him transformed him into the superhero version of Broadus.
Appreciate
He's
that.
Scout man.
It's nice to be able to see.
Oh, and he's coming in with
Throwing
fresh
heat.
legs.
Throwing heat.
Yeah, the day off yesterday.
Day rested, yeah. Maybe
I love
anesthesia kind of helped me a little bit.
It's like
cleared some-
LeBron with the black mask.
Yeah. How does it feel to have strong food takes and not be
Mellow
attacked?
hoodie.
Yeah, exactly. It's like 58 points right out of the gate with the black mask. Yeah.
We got Mike Schmitz, Mavs GM, coming up at 3 o'clock. What's next, Eric?
877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Biggest L, biggest up next right here on The Fan. Bud.
All right, welcome back, Nation. Mavericks GM Mike Schmitz coming up at 3 o'clock. Here's the Chief.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here is British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Shout out to Pappy, our guy Rat, Tim and Carthage 903. Big victory. Heading to Galveston right now with the grandson. Drive safe, my friend. Enjoy the beach.
Salute.
And
congrats on Carthage being ranked #1 preseason.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
They're a powerhouse, dude. Yeah. They really are. Shout out to the Bulldogs. Yeah, Bulldogs. And a glimmer of hope that maybe the Cowboys end up getting Von Miller or perhaps Bobby Wagner as Von Miller continues thirst trapping on socials. And I think he just might know something. Like, it's so aggressive now with what he's doing on social media. He's got, you guys see the Dak in the Kobe hugging the trophy, like Super in the locker room kind of deal? Yeah, like he is all over this thing. And he's working out basically at the Star.
Yeah.
This whole time, and he's staying in great shape. He looks lean, looks mean. He's clearly a guy that is expecting to play. Yeah, he's selling some chicken. And that would be nice. That would be nice if they would go ahead and scoop up Von Miller.
I don't know if I've ever seen a player put on a full court press like this.
I know.
I mean, you'll get hints like from a Stephon Gilmore. Yeah, I would love to come back and play. Looks like you guys need corners.
Let me ask you this. Or like retweeting a fan photoshopping you in the uniform one time. Like, let's get it out there. But this is like 4 or 5 posts directed at the Cowboys.
Do you think he's going on a deal where he's trying to keep other teams from being interested in him?
Why would he want other teams to be? Oh, because he just wants to play for the Cowboys and that's it?
He doesn't want to go play in Buffalo. He doesn't want to go play at the Rams. I mean, I'm just saying places he's been.
Yeah.
Do you think he's doing this in a way to like, man, all he wants to do is play for Dallas. He doesn't want to play for us. You know? Is it because it's going to look really awkward when all of a sudden the Atlanta Falcons want to sign him, and he's had this full court press for the Dallas Cowboys. I wonder if he's just putting out so much, like telling everybody he wants to play in Dallas, that please don't ask me to come to work.
I would say my gut would think his primary motivation is career coming to an end soon, wants a shot to play for his Cowboys.
That's where I think he's at. I don't think he's interested in playing with the Texans or playing, and maybe I'm completely wrong about this, but you don't do what you do by just full court pressing the Cowboys here and then thinking it's like the Giants are going to sign you or the Buccaneers are going to sign you, I have my doubts about that. I think he's trying to set his sights on one team. He's trying to will it into existence.
Manifest like Dak.
Yeah.
I like it. 214, our buddy Woody. Big L's this week. Had 2 folks have to go home upstairs with the big fella. Okay, so we've lost a couple of lives in the community circle of Woody. Sorry to hear that, Woody. One was 99 years old.
Good run.
All right, that's a good run. Great run.
That's a good run.
But the other was in their 30s.
That's a sad run.
Be sure to hug your loved ones.
Sounds a little early.
Yeah.
Extra tight, because we never know how soon we're going to leave. And he's still going strong off the benzos and the opiates. We love you, Woody. Sorry to hear that, man. We have the 817, Biggest L, $1,200 surgery for my dog while I'm out here turning wrenches with a broken hand to pay for it. Gosh, that sucks. Biggest
that's
though,
love. That's love for an animal right there. If you're doing that,
no question.
You can get another one though, and it's not like you are fixing him for the next 50 years.
Right. Yeah.
This thing's going to end in the next half decade.
Yeah. Yeah. That is a short term experience.
Is that a Band-Aid on an amputation? Is that what you're saying over there?
Potentially.
Pretty much.
I get that.
Yeah. There's diminishing returns.
You're saying like treat your real animals like stuffed animals and know that you can always just go get another one?
I mean, that's awful cold. That's
okay.
You've proven that, haven't you? Like you had a dog for like 2 days, didn't you?
Well, it was like 2 months.
Oh, the girl's like, "What happened?"
I said, "Hey, I'm not really sure, but you might want to ask your mom." Biggest dub. He does note it is football season, so let's bleeping go. Yeah. Speaking of dogs, I think Caleb Williams is getting in some hot water here. He's apparently a big dog lover. I imagine he was going to be more of a a cat guy.
He's a cat woman.
But he loves his dogs. Apparently, he's got some Doberman pinchers.
Hop the gate.
He cut the ears, or he did something with the ears.
You get the ears clip on Dobes. Sometimes you don't. A lot of people don't like if you do, but they look real good if you do it.
It does look way better.
It looks awesome. A lot of people get mad if you do, though.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the internet is coming after him in a big way right now.
Okay, there we go.
Animal abuse, doing that to their ears, one person said. Another person mutilated the dog. What a piece of bleep. It's not even a newborn puppy. That poor dog, among other comments. Clipping a dog's ears in 2026 is crazy. Hope this dude's career goes horribly. One person even wrote on Twitter.
Man, I made a mistake.
What about the tails?
Yeah, they cut the whole tails off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I didn't realize it was...
Rottweilers, too.
Did he post a picture? Is that what happened here?
Cocker Spaniels, they cut those tails off.
Yeah. Posted a ton of pictures. This dude's got like 5 dogs. He's got bulldogs, he's got German shepherds, and he's got Doberman
I wish I could do that, because I would. You gotta have the land. You gotta have some space.
Yeah, you gotta have plenty of space.
You're surrounded by poo every day.
How's your dog doing over there, Lucius?
Oh, my God.
Causing any trouble for you?
Yeah.
Did you come home to just a torn up house?
$100 bill and some houses and everything. Yeah.
Gosh. Yeah, that hurts, man. That
hurts.
Bored. Speaking of dogs, Miami Hurricanes running back Jordan Lyle channeled his inner Georgia Bulldog, arrested for fleeing and reckless driving. Yeah. So that's a tough way to head into the weekend there for the Hurricanes running back. We have in the 817, James, the UPS driver, biggest L, was coming back to work in this heat after being off 4 months with hernia surgery. Oh, yeah, that is a welcome back to work in a nightmare way.
Yeah, you have no time to get used to it. You've been in AC for 4 months. Like, all of your coworkers are slowly getting used to the heat. And it's ramping up.
You have no cardio.
No.
Yeah. You haven't built up any of that either. Oh my gosh. And I think it feels 107 today. Like, the feels like temperatures are approaching 110.
Is there any way we could help the UPS drivers or other drivers with like air conditioning in these trucks?
Do they really not have any?
I don't think they ride with the doors open a lot.
So my kinfolk drives at Amazon. He says they have AC in there, but it's like blowing hot air on you.
See, we
put
got
some freaking Freon in there, bro.
I could see some poor guy or gal driving along too hot, pass out, sweat in the eyes. Next thing you know, it's a big accident. Kind of.
They just lost a young lady in the back of an Amazon van. I think she got locked back there or something like that. I don't know, but she passed out, man.
Ooh.
Sheesh, dude.
That's a fear.
Yeah.
That and drowning.
Or
catching on fire. That's another one.
All that kind of stuff is brutal. Well, speaking of brutal, and this is going to hurt for a second. Sometimes we get some really sad texts in here. Yeah. This is one of those moments, so just hang on for a second.
No, don't let Bobby do this to you.
Don't let Dawson react, because I already wrote down something. Yeah. We'll play later at 5:30. He said earlier. I was like, oh, my God.
We're only an hour into the show.
Oh, my God.
Even worse than Brian's food takes last segment.
Pretty bad, bro.
Well, buckle up for this one, boys. This is tough.
My food takes were excellent.
903 biggest L. Mother-in-law coming over for the weekend.
Oh.
That can hurt,
That's
bro.
you? Or
That's the 903.
Oh.
Okay, I'm glad that wasn't you saying that.
No, that is the 903. Okay, I'm an 817 guy.
That could be a good thing sometimes, man. It motivates the old lady to clean up.
No, it can be, but clearly that has not been the experience for the texter in the 903.
Poor guy.
Yeah.
This sounds like monster-in-law coming in and just wrecking shop all weekend.
Yeah.
So,
a lot of opinions about what you should be doing.
Absolutely.
You still work at the same job?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they haven't moved you up yet? Okay.
Maybe some day drinking involved here. No cooking, no cleaning.
Another beer?
Just opinions.
She's actually shunning your wife for doing things around the house. Like, why are you picking up slack around here, huh? So Godspeed to you, 903.
Well, thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
There it is, your L's and dubs every Friday, 2:40 here on The Fan. Eric Nadell's coming up in under 2 hours now. He'll join us at 4:40 from Northern California. And, talk to us about how the Rangers can bounce back from that disaster against the Angels. But Mavericks GM Mike Schmitz is coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we got a big Friday show here. I mean, 4 more hours of sports content for you. Eric Nadel coming up at 4:40. If you are cracking them, what you drinking, what you thinking is coming up at 5 o'clock. Maybe set yourself a reminder for that, and then we'll have a little Fan After Dark for you coming up at 7 o'clock before we get you over to the Rangers pregame show. But joining us now, let's talk some Mavericks as their new general manager, Mike Schmitz, joins us now here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon to you, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm great. Thank you all for having me.
Man, we've been looking forward to chatting with you. Very unique journey to working in a basketball front office, starting the website Draft Express and now ending up as Mavs GM. Man, just congratulations on living that dream that so many people that do content dream about. How's it feel?
It feels great. Very excited, very thankful, fired up to get going and get this season in full swing.
So one of the things I've been wondering about with this basketball team that you guys are putting together, are we moving into a time where just having more tall guys with length and a fair amount of like triple threat skill is maybe a preferred team building model to the true like shot creators and ISO guys and pick and roll guys that have dominated this game for so long?
I think there are different ways to do it, and you've seen teams be successful with different models. But one thing I think we are proud of, with this offseason and a lot of our moves and our acquisitions is we've gotten bigger. We've gotten longer. We've gotten taller. We've gotten rangier. We feel we've gotten more athletic and more skilled, creating more space for our, primary ball handlers and creators to operate. And so, I don't think it's an exact science. There are different ways to win, but, we feel we've gotten bigger and more skilled for sure.
Hey, Mike, how difficult was it to work a draft and some of the stuff that you were working on with team building, but not having a coach? How did you guys navigate that? Or is that something that you're accustomed to doing anyway?
Yeah, I think you just kind of adjust to the situation you have, right? And, our job was to, evaluate the organization, as a whole. And, you heard Masai, speak about that, once he took the job. And, we feel we've gotten a great feel for the team, the organization, top to bottom. And so whether that was focusing on the draft or, focusing on the coaching staff, just really excited with where we're at and, feel good about things at the moment.
Are you feeling like the roster's done? You ready for tip-off?
Yeah, like I said, we definitely feel like we've, upgraded in a variety of ways and with the size and the length and the skill level. So, we've got almost 2 months to opening night and, the schedule release obviously yesterday and, just kind of crunching some of those numbers and taking a look at, all the different things with how many back-to-backs are you playing? How many, national TV games do you get? Like, how many miles are you traveling? All those things. But, we're constantly evaluating ways to get better. But to this point, we feel like we've added to our talent base, added some skill sets that, help complement, several of our players. And so excited about where we're at and the direction we're heading.
How do you feel like the schedule gods treated you?
We feel good. I mean, there are only so many things in our control, right? And so, our job is to control the things that we can and, and help put, Coach Dusty and the organization in the best position to succeed. So, yeah, man, we feel good. And, obviously for the fans, I think it's an exciting time, right? To have all that mapped out, laid out. I think for the first time in maybe over a decade, like the fans can purchase single game tickets right away after the schedule release. So, the team there has done a great job in getting everything prepared. And so we're controlling the controllables, but feel good about where things are at.
21 national TV games. I think the average is around 9. I mean, the networks must really like the proposition of you guys being a very entertaining product this year.
You've heard, Coach talk about wanting to be more, entertaining and to play a brand of basketball that people want to watch. And I think we've done that with Cooper and with Kyrie and with the rest of the group. So yeah, it's 21 national TV games. We'll take it. And, like I said, feel really good about where we're at.
Mike, this I hope this isn't an unfair question for you, but just kind of wondering the philosophy that you have about dealing with players that have somewhat of an injury history. Is there a kind of a hard, fast rule you have, or is it really case by case? How do you evaluate the players that, are super talented but have a big injury history to them?
I think it's case by case, and that's why it's our job to have the best group possible to help support the players. No matter what they're dealing with. It's a long season, and with 82 games, like being able to provide the best support for the group is important to us. But no, I don't think it's a hard fast rule. Like each case is different, every injury is different, and so that's how we're treating things.
How much of the team building aspect is just, hey, I want to build this team in my image and the way that I want it to look? And then how much do you weigh the idea of looking around the league, the competition right there in your own division, a guy like Wemby, and making sure you have the requisite guys to sort of go toe-to-toe with dudes like him?
Yeah, you have to evaluate what's working in the NBA, what's not, what are the trends, study everything globally, really, just to have a strong sense of, okay, is there anything we're missing? Are we exhausting every opportunity to, have the best lineups on the floor, to bring in the most talent, to, be ahead of the curve with some of those things. So you have to evaluate, whether it's in our own state or, across the country. That's our job, is to, make sure we're beating some of those trends and, taking advantage of things.
What did you learn about some of the young guys, Morez Johnson, Sergio De La Rey, guys like that in the summer league?
Really proud of how they performed. And, with Morez, it's been great to, just be around him more, have him around the facility, just the level of care factor, the motor, the toughness, the versatility, the ability to guard multiple positions, and then the offensive skill level as well. So really excited about what we've seen from him thus far. And then with Sergio, I think the playmaking really stood out. The lob passing, the IQ, the feel, the versatility to play on and off the ball. And so both guys we're very excited about and proud of how they performed in Vegas.
It's Mavs GM Mike Schmitz here with you on The Fan. When will you know how big of a role Sergio is ready for in year one?
I think that's, constantly just kind of evaluating and adjusting and seeing where things are at. And, obviously leaning on, Coach Dusty and his staff and, to maximize him and, put him in the best position to succeed. But, ultimately, we'll find out more as we get closer to camp and, into the season. So hard to put a number on it now, but, just excited about the flashes we've seen thus far. And, now our job is to, help him be the best version of himself.
Yeah, that's a guy that feels like he understands, entertaining basketball and how to be that dude. How about Derek Lively? How's he doing physically, and what can we expect, and when can we expect to see him?
D-Live has been working his tail off. He's in the facility, constantly, completely locked into, everything we're doing and, doing everything in his power to, be his best self. And, really, really proud of just the the approach, he's taken, and, his mentality, his voice, he's young, but he's got a presence to him, and just having him in our facility every day and, working his tail off to, get to 100%, is something that we feel every day. And, he's doing everything in his power, and we're just really proud of the progress he's made, and, continuing to chip away at everything as we get closer to the start of camp.
Mike, you being a veteran of the NBA, and you have a head coach that is a first-time NBA head coach, is it one of those things that you offer the open door policy and say, hey, whatever I can do to help, or do you kind of try and stay out of his way and let him kind of learn things until maybe he needs your help?
Yeah, he's, Coach Dusty, first-time NBA head coach, but he's been around the game for a long, long time.
Sure.
And, has expertise, in various roles, whether that was as a video guy coming up, whether that was as an assistant coach, a head coach, a national champion. So
sure.
I think his experience, even although it may not be as an NBA head coach, has really prepared him for this. And, my job is to best support him and be there to, help with any of the challenges that arise, and, continue to collaborate with him, obviously with Masai as, leading the ship here. And, so, we've got a great chemistry, and, excited to continue building on it.
How well did you know Masai Ujiri before you took the job?
Yeah, our relationship goes back over a decade. And just, scouting, traveling the world looking for talent, whether that was, me in Portland or ESPN or Draft Express, in Europe and Africa and all over the world. So, we've had a long-standing relationship, and, very thankful to now be working together and, be able to collaborate and learn from him as we put the Mavs in the best positions to succeed.
Now, Mike, I also made the move from Portland to North Texas. Mine was in 2010, and one of my initial impressions was how amazing the brisket sandwich is. Have you had one of these yet?
I have not. Tell me more.
I mean, the brisket, right? Texas barbecue and slow and low and all that.
Yep.
Okay.
But is there a specific?
Well, I mean, you guys aren't too. I think you could DoorDash one from Pecan Lodge right now. Would you say Pecan Lodge is the best, closest brisket sandwich for him right now, guys?
I think you would enjoy a brisket sandwich from Pecan Lodge. Yeah.
I think if you do that, whatever your feelings about your move to North Texas are, it's gonna level up.
I'm in. All right, I will. I'm no stranger to some good barbecue. I will give the brisket sandwich a fair shake, and I'll report back.
Love it. Sounds good. In the next time,
we do this.
Hey, Mike, being a guy that was a scout, traveling the world and stuff like that, any neat scouting story? Was there one that, I remember, seeing a guy get timed a 40-yard dash. I was an NFL scout, and getting a guy timed at a 40-yard dash in an airport terminal one time, marked off 40, and we ran him through a terminal just to get a time. You got any stories? We used to use pool chalk on their fingertips to go and get a vertical jump up against the wall kind of things. Any cool stories about you being a scout one day, doing some stuff?
It's a great question. I don't have one specifically coming to mind. I think just the journey, I guess, across the globe and long layovers in airports and meeting, people from all over the world. I'm grateful to, have traveled to 50 countries and seen a lot of basketball, met a lot of people, seen the success stories and, the guys who overachieve, and then, those who, don't quite reach their potential. So, through all that, you learn, you take little things away. I'm sure I'm missing some some noteworthy stories that I'll tell someday. But it's been a great journey so far, and I'm looking forward to continuing to build on it.
We look forward to that book then. I'm always interested in the scout stories because it's kind of fun when we all get together and have a meal and talk about, hey, remember that time that we were in, and we all tell the story about what we had to do to get players evaluated, the things you have to kind of, people don't understand. I mean, they think it's kind of a glamorous life that we lived, but it's really, it's rewarding in a lot of ways, but there's a lot of like peril in it too, with what we do.
It's a grind.
Yeah, and that's the fun of it oftentimes, right? Is
absolutely
the journey.
Absolutely.
To get to that point. So,
yeah.
Mike, I was curious. You guys were a part of a 6-team trade this offseason. How the heck does that come about?
Just constant conversations with counterparts around the league, and just trying to figure out how to make it all work. We're thankful to have a lot of really smart people in the NBA. And so, it was somewhat of a complex one, but, a deal we felt, and again, improved our talent base, added, some more skills, some more size. And, but a lot of moving parts with a 6-team deal, but glad we got it done.
What's the focus for year 2 with Cooper Flagg?
I think just continuing to be himself. I mean, he's such a competitor. His IQ, his feel for the game, his toughness, his skill level, his versatility. I mean, he is so many different ways he can hurt you on both ends of the floor. And so I think it's being himself. And he's been working his tail off all summer, has been completely locked in. And, I know he's excited to, make a jump in year 2. And so I don't know if it's one emphasis. I think it's just, he's such a talent who impacts the game in so many different ways. And, now it's our job to help maximize him. And, we feel we've got the roster in a good place where, we're going to see that.
How good of a 3-point shooter do you think he's going to be?
He has a great touch. He can shoot, on the move. He can handle the ball. I know it's something he's been, really, really working at, and has great touch. Great touch at the paint, great touch around the rim. So I think you're going to see, him continue to improve in those areas. But he's been in our gym all summer, and like I said, we're working his tail off. So obviously very thankful to have Coop on our side.
Yes, sir, as we all are. Thank you so much. Mavericks GM Mike Schmitz, give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Thanks so much, guys.
Cheers. All righty. That's fun, man. And seems like a guy with a hell of a head on his shoulders, very experienced, knows the league, knows the world's leagues.
Yeah, sure
probably
does.
as good as anybody. And this Mavs team has built international for a long, long time. I would imagine that's going to continue.
And he knows how to say absolutely nothing. Really impressive.
Very excited.
Yeah, very excited.
Okay.
Working his tail off.
We got the C note coming up next. We'll give you the latest notes from today's Cowboys practice as they get set to move to Seattle, take on the Seahawks tomorrow night right here on 105.3 The Fan.
G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Mavs fans, you just missed your new GM Mike Schmitz joined us there at the top of the hour. You can go back if you have the Odyssey app and check that out. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, I think you'll be surprised how quick it is to download that and get signed up, and you'll be totaling there digitally in no time. Former Cowboy defensive end Dorrance Armstrong, still with Washington, suspended 1 game by the NFL for violating the league's personal conduct policy. So that's a little bit of a knock. I don't even know what he did in the offseason, but apparently something happened that the NFL felt was worth a 1-gamer. James Pierce with the Atlanta Falcons gets an 8-gamer for his missteps or early in the spring, or maybe that was late winter. Been a while since that one happened, but he's gonna be sat down for half the season. Jayshon Barham did take part in practice. Had his helmet on. Todd Archer saying would not expect him to play Saturday, coming off so many missed days due to his groin injury, but he's definitely on the comeback trail. Probably see him next week in preseason week 2. And Brian's going to take a shot at predicting for you who's going to play and who's going to be resting tomorrow night in preseason game number 1.
I'm going to give it a go.
Yeah, the pregame will be at 4 o'clock tomorrow with Broadus and Chiafalo. But Krusty's Corner is coming up in just about 15 minutes. Alrighty, one of the main storylines going on right now with the Cowboys is Jerry Jones talking about the Micah trade and its finality. Said he cannot be happier with how it's worked out for his team. Even though Micah is an outstanding talent anybody would like to have, the bottom line is that I like what the result of the trade has ended up as I stand here today. You could say those picks got us key players, but the main thing that the Herschel Walker trade did, it caused me to be more aggressive and caused us to, if you will, take more risk because we had more picks. It's like going to Las Vegas with some extra money in your pocket, or going out there with the baby's new pair of shoes and formula money in your pocket. You can't be as good as a crapshooter as you are when you got the baby's new pair of shoes throwing out there with it. Okay, so in a way, this actually created a mental part to us and to my role in it, with me to step out and make the moves and take, if you will, risks that are involved to be where we are today with a complete makeover of the defense. Jones called Parsons a great player, noting his ability enabled the Cowboys to make such a dramatic deal with Green Bay. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to make that kind of trade. That's why it worked. But the fact that we revamped our defense, that was an instigator toward that attitude. Let's come in here and change this up. Let's get rush from the interior. Let's be stronger on the run in the interior with an emphasis on those guys in the middle. That's not an accident. That was what you see out there from the inside. And you know, I think it could have worked either way. Time will tell. You know, and after the torn ACL, I mean, you don't have any control over that, and it probably wouldn't have happened if he was on the Cowboys. But I think 2 things with Micah Parsons. Number 1, his run defense and his leadership. And I don't know if you would have had the culture makeover or be where we are right now. You could say to Jerry, hey, why not hang on to Micah Parsons and add players? Because essentially it's, you know, Micah for Quinnen Williams and the Kenny Clark contract. You know, that's the money you spend. Like the reason it's better is what you did adding Rashawn Gary and Jalen Thompson, and you could have done those while having Micah Parsons, and probably at this point have a significantly better pass rush.
Yes,
like what Micah did for this team for 4 or 5 years, and I'll say it again: the run defense and the leadership was not very good for Micah Parsons, but It's yet to be seen if they're going to be able to replace what he did. And the consequences of that last year were massive. They went from a team that with a healthy Micah was still somewhat viable.
Right.
Could get off the field on 3rd down. Mm-hmm. Didn't matter if their corners and safeties were busting because Micah was in that quarterback's face so fast, and now you just don't have that element. So I don't know. Maybe it's some revisionist history, but I think they're overall in a better place. What would you guys say?
You know, Voch Lombardi and I were talking about that this morning, and Voch brought up something interesting. I'll run it by you guys and run it by our audience. By trading Micah Parsons, it helped you get Caleb Downs.
Because of the losses. You sucked so bad.
Because you sucked so bad. Yeah, those games, the Chicago game and the Carolina game, or maybe there was a game that he could have, he would have found a way to.
Well, maybe he beat the Packers instead of tie him.
Yeah, exactly. So by not having him on the roster, it actually made your defense worse, which if you get a couple more wins, you're drafting somebody at 15, not somebody at 11 or 12.
And that's true, but it's also just like the luck factor of it. Like in no way were the Joneses anticipating that. The Joneses were talking about how the defense was still going to be great and you're going to manufacture pressure and Eberflus is going to be awesome. Like they fell ass backwards into it. It's not like
no question.
It's true that because Micah wasn't there, it afforded you the ability to suck so bad that you were going to be able to get Caleb Downs. But in no way was that a part of their thinking when they made the trade.
Caleb Downs to me is you got Caleb Downs for some, like, Arizona taking it back, wide receiver going. There were some things that happened along the way.
Sure.
But if you're back there at 15, 16, you're probably not going. But Micah does make a difference, though.
Yeah.
He might have got you. And there's some people out there say, no way. He wouldn't have. No, I think he would have helped you maybe get one or two more wins. And that would have kicked you further back into and then maybe you were drafting an offensive lineman or somebody like that instead of getting Caleb Downs.
But, run it back against Detroit and Minnesota and, some of those late games. I think chances are great that you would have had a significantly – some of the analytics, the on-off splits with Micah in the last couple of years on and off the Cowboys, I think right now they're trying to control the narrative of the story that this is a big win for us. But if you get to mid-October and you've lost a game and you have like 5 sacks and no interceptions because you can't get any pressure on the quarterback, this story is going to be back in a huge way.
No, there's no doubt. If this team goes up and then all of a sudden it's like, well, you traded for Gary, you drafted Lawrence.
Great, you can stop the run.
Great. Yeah, teams aren't worried about running the ball on you because on first down they're dropping back and throwing it all over the place.
Savone Revel may have found his confidence. This is something I was wondering about yesterday because when we spoke to him last week, he seemed very aware of his mistakes. It seems like since I uttered that,
he still has mistakes. He still holds.
Yeah,
that's a problem. You talk to people, there's a problem, and he knows it, and he's trying his best. He will battle ball in air. There's plenty of clips of him. More clips of him making plays on ball, but you wonder about to get to the point where you get to that play.
I think experience will help him out with that.
I'd start Durant.
Okay.
I would start Durant.
I'm with you on that.
And let him work. Let him get an idea because you throw him out there in week 1, week 2, and all of a sudden he's drawing near. They're trying to get off the field on third down, and he's getting holding penalties and stuff like that. Legal contact. That's going to kill that kid.
Mm-hmm.
I think let Durant start, and then kind of work him in. And let him get a feel for how this game is being played that way.
He did have a good practice. He picked off Dak. He had 2 PBUs today.
Yeah. But you wonder how many of them were going to be called illegal contact. Because there's people that are watching practice every single day that are still saying that is an issue.
Apparently, after yesterday's practice last night, he said he had a realization facing the Rams this week, quote, "Damn, this is easy." Joseph Hoyt's story about him today says he's as confident as ever after going up against George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb every day.
Yeah.
More on the Cowboys cornerback becoming who they hoped he could be. It's still so early in his career. This is pretty much a second go-around at a rookie season if you consider how compromised he was last year trying to play through that brace and couldn't even get in there until the season was just about over. Sean McVay made a simple but telling assessment about the Cowboys. This is from Mauricio Rodriguez, A to Z Sports, quoting Shoddy. It was funny talking to Coach McVay before. He said, "Man, Shoddy, you guys have adjusted your roster a little bit and some different names that he didn't get a chance to go against last year. The Cowboys are now looking at a projected 7 different starters from last year's defense." We got Krusty's Corner coming up next, man. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, I'm going to give it a go. I'm going to tell you who I think is going to play and maybe who will sit out. We'll do that next.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's Broadus.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broadus.
Thank you very much, Lucius. I always appreciate you playing that. Tomorrow night, we do have a football game.
Tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night. We have Cowboy football tomorrow night here on the airwaves. We got the Rangers move over to
KRLD,
right? That game's from Sacramento, right? So that'll be a little bit later. So we'll be on the airwaves at 4:00. Me and Chief. Chief will give it some type of. He'll give it a game title, won't you? Give it a moniker.
Preseason game title.
Yeah, you'll come up with something.
I mean, just give them hell and stay healthy.
Yeah, stay healthy game. That's what I see. I think
maybe sneak in a rhetorical. Is this a must-win game with Brad Sham?
Cool.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, it would be
just a good tone setter for the season.
That would be hilarious.
Pre-game tomorrow night, 8:00 there for your Texas Rangers.
Yeah. So if you want to listen to the Rangers, get over there. If you want to listen to us, we'll be starting at 4:00.
Heck yeah.
So and then we have post game. Me and Zach have the post game on that. You accept your calls and stuff like that. All right, I'm going to give this thing a crack about who could play and who might not play. Let me ask you guys something real quick, if I could. Could I ask you some guys? I was struggling with a few guys, and I wanted you to know. I wanted to ask you guys: should these guys be a part of the game, full game? Should they be just a little bit part of the game? How do you feel about this? Okay, I'll get some guys. I just want to ask you: how do you feel about Ravel playing the whole game or a good chunk of the game? Or just playing a little bit or not playing at all? Where are you with Ravel?
I mean, I think I'd like to see him play probably the first half.
So you're saying would that be more than limited?
Yeah, that'd be more than limited.
Because I got it kind of broken down in that limited, like a limited would be like 8 to 10 plays.
I would like to see more than that for Revel.
Okay.
And see, can you go a full half of football without drawing a holding or a pass interference?
Sure.
I would like to see that.
How about you, Dawson? Where are you on Ravel? How do you feel like him? Do you need to see like a half of football, or do you need to see him in a limited role? I say the limited role, like 8 to 10 plays.
Oh, I'm with Eric, at least half. And if Seattle wants to put viable wide receivers in the game in the second half, I can give him quality reps. I think experience is worth its weight in gold right now for Revel, because you're trying to get him to a point where he's better than Durant and Bland at some point in the next 3-4 months.
How about Downs? Caleb Downs.
I don't need to see any of that. No.
Is he a completely out, limited? Where are you on him?
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily need to see him play, but he would be on the limited group for me.
8 to 10.
Go out there for maybe a series or two.
I kind of felt like that he was a limited guy.
Yeah.
I felt like that they would get him out there and at least get his feet wet a little bit. So I kind of put him in that limited group for me, is what I did.
I think the butterflies aren't a factor with this guy. Like, his confidence, his focus is just, it's so incredible. And I don't think he needs experience, because he knows the defenses better than a lot of NFL defensive backs that have been in the league for years now.
Yeah.
I don't know what the payoff is as opposed to the risk with putting Downs out there.
Yeah, I kind of got him in the 8 to 10 range. I like what you said there, Dawes. How about Malachi Lawrence? I was kind of thinking about him. Is that a limited guy to you guys?
No, that wouldn't be a limited guy for me.
Or is that a play as much as you can guy?
Yeah, I'm thinking a first half situation for Malachi Lawrence. I want to see him get out there and get some good work. I think he's a guy that needs it, coming from UCF. Like, he doesn't have the same type of pedigree as a Caleb Downs. I think he needs to get out there and get some work in.
How about you, Dawson? How about with Malachi Lawrence?
Yeah, same type of deal as what I was thinking with Revel is as long as there's decent tackles out there for you to get live reps against. We need to stack up the experience, and I'm throwing caution to the wind as far as preserving him for from injuries. I'm not worried about that. I think the bigger risk to your operation is his inexperience. So I'm trying to get him as much as possible, because once the regular season starts with Malachi Lawrence, I'm not sure I'm going to have him in there much.
I put him in the minimum is what I did. Limited reps. I put him in that.
You just want to give him 8 to 10 reps?
I do. I just want
to.
Yeah, I just want to get him I want to get him acclimated to the game, is what I want to do. So he's been practicing. He worked against the Rams. I'd like to see him have some like early success in this game, and then get all of a sudden he's rushing against maybe the backup, whoever the starters are for Seattle. I'd like to see him get the opportunity where he's had maybe 2 or 3 really good rushes. Maybe he gets a couple of pressures along the way, and then kind of just ramp him up for. I'm not. I know they need pass rushers with him though. I'm going to kind of look at some other guys there, but I put him in the limited reps category. How about Jonathan Mingo? Jonathan Mingo.
I mean, this is where it's like, this is a veteran dude, and he has produced in training camp much more than he has since the day he got traded here.
Yeah.
I don't know that you need to see a ton from him. You have a lot of these young wide receivers, the Anthony Smiths of the world, the Trayshawn Holdens, the Camden Browns. Those are the guys that I think I would want to get more. I'd probably go like a quarter of Mingo.
How about you, Dawson?
I want a lot of Mingo. Mm-hmm. You have an issue with Pickens and Lamb not being good run blocking wide receivers.
Sure.
And I want to see if I can get Mingo so weaponized that I have packages for him. The only way to get this thing all coordinated up and make him a viable threat in the pass game is hopefully getting something going with the passing game as well. But without Dak in there, I think Clayton Adams was so hell-bent on running the ball against the Rams in that joint practice. Mm-hmm. I think he's got things in mind. And I think finding the role for Mingo that you don't have to depend on Lamb just olaying people and Pickens not paying attention, there's gold to be harvested there.
I put him in the limited, because I'm interested in seeing Camden Brown play. I'm interested in seeing I'm interested in seeing Holden play. I'm interested in seeing Anthony Smith play. I'm interested in Mims. I think these guys, the guys I all mentioned, I think they're playing for one roster spot.
Yeah, that's a real competition right there.
So I'm kind of thinking like if I feel like that, just what you guys were talking about, if I could keep Mingo, if that's what I want to do with him, that kind of role, the other guys I need to figure out. I need to figure out the other guys. So I'm looking at it this way. I've got 4 opportunities. Well, tomorrow night, I got an opportunity Tuesday, and then 2 more preseason games. So I'm kind of in that mode right now where I'm like, okay, I think Mingo is this. I think he's probably on this team. I'm just now trying to figure out who the 5th guy is. And if Mingo's out there the whole time doing stuff, it doesn't help me get to the 5th guy. So I'm I think I got him in the.
So you're evaluating more than refining your play execution?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to. Gotcha. And I'm also going to tell you this. I'm really kind of worried because if the second offensive line or the third offensive line is not very good, then all of a sudden it turns into Joe Milton and also Sam Howell running for their lives. And now it's not the evaluation of the receivers and the running backs and the tight ends. It's like it turns into, side yard football where they're just trying to avoid being sacked. So I'm hopeful that the offensive line can hold together in this thing, because if they can, then you can evaluate these other positions. But I need to evaluate these wide receivers. How about this guy? How about a guy like P.J. Locke? P.J. Locke, the safety. Where would you put him? Does he need to play quite a bit for you in this game? Does he need to be a limited guy? I put him as a limited guy.
He's coming off an injury, right? He's been injured.
He's been banged up a little bit.
Yeah, not only now, but just in his past.
Yeah,
he's been through a lot.
I don't think Thompson, Hooker are going to play. And I got Downs in my mind doing limited stuff.
You're going to see Marquise Bell quite a bit. You're going to see Julius Wood quite a bit, Elijah Clark quite a bit. And those are the guys I want to see.
Yeah.
Which one of these young guys can take what they've done at training camp, which has been good, between Clark and Wood? Both of those guys have been pretty impressive. I think they need to get as many reps as possible.
Yeah.
Do we need live reps in this defense? Is there value in that, or are you just evaluating talent, how you cover?
Well, I'm evaluating. I think you do need some live reps. But I think the live reps are all going to be coming from these workouts,
joint practices. Yeah, Parker's not going to want to show anything. On film.
So now I'm looking at like, okay, well, who are the players? Who are the backup guys that I might have questions with? And I have all the guys you mentioned, like Clark, Wood, those guys. I want all those guys to play.
Agreed.
I want them to play the whole game. I really want to see now with like a Justin Barron play the whole game.
Yes.
Yeah. Are you legitimate? Are you a gamer? Are you, and the people, the Syracuse people were telling me, no, this guy's a really good player. But I go, well, man, in practice, he just didn't always show up. I'm like, no, he plays well in these games. So I'm interested in him.
Yeah, Barron, Shamar James, he should be out there plenty too.
I don't know if Shamar James is going to play. I think he might be in the limited category.
Like they already know what they got with him. He's going to be on the roster.
Yeah, I think that Barron and this Curtis Robinson you're going to see quite a bit in this football game tomorrow. I think those are the 2 guys. But you need to kind of get an understanding about that. So I feel like him. How about like Nate Thomas, the offensive lineman?
Yeah, I'd get him a buttload of reps.
What if they look at him and Bass as like the 2 guys, like Bass is the 6th guy and Nate's kind of the 7th guy already? What if they're seeing him a lot different than what we're seeing him and they think more of him than we do?
And they want to protect him?
Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. You don't want one of those guys getting hurt. But
I'm with you on playing the guy. I'm absolutely with you guys on playing. But that was one I struggled with when I was trying to put him in a category. I'm like, he needs to play.
Right.
Full contact is so important. That's one of the main reasons offensive lines are in the decline from previous eras. There's just not enough real football being played, and this guy needs experience badly.
And like you said, he's at least quality enough to where he can help give the quarterbacks and the running backs some level of a look here. If you're just going to go with all your jobber linemen the whole game, well, good luck getting a good evaluation of anybody else.
That's what I think. I think tomorrow night you might see a lot of the threes played. In this game.
And certainly you will, but at least for first quarter, first half, let's get some of our guys that we know can at least allow everyone else to get a fair look.
Yeah.
So that we're not just getting our quarterbacks running for their lives and our running backs having no holes to hit.
I think if I had to guess, I think Bass and Thomas both are going to be limited in this game. And everybody else is going to have to go the full pull.
And I do understand wanting to preserve those guys because inevitably you are going to have linemen get hurt this year and you're going to need a Bass to fill in for a game or two. You're going to need a Nate Thomas likely at some point. So you don't want them getting hurt, especially because the depth behind them is a hold on to your butt situation.
Sure.
So I get that with the big picture standpoint, but man, are you going to be able to get a decent look for your quarterbacks?
I worry
and
about
your running backs.
That's
and
what I worry
receivers?
about. I mean, and when I was doing this, I was trying to think how they would think. I would play Thomas and Bass and those guys early to try and give them, and maybe that's what you're going to do. Maybe that's what you start, but I would like to see them get more than just limited because I want to evaluate everybody else.
Exactly, especially for Bass, you know what you have in him. I'm not really caring. Hey, let's go evaluate
every
Bass.
snap last year in the preseason.
Yeah. Oh, and he did last year.
Yeah, he sure did.
But you just want him out there so he can assist the other guys in getting a fair shot.
I agree.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here on The Fan. Again, pregame tomorrow at 4 o'clock, kickoff at 7, and then postgame afterwards with Broadus and Wolchuk. We got football's finest coming up, Eric.
Yeah, Troy Aikman is getting the Brady treatment, and Mendoza's big game one surprise next to the nation.
Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, hour 3 of the nation. Eric Nadell's coming up at 4:40. We'll have our weekly conversation with the Hall of Fame voice of your Texas Rangers. It's time right now for football's finest, and here's the Chief.
Yeah, to honor Jaden Daniels, we moved the finest from 5 o'clock to 4 o'clock just to pay our respects. Let's football right now.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Here we go. 6 months to the day is Super Bowl Sunday. Valentine's Day. Mark your calendars, boys and girls.
6 months to the day.
6 months to the day. We are on the journey to crown the next Super Bowl champion. Will it be Dak Prescott, Brian Schottenheimer, and these Dallas Cowboys manifesting at every turn? You see Dak, he's doing his alarms. His alarm when he wakes up in the morning, you can put like a little note on it to remind yourself of why you have this alarm. And every time he wakes up, he's waking up because there's a Super Bowl 6 months from today. Just says Super Bowl on there. Because he told that to Kay Adams. And according to Bobby, Prescott has been one of these manifest things, talk about things, so he's always sort of been this guy, but now, I don't know, for whatever reason, he's being a little bit more public about it. He's wearing the Super Bowl shirt when he arrives to Oxnard, talking about Super Bowl at every turn. And I like this. I like the fact that they're not shying away from it and just talking about, oh, no, it's all about just the next game. It's all about just winning the division. They're setting the bar where it needs to be. That's the expectation. And hopefully they can hit that thing.
Yeah, a reporter asked him, I think we had it earlier this week, why? And part of his answer was because Jerry's more focused on it. Jerry's talking about it more.
Yeah, he's feeling more of a sense of urgency from Jerry than he has. Like Dak is acknowledging Jerry's sense of urgency in a way that maybe he hasn't over the course of his career here. So times are a-changing, boys.
They are. I do think that they need more players. You know, like I would be, I think, publicly optimistic, but privately I'm going to Jerry like, hey, man, we need more than what we have right here. We're going to have to get past the Rams eventually.
Right.
We're going to have to score on the Seahawks.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, I don't know how confident I'd be in scoring against the Seahawks with, you know, our offense that went flat in 5 different games last year. I can't risk that, you know. 1 out of every 3 games on this supposedly elite offense, we went flat. Looked like ass against Arizona. Looked bad against Chicago, Carolina. You know, like these are things that happen. But
how are you upgrading the offense?
I'm not. I'm trying to make our defense good enough that we can play that game back.
Gotcha.
You know, I don't think like Taylor Decker is realistic.
Right. I know we've gotten texts about Taylor Decker, the left tackle from the Lions the last few years. Been a really good player, but probably commanding too much money. And he's a true left tackle. Mm-hmm. I think if he was a right tackle, we'd be really talking about this with the way Terrence Steele has apparently decided to show up.
Very similar. The way they play is very similar.
Decker and Steele?
Just lack of power.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But Decker is a better player.
Oh, he is. But
he's a left side player.
Yeah, but that's why they moved on from him. Because he's been a guy that they've always kind of had to work around. And you're going to have to do the same thing with Steele. They've done it now for, 6-7 years with Steele. Just going to have to work around him. That's kind of the way, I mean, that's why Clayton Adams and those guys are, they have to find ways to scheme and, extra tight end, whatever, space guys, whatever they have to do, chip. You just know that Terrence Steele is not going to be able to sit down on people and be as powerful as he needs to do. And people are going to take advantage of that. If I played Terrence Steele, I'd put my head right in the middle of his chest and run as fast as I can and just drive him back. He has a hard time.
Let's get a Bobby AI video of that with Broadus with his specs on, going right into the chest.
Right, go
in
the chest. Yeah, but that's the way to get Terrence Steele. And if you drive him back, it's hard for him to keep balance.
Yeah.
So
if it's just one, you can manage it. If Guyton's going to be bad too, then all of a sudden that things could get problematic. Now, you had Fernando Mendoza making his NFL debut last night. Preseason game number 1, Kirk Cousins got the ball to start, went down there, scored. Everything was great. Mendoza comes in, and he looks pretty good, too. I mean, he looked sharp out there, looked ready to play, had some really nice balls. Even an incomplete touchdown was a great attempt by him, but the receiver wasn't able to come up with it. But I do like the Raiders fans. They have their, the rabid Raiders fans. They're nuts. And at least one fan had a big Raiders flag, but it was Mendoza as the Raiders logo with the eye patch and everything, and instead of saying Raiders on it, said Mendoza. Pretty badass.
That is killer.
I do like what the Raiders fans are doing. But Mendoza was talking about a couple of things after the game. He says he was surprised by 2 things in his NFL debut. He says the first one was it's the first time he's ever driven himself to a game. Because usually he's like in college for a home game, we're hopping on the bus and they're driving us over there. She's like, so it feels cool to just have more autonomy as an NFL player, a professional athlete. I'm driving myself to the stadium. That was his first observation. And then, of course, just the general speed of the game and everything like that, which is pretty commonplace. And then afterwards, he was like, hey, I'm going to go watch the film right after this. I have nothing else to do tonight, because he's noted that he has avoided the Vegas Strip at every turn. He likened the Vegas Strip to trick-or-treating, and there's a haunted house, and you're not trying to go over there. He's not trying to tempt fate, play with fire, and go to the Vegas Strip and end up on some newspaper headlines.
He's focused. He's locked in. He said the playbook is his girlfriend, right? So he doesn't have any distractions. So, I wondered if going into this, like, he was too buttoned up, he was too shirt tucked in to have like the swagger or the confidence to be a good NFL quarterback. But last night, I think he demonstrated it's not too big for him. I think he's going to be successful. Now, it's hard to tell when you're playing Arizona, and the same can be said about Jeremiah Love against the Raiders defense.
Right.
Even their starters wouldn't be a good test for what you're about to see.
Yeah. And Jeremiah Love, it took a few carries. I think the first couple times he touched the ball, it was 1, 2, 3 yards, but then he started cranking out some chunk runs, and it was like, okay, you can see it. You can see it with this guy.
I mean, he had that hurdle on the run up the middle.
Yeah.
Looked like probably a counter, and then there was an outside zone where he had that spin move on the safety or corner that was coming up that was really, you see the world-class athleticism on those 2 plays.
Apparently, Jeremiah Love decided to, on the heels of his 4-year, $53 million contract, he presented a gift to his girlfriend, Elise, a brand new $300,000 Lamborghini Urus. Okay, so she's already reaping the benefits of being the girlfriend of the highest paid running back in football.
Maybe buy her a lake house, something like that, something she could really use.
I think she's using the Urus for some Instagram flexing. Is that not good enough for you?
They drove that thing off the lot. Yeah, there we go.
Now, it looks like Troy Aikman is going to be getting the Tom Brady treatment now that Troy Aikman has some affiliation with the Dolphins.
Yeah.
They are basically saying it's the same parameters that pertain to Tom Brady last season that will now apply to Troy Aikman. So they can attend production meetings virtually, but they will have no access to practice facilities or practices themselves. So usually before a Monday Night Football game, you get the broadcasters, they're out there and lead up to the game. They're at the facility, they're watching practice, they're soaking it all in, asking all the questions and things like that. But Aikman's not going to be allowed to do that. So he's going to have to do Zoom interviews or something outside of the facility if he wants to sit down and talk with somebody about the team that he's about to call their game. And one of the quotes they said was, like, there's been no issues with Tom over the last 2 seasons. And they said it's up to the coaches and the teams what they share with them. If they share information that they shouldn't, then that's on them. So they're kind of putting the onus on the teams there. Hey, you understand that Troy Aikman is now affiliated with a franchise, and so just be careful what you tell them, I guess.
Yeah, I think as a coach opposing the Dolphins, you could look at that one of 2 ways. You could say, I don't want to give you anything because if we lose to Miami, the worst roster in football, it could get me fired.
Yeah.
Or you could look at it and say, there's nothing I could tell Troy that's going to get us beat this weekend. So go ahead, Troy. Here's our Here's our game plan. Have at it.
Yeah. I don't think for year one this matters. Maybe if he's going to stay with the Dolphins over the course of the next 2 or 3 years and they can actually build something to where they can be a respectable team that actually gets a single Monday night football game or a single primetime football game, then maybe things change a little bit there. But Troy Aikman will be getting the Tom Brady treatment. Now, I was not aware of this, but apparently you can have your own challenge flag coach.
Yeah.
Your designated challenge flag coach. So we need to figure out, I'm sure Sean and RJ will be asking Shotty about this, or we'll see it firsthand. Maybe in one of these preseason games you had Mike Vrabel launching one. It was the hardest throw of a red flag I've ever seen.
He tried to get it all the way to the middle of the field.
Yeah, I don't know what he was doing with that. But I guess head coaches now can delegate the challenge flag coach to another assistant on the sidelines, and it's just something that's sort of off your plate a little bit, I guess, as a head coach, and you have just one of these assistants.
Why they changed the rule on that?
Options.
Yeah, just giving you more options. Maybe the head coaches.
What if some guy goes rogue?
Oh, well, then
and that's why
he loses his gig. That's the last time he ever throws another challenge flag.
Like he usually I think they give it to the head coach because he's the one that has the communication with the official.
Yeah.
But if you're the designated coach of throwing,
I would imagine that coach will have a headset and is fully in contact with the guys in the booth that are making the decision, that are telling the coach, hey, you should challenge this.
Yeah.
So it's just something off the head coach's plate.
Does the designated guy just immediately, as soon as he hears throw it, and the head coach is saying no, and now he's throwing the flag.
You can get people caught up, like the OC saying throw it, and then before the coach can click over, it's been thrown. I think that's why Shotty's hanging on to it. I think he's like kind of a low key control freak a little bit.
Yes.
Couple spots.
Yeah, which I understand. I totally get it because ultimately it's going to fall on you. You're the one at the podium at the end of the game who's got to answer for it.
Yeah.
I think
Coach, why'd you challenge that play? Well, I really didn't.
Yeah, my guy believed me. He went rogue.
I think it might be like cold weather head coaches that have to worry about I have gloves on. I got to dig in my parka to find this thing.
Okay.
I think they would like somebody to know for a fact where it is. I mean, I got my headset, electrical components. I got all kinds of stuff going on here. I think it makes sense if you got a pretty intense game day wardrobe to get all that sorted out.
Now, your guy there brought us Drew Aller, the Penn State quarterback, who's now with the Steelers, lit it up, 10 of 13, buck 54, 2 passing touchdowns and a rushing touchdown. A heck of a preseason debut.
McCarthy went for the win on this one, didn't he?
For the rookie quarterback there. And it would be truly amazing for a franchise who has struggled for many years, Mike Tomlin and company, not being able to find a quarterback. And then all of a sudden, the moment Tomlin hangs it up and walks out, they just kind of fall backwards into a star quarterback in Drew Allard. Yeah, that would be amazing. Mike Tomlin would be like, what the heck?
And he was really good against the blitz. He had of the blitzes he faced, 46% drop back on the blitzes. He was 4 of 6 for 93 yards, 1 touchdown, no interception. That's a rating of 149.3. He averaged 15.5 yards an attempt when they face in the blitz.
Dang.
Yeah.
Mike McCarthy is at his most appreciated point I think he's been at since maybe 2022.
These guys love him up there right now.
The Steelers fans that wanted to believe in him are now like, heck yeah. And they're saying there's no way Mike Tomlin and Arthur Smith could have got this out of even a first-round quarterback had we taken him. So, yeah, I think Mike's being celebrated today by those Steelers fans. I did see, as a little pump the brakes type of caveat, I think this was Dalton Miller who posted preseason quarterbacking is the least predictive of regular season success out of all the positions. You have success at this position, that position, that position, more likely to predict success once the regular season starts than quarterback.
I think Dak had didn't Dak's preseason in 2016 kind of gave you.
He was incredible.
Hope.
Yeah,
he gave you some hope, right?
Yeah, I just remember him marching down. It was versus the Rams, right? And he closed down with a touchdown pass there to Dez.
Yeah,
but we probably didn't believe it until he went to Green Bay that year.
Yep.
It wasn't until the regular season
and he
started.
beat Rodgers in Green Bay. That was
Yeah.
a different story, yeah.
But, I mean, he had some perfect passer rating stuff. Dak was just on fire from the word go his rookie year, and maybe we're seeing that pop up again with Drew Aller. Okay, thank you for that football's finest. We got a hodgepodge coming up before we get to Eric Nadel. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, among other things, the best Jaden Daniels jokes on the internet after yesterday's PR disaster. Next in the nation.
the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Eric Nadell's coming up in 15 minutes. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online, frankelfirm.com. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Let's hit the podge right after this.
TJ Hushmanzada, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10?
You don't think it's rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone listening?
Well, it is
guys?
The home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly. No one's listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, do you want to get in on this?
I'm not in on that, you rude motherfucker.
Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Little shock jock stuff.
Well, we know the Rangers have been a problem. There's no question about that. Well documented. Yesterday, Walchuk brought up Vladdy Jr. having 0 home runs in Toronto this year. Not a single home run in his home ballpark.
It's crazy.
But has anyone had a bigger drop-off than the big dumper, Cal Raleigh?
No.
He goes from 60 homers last year to now sitting here on August 14th with 51 total hits.
Yeah.
60 home runs last year, 51 hits in 2026. That has to be the biggest drop-off for an individual that I could ever remember.
I mean, runner-up MVP, if it wasn't for, I guess, his brilliant defense, he would be, benched. You're in the minors.
That is insane, dude. 60 homers to 51 hits. Congratulations, big dumper. Now, in every one of his OPS is down a ton, average down a ton, slugging, on base. Like, it's just been a total disaster for him. Now, we'll have to ask Eric about that. Like, has he ever seen, with Nadell coming up here in a few minutes, has he seen a bigger individual drop-off from a player than what we're seeing with Cal Raleigh right now? Because that is insane, dude.
Yeah.
Now, yesterday, Broadus, you were out getting the cataract surgery. You're looking good. You're feeling good.
I just looked up a couple of them, by the way.
Yeah.
Adam Dunn was pretty bad one year. Adam Dunn in 2010 had 38 homers, an 892 OPS. In 2011, he 11 homers with a 569 OPS. Joined the White Sox, set a record for the lowest batting average, 159 for a full-time hitter in modern history.
Okay,
Adam
so
Dunn.
we've seen a couple guys.
Hack Wilson had it. Brady Anderson had it happen.
Wow.
Chris Davis had it happen. Those are some of the notable drop-offs.
Usually it's like low batting average, big slug guys. Raleigh was a 270 hitter, 265. Very good hitter.
Brady Anderson, remember him from the old from the O's?
Roid guy. 50 dongs.
Yeah, 50 home runs, 637 slug. In 97, 18 home runs, 439 slug.
Yeah.
That's what's happened.
His biceps went from about 16 inches to 14 inches real quick.
Yeah, that's the allegation right now. Did he get off the juice? Maybe. Broadus, can you confirm to me, because I don't want to get fooled by the internet here, but yesterday we had the Jaden Daniels PR disaster with the jersey number 5 at LSU.
I don't know if that kid was promised the number according to the head coach. Is that what you're going to ask?
No, I'm just seeing pictures of what appears to be LSU's practice today with every single one of their players wearing the jersey number 5. And I think that would be a hilarious bit if Lane Kiffin ran that out there today.
I think that's the coach doing that.
You think that might be true? Like with it being Lane Kiffin as the head coach, we can't put it past him that every one of his players at practice today.
For a player that completely carried you in a season where you had, Daniels.
Oh, are you team Daniels on this?
I'm just saying he was one of the most dynamic players we've ever had in the history of LSU football.
So you're not trying to dunk on Jaden Daniels right now?
I'm not at all. I think him and Joe Burrow and all that deserve. I don't think we should be giving somebody. I think his number, if you win a Heisman Trophy, your number should be retired. I don't think we should be promising a freshman player, even though it's a new regime. Billy Cannon won a Heisman. His number 20 is retired. Joe Burrow's number 9 is retired. No, I think this is honestly is stupidity on our part. if you're a Heisman Trophy winner, you should have a statue in front of the stadium of you.
Okay.
You should have your jersey retired. You should have your name on the side of the stadium or inside the stadium.
Heck, it should be called Jaden Daniels Field.
That team won 10 games, and all of them were because of him. Like he was the reason why you were even had a chance in games.
I mean, Malik Neighbors was pretty good too, wasn't he?
He was good, but I'm saying his quarterback play was incredible at LSU. And the fact that he won the Heisman with the way he did it with that team, he deserves to have his number retired.
Well, you might be the only person on the planet that is at least in some way defending Jaden Daniels right now.
I'm saying this. If you win the Heisman Trophy, you should have your number retired at whatever university you're at.
Your number should never be worn again.
Never should be worn again if you're a Heisman Trophy winner.
Well, the internet has gone wild. Have you guys seen some of these?
Oh, sure.
Making fun of Jaden Daniels?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not like Girls Gone Wild?
No, it is not quite that. Not safe for work. In fact, I want to bring it to the office space right now. Tell me which one of these you think is the best. Alan Jackson has changed the name of his song to It's 4 O'Clock Somewhere out of respect for Jaden Daniels. StubHub, effective immediately. We will no longer offer tickets in groups of 5. Out of respect for Jaden Daniels, we're only doing 4 or 6 plus. Thank you for your understanding. Is it Richard Johnson? Jaden Daniels' teammates have reportedly been instructed to only give him high 4s, as high 5s are believed to constitute unauthorized use of his number 5. Five Guys has changed their name to 4 Guys out of respect for Jaden Daniels. May 5th will now be recognized nationally as Cinco de Mayo in honor of Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels reportedly turned away 5-year-olds wanting autographs today at Commanders training camp. Jaden Daniels' lawyers are considering legal action against Dr. Fauci after he pleaded the Fifth over 100 times. 5 Gum is reportedly planning a rebrand to allow Jaden Daniels his rights to number 5. Another guy says he gave a homeless man a $5 bill and Jaden Daniels' mom came around the corner and punched him in the face. Breaking news once again from Richard Johnson. Businesses nationwide have been mandated to shift from 9 to 5 to a 9 to 4 workday out of respect for Jaden Daniels and his number 5. Jaden Daniels' camp has reportedly reached out to Nickelback requesting the band change its name to Pennyback, citing Nickelback's uncomfortably close association with his number 5. Somebody else alleged, ordered the number 5 at Jimmy John's, and now I have a voicemail from Jaden Daniels' lawyer. Or is it Prize Picks? Jaden Daniels has requested the Commanders to only start 4 offensive linemen in tomorrow's preseason game to respect his number 5 jersey. Jaden Daniels' family is considering legal action against Lunas for their song titled I Got 5 on It.
Be the Loonies, but yes.
Loonies, thank you.
Yeah, generational thing.
5 Below is going to change their name to 499 Below out of respect for Jaden Daniels. Miami Dolphins running back Jalen Wright taking on the Commanders in preseason action, wears jersey number 5, but will not play tomorrow against the Commanders out of respect to Jaden Daniels. And another person asked the question, do y'all think Jaden Daniels would be okay with me throwing my son a 5th birthday party? And Shooter McGavin says that he has invited Jaden Daniels and his attorney to the 9th Green at 9 p.m. tonight for a jersey retirement ceremony. Both have been advised to dress nice. This is just a handful of what the internet has taken over with Jaden Daniels in the single worst PR move I can remember from an individual who was pretty liked across the board.
Oh no, he's absolutely he was loved. If you know anything about LSU football, he's again the reason why. There's like I say, there's universities. I just looked this up. There are universities that don't retire numbers. Alabama doesn't retire numbers. Notre Dame doesn't retire numbers. My discussion is if you're one of these players, I like what Oklahoma does with the statues and all that stuff like that.
They do statues for all their Heisman?
Absolutely.
Oh, really?
Absolutely. Even Jason White has a statue in front of stadium.
Is he wearing his big baggy denim jorts?
No, he's wearing his Oklahoma jersey and stuff, Oklahoma uniform stuff.
Maybe it'll make universities clarify.
I just feel like though, if you're one of those types of players, they should. But there's like LSU, I think, is handling this completely wrong. I really do.
I don't think Daniels is handling it right, though.
I think Daniels has. I mean, listen, for what he did for the university,
yeah,
he's got a legitimate gripe.
It just makes you seem small that you care about it that much. Like the right way is Michael Irvin to say, yeah, wear my 88. They'll keep bringing my name up.
Yeah.
Glorify me.
I just don't see the 20 being worn anymore at LSU, and I don't see the 9 being worn at LSU anymore, even though they haven't officially retired Joe Burrow's number.
Well, has a great recruit said, I'll only come if you let me wear number 9? A 5-star recruit. I don't know that any coach
which is
going
also
to turn
childish.
Down. Yes.
It's also hilarious that a kid is determining his university based on the number he's allowed to wear. That's also pretty hilarious with all of this.
I mean, we went through that whole thing with Downs. This is. I draw the line at. I'm not saying if you're a 4-time All-American or whatever. I'm saying if you're a Heisman, if you're the nation's best player at that time when you were in school, nobody should wear your jersey again. It just shouldn't. It should unless like you said, Dawson, Joe Burrow says, "Hey, I'll let." Yes, I'm sure LSU could have handled this better. I'm sure they could have went to Daniels and said, "Hey, we're going to allow this kid to wear number 5." It would really help us. It'd help the program. I'm sure we didn't handle it the right way.
Well, not that we can trust Brian Kelly, but allegedly that's what he did, and that's why the kid who is wearing jersey number 5 now with Lane Kiffin and company, his freshman year last year, he wore number 3 because apparently Brian Kelly said Jaden Daniels did not give his blessing. Yeah. So for whatever that's worth. Right. But Lane Kiffin stepped in and was like, I don't care. Yeah. If we promise the kid the jersey number 5, he's getting it.
Yeah. Lane Kiffin's fault then?
I mean, you can always blame Lane.
Yeah, it's a popular thing to do. Well, thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
There it is, Sports Hodgepodge in the books. Eric Nadel joins us next here talking Rangers as Jacob deGrom was headed for some afternoon imaging on that sore elbow. Do we have an update on that? It's coming up next in the Nation.
Roger that, Sally.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. All right, what you drinking, what you thinking coming up at 5 o'clock. So crack them if you got them. Get your thoughts organized. And Lucius will get you screened up here before too long. Okay, so that's coming up at 5. It's time now for the Eric Nadel Show, brought to you by Kubota and by TXU Energy. And here he is, Eric Nadel on the Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I am doing great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing good. You know, could use some more runs, I suppose, as we all could. But we could also use some good news on Jacob deGrom. Have you heard anything about that?
No, we haven't been able to talk to anybody yet. So it'll be holding our breath until we get to talk to either Jacob or to Skip Schumacher, which won't happen for another hour or two. You know, we had a red-eye flight last night from Los Angeles, from LAX. It actually took longer to get from the ballpark to the plane at LAX than the flight from LAX to Sacramento. But we got to our hotel rooms about 2:30 in the morning. So everything's happening a little bit later today than it usually does.
Well, hopefully everybody is rested up because, man, it was kind of a bummer to drop 3 of 4 like that. Do you think this is a lower point than they've had so far this year?
That's a good question. Given where we are in the schedule, I think it is the low point. When you look at how important it was to, make some hay with the weak so-called schedule the Rangers have had, and then to go into Anaheim and score 5 runs in 4 games, not counting the 3 they got in extra innings on Monday. They scored 5 runs in 36 innings against a pitching staff that's one of the worst in the league. And embarrassing is the word that I believe I would use to describe what that series was like. That being said, it's a whole new day. The Rangers start the day just a half a game out in the wild card race, just 2 games out in the division race, and they're coming to a ballpark where they've hit well in the past and where almost everybody hits well. As this is a ballpark where the A's earned run average is 665 for the season.
Wow.
And there are a lot of routine fly balls that turn into home runs here. So we'll see if maybe that'll wake the Rangers up. I think they've hit 19 home runs in 10 ball games here over the last 2 years.
Any signs of give up or frustration, or do you think this is just them being around a 500 team with ups and downs?
Well, certainly not give up, Gavin, but definitely frustration. I think you're seeing it now. on the faces of a lot of guys. There are guys definitely pressing now. I would imagine they're all shaking their heads about what happened in Anaheim the last 3 days to their offense. It just seems the Rangers never have more than 2 or 3 guys going well at one time. They're never clicking on a majority of cylinders, and as a result, they have fallen all the way now to 12th in the league in runs scored. They're averaging 4.1 runs a game, where the league average is 4.3. And while that has happened, the Ranger pitching staff has actually had a little bit of a bounce back in the month of August. They had a rough July, but in August, the earned run average is down around 380. Not bad at all, but unfortunately, the team batting average is about 215, and the Rangers are averaging under 3.5 runs a game for the month. So that's the other thing. They never seem to get the pitching and the hitting synced up at the same time.
Eric, you've been around this game a long time and a Hall of Famer. When something like this happens, you say, hey, it's just, you wake up, it's a new day, it's baseball, that kind of thing, but it's really not that simple, is it?
Well, it's not that simple, Brian, because of the cumulative effect, of these slumps.
Yeah.
And, it's not that simple because, it's a new day, but there's no doubt it's on the pitcher's mind that, they need to limit the opposition to no runs or one run, or they're going to have a hard time winning the game. And it's definitely on the hitter's mind, each individual guy who's in a slump, whether it's Carter or Langford or Berger or Duran, virtually everybody on the club, with the exception of Nimmo and Peterson, and now Seager, who seems to be coming out of it a little bit. All these guys they're all in a slump, and it's definitely on their mind. So, you say you wake up and you start fresh, but it is a lot harder to do than it is to say.
How disappointing has the defense been as well?
I think the defense has been okay. Yeah, they've had a couple of errors over the course of the last week. But overall, I think defensively, that's not the problem at all. I think that is the least of their worries. Duran's done a good job at all the positions. Yeah, he made an error yesterday. And, more often than not, the Rangers are not going to make errors. They still rank among the top teams in the league in just about every defensive metric. So I don't think that's a problem.
It's Eric Nadel here with you on The Fan. Okay, zooming in on these pitchers, Kamar Rocker on the hill tonight. What happened to the idea of using an opener for him on the road?
Well, I think what happened is 2 things. One, he has improved his first inning performance so that they don't necessarily need the opener on the road for him. And 2, the bullpen is so overworked, they don't think they can actually spare a reliever for an inning or 2 at the beginning of a game. They need to save these guys for the end of the game and conceivably to not use so that they're fresh, in the coming days. And with, 40 games left to go in the season, they're looking to preserve relief pitchers, not use them as often as possible.
What would be your plan for Jack Leiter, who looked pretty dang good last night in his first rehab appearance?
I think it has a lot to do with what DeGrom's status is. If DeGrom is going to be out for a while, then I think you have to continue to stretch Leiter out as a starter. If they think DeGrom is going to be okay, then I would like to see Leiter back as soon as possible, pitching out of the bullpen, whether it's 2 or 3 innings at a time or 1 inning at a time. I would give him the one more rehab start, see if he can get built up maybe to 60, 65 pitches anyway. So that you could use him for a 3 or 4 inning piggyback with somebody. But if DeGrom is going to be out, then you need to stretch Leiter out. Maybe give him a couple of more rehab starts so he can move into the rotation.
What are you expecting for Eovaldi?
I have no idea. That's the other thing we're holding our breath on, and maybe we'll get some answers both about DeGrom and Eovaldi today when we talk to the skipper. But, if they lose him too, they're in trouble. Because, one thing we saw last night, and we saw it to a certain degree on Sunday, it doesn't look like Jordan Montgomery is really ready to contribute as a starting pitcher. Maybe if he could pitch some more in the minor leagues, could build up a little bit more. But his stuff just does not seem to be good enough. He doesn't seem to have much of a margin for error right now.
You really can't imagine them wanting to put him out there anymore, can you? After, the numbers are just astronomical.
Yeah, and again, what we're running into is they don't have a lot of guys in the minor leagues who are meriting call-ups to take his place. And, that is definitely a big disappointment this year, that guys like Winston Santos and Emiliano Teodo have not been ready to just, step in and give you a creditable job until some of the injured guys come back. That's been one of the reasons that the team earned run average has soared up to 428 over the course of the last couple of months.
Eric, looking around the league, what's more surprising to you, Vladdy Jr. not having a home run in his home ballpark in Toronto this season, or the big dumper going from 60 home runs to just 51 hits this season?
They're both completely bizarre. You see guys go from having a good year to having a bad year, but not to the degree that Cal Raleigh has done it. And, people keep saying, well, Seattle on paper, Seattle on paper, Seattle on paper. Well, Seattle on paper is not that good if Cal Raleigh is a 160 hitter who doesn't hit home runs, and Josh Naylor is a, big oaf of a first baseman who doesn't drive in runs. And that's what's happened to them this year. You take those two big bats and you turn them into little bats, and they're not so good on paper anymore. Yeah, they got some great pitching. But in the case of Guerrero not hitting a home run in his own ballpark, it's completely bizarre. And it's one of those things that Ron Washington probably expressed better than anybody else. It's the way it go.
Yeah, that's the way baseball go. That was an incredible line from Wash. So, 3 weeks ago, the A's were only 15 games below 500, and now they're coming up on 30 games below 500. This group is really struggling, aren't they?
They are. Their pitching staff just kind of fell off a cliff. They were 38-38 at one point. And now they have gone, since then they've gone 9-36.
Wow.
That's hard to do. That's losing 80% of your games.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Rangers are in town, though. They'll be okay. The Rangers are coming in. They'll get that thing going right back on track.
I mean, I've held the line, Eric. I've held the line, and we're kind of joking about it on the show.
Yeah.
At what point would I stop believing? I think if they lose this series, I'm going to have to stop believing.
Well, I wouldn't blame you, but they could lose the series and still be one game out of a playoff spot or something like that. And you just keep waiting for things to click. For something to kick in offensively. And the thing is now, even if it does, you have to be so worried about the pitching with the physical status of Eovaldi and DeGrom. These are supposed to be your two aces. They haven't had particularly good years. No. They've had very average years for a starting pitcher. And then you add to the fact that now they've both been hurt this late in the season, and you better start scoring some runs fast. And this is the ballpark to do it in.
Well, it is a Friday night. We'd love to know what you're drinking and thinking out there.
Well, I'm actually drinking. Ted Emmerich and I were just talking about this. This is a Pepsi ballpark. So I've been drinking Diet Pepsi, which to me is not nearly as good as Diet Coke or Coke Zero. But it's getting me perked up a little bit. Again, we didn't get a whole lot of sleep last night. And what I'm thinking is that I've discovered a new musical talent who people need to check out. Her name is Jade Joyce. It's Jade, J-A-I-D, Joyce, J-O-I-C-E. She put out a song today called Cigarettes. And I've seen a lot of her stuff on YouTube and on Instagram. She's very young. She's sensational. And she's playing in Dallas next Thursday, the 20th, at the Opening Bell Coffee Place on South Lamar. And I strongly advise people to go if they like live music. If you haven't been to the Opening Bell, check it out. It's a historic place where it's been the starting place for all kinds of big performers who've gone on to great things. People like Maren Morris and Leon Bridges and, lots of other local talents have started there. So check out Joyce, check out her song Cigarettes. And if you get a chance, stop by the Opening Bell next Thursday and see her live performance. It's the first time she's ever played in Dallas.
When's the last time Eric Nadel enjoyed a cigarette?
I think I never enjoyed one. I tried smoking them when I was in high school because I wanted to be one of the cool kids, and I'm surprised I'm not still coughing. Cigarettes have never been my thing. I do like a Cuban cigar from time to time. My former partner Brad Sham taught me to appreciate that finer thing in life.
I love it. Eric, have a great weekend. We'll catch up with you next week. And by the way, I did try that Pepsi Max Diet Dr. Pepper. Not too bad.
How'd you like it?
Not too bad. I think I need to try it with the Diet Coke, though.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
Thanks, buddy. Have a great weekend.
See ya.
Eric Nadel with you on 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by TXU Energy and brought to you by Kubota. It's time now for your phone calls at 877-881-1053. What you drinking? And what you thinking? Next on The Fan.
K&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, a proper Football Friday preseason game 1 tomorrow night. It's time now for that one segment of the week where you're encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching the buzz. There's only a couple of rules of what you're drinking and what you're thinking. Number 1, you got to answer both questions. And number 2, no operating heavy machinery at the time, which does include an automobile. Okay? As always, we go around the broadcast position, establish what we are drinking and thinking, then we'll be out to your phone calls here. So crack them if you got them. Line up these thoughts. Currently drinking a 8-ounce vanilla latte. I believe this is my 4th of the day. Enjoying it. Trying to drink some water. Thinking about a couple of football things. Number 1, DeMarcus Lawrence telling Jory Epstein, Yahoo, this season his 13th in the NFL will be his last. Congrats to Tank Lawrence on his run, calling his shot, going up there, winning the Super Bowl. Says he came back to see what it's like to have the dot on their backs. Seahawks got a target on their backs. He's going to try to repeat. Best of luck to him. I suppose if it can't be the Cowboys, that'll be as good as any result. Chiefs, maybe. I'd like to see a Chiefs bounce back. Hard to tell. I don't know what my Super Bowl pick is, other than just believing the Rams should be favored. Mike Garafolo reporting Saints wide receiver Jordan Tyson's hammy could linger. With Saints head coach Kellen Moore saying Tyson is seeking multiple opinions. Timeline to return is TBD, but it doesn't seem like it'll be anytime soon. And he might miss regular season action here. Jordan Tyson, rookie wide receiver from Arizona State.
And that was a lot of questions about him.
Yeah.
It really was. I mean, there's people, I wanted to believe that some of that stuff would be put behind him, but obviously that's not the case at all.
DFW guy.
Absolutely.
A lot of folks here
really
pulling
good
for
player,
him.
but the injuries are a problem. There's no question about that.
Already incredible success. I mean, the NIL money that's been flowing in, the first-round draft pick money that's flowing in, he has done it. He has achieved, financial independence and greatness in his football career already. But I would be very nervous if I'm a Saints fan right now.
For sure.
Combining Tyson with Olave. Like, what were we doing?
Yeah, I know.
What were we thinking?
They're going to be like Diggs and Bland. You'll never see them on the field at the same time.
That's a shame. That really is a shame.
What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Chief?
Double fist in the triple espresso and the coconut water. Excited for the weekend, and I'm just thinking how happy I am for the Wolchucks getting their brand new home.
Look at those pictures.
Mostly thankful for the fact that he did not ask me to help him move.
That's a definition
at
of a true
all.
friend.
I mean, that is just a beautiful thing. Thank you, Wolchuk.
That's full adulthood right there.
True friend.
Just
true friend.
handling
will never,
business.
Never ask you to help him move.
Fully grown man. You got the movers with the truck?
He has Fred instead, right?
Just box stuff up.
Yeah, I think Fred's going to get it done for him.
Okay, Brian, what are you drinking? What are you thinking?
Currently not drinking anything. Really haven't drank anything all day, which is probably a mistake. I need to get better about that. What I'm thinking is starting tomorrow, we've got 20 weekends of Cowboys pre- and post-game shows.
Hopefully more.
But, tomorrow starts the journey at 4 o'clock and with Eric and myself. But 20 weeks. We got to throw a bye in there at some point in time late in this thing. But hopefully hopefully this is a good season and that we're talking about playoff football. But the journey begins tomorrow.
Yeah, I can't wait. Pregame tomorrow night, 4 o'clock right here on The Fan with Chief and Brian, and postgame afterwards with Wolchuk. It is a lovely day.
Hey.
Lucius in the Pimp Cup. Drinking, thinking?
I got 2 cousins that I fell out with over some moving stuff.
Yeah.
Really?
I thought they had my back, bro. I didn't understand, like, can't ask your people about moving anymore.
Yeah, you can't.
Because of a certain age where you just can't ask people.
Yeah, you can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found it out a little too late. I bought pizza, chicken, beer, some liquor. I was like, help me out, man. Just move these couches and a couple of dressers for me.
Nope.
Them fools was like, where the money, though? Where the money, though, bro?
Man, pizza and beer, that would have got me under,
did all I could.
Under age 30. I'm there.
That was like a family thing. Like, all right, if you help this, this family member do something, they're going to
pass it on.
They're going to give you something, help you out, but not money. They're just going to buy you food, maybe some liquor or something. I don't know.
Well, if I wanted to pay money, I'd hire professionals.
That part,
yeah,
that part. What am I drinking? Drinking water. I had a whole bunch of it today. Used the restroom about 3 times too, as well. And I'm thinking, I don't know if you were here. You were probably on vacation, Mr. Dawson, but I found a dog, a pit bull. It was free in my little neighborhood, just running around, and we saved it. You could tell it was lost because it was going up to each door, like sniffing around, and go to the next one and kind of frantically moving. Went right to us. We fed him, calmed him down. Everything was cool. He can sit. He listens. I hated that we had to call the city of Irving to come pick him up. But, I just can't put I don't have enough room just to take somebody's dog.
Yeah.
He was spayed and everything, so we didn't know if he was chipped. Let him go see if he got chipped or anything. Anyway, we got an update on the dog.
Okay.
It's been sitting there. It's healthy, and it's looking for a home.
Oh.
Yeah, it's looking for a home in Irving. If you guys want to look, if you guys need a dog in your house, you got enough room or something like that. His name is Blondie. It's a beautiful, beautiful pit bull. Very well-mannered, man. I wish I could keep it myself. 4 years old, they say. I'm going to post him on my social medias. I'm going to put a campaign out for this dog because I don't want it to go, the way it's going to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, lucky Lucius P. there to adopt Blondie.
Blondie.
At the Irving SPCA.
Such a good dog, yeah.
Man, so you found a rescue that is a good dog?
It's a great dog. Yeah. And I don't have the room. I just don't have the room.
Yeah, my current pug, Nugget, he is
Nugget.
He is a rescue as well, and he's been amazing. He's been probably my best pug. Never barks. This guy can hold it for like 15 hours.
That's my best pug. I don't even have to take him outside.
It's incredible. Some days we're like, I'm not sure if he used it at all today. He's got like this this bladder and this gastro system that's just immune to the urges that befall normal dogs.
That's a superpower.
It is. All right, it's time to hit your phone calls at 877-881-1053. We got G-Bag of the Day coming up here at 5:30, then LA Live at 5:40. Who's up next, Luke?
Let's go to Walt in Waco. Walt in Waco. You starting us off. What are you drinking when you're thinking, bro? Whoa!
As always, I'm drinking that ice cold Natty Light. Baller on a budget. And what I'm thinking is the only chance the Rangers have this year is for me to change hats. I don't wear ball caps out of season unless I'm going to somebody's house or going to be around somebody that I know hates my teams. So I'm going to go ahead and switch over to the Cowboys hat. That way everybody can call me a sellout when the Rangers or a fair weather fan when the Rangers start winning and go on to make a run again to the World Series or something like that. And then the other thing I'm thinking is, Broadus, I asked you about, or maybe it was, I can't remember which one of you guys it was, but I felt like it was Broadus. I asked you about the FC teams. And so I think I settled on Liverpool. And the reason is, I wanted somebody middle of the pack. And like right now, they're like 14th is where they're starting off the preseason rankings. They got a cool, what do they call it, kit? They got a cool kit. I like that little creature that they got on. It's like a chicken dragon looking thing. And I just happened to turn them on when they won 1-0, like right at the end of the game. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to roll with these guys.
There you go.
Good pick.
And last thing is, if you guys don't know this, next week is Fort Worth Burger Week. Dallas has got in on it. It starts on Sunday all over the place. You guys can get $8 hamburgers. Some places charge a couple bucks more, but they're usually like $15, $18, $25 for these burgers. Go check it out. Support all the local restaurants, and especially swing by Fred's and get you a Verdi burger, dude. You will not be disappointed.
Sounds great.
Thank you.
That's a good deal.
It's a great PSA.
By the way, that Liverpool bunch, the Reds, you'll never walk alone. That before the matches, it's chilling when those fans sing and chant the way that they do. But they sing that song, "You'll Never Walk Alone." And it is incredible to be a Liverpool fan and be a part of that. And
how does that one go again?
I can't sing it. It's like this Irish, but it's
going to get you.
No, seriously, YouTube it. That thing, it gives you chills when they sing it before a match. It's unbelievable.
And that is a liver bird. I was wondering what that was. Is that some sort of a griffin or something? It's a mythical creature and the official symbol of the English city of Liverpool. If you're wondering there, Walton Waco. Who's next, Lucian?
Jay Gray in D.C. What up, though?
D.C.
Hey, what's going on, G-Bag? Hey, what I'm drinking is alkaline smart water.
Let's go.
Out here, 47 years old on the 31st, out here in shape like I'm 32.
There you go.
And my sports, what I'm thinking is we love Jaden Daniels. And him just coming to D.C., coming to the Commanders, lighting it on fire the same way RG3 did, but lighting it on fire and then getting injured, he will bounce back if he does bounce back. And Lurie Tunsil, has a decent replacement for him this season, we might be okay. I'm not one of those fans that's like, oh, yeah, we're going to go all the way, but we'll be all right. Also, love for Jaden Daniels, but that whole bit about only giving high fours, comedy gold.
Jay Gray, hang on.
Yes, sir.
How are you in D.C. and a Cowboys fan or Commanders fan listening to Cowboys radio?
Oh, no, I moved down here to DFW, relocated down here with the ex-wife maybe about 2015.
Okay.
And been hooked on, I've been soloing and hooked on 105 since then.
Let's go.
Like, hands down, man. Y'all got the radio station, sports talk radio game, all 3 shows throughout the day just locked down, man. If you're not listening to 105, I don't know what y'all doing. Yeah, hey, if y'all trying to get y'all in shape, going on Hustle Hill Saturday mornings, 8 o'clock over in Las Colinas. Sam Park.
Hey, man, Lucius will see you there.
I have to throw it out there.
Sounds good, Jay. Have yourself a great weekend and enjoy that Smotwood.
Yeah. Hey, stay on hold, Jay.
Right,
stay on hold. Don't put you on hold, bro. Stay on hold, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
You guys going to meet up on those hills?
I'm about to figure it out. You see, I've been running them hills, dog.
That's the thing. Yeah,
I'm getting lean and mean, playboy. I'm seeing my nabs. When I get out the shower, I see them nabs. I'll be stretching my arms out. Like, look at them things, boy.
That 4-pack is popping, baby. Where are we going next?
Oh, shoot. I forgot this dude's name. Huskley in Haltom City. Sorry, fam. What are you drinking? What are you thinking?
Hi, how are ya? It's just Huxley in Haltom City. I am sipping on some tepid water. It's delicious and refreshing. I've got a couple things. I'll promise I'll make it quick. First, Jay, I appreciate you being a total, but get off our air with that dumb Commanders talk, all right? Y'all want to command something? Y'all can command these nuts. Secondly, I wanted to say that I appreciate the fact that we are the official station of the Texas Rangers. That said, let's give it up. We don't want to hear crap about this team. We're over it. We're all aboard the Dallas Cowboys train, and we're ready to hear that. Please, the less we have to hear about the Texas Rangers, the better. And we're just over it, like, really. And lastly, this is for Lucius. Yo, my real name is Eric. That's just I call doing bits all the time. I want to say shout out to you for looking out for that dog. I'm a practice manager at an animal hospital called Pet Folk in Frisco. If anybody adopts that dog or any other dog, please come by, mention Tolo, mention my name. I'll give you $100 off your first visit.
There he goes.
Oh, baby.
Eric, a.k.a. Huxley, a.k.a. I think he was our Trump guy a couple of months ago.
Yeah, is that right?
He's always doing
Right,
bits. Yeah. Salute to you for that, sir. Thank you. And that opens a line at 877-881-1053. What do you guys think on the text? I mean, you want Rangers talk or not? Sound off on that. I would say today was the first day of the season where there was not a mention of the Texas Rangers at all in the opening segment.
Yeah.
Here in the nation.
I noticed that.
So I'm leaning that way a little bit. I guess you get swept by the A's, I'll be there. You lose the series, I'll be one step closer. But I'm not going to give up on the idea of Eovaldi and DeGrom in the postseason, So I guess that's what I'm kind of clinging to, the magic that could happen if they get into the playoffs. But it's one of those things where I feel like my grip on that take is it's loosening a little bit as the season approaches its fateful ending. Lucius, where are we going next?
Let's go to Alan at Oak Cliff. Alan, what are you drinking? What are you thinking, dog?
What's up, fellas? I'm drinking some water right now. I'm thinking, for one, I'm excited about Cowboys football this weekend. It's been a long off season. And for two, Broadus, if you don't mind, could you power rank your abilities to scout football players, cook crawfish, and do impersonations? Appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good one.
Crawfish, scout, impersonations.
Your Sharif is pretty dominant.
Sometimes he gets mad at me for when I do it. He will text me. What are you trying to do? Always trying to mess with me. You're full of S. I fought for you. I told Spittle you'd be good at this. I'm so damn wrong. Yeah, I tried to get you on my. I'm glad I got Bobby on instead of you.
Yeah, real Cowboys insider.
Real Cowboys insider. Bobby's pretty good though.
Yeah, he's great.
But I think I could crawfish better than I scout.
You peel it well as well.
I think if I had an opportunity to open a place with people, I think I could do it. Cook crawfish. I really do. I don't think about cooking anything else, but I cook crawfish.
Got to make that happen, man.
Yep.
Sean Sharif getting mad at you just doesn't hit the same.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
He got so mad at me the other day. This whole family thing.
Oh, my gosh.
God, he got mad at me.
It's like your old lady getting mad at you. He's like, oh, yeah, you mad again.
What are you talking about? Maybe if you're a little bit better on the radio, they'd give you some opportunities. I'm like, okay, Sean, you win.
Ethan, what are you drinking? What are you thinking, sir? Ethan in Dallas.
Hey, what's up, y'all? I'm drinking a ranch water with a little extra lime squeezed in, so tasting real good. A couple things. So first one, I was watching the Raiders game last night, and I really hate that the Cowboys don't ever have any fourth-round picks because Mike Washington Jr., my Lord.
Yeah.
The guy is amazing. I'm actually scared for their running back tandem that they actually have over there in Vegas now. Almost said Oakland. That would have been horrible.
No, that's cool. I do it all the time.
And then I guess I need your opinion on this, Broadus. This is probably my number one theory that I have. I guess it's like a hot take. I think the Browns are super, super cursed, and they're cursed because of that logo that they have. It's the stupidest logo.
Oh, the elf?
I think I've ever. No, the stupid helmet. Literally any team could use that right now and put it on a shirt, and we're all using basically the Browns template. Go with the bulldog or the little elf.
Yeah.
It was cool when they had Baker Mayfield because it looked just like him, so it was easy.
Yeah. I think that goes back to the old Paul Brown days. That's what that's all about. So, yeah. I think the Browns, like I say, that seal brown uniform and all that. I think there's some things, the orange pants back in the day, the Brian Sipes and stuff like that, when they're the Cardiac Kids. I like that. I like their look far more than I did today. But yeah, I like to see the Browns be good again. I like when the Cleveland Browns are, because I like their fan base.
I like that wall around their field that looks like a fence.
Yeah,
because of the Browns.
I
love it, bro.
The Brownstones.
They're in their yard. I love that, dog.
Yeah.
Probably should have taken Mike Washington in the third, don't you think?
I had him. I had him in the fourth. I had him in the fourth myself because I was just going through and looking through the running backs that I had. I had Singleton, Washington, Moss, and Allen were my fourth round running backs right then. But he is a good player. He really is.
Looks like about 75% of the text is saying no more Rangers talk. But we hear you 25%.
Dang.
That'll change after they sweep the A's this weekend. The Athletics. Any other calls, Lucius?
Yeah, let's go to Sotom in Dallas. Sotom, what are you drinking? What are you thinking, bro?
Right now, I'm currently drinking lemonade, but I'm on my way
to the moon
to my brother's bachelor party in Austin. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Oh, thanks, Brian. We're going to a bachelor party in Austin, so that's what I'm thinking of. I don't know what we're going to do. Possibilities are endless here. I don't know if y'all have any recommendations in Austin or if any advice for my brother here on marriage or anything. I'll take it.
You need to try and talk him out of it as a brother and as a friend.
Yeah.
You do. I mean, and seriously, you do. You need to try and say, hey, listen, are you absolutely sure about this?
Yeah.
And make them tell you that. Make them tell you, yeah, hey, don't worry about me. We're good. And then you've done your job. Because if something happens, you could always be that guy.
They're under the spell, though. Yeah. They're under the spell at that point. It's hard to get through,
you
bro.
You can ask questions.
It takes a few heartbreaks, and you're like, oh, man, I should have listened to you,
don't do it when you're drunk. When you're getting ready to go out, you got to say, hey, listen, I got to have a talk with you. I go, are we absolutely sure we want to do this?
Sometimes all the guy needs is to be asked that question.
Yeah.
It's in the back of his head, but he doesn't want to talk to anybody about it.
I used to be asked that by a beautiful woman.
Yeah.
Are you sure you want to get married? You know what?
I'm just telling you, man. As a brother and as a friend. But if they give you a reason like, no, man, we're good. I'm good. And we're going to do this. Then you did your part. Now it's on them. It's not on you anymore. As a friend, you should always ask.
817 doing his part says, keep covering the Rangers, please. Let's not be fair weather fans. That's what I'm talking about.
JC in Panama City, what are you drinking? What are you thinking?
Text that in.
Yeah.
What's going on, fellas?
Yo.
I'm
Panama
drinking
City.
a Coors Light tonight.
And I watched Vach and John Machota and Foots and Skywalker on Cowboys Collective the other night.
They did a good job, yeah.
I heard Vach say that you can't find 3 teams in this league that's got 80% of a trustworthy offensive line, and I just don't understand why everybody is overreacting about Terrence Steele.
Well, that might be the one thing, though, that could set you back. That might be the one thing. If they do not have a handle, because right now they just do not have a suitable backup. They just don't. And so if it turns into they don't have a good plan, and last year they obviously had a plan. They're one of the best offenses in the league. But if they have to continually scheme around their right tackle, that could be a problem. You know, watch that. I mean, if it's some, and he starts losing, maybe you got to grade him on 60 plays, like I always say. But there might be those 1 or 2 plays that just absolutely kill you in a game, and you have to be aware of that. But it's all those offensive linemen. But he's going to have to be schemed around. He really, really is.
Who we going to next, Lucius?
All right, my man Polo in Garland. What are you drinking? What are you thinking? Wrap us up, Polo. Pause.
Polo and Garland.
Lost them again, Polo. That's it. That's
all
it, Polo.
Well, thanks to everybody for participating once again in What You Drinking and What You
Thinking.
Thinking.
Stroke.
We'll have more of your phone calls.
What? What? He might have had one when he was trying to get on the air.
I thought I heard road noise.
I did too.
Yeah.
I did too.
Car's still moving.
I hope he didn't like.
G-Bag of the Day in LA Live coming up next here on The Fan. I want to chat with you. Welcome back, Nation. It's time to hit the expressway. We go commercial free to the top of the hour from right here. It's brought to you by the On Time Experts, and it's time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Friday, baby. Y'all be safe out there. G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan. 5:30-ish, whenever it happens, baby. You should be soloing anyway, so you shouldn't miss it. It's fueled by East Dallas Motor Cars, EastDallasMotorCars.com. Our winner and champ, I believe, is going for 2 today. Jared Sandler, Mr. Brian Broaddus. Jared was stuck. We call this right here being stuck. He was stuck in the moment. Broaddus hit him with a hard question.
Just the work that is done in the batter's box, no one's been better on this team than Jock this year.
Jared, at 60-60, what is the one thing you feel absolutely good about this baseball team?
Jeez. Well, I feel good.
Oh no!
I'll tell you this. I feel good about they're just. You don't really know what you're going to get. Or, you know what, Broaddus? I guess I feel good about Jock Peterson.
I'll tell you this. I didn't tell you nothing. Oh, man, that was funny stuff right there, brother. That sounds like the Rangers fans on the fan text, though.
Yep.
Yeah. Sounds like them on the fan text.
Most of them.
Most of them, at least. Let me get these vibes right over here real quick. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Hey. For everybody that's traveling out here this weekend, we have a Delta desk agent that made an announcement in the key of a Disney movie.
At this time, we are inviting to board zone number 5. It feels like the perfect time to share a piece of wisdom that came to us oh so very long ago. That wisdom came from 2 magical princesses and 1 enchanted snowman. They told all of us very clearly, oh so many years ago now, to let it go. They were specifically referring to your rollerboard bag on board Delta Airlines flight number 2553. If you would in fact like to let that bag go to your final destination baggage claim carousel, please let us know. Don't keep that feeling bottled up deep inside. It's our pleasure to have you here as our guest. Like to continue?
That is a Disney movie, right?
Yeah.
Let it go.
Yeah, Frozen.
Let it go. Okay.
And I'm pretty sure that was a former Southwest Airlines employee.
Yeah, because Southwest, they got that sauce.
They'll do bits.
They got that sauce. Where we at? Oh, I should call these not G-Bag of the day, but the Broadduses of the days from this point on in the broadcast. We had Mr. Broaddus breaking some RJ Choppy news to us today.
Choppy basically came out this morning on the radio. Choppy basically came out this morning on the radio.
What else we have right here? This is pretty disrespectful from you guys. This is my biggest L, biggest dub. My man Woody. The circle of life hit his family.
Yeah.
He had some people go to the upper room this week, and you guys were very insensitive.
214, our buddy Woody. Big L's this week. Had 2 folks have to go home upstairs with the big fella. Okay, so we've lost a couple of lives in the community circle of Woody. Sorry to hear that, Woody. One was 99 years old.
Good run.
All right, that's a good run.
That's a good run.
But the other was in their 30s.
That's a sad run.
Be sure to hug your
Sounds
loved
a little
ones.
early.
Sounds a little early. That's a sad run. Sounds a little early. Well, no duh, bro.
Yeah.
Sounds a little
We
early.
were trying to be sensitive about it, right?
That's not a good run.
That's a
Sounds a little early to me.
poor run.
Jeez.
Dawson and
I was just trying to fight off the urge to ask for a follow-up question if that was one of the people in his opiate social circle.
Yeah.
That was in my head.
That is kind of scary.
One of the Wayback Boys.
Yeah, the Wayback Boys. That is kind of scary.
Why am I laughing?
As much money as Woody admitted to spending on opioids and whatnot earlier this week, if I was his plug, bro, I'd be texting like, "Hey, what's up, big head?
Yeah.
I miss you.
Yeah,
like,
sure?
where you been?
No, let's just go have a couple beers, man.
Please.
Yeah, reminisce on old times.
Hey, these home shopping network situations are still giving. They are full of bloopers. We've had the woman with the wig with the
Yeah.
Oh, the blowout.
the blowout.
Yeah.
Oh,
He did a hell of a dry bar.
yeah. We had the tassels
Yes.
and pasties and tassels.
Mm-hmm.
Now we got this lady right here. She's standing on the air mattress. She just so happened to have heels on.
Oh.
And she's just bragging about how great this mattress is. In fact, it's 40% more resistant compared to the other in the competition.
Right.
She pops the mattress right there when she says that. I'm talking about just great timing.
We used to always let the dogs come and sleep with it on the air mattress too, or at the air bed, because it works.
Yeah, so this one is actually 40% more puncture resistant. So if you've got pets who love it, and I have people.
Except for that one time when maybe don't go on it with people.
Oh no, now we're going to end up on all kinds.
Gosh, that's so bad.
Yes, ma'am.
40% more puncture resistant. 2 seconds later, pop. Pop.
Quite the explosion.
More puncture resistant. So if you've got pets who love it, and I have people.
Except
Yeah.
Did you take a tumble, Lucius?
No. Those knees are pretty sturdy.
Okay.
She got the Meg Thee Stallion knees. They were pretty sturdy.
Oh, okay.
She had them heels on, too. Whoever that made that air mattress on them, they're like, come on, lady. God, dog it.
Yeah. And what are we doing here?
Wow, like we ship so much to you guys at QVC so we can get these sold. Now you're standing on them and popping them.
The other lady with the scooter running into the wall.
Yeah, lady with the scooter running into the wall. Forgot about her.
She wasn't ready. She sounded nervous. She was fumbling over her words. She was just not QVC material.
No. I did say this is Broadus of the day. So it's AI Broadus at Magic Johnson's HIV announcement press conference.
No. Oh, yes. No.
You've been sitting on this one for a second.
First of all, let me say
excuse me.
good
Sorry.
late
Pardon
afternoon.
me. I heard Jack Nicholson was going to be here. Is he here?
Because of the HIV virus that I have attained,
I can't believe he's just telling everybody, that he's got the AIDS.
I just want to make clear, first of all, that I do not have the AIDS disease because I know.
Oh, I don't know. It's not what AC Green told me. Oh yeah,
HIV virus.
Said it's full blown AIDS.
My wife is fine; she's negative.
Oh, so she's the only one who Magic wasn't sleeping with. Interesting.
I plan on going on living for a long time.
Well, he got out just in time too. This is about to be Drazen Petrovic's
so you'll see
league.
me around. I plan on being with the Lakers in the league. Hopefully, David will have me. I guess now I get to enjoy some of the other sides of living.
No, I don't know.
Because of the season, and
I kind of feel like he was enjoying life too much.
Practices.
Am I wrong here? Seriously.
Seriously. That is so
enjoying life
good.
a little too much.
Oh, Bobby.
Magic Johnson key parties and whatnot.
Bobby.
Flashlight parties. Gotcha. It's you.
Gotcha.
He had some wild interviews back in the day, too, talking about everything.
He did. Sure did.
Yeah, he was enjoying it until he went to go see the doctor.
Yeah.
All right, that's it, Mr. Broadus and Dawson and Eric Chiafalo.
All right, let's vote this thing. We got
Listen, you missed Sean going off about Dallas. Oh man, I did. You should have sent it to me, fam. Send it to me so I can play it on Monday.
He had a fiery rant. Looking forward to
Sean
that.
Sharif went off about Dallas County tax. I'm all for that.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm all for that, bro.
Yeah.
Man, my taxes have gone up so much over the last 2 years.
Oh, my God.
It's like, hey, we saw that good interest rate you got there, and that's just not sitting right with us. So we're going to increase your property
We're about
taxes
to penalize
by,
you right now.
Like,
yeah.
seriously. I think it's $500 a month From when I bought the house to now.
Ouch.
It's gone up.
Oh, ouch.
An extra $6,000. And I
That's what I feel like the universe does to me every time I get some money.
Yeah,
you got money?
Oh, yes.
I'm going to need that.
We're coming
player.
for it.
I'm going to need some of that.
Is it our champ, Jared Sandler? Is it the Delta desk agent going Disney? Broadus, Choppy basically came out this morning on the radio. Biggest L, biggest dub commentary. Lady standing on the air mattress or AI Broadus at the Magic Johnson presser. I'm voting for my guy Sands, Chief. How about you?
AI Broadus.
Lucius?
AI Beezy.
Bryant?
Jared.
We're tied at 2 once again for the second day in a row. We're going to ask you to get on at GBagNation. That's our Twitter account. Follow us all when you get there. Our handles are in the bio. We're going to create an Insta poll. And as we do every time when there's a tie in the G-Bag of the day, you are going to cast the decisive votes. Here, jump on to at GBagNation. We'll announce the winner at the end of LA Live. And speaking of that, here he is.
We're going to try to remember that, too.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah. All right, let's get into a Feel Good Friday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James. I don't care who hates him.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toast.
Eat your heart out, hater.
It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Lucius, we love you, bro. 5:45 to 6 p.m. That's my jam. I try to leave work on time just to hear you. That is my entertainment for the afternoon. You keep me high, you keep me happy, keep me in the pimp cup, dude. Live updates every day. I love it. There you go.
There we go, baby. Here we are. It is Friday. This is LA Live for Friday, August 14th, 2026. It is a Feel Good Friday here at LA Live, people. We made it.
Dance on the funk and make love on the song.
We made it. We made it. Another historic week of 2026 in the books. Shout out to those sailors on the USS Abraham Lincoln. Stay on your square, shipmate. Help is on the way. Yeah, they've been out there forever, Mr. Broadus. No Steel Beach picnics, no port calls, bad food. They just going through it, man.
Bad food has been a
People are
problem.
threatening to jump off the ship, which always happens, by the way. But now this is abundantly more. Always happens, but it's abundantly more.
I should have asked you. I showed these guys earlier the picture of that gray mystery meat sitting on
that's
that cafeteria
crazy.
tray. What is that?
That's crazy.
What are we doing?
That is
It looked
crazy.
like rancid spam.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm telling you right now, my time in the Navy, we ate good.
That's what I'm saying. What are we
ate
doing?
so
why
good.
Why are we not taking care of these men and women out there?
I don't. Well, they can't get a.
They can't get supplies.
Supplies, yeah. They can't get supplies over there, man. So they're getting kind of crazy.
I'd come off that boat weighing about $120.
Help is on the way, though. Please.
Yeah. They got carriers going that way, right?
Yeah, it's supposed to be. Yeah. Give those boys a port call. Give them a week somewhere. Please give them a week somewhere where they're not supposed to be, and give them that shot that you gave everybody when they get back on that boat from that port call, okay? Because they're going to need it. Hey, let's enjoy this weekend safely. Avoid the law dogs. Avoid the flock cameras. Avoid the flock cameras. DFW has more than 3,000 flock cameras tracking us at all times. Look over your shoulder. There's one looking at you right now. Should we be concerned about the flock cameras? Let's go to Fox 26 Houston real quick.
They're called flock cameras. They scan the license plates of every single car that drives by. Police say they can help solve crimes, but last month, a police sergeant in Pasadena, Texas, resigned after using the system to illegally track a female officer. And the cameras aren't just in Texas. Thousands of cities across America are silently installing these cameras, raising questions about where your data is actually going.
Where is it going? They're everywhere. There's a Wisconsin police use flock cameras to track a man's interstate travel. The man frequently went to Michigan, where weed was legal to buy, then back to Wisconsin, where weed was illegal. They tracked him down, and they arrested him.
Wow.
They got him. Guess what they got on him, though?
What's that?
8 grams. They got 8 grams. After all that investigation, all these flock cameras and all this assistance, we bring it to the house, pull them out of there for 8 grams.
Just wasting time, wasting money.
Money for sure.
Where can you see these cameras? Like, do we know where they're kind of posted up? I'm not familiar.
I mean, I see what they look like, but once I'm in the road, I don't really look for them. until I do see them. Like, hey, there's a flock camera.
So do they have them attached to the stoplights and stuff like that?
They're right.
Are they just run of the mill on the street somewhere?
Four-way stops. Wow. You might see one posted up just randomly. You might see one posted up. I don't know what to think about it. I don't know if we're in trouble. I don't know if our privacy is being invaded because it's already been invaded.
You guys ever see the drones flying up above? They just sit there.
I do. Walmart drones, I think.
What?
Delivery drones?
Yeah.
No, they're like like they look like huge drones that just sit in the sky. And I
think they're dropping off stuff at your neighbor's house.
No, I think they're just watching. They're like usually over the major highways.
The drones.
They're like, it's like these huge.
So every time I see drones, I think somebody's just flying one just to enjoy it, recording stuff on their drone camera.
I walk outside at night, and I look up and you could see just stationary lights, and I think, gosh, these drones, and it's usually over 635.
So like that, just like the flock cameras, where that information going?
Yeah.
Where's that data going? Because data is money right now.
They're looking at something up there.
Data is gold right now. What are they collecting and where's it going? If it's doing good, I get it. I mean, I don't know. People are fighting back, though, they say. They say if this is something that we should be fighting back against. They are fighting back. There's vandals in South Carolina that are spraying